This young man woke up to find himself in a very strange place. The luxurious items that caught his eye made him even more panicked. "Your Highness, can you see me?" The loud scream of the man beside him made Han jump, but at that time, he still did not realize the seriousness of the problem. Hello? Who are you?" The man was momentarily stunned. "Don't tell me you don't recognize me." Suddenly he stopped and slapped his chest. "But don't worry. I will continue to serve you. I am Pierrot Garden, your private physician." He really couldn't understand what the other person was saying. Han even thought that the person standing in front of him was a madman. However, he was now parched with thirst, so he asked Garden to get him some water. He acted as quick as the wind, bringing before Han an elaborately carved cup, studded with precious diamonds and gems. Han looked at the thing in his hand suspiciously. It didn't look fake at all. And as he began to take his first sips of water, he also noticed that there was a large mirror in front of him. The point is, the face reflected in the mirror is a completely unfamiliar face. It doesn't belong to Han and he has never seen it before. Han immediately choked on the water, and Garden was shocked again. Every time he was startled, he screamed louder than the ambulance siren Han often heard during her shift. Garden quickly took a towel to wipe the water off his face. And at this time Han also gradually realized one thing. This seems to be the world of Raquel Adria Magentano, the brain-dead novel he read before getting drunk and falling into the Han River. He didn't die, nor was he saved, but instead he crossed over into the world of the story. What kind of horror plot is this? Han could not accept this fact, so he asked Garden to slap him. The man jumped up again. How could a subject like him lay a hand on this respected prince? Having no other choice, Han had to fend for himself. Even though he slapped himself, the force was not small at all. The pain coming from his right cheek reminded him of something. This is not a dream. He became the crown prince in that novel. He has become Raquel. That also means the mountains of debt and interest he had to bear when the clinic failed became a thing of the past. Now Han can live a leisurely life without worrying about debt anymore. I was so happy that I wanted to stand up and dance the whole song Gangnam Style. But the joy did not last long. Han felt the world and sky sway, fell backwards uncontrollably. Garden rushed forward to support him. Only then did Han notice that this body was very weak. More precisely, it is too weak. Han began to rummage through his memory for the plot of the novel Demon Sword Emperor. Raquel in that book is just a minor character and appears in the first half of the story. He is a character who has always been sick and bedridden since he was a child. And then, at the age of 22, he passed away. Han was speechless for a moment. Damn it! Did God just turn him from a debtor into a sickly ghost? Garden. Han's voice began to tremble uncontrollably. How old am I this year? Yes, Your Highness, you are 21 years old this year. Garden's honest answer sent Han's mood plummeting straight to the 18th level of hell. He cursed under his breath, only one more year left. I thought I could forget that debt and live a life of enjoyment because I was the crown prince. But now Han has turned into someone with only 1 year left to live? Raquel was the crown prince of this kingdom, so Han was sure he had been treated with all the best methods of the era before he entered the body. But nothing worked. And the story mentions that priests began to visit regularly to bless Raquel, but he eventually died due to not being able to overcome his illness in the middle of the story. Han clenched his palms into fists. He wanted to live, and now the only way was to save himself. Thinking of this, Han ordered Garden to bring him many sharp needles. Although he didn't understand what the crown prince was thinking, Garden still obediently followed. That night, Han sat cross-legged on the bed and took pulses for herself. What is being said is that he caught the 10 strange pulses, a group of strange pulses with unusual manifestations often seen in patients who are about to die, so they are also called the death pulses. At this time, Garden also brought all the gold he earned to Han. However, it was too big for him to perform acupuncture. Han picked up the smallest one of them and began to heat it over the fire. Garden looked at him doubtfully for a long time before cautiously asking, Your Highness, what do you plan to do with those needles? This am gonna stick it into my body. Lai Han spoke in a very calm tone, but it scared Garden to death. He immediately rushed forward and hugged his legs. His eyes like two broken faucets. Tears started to flow like rain again. Your Highness, please calm down. You will be the heir to the throne. I understand that you have been in a lot of pain, but you must not harm yourself like this. Stop it, it's not what you think. We do it for the right reasons. So if nothing happens after I insert this into my body, you'll have to trust me from now on. Lai Han's tone was extremely calm. It made Garden even more worried but unable to stop him. Don't worry, you won't regret it. Having said that, Ly Han took off his shirt and lay on his back on the bed. Starting to breathe deeply and evenly, the first needle needed to be inserted into the acupoint that affected the most important respiratory organ, the lungs, because Ly Han needed to restore his respiratory function before thinking about doing anything else. And to do that, the first point of the 12 meridians that you have to prick is the lung meridians of Han Tai-in. Lai Han resolutely inserted the first needle. But because the needle tip was so big, he couldn't help but groan a few times. Next will be the upper arm assembly acupoint. But at this moment, a simulated window appeared in front of Ly Han, on which were written a few lines. Your body is responding positively to your proper acupuncture treatment. Internal organ functions have shown signs of slight recovery. Your lungs are starting to work again. With those words, Ly Han felt like she was breathing properly. He felt fresh oxygen-rich blood flowing throughout his body as his lungs exchanged gases better. The system immediately announced that this event had helped Ly Han get his first 100 horsepower points, raising his current total HP to 100 points. Lai Han, no, now he should be called Crown Prince Rakiel. He stared blankly at the virtual window for a long time, then tried to reach out and touch it. Seeing this series of unusual actions of his, Garden couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. There was clearly nothing in front of him. Yet now Rakiel kept groping around as if he was catching a mosquito. This made Garden really doubt whether the Crown Prince had gone crazy. Seeing him about to wash his face with tears again, Rakiel had no choice but to speak up to reassure him. Garden, am not crazy, so don't overreact like that. As he spoke, Rakiel picked up another acupuncture needle. This time he inserted it into the Yunmen acupoint. The needle tip was still huge, but Rakiel's body had gradually adapted to the pain. Correctly pricking the Yunmen acupoint has gradually relieved the chest spasm of this weak body. After a few more needle pricks, the pain came again. It seemed that the constant acupuncture with substandard needles was causing Rakiel more pain than he had imagined. Garden stood to one side, praying to God. He felt that the Crown Prince of the Magentano royal family had gone mad. The proof is that he is constantly harming himself, and most importantly, he can't help it. Seeing Garden kneeling by his bedside and nagging non-stop, Rakiel was a little speechless. But now, even if he explained, he wouldn't understand. Garden could only focus on finishing what he needed to do. Then he repeatedly performed acupuncture on Shabai acupoint, Tianfu acupoint, Kongzue acupoint, and Qji acupoint. Under Rakiel's excellent acupuncture skills, many acupuncture points were opened. When the pain passed, his body felt light and comfortable, as if he were sitting on a massage chair. But even so, Rakiel still felt no vitality. And finally, he firmly inserted the needle into the Chai's acupoint. The acupuncture for the left lung meridians was a success. Rakiel was extremely excited. Or to be more precise, his lungs were extremely excited. They started dancing because they were liberated after all those years of illness. Rakiel also didn't understand how the HP system worked to be able to create such an unscientific effect. But before the bustle of his lungs, Rakiel's large intestines were also stimulated and joined in the noisy melody. Rakiel looked at the changing text on the simulation window, feeling extremely insulted to his medical knowledge. But oh well, being insulted a little but getting HP in return is enough. The partially freed large intestine gave him 100 horsepower, and the two lungs gave him another 200 horsepower. Rakiel's current score is 600 points, enough for him to unlock his first skills. Seeing these two skills, Rakiel's heart started pounding with excitement. Just like in the game, swinging a sword will create a sword light or shoot fire from a staff after casting a spell. Skills, you mean abilities found in fantasy novels. Just thinking about it is exciting. Rakiel immediately agreed to let the system display the skills that could be unlocked. There are a total of 10 skills in all, including take pulse, acupuncture, cupping, moxibustion, preparing herbal tonic, herb identification, herb hunting, brew medicinal liquor, requesting medical treatment fees, and Azrahan core technique. Rakiel was a little disappointed, thinking that his skills were some kind of formidable one. As a traditional Chinese medicine doctor himself, all of the 10 skills above were things he had mastered in his previous life. Since he still had to choose one of them, Rakiel thought about it quite carefully. For every doctor, whether Western or Eastern, the origin of all treatment methods is diagnosis. Only when an accurate diagnosis is made can the doctor prescribe the correct treatment regimen. So he decided to choose the first skill as take pulse. Unlocking this skill costs 500 horsepower, lowering Rakiel's remaining total to 100 points. A new status window appeared before him. The system informed him that he had successfully unlocked the level 1 take pulse skill. From now on, by sensing the target's pulse, Rakiel could assess their health status and could view the results in the basic general health report. The first thing Rakiel did after unlocking this skill was to take his own pulse. Now, he no longer had to make his own diagnosis. All have the system to help thanks to that take pulse skill. After a very quick scan, Rakiel's basic general health report appeared. This young man is 176, 2 cm tall, but only weighs 533 kilograms. No wonder his body is so weak and powerless. In addition, the total score of 5 and 6 internal organs all reached F level. All in all, the overall pulse take results assessed Rakiel's body as class trash. Estimated remaining life is 91 days. Receiving this result, Rakiel was so surprised that he almost sat up. He had vaguely guessed it, but he didn't think this body would be so useless that it only had 3 months left to live. Just now, he used the clockwise acupuncture method, then reduced the force to rotate them, then exhaled and removed the needles with the help of the respiratory system and drainage method. As Rakiel pulled out the last needle from his body, the status window before his eyes changed. His lifespan increased from 91 to 92 days. Looks like this is really working. Rakiel was so excited that he immediately applied acupuncture to the other half of his body. But this time after it ended, not only did his lifespan not increase, but Rakiel also suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of blood. A red simulation window appeared with a few warning words on it, warning that his body was overloaded due to too much acupuncture. Based on this body condition, the system analyzed and recommended that acupuncture should only be performed 3 times a week. Garden, who was standing by the side, saw his crown prince vomiting blood and was about to cry, but Rakiel had no time to care about him. I was so happy just now that I forgot one thing. Acupuncture cannot cure the root cause of the disease. It is important that the patient is strong enough to tolerate the stimulation from the nerves and meridians during acupuncture. But Rakiel's body was currently in an alarmingly weak state. According to the recent announcements, acupuncture is indeed effective. But the problem is that this body is so useless that it cannot receive that effect regularly. It needs 3 days of rest to be able to continue. But the problem is that if Rakiel gets acupuncture every 3 days, his life expectancy increases by 1 day every 3 days, for a total of 1 month. That still wasn't enough and he would still die soon like the outcome in the novel. Rakiel needed to think of a more effective method, and perhaps the fastest, most stable way was still through food, which means that from tomorrow, Rakiel will need additional herbal support. Thinking of this, he began to torment Garden again. He guessed that the royal medicine storehouse contained quite a few good items, so he started asking around to see if there were any poisonous ingredients such as wolfsbane root. Garden looked at him with concern, but finally nodded yes. Although there was no one in the main hall, we still entered because this was the crown prince's palace. Good. Rakiel smiled like he had 2 lovers, then asked Garden to bring him the wolfsbane root. Yes, but who needs it? To eat, Rakiel answered briefly, but these 2 words were a horror to Garden. He immediately knelt down. The tears he had barely swallowed welled up again. Rakiel felt a bit of a headache. Why did he let a subordinate like him cry like this? Rakiel simply explained to Garden that this was also part of the treatment process. Then he asked him to bring him the medicine within 5 minutes, otherwise his life would be in danger. Garden thought for a while and then reluctantly left. Rakiel also seemed to have caught this person's weakness. Just touch his life story. Garden will fulfill his requests unconditionally. It's just that wolfsbane root is really poisonous. Not only did a modern oriental doctor like Rakiel know this, but Garden knew it well as well. But there are actually two types of wolfsbane roots. Of these, the one that Rakiel wants to eat is the smaller root or rootlet. The aconitine in wolfsbane root can cause cardiac arrest in those who eat it, but Rakiel knows how to neutralize and control the toxin. In other words, you can turn that poisonous plant into a medicinal herb. Although Rakiel asserted firmly, Garden was clearly still skeptical. He had never heard of turning a poisonous plant into a medicinal herb. Out of respect for Garden's loyalty and concern, Rakiel was willing to explain a little to him. The process you are about to perform is called detoxification. After detoxification, the toxic part of the wolfsbane root will turn into medicine, and that medicine is very good for your treatment. Are you convinced? Rakiel spoke for a long time before stopping to ask. Garden looked from him to the ground, then timidly replied, "Not really, Eve never heard of this method before. I don't know where you got the information or if it's reliable, but if it'll help you get better, then it'll help you to the end." Immediately afterwards, Garden left the prince's room carrying a candle. In fact, what he just said was not very convincing, but Rakiel's body was getting weaker and weaker, to the point that the royal family was desperate because they could not find any effective method. So Garden thought he should try that detox thing. In return, when the detoxification process is over, Garden will personally try it first to ensure safety. As soon as the wolfsbane root was brought up, Rakiel was so excited that he couldn't wait until tomorrow and immediately set about his career of making tonics. Rakiel began to brew medicine using all of his medical experience from his previous life. The pot of medicine was boiling on the stove, giving off an eerie smell. Garden sniffed it over and over again and still felt it was unusual. After all, this was medicine made from poisonous ingredients, so he was even more uneasy. When Rakiel wasn't paying attention, Garden suddenly cried out and grabbed his hand. "Your Highness, please reconsider, please." Rakiel flinched, then suddenly thought of a mischievous joke. If he was so scared, why not try it first? He had only intended to scare Garden a little, but he unexpectedly revealed a determined expression upon hearing this. "All right, Your Highness." Rakiel was a little shocked. Wasn't this old man a coward? Why did he nod without thinking? Speaking of which, in that novel, Garden was an extremely loyal and devoted man. He was not a royal physician at first, but only an assistant physician. Even the doctors who were initially full of confidence left before the crown prince's illness. And Garden was the only one who remained by Rakiel's side. A man without any faults. Unfortunately, after the crown prince died, he was blamed for this and sentenced to death. Looking at the back of Garden, who was preparing to test the medicine, Rakiel's mood was very complicated. He was a patient man, a loyal servant, for he felt Garden deserved a better life. Perhaps from now on, instead of fighting for his own life, Rakiel should also make an effort to save Garden from the gallows. However, he was not willing to share his good things with him like that. It took quite a while to cook the medicine anyway. If Garden tries the poison, how long will he have to wait? So Rakiel advised Garden to wait calmly for the medicine to cool before taking it. He believed it. It was only when he saw Rakiel's skillful movements that Garden became curious. "Come to think of it, how did you know about these medicines?" Garden's question made Rakiel feel a little uneasy. His loyalty was to the real Rakiel. If he found out he wasn't him, it would be troublesome. So Rakiel, without batting an eyelid, began to concoct the most believable story he could. That a magician had visited him in his dreams every night, and seeing his frail, dying form, had taken pity on him and given him some special medicine. The story sounded so absurd that even Rakiel found it distasteful. Yet Garden reluctantly believed it. At this time, the medicine had cooled down a bit. Rakiel took advantage of the moment when the other party was still immersed in the dream story he had just told. He used his fastest speed, like a mouse stealing food, to drink the bowl of medicine. Garden was surprised and then stunned. The crown prince even used dirty tricks to prevent him from testing the medicine. As for Rakiel, after about 5 seconds of drinking the medicine, his body started to react. His heart was beating very fast, as if it was about to explode out of his chest. Although it was a bit uncomfortable, Rakiel did not believe that his medicine was ineffective. Sure enough, after he endured a little longer, the system sent a new notification. The content was something like the medicine Rakiel had concocted was perfect. The root of the plant has eliminated cold and pain inside the body, while increasing metabolism. Most importantly, it also awakens the Azrahan energy core. Rakiel was a little surprised by this harvest. The Azrahan energy core is a technique created by the legendary swordmaster known as Javier Azrahan and the noble he served, Lloyd Frontera. This technique was only passed down to the direct line of the Maginado royal family, and thus it is a technique that carries a royal symbol. Since the owner of this body is the crown prince, he must have learned the Azrahan energy core since he was young. It's just a pity that because of my weak body, I can only awaken now. Azrahan's level 1 energy core skill creates a circle around Rakiel's heart, allowing him to process or increase the mana absorbed by that circle, while also circulating the mana. At this moment, Rakiel could feel like a donut was covering his heart. He could feel the life filling his body with every breath. That was also the first time he felt something called mana. This feeling made Rakiel really want to wow out loud. But just a second later, the porcelain bowl in Rakiel's hand fell and shattered. Because of a sudden pain that came, it squeezed Rakiel's heart, making him feel like his heart was about to burst. The circle around the bed seemed to be squeezing Rakiel's heart. Garden was shocked to see the prince collapse, but he was no longer conscious enough to hear what he said. The system was continuously sending out danger warnings as the mana circle was putting too much pressure on Rakiel's heart. The balanced growth between it and his heart was gone. This puts Rakiel at risk of cardiac arrest. Rakiel tried to breathe to keep his mind clear. The system said that the growth between the heart and the mana circle had become unbalanced. This meant that the size of the heart and the mana circle were no longer compatible. Speaking of which, Rakiel was sickly since he was young and never had time to train with mana circles. It was not until he was 22 that he helped him unlock the skill. So it could be said that the mana circle was like a ring that no longer fit, constantly tightening his heart. Rakiel's right hand was placed on his left chest, wanting to squeeze his heart. If the situation has come to this, he cannot shrink his heart, so the only way left is to expand the size of the mana circle. Rakiel mustered up the last shred of sanity, closed his eyes, and felt his body. He could almost see the scene in his left chest, as the mana circle was constantly tightening around his heart. If he wanted to live, Rakiel had no choice but to widen that circle. And immediately he grabbed it, stretching it out with force. This thing wasn't a normal rope, but a mana circle, so it created an extremely large resistance. Rakiel felt like he was about to faint from exhaustion, but thinking about his failure in his previous life, his reason once again urged him to fight. Rakiel will never forget the moment when rumors spread that his clinic was a hotbed of the epidemic. The clinic had to close and he lost all his patients. Even because of too much stress, his hair fell out in large clumps. On top of that, rent, debts and interest kept piling up. Rakiel even had to mortgage his house to pay off the debt. Thinking about the beautiful house that he had to pawn away, the power deep within Rakiel's subconscious seemed to awaken. He had used all his strength, even though his body was almost numb, and the fighting spirit of someone who had failed before truly had a heaven-defying power. Rakiel had successfully done the unthinkable, stretching the mana circle that was binding his heart. When he regained consciousness, the first thing that caught Rakiel's eyes was Garden's tear-stained face. Then there is a blue emulator window instead of the red warning. Thanks to the beneficial stimulation, the king of the internal organs, Rakiel's heart, was also awakened. Rakiel could clearly feel his heart pounding in his chest. It felt like all his internal organs were holding a party to welcome this king back. Although this body is still very shabby, at least the heart is healthy and life is gradually returning. The system also announced that the balanced growth between the heart and the mana circle had been reset, and Rakiel was the first person in history to collect a mana slot. Rakiel was a bit confused about the concept of this mana slot. It seemed quite similar to the item slot in the game. Anyway, he would know the function clearly later on during use. Rakiel suddenly remembered something important, that is, he had to quell the worries of the person standing in front of him now. Garden had been crying all this time, so Rakiel suddenly stood up, like a zombie rising from the grave, making Garden extremely terrified. His sudden burst of energy made him seem a little skeptical. You looked like you were in a lot of pain just now. Is that a side effect of that medicine? Oh, I just choked a little. Rakiel appeared unharmed, even patting his chest to reassure Garden. But this action of his made him even more panicked. After all, Garden had just witnessed Rakiel's critical condition with his own eyes, so it was inevitable that he would doubt his true condition right now. Rakiel had no intention of explaining at length, so he asked Garden to clean up the debris on the ground for him. Oh, and by the way, thanks, he said suddenly. What? Garden looked shocked, because the prince had just said thank you before he had even done anything. If you don't hear it, just ignore it. After throwing Garden away, Rakiel began to seriously evaluate what he had just collected, which was the mana slot. If I'm not mistaken, I just acquired something super cool, a technique used to store substances mixed with mana. Each slot will have a capacity of 10 liters. You can store it by eating it. To clarify his doubts, Rakiel looked at the water jug beside the bed. It seems like the perfect material for this kind of experiment, in a container containing about 2 liters of water. He thought of a concept called median lethal dose. It's a term used to test how much of a substance is toxic, the dose that can kill 50 of test subjects. Or simply put, when using a substance with a lethal dose on average, there is a 50 chance that Rakiel will die from it. Even if he doesn't die, he will suffer a lot of pain or become a vegetable. For a standard human weighing 50 pounds, the average fatal dose is about 54 liters of water. But Rakiel's skinny body only needed about 39 liters. He lifted the water jug with both hands, but he couldn't help but tremble. This body was truly in a terrible state. Rakiel began to gulp down the water, trying to store the amount of water he was drinking. Sure enough, after drinking about half the bottle, the status window started to appear. Rakiel successfully stored 1 liter of water while he did not feel full at all. To be sure, Rakiel tried drinking a few more bottles. But even after drinking 10 liters of water, his body was still normal, and when Rakiel wanted to drain the water, he could do it easily. This feeling was so wonderful. Rakiel felt like a human camel, where he could take out as much water as he wanted. Now you know how to use mana slot. Next, Rakiel had another bold idea. That was to combine this with the Azrahan core technique, because this technique specialized in absorbing, amplifying, and releasing mana. Maybe it could release the water stored in his body in another form. Rakiel focused his mind, feeling the mana circulating around his heart. Then, a ball of water appeared in the middle of his palm. Rakiel was a little surprised by this rather unscientific sight. After that, he intended to pour the water back into the bottle. However, things did not go as Rakiel had hoped. He had originally intended to slowly pour the water into the bottle. However, the force of the release was too strong, and Rakiel ended up shattering the elaborately carved glass bottle on the table. Looking at the shattered vase, Rakiel felt a little guilty. He thought that the mana stored in the water would flow slowly, gently and gently. He didn't expect it to suddenly turn into a tornado. Furthermore, another serious problem occurred, because there was a sudden loud noise in the Crown Prince's room. Garden immediately led the Imperial Guards to rush in. They thought there was an assassin attacking the Crown Prince. Rakiel immediately made up an excuse that he had broken the water jug on the table because he was so angry. The captain of the Imperial Guard and Garden glanced at each other. Rakiel could see their eyes filled with disbelief. He himself found this stupid. A few seconds later, the captain of the Imperial Guard bowed politely. "Are you okay, Your Highness? Are you injured anywhere?" Rakiel gasped loudly. Did they really believe him, or were they just tolerating him because he was the Crown Prince? Only then did several soldiers quickly start cleaning up the debris scattered on the floor. The captain of the Imperial Guard asked Garden to escort Rakiel to bedroom number 2. He even carefully carried Rakiel back to his room. After bandaging the wound, Garden placed him on the bed and covered him carefully with a blanket. Royal privileges are no joke. With this much care, Rakiel lay still on the bed, trying not to do anything stupid to attract their attention. The accident had left him thinking deeply. The mana circle and meridians around his heart created a flow of mana. That flow ran through his right shoulder and arm, continuously amplifying and finally releasing forcefully. The strike contained a great deal of power and energy. With that kind of noise, it would be ridiculous for the Gardens to think that Rakiel had broken the porcelain vase by himself. But in any case, until he had mastered how the flow of mana worked, Rakiel was not allowed to cause any more trouble. He had worked hard enough today and needed a good night's sleep. From now on, Rakiel would have to experiment more carefully, so that no one would discover that their crown prince's body was already filled with another soul. However, the recent strange behavior of Rakiel has been reported to Emperor Estelian Testarossa Maginato by his loyal servant. After hearing that the crown prince had hurt himself by inserting needles into his body and even taking poison, the emperor seemed extremely angry. "Rakiel, what the hell are you doing?" The next day, after waking up, the first thing Rakiel did was prepare 10 liters of medicine from ephedra and asarum. Today, to be sure, he chased Garden out of the room before taking action. Otherwise, he would probably faint when he found himself taking all these pills at once. But Garden was so worried that he kept glancing inside to see Rakiel start concocting that strange medicine again. He was about to drink it again. "But Your Highness, weren't you in a lot of pain yesterday when you drank it? I told you I just choked. But this time you prepared so many medicines that I'm worried. I told you this is for testing, I'll just drink a little, I'll throw the rest away," Rakiel reassured him. Garden was skeptical. After all, the prince had been doing all sorts of silly things lately. But once again he was kicked out by Rakiel. After getting rid of this rice-powered camera, he immediately started his mana storage career. Rakiel used all his strength to lift the 10-liter pot of medicine, then began to drink it all. With his mana slot ability, he successfully absorbed 10 liters of oriental medicine without feeling full at all, and even felt a bit comfortable. Next, Rakiel began to slowly release the ephedra and asarum into his body over the next few days, allowing them to do their job properly. Rakiel's internal organs were extremely satisfied with the proper and regular care of oriental medicine. They started giving Rakiel HP points, but 500 points wasn't enough. They weren't enough for Rakiel to prolong his life. Furthermore, a new problem arises. It was during the days of releasing the traditional Chinese medicine that Rakiel's internal organs began to get tired of this decoction of ephedra and asarum. Rakiel still decided to be the patriarch. After all, the organs were his. Whatever he told them to drink, they had to drink. So over the next few days, Rakiel slowly released 0.1 liters of the drug at a time. One day while having dinner, Rakiel suddenly received a message that his life had been extended by 50 days. He was so happy he jumped up. It worked. The maid who was carrying the food was so startled that she dropped the plate she was carrying. Rakiel quickly apologized for startling the person. But the maid was scared and knelt down to beg for forgiveness. Looking at the girl's trembling appearance, Rakiel suddenly felt puzzled. "I'm fine. Don't apologize to me. Are you hurt anywhere?" It was obvious that the tone was genuinely concerned. But for some reason the maid trembled even more. "I'm sorry, Your Highness, I won't do it again. Please don't whip me like last time. Please." Rakiel was surprised. Was Rakiel really so fierce with this broken body that he would whip a maid? And on top of that, he was misunderstood like this. "Whip, did I whip you before?" Rakiel asked doubtfully. He just hoped that the maid would say no. "No, Your Highness," the girl replied. But before Rakiel could breathe a sigh of relief, she continued, "You have never personally hit me." The feeling of guilt rose up again strongly. Rakiel asked the maid to tell him what had happened earlier. It turned out that she had spilled a drop of water on his sleeve, so he had asked his subordinates to whip her. Rakiel heard and was furious. That prince was sick and a beast. No wonder he was punished by heaven and could not be cured. "Okay. Clean up and leave." Rakiel sank down on the bed in despair. The other girl was happier not being beaten than having two lovers. Seeing her run out of the room like she had just escaped from prison only made Rakiel feel even more shocked. Rakiel then called Garden into the room. He used the excuse that his serious illness had made his mind unclear recently, and that he could no longer remember past events. Therefore, he wanted Garden to recount what he had done and how he had treated Garden and the other servants before. "Yes, of course, sir." Garden seemed enthusiastic but had just said a few sentences when Rakiel interrupted him. "If you dare to lie, I will drink the whole bowl of poison right in front of you." Just one sentence, but it made Garden feel extremely restrained. Having no other choice, Garden had no choice but to honestly tell everything. From then on, Rakiel knew how tyrannical and cruel the prince was before he entered this body. Now he understood why Garden and the Imperial Guards believed the damned reason that he had broken the water jug out of anger. Because before, their crown prince's temperament was not gentle at all. But at the same time, this new information made Rakiel wonder, "Then Garden, why are you still not afraid of me? Since you are the one closest to me, you must have suffered the most." "Because I trust you," Garden asserted firmly. "I know what kind of man you really are, Your Highness." Garden recalls that when he was young and still working as a physician's assistant, Rakiel was a kid as tall as 3 garlic stalks. But one rainy day, when the entire palace was in panic because Rakiel had disappeared, Garden found him huddled under a tree to shelter a chick from the rain. So, as he grew older and became domineering, Garden believed that it was just an illness, and that if he was cured, Rakiel's true self would return. "I'm sure my trust has been repaid by now," Garden spoke again, remembering the moment Rakiel had sincerely thanked him. "Old man, do you like my personality changed that much?" Rakiel laughed, of course, looking at Garden's happy smile. Rakiel suddenly felt that he was his parent, not the emperor whom he had never seen since he transmigrated here. To repay Garden's trust a little, Rakiel gave him all the desserts on the table, something that seemed unheard of among other royals. But this little bit of food was nothing compared to Rakiel's gratitude towards Garden. That was why he used his honor from both his lives to swear that he would survive, partly for himself and partly so that Garden would not have to suffer the pain of being unjustly hanged like in that novel. As Garden was busy stuffing croissants into his mouth, the prince's room door suddenly burst open. A servant rushed in, announcing that the emperor had ordered Rakiel to be summoned immediately. At this time, in the magnificent emperor's palace, Rakiel, dressed in the royal prince's clothes, walked in steadily, looking straight at the emperor. Immediately he bowed down to perform the greeting ceremony, saying, "I, Prince Rakiel Adria Magentano, pay my respects to the emperor, the rightful ruler of this land." He was Estelian Testarossa Maginato, an emperor of the Magentano Empire. He looked at him thoughtfully. After observing for a while, he was surprised to see something. Estelian looked at Rakiel and thought to himself, how could a weak Azrahan's healing method do that? At this moment, his whole body suddenly started shaking because he had been kneeling for too long. He felt it from him and thought to himself, he seemed uneasy in his presence. Maybe he was wrong about him. Waiting for the emperor to reply, Rakiel tried to brace himself, gritted his teeth and endured. His legs were shaking more and more. His legs were numb. He said whatever he wanted to say quickly, so he could stand up. Estelian finally spoke. "Life in the palace is just as I wanted," he replied. "Yes, your majesty." But in his mind he was annoyed. "Did you really intend to let me talk while kneeling?" Suddenly he frowned and continued, I heard you tried to hurt yourself with needles and drank poison, right?" Hearing that, Rakiel raised his face and reacted violently. "No, that's not it." He angrily scolded. "You idiot! How dare you claim to be a descendant of this royal family?" Estelian rested his chin on his hand and taught, "You are a proud member of my bloodline. You must not lose your dignity." After hearing that, he just kept quiet and lowered his head. He mentioned the crown first and then continued, "If you cannot bear the weight of the crown just because of your health." His eyes lit up as he stared and listened. "Isn't it time you made a wiser choice?" Rakiel looked at Estelian's expression and thought doubtfully, "Wise choice, you cunning fox. You must be plotting something for this meeting." He sat with his chin in his hands looking down. "I won't beat around the bush anymore." Suddenly he became serious. "I want you to give up the throne and give it to your brother, the second prince." He was surprised and secretly happy inside. "Oh, what did he think?" Rakiel immediately replied without hesitation, "Your Majesty, please forgive me, but..." He smiled and calmly said, "I refuse." Hearing that, Estelian was furious. His hands clenched the chair so tightly that the veins stood out. "What?" Suddenly he stood up and shouted, "Refuse, you dare to refuse me?" Rakiel calmly replied, "Yes, that was true." But he told himself the pressure was terrible, but he couldn't back down. Of course he would act like that. He had the right to strip him of his princely title from the very beginning. The reason he asked was because he wanted his eldest son to abdicate the title of prince in a kind, benevolent manner and voluntarily acknowledge his younger brother. Deserving to take the crown from the eldest brother, what a smart move politically. Even if I'm still a loser and unreliable, I still won't give in. Rakiel looked at his mad face with satisfaction and thought, he must be very uneasy. Estelian stepped down the stairs and asked, don't you respect my decision? What does the title of prince mean to you? He moved closer to him and looked down at him, asking, are you only satisfied when you bring shame to me and the royal family? Hearing those words, he hesitated. Well, I don't even care about that title. At this moment, he was calculating in his mind, I want to give it to the second prince or someone, and then enjoy my life so much. But if we agree to his proposal, this country will be destroyed, just by that second prince. In Demon Sword Emperor, the second prince appears talented and diligent. However, a period of turmoil will erupt. The second prince is a hot-tempered man who lacks the skills to handle such chaos. His reign will cause the entire empire and royal family to collapse. I must do everything to prevent that. Rakiel stood up and said, I may look as sick as you say, but I have not lost my wits and wisdom. He continued, the title of prince is not that valuable to me. What is important to me is the prosperity and peace of our royal family. The emperor's sharp eyes looked at him and said, well said. He is also full of confidence, not only that. So Rakiel made a suggestion, so I want to make a suggestion. Estelian didn't understand. A suggestion? He placed his hand on his chest and said loudly, give me a chance, to prove who can bear the burden of the crown more, me or the second prince. As he returned to his palace, a voice said, sir. Rakiel walked in tiredly, while Garden walked behind him and asked why the emperor summoned him. Hearing the question, he turned his head slightly and smiled as he answered, nothing, he just wants me to give up the throne to the second prince. After hearing that, he was shocked and his mouth was open. Rakiel waved his hand confidently. Don't worry. I've already refused. Hearing that, Garden covered his mouth with both hands, still not recovered from his shock. His face lit up with excitement as he turned around and gave the second prince a thumbs up. I have also proposed a sword fight with the second prince. Suddenly he became sad when he saw something. Mr. Garden, what are you doing? Garden sadly packed his things and left. I was preparing to leave. He shouted angrily, what did you say? On this side Estelian stood at the window, deep in thought. He said to himself, thinking about the story just now. Did he want a chance to show who was more worthy between the two of them? Then Estelian looked into the distance. Was it originally this kind of personality? Okay. I accept your offer. I look forward to doing it. Ha ha ha. Right now Rakiel and Garden are fighting over the bag. I told you I would win. Garden doesn't believe Rakiel as he pulls the bag back and replies, how can you win? The next day in the city, the clouds were blue and the weather was great, and below the palace was bustling with people gathering. Flags fluttered in the wind, and the powerful took their seats. Estelian looked down coldly. Everyone stood around. In the middle, only the second prince and Rakiel stood warming up. The women standing outside were shouting with delight. Prince Theodore was really handsome. How glorious would his victory be? At this moment Theodore's footsteps were approaching Rakiel. As he approached Rakiel, he saw him lying down, looking up at him curiously. He was Theodore Palermo Maginato, the second prince of the Magentano Empire, with a worried expression. Prince, you don't need to do that. The second prince continued, I hate to say this, but you know how this will end. Rakiel stood up with a frown. It's over. Are you asserting your victory? The two faced each other. Theodore spoke. The emperor said, I propose a duel to make you more worthy of your majesty. After hearing that, Rakiel was helpless. What nonsense are you talking about? Suddenly he held his head and acted too much. The result will still be the same. I don't want you to risk your life just because of that. I won't accept it. I won't let you sacrifice yourself for me like that. Rakiel smiled wickedly, thinking, you two must be very mistaken. Sorry, but Garden immediately took out a giant shield made of iron armor and brought it to Rakiel. He immediately dropped it to the ground with a bang, which made everyone both startled and curious. At this moment, Estelian was also surprised. He held the chair with both hands and looked bewildered. Even Theodore was stunned. Rakiel confidently provoked, I don't intend to lose. Rakiel's face was filled with determination, evident in every feature. Early in the morning, a voice was heard in the castle area. The prince is really strange. Sho, what if someone hears? At this moment, people are surrounding a busy circle, whispering to each other. Don't you see? The second prince is gifted in swordsmanship with a magic circle. He even learned swordsmanship from a famous knight. Rakiel held the huge shield and stood in a confident smile. Garden standing outside was somewhat worried for him. The crown prince had no chance of winning. This was truly a joke. Flashback to the past when he was seriously practicing speaking. Joke, I told you I was serious, I want to win. At this moment, Garden spoke with a sad and fearful expression. But, Your Highness, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by you. It's okay. It's okay. I'm glad that no one has high expectations of me, so I don't feel any pressure. After hearing that, he immediately put his hand on his chest and shouted, Of course I believe you will win. Rakiel is unbelievable, lying, who believes you? At this time he was full of excitement to support and boost his morale. At this moment he also stopped practicing, panting. His hands clenched tightly as he said, 3 times, if I can block 3 attacks from the second prince. Suddenly he raised 3 fingers with a determined look. We will win. Back in the present, Garden clasped his hands together in prayer. Please, I hope he can return safely. From above a stallion spoke, causing everyone to look up. Today, he continued, this match would decide who would inherit the throne. Everyone listened attentively. The rules were very simple. Even Rakiel was serious. If the crown prince could resist for 5 minutes or defeat the second prince, then the crown prince would win. On this side, the second prince also drew his sword. On the contrary, if the crown prince could not do either of the above 2 things, victory would belong to the second prince. And now, the 2 of them are facing each other. Theodore thought to himself, brother, it has come to this. I will put an end to it as soon as possible. A loud voice shouted. The match began. Suddenly a sword fell at his feet. A stallion frowned in surprise and confusion. The viewers also talked to each other. What, it's over already, is it that boring? It was Rakiel who threw his sword aside. Even the second prince was surprised and asked, Are you giving up? Theodore was actually secretly happy, thinking to himself, he really didn't want to point his sword at such a weak person. Thank goodness. Then Theodore looked at the people around him and silently judged. But, I can't believe he gave up so easily in front of so many people here. He was afraid that this might damage the royal image. Theodore was in a state of confusion, not knowing what to do. Should he talk to Rakiel to let him continue the match? No, he shouldn't, he was sick anyway, but the king was watching, ignoring everyone around him. Rakiel gripped his shield tightly with both hands. Then Rakiel placed it neatly forward, adjusting it to the correct position, because it was so big and heavy that it made a loud noise. So Theodore was extremely surprised to realize he chose defense instead of superficial attack. It seems he wants to hold out for 5 minutes instead of defeating me. Good choice. Then I will do my best to end it quickly. At this moment, he realized his strategy and smiled sinisterly. And Theodore began to summon his own power. At this moment he opened his eyes filled with fighting spirit. He immediately took the rock and flew up, with terrifying speed. Before he could see it move, he appeared right in front of Rakiel. A stallion sat above watching the battle and thought to himself, that attack had weight, power, and magic attached to it. The shield would collapse no matter how hard one tried to block it. Below, Rakiel also gritted his teeth and endured the second prince's extremely powerful attack. Even though Theodore attacked hard, he wished to pray that, brother, please don't fall backwards and make a fool of yourself. Even if you want to lose, please kneel down and fight to keep some dignity. The attack ended, the smoke cleared, and he still calmly held his shield and thought, then, he'll launch an attack from above. The second prince's eyes widened in disbelief. He had blocked the attack just now. His mouth was also wide open. At this time, the surrounding people were whispering, what is this? The crown prince has blocked the second prince's attack. Even the emperor was restless. Rakiel sat in the pose he had practiced earlier and circulated his inner energy around while everyone was still whispering. Surely the second prince had gone easy on the crown prince. He was too kind. Rakiel's eyes suddenly turned cold, as if he only wanted to win. Theodore also thought angrily. That look said it wasn't a coincidence, but even so, it wouldn't change anything. He gritted his teeth, preparing to launch another attack. Theodore's hands gripped the sword tightly. He used more force than before and attacked him like a beast. Rakiel's hand was about to weaken from the force. Both were determined, one trying to block while the other eagerly threw his punch. A moment unable to support him, he was thrown away. Garden cried out in alarm, "Your Highness." After that long bounce he regained his balance and got angry. "Damn, my head was spinning." Rakiel's hands were shaking. There was no feeling in his wrists now. He immediately recalled the situation in a critical condition, however. He had stopped a lot of things when he was a police officer. That move was nothing. Theodore was surprised to see that the shield was still standing. Both continued to attack and defend continuously, shielding with their abilities. But no matter how much effort was spent, he still could not shake that shield. Theodore continued to attack. Rakiel persistently blocked. Behind the block, Rakiel thought it absorbed the slashing force much better than he thought. Rakiel smiled smugly. In this case, this would be even more effective. After a while of attacking, the second prince was tired and said, "I don't know if you are trying to win, but..." Before they could finish their sentence, they both shouted in unison, "Take it." At this moment Theodore flew high into the sky in the air. He lunged forward and struck, his sword clashing with the shield with a terrifying clang. He had been waiting for this move. Rakiel immediately took a defensive stance. He had trained his lower body to prepare for this. At the same time the system appeared. "I thought you wanted to die, it was the lungs, but we tried our best to raise the overall classification to level D. We worked so hard day and night that our sphincters almost gave out." He recalled that he had prepared carefully. The shield was specially crafted by the royal blacksmith. Rakiel was now pouring cocktails into his mouth and... Rakiel delights. A delicious cocktail for your adorable little brother. The system also announces, activate the function of loading blank box number 1. Please select the loading quantity. Rakiel ordered, 0.2 liters. Both streams of energy seemed to be blending together. Suddenly Rakiel's energy wrapped around Theodore's legs, making him unable to move. Everyone looked on in confusion. The emperor was extremely fond of him. Even Theodore was puzzled and said, "What?" Theodore and Rakiel stood in the middle of the crowd, ready to face each other. Theodore held his sword in a defensive stance, while Rakiel held his shield firmly. Theodore's whole body swayed. His steps were erratic, as if he was about to fall. His face was red. Theodore looked around in confusion, not understanding what was going on. Theodore coughed a few times in confusion. What was going on? At this moment, Rakiel looked straight at his opponent with great confidence. Theodore, as described in Demon Sword Emperor, was someone who couldn't even stand a cup of alcohol. Seeing Theodore's staggering figure, Rakiel smiled even more smugly. "I put in a cocktail bomb containing 20 different types of spirits last night just for this moment." Theodore tried to keep his composure and stammered, "I definitely hit the shield, but something just entered my body and mixed with my mana." His vision blurred, everything was turned upside down. Something had penetrated. Something. But the fighting spirit pulled Theodore to once again grip his sword to confront. "No. I have to concentrate again. The result won't change. I just need to defeat my brother within 5 minutes." He thought of the king and his courtiers paying attention and giving him all the praise when Theodore reached his desired position. Then his father would notice him, receiving the cheers of thousands of people in the palace and being crowned as the proud crown prince. That would be the best. Theodore silently strengthened his spirit, for the sake of the royal family, for the sake of the empire, and for his brother who was not in good health. Rakiel carefully looked back at his condition, wondering if he could defeat him. Theodore suddenly exclaimed in Rakiel's disbelief, "So?" Theodore frowned firmly and pointed the tip of his sword at him. His face flushed with drunkenness. "I will win." Saying that, he rushed to attack Rakiel. Each quick and decisive sword strike was swung out with fiery momentum. "Incoming, brother." Rakiel urgently blocked his ferocious attack and exclaimed in disbelief. Theodore withstood his cocktail bomb. Suddenly Theodore swung his sword high. The sunlight shining down seemed to give him more strength. Then Theodore clenched his teeth and slashed straight at Rakiel's sturdy shield. He tensed up and tried his best to resist. "Okay. The second time of the cocktail bomb. I'll treat you." The system displayed a notification as per his request. The 0.1-liter cocktail bomb stored in the circle had been released. Rakiel's eyes burned with anger as he silently exclaimed, Drink it all. Drink it all in one gulp. Theodore suddenly opened his eyes wide as if he felt something was entering his body. In his subconscious he was sitting at a bar under warm yellow lights. Theodore looked around in confusion and exclaimed, "Where is this? I'm fighting." Opposite him was a bartender slowly shaking the shaker in his hand. A moment later he pushed a glass of enticing red wine towards Theodore. The polite waiter extended his hand to explain, "The gentleman over there has paid for your drink." Theodore followed his gaze and saw Rachiel enjoying a precious glass of wine beside him. As if sensing someone was looking at him, Rachiel turned his head to pay attention to Theodore. He winked and smiled friendly, then held out his half-drunk glass of wine, indicating that he wanted to clink glasses. Cheers. Back now. The real Theodore was in a panic. His face was even redder from the strong alcohol. Hick. Am I hallucinating? Rachiel confidently threw the heavy shield aside and faced him. Rachiel took a deep breath. Here. Let me help you sober up. Then he confidently rushed to attack Theodore, who was standing there in a drunken stupor. The system beeped, releasing the liquid contained in the circle. The aura Rachiel just absorbed gathered into a small vortex in his palm. It would hurt a little. Then he released all his powerful magic towards Theodore. Bear with it. Taking the full brunt of Rachiel's heavy attack, Theodore opened his mouth and coughed painfully. He was sent flying backwards by Rachiel without any resistance. The sword that was tightly gripped in Theodore's hand was also knocked out of his hand. Theodore was beaten and lay helpless in the yard in front of everyone. The audience could not believe it and all opened their mouths in horror. They obviously did not expect it and stared at the unbelievable scene before them. Even Estelian was surprised by the unexpected outcome of this match. Rachiel smiled confidently, satisfied with his work, and began to withdraw his magic. The whole stadium was silent even though the match was over. Estelian couldn't help but think to himself in doubt, Rachiel, is that really an Azrahan core technique? He looked at the aura Rachiel released in disbelief, thinking he had seen wrongly. He looked back at the people nearby who were also emitting mixed auras, although there was a lot of mixed energy from everyone around in the air. Estelian felt two powerful magical currents pulsating around both him and Rachiel and exclaimed, "And even though I was so far away, I could feel the resonance of the magic circle very clearly." A moment later Theodore woke up in a daze. He was wondering in his sleep, Suddenly he sat up when he saw Rachiel sitting down and slowly massaging his ankle. Theodore broke out in a cold sweat and exclaimed, "Brother." Rachiel interrupted him and channeled magic into his leg to heal it. He had purified the tainted mana. Looking at the pure aura he released, Theodore was as surprised as everyone else. Was that an Azrahan core technique? How could that be? Rachiel calmly replied as if it were obvious, so what? Maybe he was just a late bloomer. Then Theodore turned around to look for the precious sword he had dropped earlier. Although he was reluctant, he had to accept the result of this match. "You lost." Rachiel did not care much and just replied indifferently, "What? Did you not expect that?" The wound on his forehead was still bleeding. Rachiel ignored it and continued sincerely, "It was okay, he actually didn't expect that either." Theodore noticed and loudly reminded him, Your head is bleeding." Rachiel was surprised and quickly wiped the blood. He must have hit his head on the shield while blocking the attack. Theodore suddenly deflated and said softly, "Brother." He secretly exclaimed in his heart. He really used everything he had in the match. Theodore remembered the image of Rachiel's tenacity in battle, as he threw everything he could into that fragile body and fought without taking a single step back. Then he remembered his arrogant attitude just now and scolded himself. What about your attitude in the middle of the battle? You acted as if victory was already at hand. Theodore thought back and sighed in frustration. I was too arrogant. Rachiel spoke up, interrupting Theodore's train of thought. Rachiel suddenly exclaimed, "It's done." He struggled to stand up but still didn't forget to ask his little brother, "How are you feeling?" Theodore clenched his fists and exclaimed in self-reproach. He was extremely ashamed of himself. Rachiel frowned in confusion when he heard his words. No, he meant about your physical condition." Theodore was stunned and replied, "Oh, I feel much better." Rachiel put his hands on his hips, looking proud of his abilities. "Is that so?" He thought smugly, of course you absorbed all the alcohol in my body. Suddenly Theodore got up, knelt down and bowed sincerely before him. With a solemn posture, he solemnly exclaimed, I am the second Prince Theodore Palermo Maginato. Theodore continued to Rachiel's surprise, officially accepting defeat in the contest with Crown Prince Rachiel. He spoke loudly in front of many witnesses, in front of His Majesty and his subjects. Everyone was shocked and gaped at Theodore's action. Then they raised their hands in response to his words and shouted loudly and enthusiastically, Ah! Rachiel was also surprised. He was stunned for a moment. Suddenly he reached out his hand and said happily, I did it. The crowd cheered, and Garden quickly wiped away his tears of emotion and exclaimed, Oh, Your Highness, it's hard to believe that you're this happy. Hic. At this moment, Rachiel, who was looking forward to it and opened his eyes wide with excitement, finally appeared. Immediately after that, there was a series of system notifications about his achievements. You have successfully cured someone other than yourself for the first time in this world. A skill has been unlocked from a major achievement. Level 1 cure fee required. Your life is increased as you prolong the life of the patient you treat. Current conversion rate 2000 to 1. Looking through the series of system incentives, Rachiel excitedly clenched his fists and shouted happily, Great! The system displayed a notification again, requesting to collect level 1 treatment fee. Activated the skill to extend the life of patient Theodore Palermo Magintano by 5 days. The unit of life is too small. The minimum unit for calculation is 1 day. Rachiel looked over the messages and exclaimed, Oh, it's almost okay. He thought to himself, what's important is, he thought he was a mosquito flying towards someone. Now when he treats a patient, Rachiel's nose happily sucked up Theodore's life, so his life also increased, right? Rachiel continued to think about the precious potions. It was really quite lucky, no matter how many herbs he drank. Then he thought of himself as pricked like a thorny cactus, and acupuncture was that much. It was like pouring water into a broken vase. A helpless scene appeared in his mind as a heartbroken Rachiel frog cried out in the water. I failed. Rachiel smiled contentedly, looking forward to the future. But now that was over. Suddenly Estelian's words interrupted his train of thought. Why didn't you answer my question? He repeated what he said in a serious voice. I ask again. Did you use the Azrahan core technique in the match just now? Rachiel did not hide it and frankly admitted, yes, I used it. Estelian continued to question, how can I use it? Rachiel replied vaguely, am not sure. Estelian frowned in disbelief at his answer. Unsure. Rachiel repeated the affirmation, yes, he couldn't help but feel troubled in his heart. How could he say that it was because of acupuncture all over the body that created that skill? Estelian suddenly gave the answer to his own question. That's right, on the day you were born, I personally engraved the Azrahan core technique into your heart. Rachiel respectfully continued his thanks. It was my honor, father. Estelian continued in a serious voice. But my weak body could not bear it. Rachiel was unwilling to explain and just indifferently said, I'm sorry, father. Estelian looked at him admiringly. But I with my weak body have surpassed my younger brother. Once again Rachiel only replied perfunctorily. Thank you, Estelian angrily warned. You have also ruined my mood and plans. Rachiel immediately bowed to show his apology. But his expression was not sincere. I'm sorry. He couldn't help but wonder. Was that a compliment or a scolding? Estelian said that and turned around as if he wanted to leave. But a promise is a promise and an agreement is an agreement. Today you defeated your brother. As agreed, I will not take away your title of prince. Suddenly he turned his head and glared at Rachiel. However, he continued to sternly remind him, I will continue to observe you, constantly doubt and test your ability to inherit the throne. Do you understand? Rachiel did not immediately reply but clenched his fists unwillingly. Estelian angrily turned around and looked straight at him questioningly. Why aren't you answering? Rachiel then slowly and respectfully continued. Your Majesty, you are so straightforward in criticizing the powerful king. I have heard that you have been neglecting your swordsmanship training recently due to your busy state affairs. That is not right. He continued the instructions to the amazement of Estelian, who had to maintain his training and relax his muscles. Rachiel stood in the crowd and loudly advised him to eat more vegetables regularly and, if possible, consider quitting smoking. Estelian was not satisfied and a little angry and exclaimed, "Is that how you talk to me?" Rakiel replied without the slightest hesitation. It was his son's sincere concern and advice. Some time later, in a dense forest with beautiful sunlight shining through the leaves, a carriage sped through the woods, and the voice of a powerful man in the carriage exclaimed, trying to avoid what he said with such innocent demands. Estelian sat in thought in the carriage, exclaiming, as well as the Azrahan core technique it used. He stomped his feet in anger at the thought. Using that technique was too reckless. With his weak body it could bring about many unpredictable consequences. But then he thought about it and couldn't help but feel upset. But that also showed how desperate the boy was. He remembered the lonely figure of Rakiel as a child inside. A child who lost his mother at birth. A child who always endured pain. Estelian wondered about his image as an adult. I had high hopes for him and was disappointed 100 times more. Then he suddenly hesitated a bit when he remembered Rakiel's determined expression in the last match. But Estelian was once again filled with expectations for Rakiel. The small hope shown by the boy today had shaken his heart once more. That afternoon, Rakiel rode through the deserted streets in his magnificent carriage. He absent-mindedly thought about the sad memory. His father in his previous life had a stroke. He recalled how he was stunned when he saw his grandfather lying silently on the simple hospital bed. We had just been having fun together and immediately the call came. But it was all too late. Rakiel is troubled by Estelian's fate, and the Emperor also suffers a stroke, after Estelian dies early in the novel. Rakiel frowned firmly. That could not happen again. The Emperor needed to be healthy and maintain his throne. I would prolong his life by charging for medical treatment. He continued to fret, lost in his thoughts. I never want to experience that pain again. Suddenly Garden spoke loudly, interrupting his train of thought. Your Highness. Looking at his miserable expression, Rakiel exclaimed indignantly, "Ah, you startled me." Garden's tears flowed down in agony. Your Highness, please ask me what these tears are. Rakiel replied, sweating profusely, "Okay, what were those tears?" Garden moved closer to him as he pleased. They were genuine tears. He was too much to sympathize with. It must have been hard on you, sir. It must have been tiring, right? Rakiel helplessly reached out to stop him. I appreciate your sentiments, but I need to rest. I have a lot to do tomorrow. Garden looked at him doubtfully. Hallery maintainio means, you have a lot of work to do. Rakiel replied, I need to see someone. Night fell on the bustling street. Garden enjoyed a luxurious dinner with Rakiel. He hesitantly asked, Is this the Sorrentino Garden, Your Highness? Rakiel confirmed his answer, yes, one of the 10 most famous restaurants in the capital. Suddenly he asked him, Do you know a lot about this place? Garden quickly replied, Yes, I am quite familiar with this place. He couldn't help but look at the unfamiliar figure before him with suspicion. Your Highness, why are you in disguise? Rakiel changed his clothes and put on a flashy orange wig. Suddenly someone knocked on the door of the room, interrupting their conversation. The waiter came in and asked respectfully, What would you like to order? Rakiel listed the dishes he wanted, pasta without sauce or noodles, salad without vegetables. He continued to make requests, and the chase is made from grapes. Can we dine until sunset? Garden sat opposite, puzzled by his requests. The other employee suddenly replied coldly, Then follow me. I will lead the way. Rakiel understood and stood up to follow him. Only Garden did not understand what was happening and looked at them blankly. He asked in a low voice as he walked down the hallway, Your Highness, what did you order? Rakiel did not answer, but instead said, You will see when we get there. The waiter pushed the wine cabinet aside. A staircase appeared right behind the cabinet. You just go straight down this staircase. Looking towards the hidden staircase, Garden could not believe it and secretly exclaimed, Is there such a place in this restaurant? He looked at Rakiel with some doubt. How did His Highness know about this? Rakiel now breathed a sigh of relief and thought. Luckily it was still like in the novel. The two quickly walked down the stairs. Garden still couldn't stop wondering, Your Highness, what is this place used for? Why did you come here? Rakiel didn't say it clearly, he just replied implicitly, I came to collect medical fees. His words made Garden even more confused and exclaimed, What The two of them reached the bottom of the stairs, where a locked door and cracked wall came into view. Rakiel continued, I have someone to meet here. He suddenly asked Garden about an unfamiliar name. Garden, have you ever heard of a man named Damien? He vaguely replied, no. Rakiel affirmed, of course he had not. Then he walked over and opened the door wide. Just beyond that door was a bloody arena where two people were fighting to the death with the cheers of the betters. Garden looked at the blood stains everywhere and hesitantly said, Your Highness. He looked around this shabby place, this place exactly. Rakiel folded his arms excitedly in response. I told you, this is a secret location. He looked around as if searching for someone. Where could he be? At this moment something caught Garden's attention. He turned his eyes to a muscular man with a powerful chest in the arena. Was it a man named Damien? He couldn't help but sigh. He looked very strong. Rakiel looked at the other person with disdain and retorted, Are you mistaken? Suddenly a figure appeared from behind an iron door. The man slowly walked into the arena with great arrogance. Rakiel looked at the person who just appeared with interest. He finally appeared. The man confidently walked in with a powerful aura. Rakiel looked at the man who exuded a murderous aura and exclaimed, The main character of this novel. He exclaimed the name of this person. Damien Cain. Damien appeared with a cold, handsome face. Below the arena, a soft light illuminated the two martyrs and the excited cheers of the crowd. The MC looked at a displeased soldier and growled, If you're done, then come in. He scratched his head, unwilling to go in. Oh, okay. The MC shouted loudly, Okay, today's main match. He introduced Damien excitedly, a genius, swordsmanship genius Damien Cain. He first entered the Roman arena at the age of 17 and became the champion, defeating everyone in just 3 months. Then he shouted out who Damien was going to face, and Damien's opponent today would be. From deep in the dark corner, a pair of deadly eyes glared at the enemy. A huge foot full of energy stepped out of the iron cage. A monster stepped out, breathing out an angry breath. His huge body roared angrily, creating a terrifying aura that intimidated little Damien. Rakiel was a bit scared and took a few steps back from that monster. It was a real giant, so close. Garden was no better. He panicked and grabbed the hem of Rakiel's shirt. Your Highness. He was trembling and pointing towards the arena. What is this? Where is this place? Garden was speechless with horror. They were feeding giants to eat people. What was this place? The monster suddenly roared and charged at Damien. Damien was not afraid. His foot moved slightly before the attack. The monster's huge hand approached Damien's face to his shock. But the other hand did not hit him but aimlessly kept that space. The monster growled angrily. Confused. He once again couldn't bear it and swung his fist at Damien. But the result was the same. His attacks were all nimbly dodged by Damien. With his speed, Damien easily dodged his vicious attack. Suddenly his eyebrows furrowed. Damien timed his counterattack. Damien grabbed the sword at his waist, intending to draw it and attack the monster. The monster still kept roaring and showing his ferocity. A quick and decisive sword slash came at him in surprise. Damien's cold eyes swept across the enemy and slashed the monster. His blood splattered on that handsome face. The huge monster was cut in half miserably by a single slash of his sword. Everyone witnessing this scene could not help but be stunned into silence for a moment. Then they immediately cheered with excitement at Damien's talent. Under the cheers of the crowd, Damien left without a care. Rakiel couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise and secretly exclaim. Could he handle it? He was more terrifying than he thought. He watched Damien's figure leave, becoming more certain that that was probably why he was the male lead. He recalled the plot of the novel, someone who could rival Javier, a master known to be the strongest in history, a genius in swordsmanship. Rakiel hurriedly prepared to leave. Garden remembered to be on high alert and followed me. Garden jumped and replied in panic, Yes, Your Highness. The two of them walked together to a deserted hallway with heavy security. They stopped facing the fierce guard. He was alert, fiercely questioning the two of them. Who are you? Stop. Suddenly he turned his attitude and held the gold bar in his hand. Ah. Now the day can go. Rakiel smiled slyly at his greedy expression. He quickly opened the door to the other room and looked inside to greet Damien in a friendly manner. Excuse me. Damien was wiping away the blood that had splattered on the monster's face earlier, just looking at him suspiciously without responding. Rakiel stiffly stepped closer to him. He tried to reassure himself. Don't be afraid. The old man looked at his stiff gait and covered his mouth and laughed out loud. Are you scared? Ha ha ha. Rakiel walked over and took the bottle of medicine from Damien's desk. He looked at the bottle of medicine and exclaimed, I feel sorry for him. Why does he take such cheap painkillers? Will he be able to sleep after taking this? Damien frowned warily and questioned the stranger. Who are you? Rakiel didn't answer his question but spoke meaningfully. Me, the one you need. Damien saw through his intentions and asked, Are you here to sell drugs? Rakiel replied politely, Yeah, something like that. Damien didn't care. He threw away the rag and shooed Rakiel away. Go away. Eve had enough medicine. Rakiel also threw away the bottle of medicine and left unwillingly. What use would taking a bunch of cheap painkillers like this do? Damien's face darkened, his hand gripping the sword on the table. Rakiel's next words suddenly made him freeze. If he kept drinking these, the pain in the back of his neck would never go away. Rakiel looked at Damien's stiff expression and felt excited. He had him. Showtime. Suddenly a screen appeared showing human parts. Rakiel held a small stick and pointed at the screen excitedly. Now listen. He pointed to the back of his neck in the picture and explained, Pain symptoms often appear at the back of the neck. Rakiel leaned over Damien in sympathy. His head and neck were tense. It must be painful and uncomfortable. Then Rakiel massaged his shoulders to appease him. Did the back of his neck and shoulders feel tense? Rakiel looked at Damien. What was that look in his eyes? He must be wondering how I knew. Damien didn't respond, just silently and cautiously examined him. Suddenly Rakiel once again showed a miserable expression depicting that painful feeling. As the pain became more severe, it spread to half of his head and forehead, even between his eyes. Then his whole face was covered in sweat and he hugged himself tightly. He got goosebumps and kept sweating. His eyes hurt so much that it felt like they were about to pop out. Rakiel continued, picturing waves crashing against the shore. The funny thing was, the pain would rise like waves and then subside. The process would repeat itself over and over again. Rakiel exaggeratedly described the feeling of anger when the pain never stopped. It drove people crazy. Just when he thought it was about to end, it started to feel like hell again. Damien listened coldly to Rakiel's words, but instead of eliminating the root of the pain, he relied on these painkillers. Only then did Damien raise his doubts. You mean painkillers aren't medicine? Rakiel quickly replied. No, they aren't. Damien was not satisfied but a little annoyed. He talked too much. Should I kill him? Rakiel suddenly scolded his cold attitude. You have a mouth. Say something. Poor idiot. Damien glared at him angrily. You're not giving me a chance to speak? Damien once again questioned Rakiel's identity. Who exactly was he? Rakiel admitted it frankly without any hesitation. Me, the crown prince. Obviously Damien didn't believe him and drew his sword to attack. Die. Rakiel panicked and quickly stopped him. Wait. He confirmed his identity again. I'm not lying. Kuzman asked me to come here. Hearing this name, Damien frowned in doubt. Kuzman asked him to come here. Rakiel thought about the figure in their words and added, yes, his sponsor, the middleman at the Roman arena. Damien was silent, thinking about something. Rakiel looked over at the rolling bottle of medicine and continued. Kuzman said he had been complaining about not having enough medicine lately. Kuzman was having trouble with not having enough supplies due to the current harvest. Damien paid attention and asked carefully, what do you mean? Rakiel adjusted his shirt and confidently stated, I have another way to ease your pain. He was like a devil pulling at Damien. Do you think I look more trustworthy now? Damien wondered. You brought me new medicine? Rakiel turned into a gentle angel again, advising no, he couldn't treat it with medicine, he had to get to the root of the problem. He walked over and tapped Damien on the shoulder, suggesting, take off your shirt first and lie down. I'll explain as I heal. Damien was finally convinced and went along with him. Okay. Damien quickly stripped naked and lay on the bed as he requested. Damien's back was covered with scars from fierce battles. Rakiel asked with concern, are you scared? There was a mysterious mark on Damien's back. He denied it firmly, of course not. Rakiel said excitedly, his voice slightly mischievous. Really? Damien turned his head indignantly, dissatisfied. I am a warrior. Damien went on a long spiel about his exploits. I am a warrior who has killed, wounded, and lost his life countless times. Rakiel interrupted him, pulling out a strange object. Okay, I get it. The large object was placed dutifully on Damien's back. To his disbelief, Rakiel continued, suggestively, please. He happily picked up a burning torch. This is your first time cupping, right? Rakiel brought the flame closer to the tip of the cupping device. Damien kept repeating about his will. I am a warrior. The tip of the thing quickly caught fire on his back. Damien stubbornly insisted, this kind of treatment won't work on me. And then his scream. The people outside the room couldn't help but be startled by that scream. The gatekeeper exclaimed in horror, oh my gosh. Seeing Damien's whole body shaking with pain, Rakiel smiled sarcastically at him. What a child. You still dare to beat your chest and call yourself a warrior? Hey, are you crying? On the surface he was sarcastic, but inside he was full of concern for his patient. He thought to himself, it will probably hurt a lot, but bear with it. Rakiel pondered the mysterious mark on Damien's back. The reason Damien can't leave the underworld, because of this mark, a mysterious mark with a sword right in the middle. The cleansing curse of those who bear this mark will activate when the blood circulation is activated. He thought about the moment the puppets carrying that mark fought, the moment he experienced the fierce battle in the arena. He would experience extreme pain. Those people are like puppets controlled by someone, to be able to endure that pain. And the one who holds those strings is Kuzman, so he has to buy painkillers with the money borrowed from Kuzman, and then has to fight another match to pay off the debt. Rakiel folded his arms and pursed his lips in anger at the ruthless exploitation of the one behind it. Fighting, an endless loop. Kuzman, that bastard. The room filled with the hazy smoke from his cupping device. Damien's current state. He looked at the tip of the object, which was already half burned, and needed to use high heat to erase the mark first. Suddenly Rakiel smiled slyly. If he cured the main character and the strongest person in the novel, and kept him on his side, then he would have an extra life. He grinned with excitement at the thought of a promising future. Things would be even better if he cured that gladiator. Damien was now covered in sweat, gritting his teeth to endure the pain from the large instrument on his back. Oh, after a while the smoke gradually cleared. Rakiel exclaimed, okay, it's done, you sit up. Damien sat up shakily, his back flushed with the large circle of the cupping device visible. Looking at the mark on his back gradually fading, Rakiel was extremely satisfied. It had faded a little. Rakiel puffed out his chest and was proud of himself. How did it feel? Better, right? No more pain, right? He was feeling great, right? Damien followed his words and slowly felt the changes in his body. He was surprised to realize that he was much better. He exclaimed in surprise, it's really better. I feel better. Damien's mood improved. His face showed warmth and joy. It had been a long time since he felt this comfortable. Rakiel rubbed his nose in satisfaction upon hearing that. There was no need to say it so formally, but he still hadn't fully recovered. You need to erase a few more times, heal a few more times, he blurted out. Damien replied in confusion. Really? Rakiel carefully advised that if there was a blister on his back, don't touch it, don't overexert yourself, and avoid greasy foods. Damien asked doubtfully, overexerting himself. Suddenly Rakiel stood up and shouted loudly with a bit of indignation, meaning stop fighting. But he still didn't understand. Damien resisted and hesitated to reply. But, he clenched his fists and exclaimed. Kuzman wouldn't allow it. Rakiel understood his feelings and reassured him. Don't worry, I will handle it. Damien stared at him in surprise. Then he exclaimed doubtfully, who are you? He continued in a slightly softer voice, with a hint of pleading. Please tell me your name. Rakiel put his hands on his hips and looked up, saying flowery words. Oh, didn't I tell you, I am Prince Crown. The whole room suddenly fell silent for a long time after his arrogant words. Damien obviously didn't believe it but didn't continue questioning. Okay, he probably had his own reasons. Rakiel was speechless, not knowing how to explain. I'm serious. He coughed a few times to avoid the matter. Anyway, from now on, just do as I say. He sternly instructed Damien that no matter what happened in the arena tonight, he was not to run anywhere but to stay here quietly and obediently. Damien asked in confusion. Why? Rakiel suddenly became fierce and pointed at him, raising his voice. Don't question it. Then he turned and left. Staying here would be safe for him. Suddenly he turned his head to look at Damien and carefully instructed. Only then would he be able to see me again. Damien paused, pondering something, without immediately responding. He suddenly knelt before Rakiel in respect. I understand. Walking out of the room, Rakiel and Garden followed the old corridor to leave this place. Garden followed and called out to him. Your Highness, Rakiel doubtfully exclaimed. Garden couldn't help but wonder why he came to him and treated him. This place was neither safe nor legal. He was still confused about what he had witnessed. I really didn't understand what was happening today. Rakiel's footsteps did not stop. He did not explain in detail but only spoke in a hidden tone. You will understand, now just do what you need to do, which is serve me. Garden asked in confusion, what should I do? Rakiel seriously described someone. Looking for a black-haired ponytail. He was quite big and had fierce eyes. At this moment, on the other side of the arena, the bettors were still cheering and encouraging the combatants. Outside was a normal tavern with patrons enjoying expensive drinks. Garden followed Rakiel's words and looked around for people. Ponytail with fierce eyes. Ponytail with fierce eyes. Suddenly, he noticed a man whose appearance matched Rakiel's description. He glanced at Rakiel nearby, his hand pointing to the other man. I think I found him. Rakiel followed his direction and looked. Let's see. The other man was a large man with a high ponytail and a fierce face. Rakiel sighed inwardly, looking quite similar to the description. He immediately pulled up a chair opposite the man, intending to sit down and evaluate him more carefully. Let's see. He looked closely into this person's eyes. They were truly fierce eyes. Thinking so, he doubtfully uttered the name in front of him, Kuzman. The other person did not refute but looked at him fiercely and questioned. Who is it? Rakiel cut straight to the chase. So you know Damien, right? Just one question. He suggested in a serious tone. I want to buy back Damien Kayan. Kuzman did not reply, just silently considered. Rakiel continued to ask, how much do I need to pay for his debt and contract? Kuzman replied with an unbelievable number, 9 quadrillion Megan. Besides Prince Crown, there was probably no one in this world who could pay. Ha ha ha. Rakiel calmly exclaimed, is that so? What a coincidence that I am Prince Crown. How wonderful. Kuzman obviously didn't believe his words and grinned. If you are Prince Crown, then so am I. I am Prince Crown who sells medicine. Rakiel heard this and was a bit surprised. What? Prince Crown sells medicine? Kuzman impatiently scolded. If you don't buy, then go away. Rakiel still kept a gentle face and stood up. He slowly left his desk. Kuzman looked over at him with disbelief. He carefully assessed his face. He had never seen this guy before. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers to call the waiter over. The staff quickly approached and bowed respectfully. Yes, sir. Kuzman ordered in a harsh voice, the brat from earlier. He looked at Rakiel's departing back and instructed the other person to find out who he was, to see if he was a worker in the arena or someone hired him. The other agent took every word Kuzman said to heart, torturing him if necessary. Suddenly he said cruel words. Then just tear him to pieces and throw him into the river like usual. And an hour later, the door of the tavern suddenly opened wide. Kuzman was drinking beer loudly and grumbling. What the hell? A person approached him, his steps a little unsteady. Then the other person collapsed directly at Kuzman's feet. His whole body was covered in blood. Extremely miserable. Kuzman panicked widely. Delik. He asked Delik, who was struggling, in surprise, what happened to you? Before Delik could reply, the large door was opened again by someone. Rakiel appeared before Kuzman with several tall soldiers. He took off his camouflage orange wig. Then Rakiel took the royal badge out of his pocket. The soldiers beside him shouted loudly, the secret royal inspector has arrived. Rakiel, in his true form, confidently raised his badge of authority. An hour ago outside that bar, where the street was bustling with people, Garden stiffened and looked back anxiously. Rakiel scolded him displeased. Just go ahead. You're so obvious. Garden scratched his head in understanding and replied, yes, Prince, I've never been a bodyguard before, haha. Rakiel felt someone watching him. He knew it. He thought about the person hiding behind the wall and sighed. Once Kuzmin felt threatened, he would have people follow anyone who made him worried. Delik was cautiously looking at the two of them. Rakiel thought back to himself as he approached Kuzmin's table. That's why I approached him on purpose. He sneered. Why is he so predictable? Delik slowly pulled out his small knife from his hiding place. He turned around to attack the two of them but suddenly bumped into a tall man in armor. The guard glared at Delik with murderous intent. A whole army of soldiers surrounded Delik, causing him to panic. You have committed the crime of attempted assassination of the royal family. And now Rakiel was confidently waving his badge of authority in front of Kuzmin. The soldiers following him loudly said each word. Royal spies here. Kuzmin realized the disadvantage and clenched his teeth in tension. Garden looked at Rakiel questioningly. But what is this, royal spy? He scratched his head and innocently replied, It's nothing. I just wanted to try saying it once, he said and returned the badge to the soldier next to him. You did well, the man quickly replied, yes, in a daze. Kuzmin was sweating profusely, unable to help but feel nervous. What was going on? He looked at the shiny badge and thought in confusion. Royal guards, what are they doing here? Rakiel interrupted Kuzmin's wandering thoughts and pointed at him loudly. I, Crown Prince Rakiel Adria Magentano, command you to flatten this place for me. He turned his eyes towards Kuzmin, making him panic, especially the other guy. Don't let him escape. The soldiers beside Rakiel quickly followed the order and aggressively advanced. Understood, sir. Gardine was surprised and secretly exclaimed, not expecting everything to happen exactly as he said. He looked at the soldiers who were sweeping this place under Rakiel's orders and affirmed that the Crown Prince had completely changed recently. The employees of this illegal tavern were all taken away one by one. Gardine secretly praised him. Now he has even dismantled several underground organizations, and he is also very concerned about the safety of the country. At this moment, Rakiel was smiling brightly, looking satisfied with the current situation. He beamed as he praised the agile soldiers. Wow, you guys are really professional, amazing. He was happy thinking about what he was about to get. With it, he would have a huge amount of life right now. Suddenly, Rakiel remembered Kuzmin and said with a grin, the Crown Prince. Where is the Medicine Prince? He was nervously hiding in a hidden corner nearby. Rakiel continued to beam with confidence. Where could he have gone that day? Hearing this, Kuzmin became even more frightened. He secretly tensed up. If he got caught, he would be finished. Thinking so, he immediately rushed out of the pub. As he rushed away, he still couldn't help but feel indignant. How could he really be the Crown Prince? And why did the Crown Prince buy Damien? What was the point of doing that? Without thinking much more, he dismissed everything and ran straight towards a door not far away, temporarily having to hide. He opened the door wide, intending to hide in the small room until the situation stabilized. As Kuzmin entered, a series of swords were pointed at him. His face was covered in sweat in disbelief, looking at the soldiers who suddenly appeared. Why are they here? Rakiel smiled slyly and affirmed. See, I told you he would definitely come here, he said and then held out his hand to ask Garden for the bet. Give me 500 bet. He was upset and unwilling to give him the money. Here it is. Kuzmin couldn't help but tense up at being caught. What the hell was going on? Rakiel puffed out his chest and walked slowly forward with the soldiers. Are you confused? You're racking your brains and can't understand, right? He stretched and continued casually. Actually, I think paying for the medicine is very important. Kuzmin didn't understand and exclaimed, huh? Suddenly Rakiel's voice became serious and his eyes turned cold as he swept over him. Paying for medicine? I really hate people who don't pay for medicine. That's why people like that need to be punished. His words made Kuzmin even more confused. What nonsense was this? Despite his gaze, Rakiel went on to tell you exactly what he had done. That's why I asked you about Damien's painkillers. I asked you how much he owed, how much he needed to pay. Don't you remember? Kuzmin understood what he said this time and was speechless. Rakiel continued to taunt. I made this offer out of goodwill. After all, you decided to throw it away. His words made Kuzmin tremble with anger. He held two sharp knives in his hands and swung them towards Rakiel. Stop babbling. But before his knife could touch him, Kuzmin was punched in the face by a large hand. His face was disfigured and his sturdy teeth were gone. He painfully dropped the knife in his hand to the ground. A soldier stood in front to protect Rakiel from Kuzmin's attack. Behind the tall soldier, Rakiel covered his mouth and sneered at Kuzmin's cowardice. Kuzmin coughed in pain. Blood poured from his mouth. The soldiers pointed their swords at him and said sternly, "You better kneel." Kuzmin frowned, thinking hard. Damn it. This is it. A pill hidden between his teeth popped out of his mouth. He boldly bit the newly taken pill. Kuzmin started counting down because inside this pill was a small bomb. 5 seconds. The pill will explode after 5 seconds. He imagined the pill exploding. It would cause a huge explosion and aftershock. The smoke and dust obscured visibility. Anyone exposed to the poison would be paralyzed. If unlucky, they would lose their lives. Kuzmin was confident that the toxic fumes would take down the tall soldiers, but he would survive by rolling on the floor and escaping as soon as he spat out the pill. He thought excitedly about killing Rakiel, and then what? He'll take that prince's head. Back to reality, he smiled confidently at his calculation. It was a perfect plan. He started the countdown. 5, 4, 3. At the right moment he puffed up his cheeks and prepared to spit out the pill. He continued counting, 2. But just as he reached 2, a hand covered his mouth. Rakiel had already come closer to him and held his mouth. What? Do you want to spit something out? Kuzmin cursed in disbelief. Brat, he knows my secret weapon. Rakiel smiled slyly as he counted the last number for him. 1. The pill exploded directly in Kuzmin's mouth. Damn, he was paralyzed. He quickly collapsed under the effects of the drug. Kuzmin trembled, trying to stay awake. He had to stay awake. He would lose consciousness in 3 minutes. I will survive with this antidote. Kuzmin's hand trembled as he reached into his pocket. But a hand was faster than his and reached deep inside his coat. The other man took out a medicine bottle containing a strange blue liquid. Rakiel looked at the potion and exclaimed, "You're curious how I know, right?" Kuzmin was stunned by the antidote he had taken. Rakiel looked at his expression and sneered. Ah. He quickly opened the lid of the medicine bottle. His voice was full of sarcasm. You know what? Kuzmin sweatily reached out to stop him. But it was too late. Rakiel had already swallowed the potion with a dirty expression right in front of him. Kuzmin could only curse in his heart. Bastard. Seeing Rakiel drink the entire bottle of medicine in one gulp, Kuzmin could do nothing but stare, his hands trembling. Seeing him like that, he exclaimed with pleasure, "How bitter." Kuzmin's face darkened as he tried to reach for it, thinking, my antidote. Give it back, you bastard. Rakiel grinned and threw the bottle away, saying no. The medicine bottle fell to the ground and broke into pieces. That was when he told him the truth. I was the one who poisoned you. His face was happier than ever as he looked at him and thought to himself, I have to do the quest to get the healing skill fee. Thinking of this, the system displayed a message. Dose number 1, 001 per 10 liters. Kuzmin was now pale and foaming at the mouth. He groaned in pain in his head. No, he couldn't take it anymore. The next second his whole body collapsed to the ground unconscious. Seeing that, Rakiel smiled and gave a thumbs up in satisfaction, exclaiming, the table is ready. He looked at his back and observed carefully, below the 5th thoracic vertebra, about 15 inches apart. Thinking, he used the heart travel point and pressed hard on that exact spot. Kuzmin immediately woke up and let out a miserable cry of pain. Rakiel's insides changed accordingly. He chuckled to himself, now for the antidote. The system appears, inject 001 liter of antidote. He still put his hand in the same place, pressing hard on his body. His eyes rolled back and his mouth opened wide, screaming loudly. Immediately after that, his head fell to the floor, his eyes closed. The familiar system voice continued to ring. The level 1 skill healing fee quest was activated. Patient Kuzmin, treatment, detoxification, life expectancy increased, 21 years 2 months 1. Bonus life 381 days, round bonus life, 4 days, life 118 days. Seeing what the system just displayed, Rakiel was surprised. His eyes widened, his hands clenched and he exclaimed, Is that so? Having said that, he ordered his subordinates to capture him. Rakiel's eyes were stern. Now take what you need and return to the palace. At the same time, inside the underground bunker, Damien led the crowd to rise up and fight back countless soldiers. The last remaining soldier saw this overwhelming power and couldn't help but retreat in fear with a wary look. He looked at Damien and thought to himself, how could these fighters be so strong? Seeing Damien still gradually approaching, the soldier panicked and shouted loudly, "TSK, I told you to stay still." As soon as he finished speaking, Rakiel suddenly appeared. The other soldiers saw this and exclaimed in surprise, "Crown Prince!" Damien was also attracted by the loud voice and turned to look. Rakiel walked forward with his hands behind his back and asked, "Do you believe I am the Crown Prince?" At this moment, Damien no longer raised his sword but slowly lowered it. A dark memory flashed through his mind. When he was a child, he watched his mother die right before his eyes. Damien thought to himself, "Mom, this is what you looked like before you died." That day, on a stormy, windy, rainy day, I dreamed of that day again. The day I was alone in this world. Oh no, it was the day I was abandoned. Just at this moment, a loud call suddenly rang out, causing him to wake up. His eyes opened wide. "Wake up." When he regained his composure, he sat up, with Rakiel and Garden standing beside him. Seeing that Damien had regained consciousness, he smiled and extended his hand. "Let me formally introduce myself to you. I am the Crown Prince's doctor, Pierrot Garden." Hearing that, he also reached out to shake hands and replied, "I am Damien Cain." Letting them finish greeting, Rakiel turned and walked out, saying, "Enough greetings, follow me, today is very busy." Seeing him in such a hurry, Garden asked curiously, "Your Highness, what are you going to do?" He replied angrily, "What? You mean you don't trust me?" Damien was still sitting on the bed, his face thoughtful. A moment later in the cupping room, everyone inside was gathered sitting on the beds. Damien asked bluntly, "Where is this?" Rakiel smiled and replied, "The treatment room, where else?" Sergio was surprised to hear that. His eyes widened and he continued, "Not only did you save us from that hell, but you also left us here for treatment?" He asked again, "Why are you so nice?" Rakiel didn't know what to say to that question. He thought to himself, it's okay for him to find it strange. He didn't do this out of kindness. He looked at them. Most of the fighters were in their 20s. The oldest was only in his 30s. If he could lift their curse, he would definitely gain more vitality. But if he told them the truth, they would think he was crazy. Thinking of this, Rakiel boldly declared, "Nothing in this world is free. You think him only being nice to you, don't be mistaken." He crossed his arms over his chest and added, "I'm extremely sick, to be exact. I have all kinds of illnesses." Hearing that, a person sitting below suddenly raised his hand and spoke loudly. Everyone in the kingdom knew that. Seeing him so excited, Rakiel couldn't help but think bitterly, "I'll leave the most painful treatment for you." He thought and said again, "But right now the royal doctors cannot cure me." Rakiel continued, "Despite trying many therapies, my condition only got worse. So I decided to find a cure for myself." Speaking of this, he turned to Damien and asked, "Damien, perhaps you know why I came here, right?" He heard that and frankly replied, "Perhaps you brought us here to test a new therapy." At that answer, Rakiel uttered a sentence that made the entire crowd below jump in fear. "Exactly," he asked again, "Damien, how do you think you were cured?" He replied that after the first treatment, my nerve pain was almost gone. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in confusion and thought to themselves. Damien also confirmed that it was effective. Rakiel asked again, "Did anyone feel uncomfortable during the treatment?" Everyone sat in silence. No one responded. Seeing that, he smiled and thought to himself, "Great. I succeeded, no need to worry anymore. Just give it your all." Just like that, he shouted loudly, "Let the treatment begin." You all took off your clothes and lay on the bed, immediately followed by miserable screams. 6 days had passed since then. Inside the room, some people had already woken up, while others were still lying unconscious on the bed. Rakiel stood watching their appearance and thought to himself, "How horrible." They were vomiting and sweating. He anxiously bit his nails and exclaimed, "Damn, this is the painkiller withdrawal symptom. It's hard to continue the cupping therapy." But just as he thought of this, he suddenly stopped and looked over at Damien, who was sitting next to him. Rakiel stepped forward and called out loudly, "Damien, to which he turned and replied, "Yes, sir." You ask again, "Don't you feel dizzy?" Damien replies, "I do." You probe further, "Do you feel nauseous?" He replies frankly, "I'm trying to hold it in." The more Rakiel listened, the more surprised he became. His eyes wide open and his mouth gaping open, thinking to himself, this must be the reason he is the main character. Looking at what was left for everyone, Rakiel decided that he would have to use other therapies for the time being. Thinking about it, he told them, "Today's treatment ends here, go home and rest and drink lots of water." Waiting for everyone to leave, Rakiel looked at Sergio, who was sitting trembling on the bed, and said, "Sergio, you stay." He walked over and asked, "Are you feeling sick from withdrawal symptoms?" He said, "No, it's okay. I'm fine." He pointed to the bed and said, "Lie down, you look exhausted. Let me help you." At his bewildered look, Rakiel pulled out a sharp needle and continued, "With this." He looked serious and thought to himself, "I really don't know if acupressure is effective or not." But he was the longest user of painkillers among the fighters, so his withdrawal symptoms were also the most severe. Therefore he is the most suitable person to test, starting with the pressure point near the abdomen. First is the running point, followed by. After the needle was inserted into Sergio's body, a strange aura emanated and his body gradually started moving again. While Rakiel was still studying, he suddenly stood up and rushed towards him. He was now like completely crazy. His eyes completely out of control, pressing Rakiel down on the ground and roaring loudly. His two large arms tightened around Rakiel's neck, making it impossible for him to breathe. His face gradually turned purple, begging for a ray of hope. "Save, save." There was not a single person around at this time, only Rakiel and Sergio inside. He tried to push that hand away, but his body and strength were too great. All efforts at this moment were completely useless. But at the most dangerous moment, a loud noise suddenly rang out. Sergio's body slowly fell to one side, his eyes rolling. Rakiel finally sat up, breathing heavily. The person who just appeared to save his life was none other than Damien. He looked at him and asked, "Sir, are you okay?" Rakiel took his hand and replied, "I am fine." As he stood up, he looked back and thought to himself, due to withdrawal symptoms, the seizures appeared even with the slightest stimulation. Sergio was still unconscious from that year. Rakiel observed him and made a judgment. His nervous system must be extremely sensitive. With just a small stimulation of a needle, he could feel like being stabbed by a sword. It seems he has come up with another solution to this problem. I need a much smaller needle. That evening, inside Rakiel's study, he was standing there holding a piece of paper, on which was written, "Sir, I am the blacksmith. According to your order, it would be possible to forge a needle as thin as a thread, but I am not confident that I can produce such a needle in large quantities with stable thickness, and I am not sure that it can function as well as you want. I think it would be extremely difficult if I wasn't a dwarf. Excuse me." After reading this far, he sighed dejectedly and put the letter on the table, thinking to himself, "This is driving me crazy. I don't have much time, the withdrawal symptoms will only get worse." Rakiel scratched his head and wondered, what should he do? The system accordingly shows up, your internal organs have detected stress. Stress is the root cause of many diseases. Your internal organs advise you to deal with that stress. At the same time, inside his body, his lungs were beating his heart. They were punching and singing happily, "We are two lungs, we are two lungs." Tim sighed and said, "How pitiful. Should I give you a hint?" The colon also ran back to squeeze the leg to answer, "Wouldn't it be nice to hear the hint before the sphincter was fully open?" Outside at this moment, suddenly the system panel appeared, making Rakiel extremely surprised and wondering, "What is this?" Above the board it says, "By investing the amount of HP you have gained, you can unlock a variety of skills and or summon monsters." After reading it once, he happily thought to himself, "Can I summon monsters?" This was also mentioned in the novel. Without much hesitation, he immediately chose to summon. The system displayed that he had chosen to randomly summon a monster. A summoned monster with a strong ego, absolutely loyal to its master, and providing access to a variety of skills. Random summon rule 1 costs 300 P. Current HP 500 P. Do you want to do random summon, yes or no? Rakiel pressed yes and prayed, "Please be something good." The system will immediately appear. Randomly summoning will start, cost 300 P. remaining HP 200p. Before summoning begins, please say out loud the skill you want your summon to have. The summon monster will have the skill you want. Hearing that, he shouted without hesitation, I want a bunch of microscopic needles. I want a summon that can provide that many needles with high stability. His request was quickly accepted by the system. The request was recorded, and in front of him, 3 mysterious gift boxes appeared. On the red gift box it said, Candidate 1, a happy summon that oinks. On the green gift box it said, Candidate 2, iron shit discharge. Finally on the blue gift box it said, Candidate 3, cactus that shits, a cactus that shits. Reading these names made Rakiel dizzy, wondering what the hell was wrong with their names. The system will pop up with further explanation. 3 candidates can satisfy 150 and 0. Once you have selected your request, you cannot exchange, return, or undo the summoning, so please consider your choice carefully. Hearing that, he understood a bit and spoke up, so there was a jackpot, a fair one, and a completely useless one. Rakiel looked up again and muttered, a happy summon that oinks, iron shit discharge, and cactus that shits, a cactus that shits. The blue box nearby suddenly shook violently. He still stood there pondering. Which one should he choose? For a while the box continued to shake, and Rakiel stood there, his eyes closed. Then suddenly the box fell silent, no longer moving. Tim couldn't take it anymore. He raised his hand to beat his chest and shouted angrily. My heart was about to explode from frustration. Randomly choose cactus that shits, a cactus that shits. Seeing how aggressive it was, he had no choice but to agree. Okay. The system pops up, you have selected candidate 3, cactus that shits, a cactus that shits. As soon as the choice was made, a series of bright yellow electric rays shot out from the blue gift box. Rakiel stood there praying with tears in his eyes. Please be something good. I don't have much HP left. Just as he finished speaking, suddenly from the gift box, a cute little hedgehog fell right into his palm. He exclaimed in surprise, it has spikes. Looking at the small animal in his hand, he stammered. There, it was a hedgehog. Suddenly, a red bag appeared in the hedgehog's hand. The system pops up, a user guide for Gosium. Gosium's size can be changed by feeding it the sunflower seeds that come with it. Rakiel wonders blankly, where did that come from? In the bag, items continuously appear with full information. Red sunflower seeds, making Gosium huge, fixed time of shape, 12H. Green sunflower seeds, make Gosium tiny. Please feed Gosium before the time limit runs out to turn it big. Gosium's skill, Infinite Thorns level 1. When a thorn is removed, a new thorn will grow in its place. Chestnut attack level 1. Gosium turns into a chestnut and attacks. 3-color explosive spikes level 1. Gosium shoots out white, brown, and black spikes. The pain depends on the color of the spike hit. He exclaimed in surprise as he thought of a hedgehog. Its attacks mainly rely on spikes. Speaking of this, Rakiel looked towards Gosium and asked, Gosium, can I pull out one of your thorns to use? It immediately cried out as if in agreement. He asked again, really? Doesn't it hurt? Even though he said that, he was still extremely scared, his whole body trembling. Rakiel spoke up and said, okay, I'll take 1 white, 1 brown, and 1 black. He directly used the white thorn to stab his hand. Thinking, the white one causes a little pain. It will be fine with the night. Next is the brown thorn, the brown one that hurts like a bee sting. Suddenly, Gosium let out a loud cry. Rakiel asked, the black one was said to be at the Korean level. Do you know how much it hurts? Looking at the black thorn that was coming out, Rakiel felt a chill. It felt quite creepy. They'll try it with someone next time. Anyway, the needle problem was solved. He was happier than ever. Regardless of the bleeding from his hand holding Gosium, he still smiled and said loudly, Gosium is mine now. It also happily cried out, Gosium. A moment later, a voice came from inside the palace in a large room. Sir. What? Inside at this moment, Garden looked at the hedgehog on Rakiel's shoulder with a bewildered look in his eyes and asked, like this? Seeing him so surprised, he quickly explained, hello, this is Mr. Gosium, he asked curiously, but how did you get it? Hearing that, he stood there talking nonsense for a while. Then he turned around and walked away. He could ask the remaining details from Mr. Gosium. It called out Gosium. Garden seemed to realize something too. He thought to himself, no, that couldn't be a summoned beast. 300 years ago, a genius estate designer, Lloyd Frontera, had a group of rats, a dragon, and more who helped him on rare occasions. There were summoned beasts that appeared in this world before the humans they chose and willingly worked for them for the rest of their lives. They were indeed rare and mysterious existences. Thinking about this, he wondered, but how did he get a summoned beast? He turned his eyes towards Rakiel's departing back. Sir, is there something about you that I don't know? The scene changed to Sergio's side at this time. He had also regained consciousness completely. He bowed his head and clasped his hands tightly around his legs and shouted loudly, I'm sorry, sir. I committed a great sin yesterday. Seeing his sincere apology, Rakiel replied, Don't worry about it. Such things happen when you experience intense pain. But now you won't feel anything, no matter how many needles I use. Hearing that, he asked in confusion, Huh? But you haven't done anything yet. He pointed at his hand and said, I did it. A series of white needles were now stuck on Sergio's hand. He shouted in surprise, What? Rakiel continued to nimbly use the needle on others with a smug look on his face. He kept running from one bed to another. Great. Everything will be fine if we keep this operating capacity. It felt like something just passed by. Looking at something, it was just an afterimage of me. After a while, the familiar sound finally appeared. He happily shouted, Here it is. It is written on the system board. Hospital fee request level 1. Skill activated, patient Damien and 13 others. Treatment of the hallmark, total survival 80 days. Estimated survival 171 days. The level of the hospital fee request increased due to the large amount of life received. Skill name, hospital fee request level 2. The conversion rate was 2000 divided by 1 to 1950 divided by 1. He said happily. His skill also leveled up. Rakiel was so excited he couldn't contain himself, jumping up and down in the room, much to Damien's astonishment. Suddenly his hand clenched. He looked at him with a questioning gaze and thought, He is the crown prince. What have we done to make you so happy? Why are you so happy about our recovery? On Rakiel's side, he was still immersed in his joy looking at the system board thinking, Good, I'm done with the fighters now. Having said this, he looked towards the people who had recovered and were walking normally and continued thinking, but the corners of Rakiel's mouth curled up into a sinister smile, a new plan glimmering in his mind. At the same time, in another place in the palace, a steaming cup of tea was slowly being held by someone. Suddenly, a soldier from outside ran in to report, I would like to update you on the Crown Prince's regular report. 2 days ago, all 14 gladiators were assigned as the Crown Prince's bodyguards. Hearing that, the Emperor looked extremely surprised and raised his head to ask again, Bodyguard? The servant replied, Yes, Your Majesty. They are now known as the Royal Guard and are ordered to stay by his side at all times. He asked again, What did Rakiel give them? The subordinate replied, The contract with them included salary along with countless benefits. Saying this, his expression darkened as he thought to himself, Rakiel used to be sickly and had to stay in bed all day. But now he has formed his own army made up of head knights. The Emperor laughed happily. It became more and more interesting. The subordinate continued to report further, and he gathered all the servants and guards in his mansion, and began to stab them with needles mercilessly. He was happy when suddenly his smile disappeared. His eyes opened wide in surprise, not understanding what was happening. At the same time, on Rakiel's side, he was still actively using the white thorn to experiment on the servants in the palace. The moment the needle was inserted, the other person cried out in surprise. He looked at the person in front of him in surprise and asked, Does it hurt? He replied, No, meaning it doesn't hurt. To that answer, Rakiel calmly said, Then why do you say that it's just a needle? After saying that, he became excited again and shouted loudly, Okay, next patient. Back in time a few days ago, on a beautiful day with white clouds and yellow sunshine, Rakiel was standing in the courtyard waiting for someone. After a while, someone came up and cleared his throat. Hearing that, he happily turned his head and asked, Hey, how does it feel after a few days of cupping? The person who just walked over was Damien. He replied seriously, Still a little hurt. Rakiel continued, It was a shame that he wouldn't need cupping therapy again. The more Damien listened, the more confused he felt. He asked again, bewildered, Excuse me. Seeing that, Rakiel immediately explained, You have completed the cupping treatment, you are cured. He asked, Really? Rakiel replied, Yes, I have confirmed the effectiveness of the method and also completed a few experiments. At this moment, a thought seemed to appear in Damien's mind, and his whole body froze in place. Immediately, he bowed to Rakiel and sincerely said, "Thank you for everything," before he could finish his sentence. Rakiel rushed forward to stop him and shouted loudly, "Wait, on your serious face. Continue speaking. First listen to me." He continued frankly, "I want your sword skills, I don't want to send you away, I don't want your talent to go to waste, so..." With that, Rakiel reached out his hand to Damien and said, "Become my bodyguard. Of course, I don't ask for any servile things like gratitude, friendship, or loyalty. I guarantee you'll be well paid, and you'll get a pension or vacation too." Looking at Damien, he thought to himself, in fact, he would soon reach the level of a high-level swordmaster, and would have to go through the swordmaster syndrome. He probably knew that too, since he was the one who understood his own skills the best. Master Swordsman Syndrome is a level where a person's senses reach an extremely acute level, a level where those senses cannot be controlled. The person will experience severe insomnia compared to when receiving the mark. I could ask him to stay under the guise of treatment, but there's a good chance he'll choose to leave. From the foreknowledge of the above, Rakiel decided that, in the current situation, the most practical solution was to give and take. Thinking of this, he confidently crossed his arms and said, "We will write a rental contract, and you will also receive maternity leave and childcare." After saying that, seeing that Damien still had no reaction, he forced a smile and continued, "Obviously it had to be like that, alright, it'll add the freedom to quit your job whenever you want a villa as well." Rakiel stood there, offering one benefit after another, unaware that there were many eyes watching from the bushes nearby. "Ah, right, you must have some contract negotiation skills, right?" In conclusion, he pointed and said loudly, "For days a week, how is it hard to refuse, right?" Hearing this, suddenly from the bushes a series of other fighters rushed out to answer. "Hire us too," Rakiel said, completely shocked by the scene before him. When did you guys get here?" They asked in unison without wanting to answer. "You treated us for hire, right? We want money too, that is, we want to repay you, we will protect you when Damien is away, you said you would help us improve." In response to their words, Rakiel asked back, "It's not because I cured you or anything, do you like money and power that much?" They didn't hesitate and shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." This answer was something he didn't expect. He helplessly thought, is there a need to be so honest? Suddenly, an image of a piece of paper taped to the wall appeared in his mind. Hiring part-time employees 0, looking for employees who like a home-like working environment. He exclaimed, "Well, at least being honest is good. People who keep on talking about loyalty and stuff are easy to make enemies, and it's also good to build your own exclusive force, since the royal guards don't belong to you alone. So the order of command is prone to conflict and the emperor's orders will always take precedence." After careful consideration, Rakiel no longer hesitated and agreed with them. "Alright, all of you are recruited, you will be my exclusive special royal bodyguard team." Hearing this, all the fighters were so happy that they couldn't stand still. They raised their hands and shouted at each other. Rakiel continued, calling it SRG for short. Damien had been standing there listening without responding. But now seeing everyone's happy faces, he felt happy too. The corners of his mouth unconsciously lifted up slightly. Rakiel then turned around and left, thinking to himself, even after curing all of them, my extra life isn't that much. Even if I extend my lifespan to 100 years, I'll only get 18 extra days. Thinking of this, his eyes suddenly opened wide. With this weak body and stamina, he couldn't go out and look for patients by himself. Right before his eyes at this moment was a large palace building. The campus was cool and fresh. Time passed quickly and it was evening. The moon rose high and lit up the sky. Inside the large room, a little light was shining in from the outside window. Rakiel was sitting there with a dark expression on his face and said in a serious voice, "I must build a clinic in the side palace." Hearing that, Damien, who was standing next to him, also asked curiously, "What do you mean?" He looked up and asked back, "Don't you know what a clinic is?" He replied, "I know, but..." Facing Rakiel at this moment, Garden suddenly trembled all over. Suddenly he couldn't hold it in any longer and cried out loudly, "Your Highness." Hearing that, Rakiel was shocked and leaned back, asking what's going on. Completely shocked, his eyes were shining like stars. He clenched his fists and looked up at the sky. "Ah, I finally understand. Understand the beauty and nobility in your heart. You want to help and care for people by building a clinic." This was a plot twist that Rakiel had never thought of. But it sounded reasonable. He stood up and continued, yes, that's it, you finally understand my feelings. Garden became more and more impressed, not expecting that he could still care about the health of the people even though he was sick. As they spoke, the two posed in unison, saying that this was all for the people. But this scene from just now was also seen by Damien. He had a puzzled expression, not knowing what to say, just standing still in one place. After they finished performing, the two of them returned to their original state. Rakiel spoke. I was thinking about treating my people in the palace first. Garden replied, the people in your palace. He immediately explained, let's say we set up a clinic inside the palace to treat people. Would they be able to freely come and go to receive treatment? Hearing this, he also felt that it made sense, since this was still the Crown Prince's palace, so they probably wouldn't feel comfortable coming here. Rakiel continued, so we will need to advertise our successful treatments will reassure them to come. 1 will tell 10, 10 will tell 100. His expression was more confident than ever. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. More and more people would come here to receive treatment. Here, a traditional medicine clinic, with doctors who were like mother and father. After a while of opening the clinic, still in this room, Rakiel stood there thinking to himself, with this, he had cured 500 patients, but thinking about this, he suddenly became furious and stomped his feet and shouted, why is everyone here so healthy? He was so worried that he couldn't stand still, pacing back and forth. Even after taking care of 500 people, I only have 2 more days of vitality. This is bad. I need someone who is really sick and critically ill. But just as he thought of this, he suddenly thought of something. His eyes widened and he exclaimed, oh wait. After a while, Garden placed a stack of papers on Rakiel's desk and said, this is the information of 500 patients. He wiped the sweat off his face and continued, as you instructed, we have collected information about their family, gender, age and medical condition. He looked at the pile of papers in front of him and smiled wickedly, thinking to himself, if the employees here are still healthy, then I just need to find their relatives. I really am a genius. Without further hesitation, he reached out and started searching in that pile of information. There must be at least one seriously ill person among the people here. Each sheet of information was turned over one after another. Rakiel still had that same expression as he diligently scrutinized without a word of complaint. But in response to his efforts, he got nothing. He was so frustrated that he sighed and sullenly said, huh? Why can't I find anyone? Where is he? His expression became more and more angry. Why were all their relatives so strong? There were only 10 resumes left. Suddenly, Damien spoke up, Your Highness, I feel so disappointed hearing that. Rakiel also stopped and looked up, asking, are you disappointed? He continued frankly, excuse me, I want to ask you a question. Do you just see patients as your tools? At this, he could only helplessly stammer. What? Damien continued, you said we needed testers, so we tried to gather as many people as possible, but now, as if he was expecting someone who was on the verge of death, these words were like a knife stabbing straight into Rakiel's heart, rendering him speechless. Dr. Garden standing next to him couldn't stand it anymore and immediately ran over to stop him. How dare he be so brazen? His Highness must have some kind of plan, Damien asked again, is that so? Rakiel was now trembling all over as he struggled to say, Garden, thanks for speaking up, but what Damien said isn't necessarily wrong. Seeing that he had said that, he didn't know what else to do. Scratching his head and stammering, I'm sorry, Your Highness. Suddenly Damien spoke up in reproach, Your Highness, you are leaning too far. How can you humiliate a loyal servant who stood up for you like that? Even though he was protected, Garden didn't like it at all and turned around and shouted back. Look, weren't his words to His Highness quite harsh? Witnessing this scene, Rakiel was speechless and wondered what kind of play these people were playing. The more he listened, the more his head ached. He didn't hesitate to chase them both outside and shouted, Both of you get out. Returning to his unfinished work, he put his hands on his head and sighed. Damn. There were only 10 pages left. Just as he said this, a long piece of information suddenly caught his eye. Inside it was written, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this in the survey, but it'll muster up all my confidence to write. I have an 8-year-old brother, but 12 times a month his whole body will shake and he will foam at the mouth like he is possessed by a demon. I have had several doctors look at him, but they cannot find the cause. The priests have prayed a lot, but they say they have done their best to expel the evil spirit from the boy. Reading up to here, Rakiel couldn't help but smile and exclaimed, "Found it." The next day, Rakiel immediately called the maid to bring his younger brother to his room. She stammered, "Sir, this child." Beside her was a child with dark red hair, his whole body shrinking in fear. She continued, "It was my little brother, George," but after a while everyone backed away to the door, leaving the boy and Rakiel to talk. He opened his mouth to say hello, and the boy stuttered in response, "Hello, sir." Seeing the boy seemed afraid of him, Rakiel smiled reassuringly. "Just call me Rakiel, seriously." He thought not only was this his first time in the palace, but he was also meeting the crown prince. The boy was probably more scared than curious. As he thought, he reached into his pocket and took something out. This was the best way to help a young patient relax. Immediately after, Rakiel brought his hand covered with a white cloth in front of George's face, making the boy extremely curious. It turned out that in Rakiel's hand at this moment was a candy with eye-catching colors that every child likes. George is just like any other normal child. When he saw candy, his eyes immediately lit up. Seeing the boy like it so much, Rakiel held up the candy and said, "Here, a gift for you." But when he saw his hand was about to touch him, George showed fear and stepped back. Rakiel asked curiously, "What's wrong?" The boy stammered in reply, "I can't let you touch me." He asked again, "Can you tell me the reason?" Hearing that, the boy hesitated for a while but still decided to say, "I was cursed by an evil spirit. That's why the other kids always teased him, saying he was weird." At the words coming from a boy's mouth, Rakiel bitterly retorted, "No, he wasn't weird at all." George continued, clenching his fists, "I fought with them yesterday because they tried to imitate me and insult me. But I lost. I felt strange and everything suddenly went dark." He asked in surprise. "Everything went dark?" George replied, remembering the situation at that time. "Yes, there are times when I suddenly feel strange things. My body starts shaking, my whole body shakes and goes numb. It felt like I was being lifted into the air and then dropped. The sky became farther away and I heard strange noises." Thinking of this, the boy's face became extremely sad, and when he woke up, he lost almost all of his strength. After listening to what the boy said for a while, Rakiel exclaimed, "I see, even so you still endured all that, huh?" Having finished speaking, he gently walked over and hugged George tightly, comforting him. "George, you are so brave, being held by someone else." The boy was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes and stammered, Rakiel, you really shouldn't have touched me. I'm possessed by evil spirits." Rakiel immediately retorted, "There was no evil spirit at all, that is." At this moment his hand made contact with George's back. The system was activated, starting to take the pulse, scanning. Overall assessment, the patient had a healthy body. However, because irregular brain waves have detected seizure symptoms, this can cause severe seizures. Listening to the system's diagnosis, Rakiel also concluded the boy's condition and thought to himself, "This is also known as epilepsy. Usually there won't be any problems, but because the brain waves become chaotic for unknown reasons, it will cause the whole body to convulse and the patient to lose consciousness." Thinking that, Rakiel slowly stood up and looked at the boy and said, "No matter what, even if I was really possessed by evil spirits, I'm not weird at all." The boy happily asked, "Really?" He confidently pointed at himself and replied, "Of course, you are the crown prince, remember? You are always right." He thought to himself, "It's a good thing I found out the boy has epilepsy, but even if I tried to treat him, I wouldn't be able to find the cause right now. This is crazy. I don't have any equipment to do a scan, like an MRI machine." While he was still thinking, George's weak voice suddenly rang out, Rakiel." Hearing that, Rakiel also looked down in confusion and exclaimed, But what he saw at this moment was George was purple. His whole body was shaking. His eyes were rolled back and he was groaning in pain. He felt very strange. Seeing this symptom, Rakiel also worriedly wondered, "A seizure, why now of all times?" The others standing nearby saw this and were equally worried. Dr. Garden exclaimed, child." The maid also couldn't keep calm. Her whole body collapsed to the ground. He trembled and retreated back saying, It really was possessed by an evil spirit." Hearing that, Damien did not hesitate to draw his sword and pointed at the child, saying, "Your Highness, please stay away from him." Seeing everyone showing respect for the poor boy, Rakiel was extremely angry. His teeth clenched together. He couldn't stand it anymore. Raised his hand and shouted, "Stop it!" There was something indescribable in his eyes. Something that had nothing to do with an evil spirit. This was a disease. The boy was just sick. Patients were people who needed care and protection. With that, he ordered, "This child is in excruciating pain. Someone get me a pillow right now." The maid replied tremblingly, "Yes, yes, your highness." Soon after, the pillow was brought over, and George was gently placed on it. However, the boy's body was still convulsing. His whole body stiff and foaming at the mouth. Garden asked worriedly. The kid's mouth was foaming. "Should I wipe it with a handkerchief?" Rakiel immediately shook his head to stop him. "No, don't do that." The boy's chin muscles were contracting uncontrollably. If not, the boy might bite the handkerchief and swallow it. "There's nothing we can do now. We can only help the boy after the seizure passes." Just as he said this, his eyes suddenly widened when he saw a bright orange energy emanating from George's body. He wondered in surprise. Why could he sense mana from the boy? Suddenly remembering something, he exclaimed, the Azrahan core method. It is very sensitive to mana flow. Mana is basically the circulation of energy, if one can see it clearly and accurately. Rakiel placed his hand on George's chest and thought to himself, maybe I can determine the cause of the epilepsy. His eyes slowly closed, feeling, I can see it. After a while, when he opened his eyes, the place he was standing was already inside the boy's body, surrounded by meridian threads. Rakiel looked around and thought, the mana flow is everywhere. It is moving wherever it wants. He raised his hand and gently touched the flow of mana before his eyes. I need to focus. Opportunities like this don't come often. I have to find the root cause of the epilepsy. Rakiel continued walking and observing. I think this is the nerve of the spinal cord. That's the cranial nerve. I can't be tired right now. I haven't found any information yet. It seemed like his heart couldn't take it anymore. It was beating rapidly. He urged, just a little more. Rakiel struggled to walk, sweat pouring down his face. He finally arrived in front of a strange space, where a terrifying amount of light was emitted. Looking at it, he happily exclaimed, vagus nerve, this is the root cause. His eyes widened. The faulty signal in the vagus nerve was causing seizures in the boy's brain and body. Thinking of this, Rakiel looked at the others and said, bring me a blanket and answer the boy. This child needs to rest now. Don't wake him up. Just let him sleep. As he spoke, his expression changed color, and he did not make any noise or cause any commotion. As soon as he finished speaking, Rakiel's entire body collapsed to the ground. Unconscious. Everyone worriedly shouted, Your Highness. Even though he was exhausted and passed out, a satisfied smile still appeared on Rakiel's lips. Oh my God, he fainted, Your Highness. Are you okay, Your Highness? Please wake up. He felt extremely relieved right now, truly relieved. Now that he had found the root cause, he could treat the boy. It was already dark by then, the space covered in a silent night. Rakiel now slowly opened his eyes, awakening from a long sleep. He sat up on the bed, holding his head and groaning. Yeah, my head hurt so much I passed out. It seems the Azrahan core method was activated at maximum efficiency while I was unconscious. Just as he thought of this, Damien, who had been standing beside him for who knows how long, suddenly spoke up and asked, You're awake? He froze and cursed. Damn it, you scared me. I thought you were the Grim Reaper. Damien continued speaking. You've been asleep for half a day. Hearing that, he suddenly remembered and asked, So, how is the child? Damien replied, George woke up in the evening. But the boy was still very tired. Rakiel sighed in relief. That was to be expected, since the boy's seizure was quite severe. Damien added, Indeed, the boy had gone back to sleep immediately after enjoying his dinner. Having said that, he stood up and got off the bed, thinking to himself, I had guessed that this was possible, but I didn't think it would be possible to make an accurate diagnosis using the Azrahan core method. It's much better than X-rays. Rakiel thought as he grabbed his shirt from the closet. Now I know the vagus nerve is the cause. There is only one way to treat him, stimulate the vagus nerve. To do that, seeing that Rakiel seemed to be going somewhere, Damien asked curiously, Your Highness, where are you going in the middle of the night? He quickly put on his shirt. The corner of his mouth smiled slightly, his eyes confident. Rakiel became more and more excited and laughed loudly in response. Going to look for lightning? The scene changes to a large room inside the palace, with two soldiers standing guard outside. Suddenly from afar two familiar figures were slowly approaching. The replacement soldier was startled and shouted, "Someone," but when they saw clearly who appeared, they froze with bewildered expressions, not knowing what to say. It turned out that the person who had just come forward was Rachiel and Damien. He happily raised his hand and said, "Thank you for your work. Please take me to Mr. Xanadix." Hearing that, two soldiers immediately went inside to guide the two. After a while of moving, they finally arrived in front of a large room. Outside, there were special characters emitting a strange green light. Rachiel also did not hesitate to open the door and rush inside. From inside, a person with long white hair, wearing a pink cat pajamas, sat up startled and shouted loudly, "What the hell?" Waiting for him to regain his composure, he suddenly realized and asked, "Prince, are you here?" He was the royal magician, Sir Xanatix. Rachiel walked up and stood right in front of him, scratching his head and smiling. "Sir Xanatix, please forgive the sudden visit, but I have a favor to ask," he asked in surprise. "Excuse me?" He raised his hand and tapped lightly on his forehead, then asked for a magic lightning palm on my back. These words were like a thunderbolt to Xanatix's ears, causing him to blurt out in confusion, "What?" Back in time to the previous day, Xanatix was summoned by the Emperor for a talk. Rachiel had changed a lot lately. He had done many strange things. Yes, he had also been behaving strangely. The Emperor's face showed worry as he continued speaking, making me worry about what he would do next. But as soon as he finished speaking, the corner of his mouth slightly lifted into a meaningful smile. Xanatix was a quick-witted man. He recognized him at a glance. His eyes were a little suspicious, but he kept silent, thinking to himself, "That's right, Your Majesty. Everyone becomes a fool to their children. I have served you all my life. I know your deepest thoughts." Back to reality. Rachiel was still holding him tightly, shaking him up and down, pleading, "Please, strike me with lightning." He thought helplessly, "Your Majesty, he has certainly changed a lot." Xanadix looked down at Rachiel with a questioning gaze. He was getting crazier. Thinking about it, he asked, "Why would I want to hurt you? If anything happened to you, I would be executed." He replied, "Wait, I didn't ask you to do something strange like kill me. I asked you to give me a little electric current that couldn't kill me." Rachiel continued to explain with a smile, "I only need you to do this because it's important. Please keep it up for 3 hours straight." Xanadix was speechless, but that was definitely a strange request. As far as we know, lightning magic is inherently destructive. Lightning magic used by a high-level mage can be on par with natural disasters. But he wants me to reduce it to static and maintain a stable voltage for 3 hours straight. That requires control with extreme precision. Thinking of this, Xanatix spoke up, "Your Highness, do you know that you are making an extremely difficult request?" Hearing this, he stood there and thought for a moment without answering. After thinking about it, he said frankly, "Of course I know. It's like driving at 30 km/h for 3 hours straight. That's why I came to you." Rachiel put his arm around Xanadix's shoulder, looking excited and praising. "Who else has such good control over magic as you, Lord Xanadix?" Hearing these compliments, he felt extremely happy and rubbed his nose. He continued, "Who is the most talented mage in our empire?" All my heart and mind shout, "Lord Xanatix." The soldiers and Damien stood there witnessing this scene, their backs shivering and sweating. Xanadix, after listening to it once, stroked his beard and thought to himself, "I'm starting to like the idea of accepting this challenge." He thought and said, "But, Prince, if..." Before he could finish his sentence, Rachiel interrupted, "If anything happens to me, don't worry, I won't hold you responsible. Even if I get hurt or die, you won't be responsible at all." Having said this, he pointed at the soldiers and Damien, who would be witnesses. When they heard this, their faces turned purple with fear, thinking to themselves, "Don't drag us into this." Seeing that he still seemed hesitant, he put on a serious expression and explained, "I'm not trying to do anything bad. I just want to save people." Knowing his purpose, he immediately agreed. "If that's the case, then I'll try." He asked, "So should we start?" Rachiel became more excited than ever. The corners of his mouth curled up in a smile as he replied, "Right now." After a while, the process was also prepared. Xanadix looked at Rachiel sitting on the ground, holding a stick in his hand, and Rachiel thought to himself, "I can't risk using electricity on a child. I need to test it first, make sure it's safe." Thinking of this, He spoke up and said, "Your Highness, are you ready?" A bright blue mana burst out from Rakiel's body. He closed his eyes and nodded slightly in agreement. Received this answer, he did not hesitate anymore and directly raised his hand, creating a golden electric current, and said loudly, "If that's the case, I will cast the spell." Xanadix tried to keep the electric current as light as possible at a level as light as static electricity. Feeling the electric current coming, Rakiel was a little startled and exclaimed, "Ah, like an ant bite." He closed his eyes, smiled with relief and thought, "Great, just like he imagined a palace mage. I know he can do it, now it's my turn. I will absorb the electricity and convert it into electrodes. Then I'll trigger the electrical signal. I'll trigger the electrical signal directly opposite the faulty nerve signal in the child's vagus nerve, and take complete control of these nerve signals." The corner of Rakiel's mouth curled up in a satisfied smile. The Azrahan core technique was truly too powerful. It could control so many things. I didn't think it would succeed in one try. Suddenly, he turned to Xanadix and held out his hand. Saying, "Enough," he was startled and asked, "You want me to stop because it's enough?" "No, I can continue, I can do this all day." But after a while, Rakiel screamed in horror and vomited in pain. I told him to stop. Early the next morning, all the gladiators and servants in the palace were gathered at the door of the great room, whispering to each other, "I wonder why he gathered so many people again. What is he planning to do?" Another person continued, "I heard he wanted to gather people who like to spread rumors to help him. What? I really don't understand what he has in mind." At this moment, the door slowly opened. The scene inside startled the maid, her eyes wide open in surprise. Inside the room at this moment was George sitting across from Rakiel, and also Sir Xanatix. He held up a needle and smiled at the boy. "I want to tell you to control your stress. Bitter medicine cures diseases and medical methods always hurt." "I'm not lying." The boy stammered in fear. "Does it hurt much?" Rakiel replied, "Just a little bit, like an ant bite." The more George looked at the sharp needle, the more terrified he became. It sounded like it would hurt. He reassured him, "Oh, this won't hurt, I promise." The boy asked again, "Really?" without noticing that the needle was now stuck in his neck. Rakiel said, "Yes, I already stuck it, you still can't realize, right?" Finished, Rakiel stood up and walked towards Xanadix. Both of them nodded in understanding, thinking to themselves, the more painful things were just starting now. He did not hesitate any longer, directly using his staff to strike towards Rakiel. From within his heart at this moment a stream of energy was being accumulated. He happily thought to himself, "Very good, the electricity is gathering smoothly. And this is the reason why you gathered everyone together. You want them to see, take a good look, and spread the word to everyone. Spread the good words about this breakthrough treatment. This is what is known as viral marketing. Only Dr. Garden is not okay right now," fainting repeatedly. "Oh, I can't believe the prince is being roasted by lightning." Rakiel reached out and lightly touched the needle on George's neck, thinking, "Now insert the process current." Rakiel's entire body entered the boy's body with quick strides. After a while of moving, he finally reached the part where the mana was in disorder. But Rakiel seemed to sense something was wrong, his eyes widening in surprise. "Wait, this feels really bad." He was worried and quickly ran away, exclaiming, "Oh no, the mana flow was being interrupted. It would explode soon due to the blockage. The convulsion was about to start." At the same time, George's expression on the outside was slowly darkening. He clasped his hands tightly to his chest and asked, "Rakiel, how long do I have to keep this up?" On the inside, Rakiel is still doing his best, trying to save the situation. "We have at most 3 minutes before the seizure starts, in the worst case 1 minute." He looked at the increasingly chaotic mana flows and thought to himself, "I need to initiate the opposing signal on this electrode. Too bad, there's not enough time. Even if I use the Azrahan core technique at full capacity, this process will take 30 minutes. Should I stop now and treat it later? If I let the boy's convulsions continue, they will spread bad rumors. Because of this, I don't know how long Sir Xanadix can last. Damn it. A terminally ill person like me won't have time to relax in this situation." Thinking of this, he called out, "Sir Xanadix." Rakiel didn't miss a beat and turned his head slightly to continue speaking. "Please increase the power of the lightning magic to 3 times the current level." At this statement, Xanadix was extremely surprised. His eyes widened and he exclaimed, "Sorry," he repeated, "Do it now, I will explain later." He tried to remind him that it would hurt, but Rakiel didn't care about that at the moment. He said with a determined expression it didn't matter. Seeing that determined attitude, Xanadix did not hesitate any longer. He directly increased the electric current by 3 times, striking straight towards Rakiel's body. Okay, Prince. Despite the pain in his heart, he still thought to himself, 10 seconds until the convulsion starts. I need to absorb more magic to deal with it and complete the treatment. Inside the boy's body, Rakiel was slowly working his way toward finding the root of everything, and where to focus the absorbed electrodes, the carotid artery. He then proceeded to the wire that was identified as the carotid artery, using a roll of paper to wrap it tightly. As he worked, he estimated the time in his head, 5 seconds before the seizure. At the same time, George on the outside seemed unable to hold back any longer. His mouth began to foam as he groaned in pain. Under everyone's panicked gaze, Rakiel was still trying his best to count down the time. For 3. The mana disturbance grew larger and larger, creating a huge wave. Time had reached 2. Inside the carotid artery wire, Rakiel finally wrapped it tightly. His face was extremely worried, sweat pouring down like rain as he thought. 1. When the countdown ended, a series of red and blue electric rays suddenly surrounded Rakiel, pushing him back. 0. George's body was turning purple and convulsing. His voice was groaning. Suddenly the boy's eyes opened. His body felt much lighter, and he no longer felt pain. The boy looked forward in surprise and asked, Rakiel? Rakiel also tried to smile brightly and asked back, Are you feeling better? Seeing that everything had gone smoothly, Xanadix felt somewhat reassured and breathed a sigh of relief. George's sister was also very surprised at the scene just now. Thinking to herself, nothing happened, the boy usually lost consciousness when the pain started. But now, Rakiel's body was also in a bad state at this moment. He trembled and hugged his arm, breathing in relief. Luckily, it was just in time. His body was still numb. As soon as he finished speaking, the system displayed a notification. The Level 2 treatment fee request has been activated. Patient George, treatment method, surgery, vagus nerve stimulation. Lifetime, get 3 more days, estimated life 161 days. Seeing what just appeared before his eyes, he happily exclaimed, Good! I got another day to live. The system continued to notify, You have used the maximum ability of the Azrahan core method to withstand the high-intensity stimulation of the body. By doing so, you have crossed your limits. Azrahan core technique has leveled up. Skill name, Azrahan core technique, level 1, level 2 ring, greatly increases the mana of the mana ring. Mana increased by 130, the stat needed to level up again. HP 1200, current HP 200. Reading through it, Rakiel was surprised. He clenched his fists and secretly rejoiced. Azrahan's core skill had leveled up, and the amount of mana increased by a lot. Thinking of this, a new announcement rang out. You have successfully endured the stimulation of the large electric current. The lungs and large intestine have received metal energy and have resistance to wood energy. Metal overcomes wood. The internal organs have received wood energy. The liver has awakened. The announcement was just posted. Immediately the new member appeared, kicked the door open and rushed inside. The person who just entered was none other than Gon. He shouted loudly, Hey, lazy guy! As he spoke, he threw the bag on the ground and ordered, Take my bag quickly. That scene made the other internal organs stand still, not understanding what was happening. The man with a happy expression on his face and a cold heart asked, New person? As soon as he finished speaking, the old man took off his dirty shirt. He happily ran back and shouted, Finally escaped the new human life, so happy. But in front of that friendly appearance, the liver was not sociable at all. It stood there with a cold expression, staring straight ahead without saying a word. Then he raised his hand and gave his large intestine a slap that left his mouth twisted. He looked at his large intestine and growled, Are you trying to turn me into a new person? Do you want to die? The system then shows up. The liver has given you 300 horsepower. The lungs, heart, and large intestine welcome other organs to join, giving you 500 horsepower. Liver's birthday party has begun. You get 300 horsepower extra. Current HP 1300. Seeing this, Rakiel thought happily, a new organ, I can gain more HP from now on. What a wonderful day. I leveled up the Azrahan core technique, awakened the liver, and even gained more HP. Speaking up to hear, the system suddenly asked, Is there more? He replied blankly, Is that all? Suddenly a voice called out loudly, "Rakiel." The one who just called was none other than George. Hearing the call, he turned and asked, "What is it?" The boy spoke with an innocent face. "What's strange about me?" Hearing that, Rakiel bent down to take out the needle stuck in the boy's neck and replied, "There's nothing strange about me." As he spoke, he put on a confident expression and affirmed, normally your vision goes dark and you lose control. Are you surprised that it's not like that this time?" The boy replied, "Yes." Rakiel continued, "It'll be stable like that from now until the end of my life." The boy couldn't believe his ears. His big round eyes opened wide and he exclaimed, "Really?" He stood there and laughed. "Yes, I won't have to suffer anymore. If you lie, I can take the position of prince from tomorrow." The maid standing behind could not hold back any longer, tears streaming down her face as she softly called out, "George." Hearing his sister's call, the boy happily tilted his head to one side and said, "Sister." The two sisters rushed to hug each other tightly, bursting with happiness. Seeing them so happy, Rakiel was happy too. He smiled to himself, perfect success. Thinking of this, he looked at everyone's expressions, who were equally moved. You all saw clearly, right? Now is the time to spread the word of his kindness. It's the time for everyone to flock to this place for treatment. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying his expression became. "I will cure them all and prolong their lives, long and healthy life. Here I come." Suddenly, the scenery around Rakiel darkened. His eyes blurred, his head spinning. Immediately after, all that appeared before his eyes was the panicked expression of Dr. Garden and Damien rushing towards him. "What? Am I fainting again?" The system responded, of course, after all he was too stressed out. The new time had passed to evening again, in Rakiel's great room. He was now lying on the bed resting after a long tiring day, breathing evenly. Suddenly, his eyes were half closed and he looked up at the ceiling, wondering how long he had been unconscious. His body was so stiff. Seeing that Rakiel had woken up, Garden standing beside him immediately spoke up, "Prince, are you awake?" Hearing that, he turned to look at everyone and smiled. "Why are you guys standing here? Don't you have anything else to do?" Garden's face darkened now. He muttered, "I'm tired of watching you sleep." With that, he couldn't bear it any longer. His emotions burst out. Tears and snot flowed as he said, "That's why. I hope you wake up soon. Eve prayed so much, Prince." Seeing that, Rakiel was surprised and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you crying again?" Damien stood next to him and explained, "You've been sleeping for 2 days." Hearing that, Rakiel couldn't help but sit up from the bed in surprise and exclaimed, "What? 2 days?" Xanatix also slowly approached after a moment of silence and softly called, "Your Highness." His normally old face now looked even more haggard. He looked at the boy and his voice trembled. "Do you want me to be imprisoned? How am I supposed to explain to the king if he faints from my light magic?" He knew he was at fault, so he couldn't say anything more than, "I'm sorry." Speaking of this, he suddenly remembered something and asked, "Oh, what about George? How is he?" Hearing his name, the boy suddenly appeared from somewhere and happily replied, "I'm fine." As he spoke, the boy ran back with a happy smile on his face. Seeing that, Rakiel asked in surprise, "Wait, what are you doing here?" The boy replied, "I bothered everyone to get here." After finishing his sentence, the boy's face became confused, his cheeks flushed red. He reached behind his back and continued, "Because I want to give you this." As he spoke, George took out a wooden bracelet carved with a heart. As he woke up, Rakiel suddenly opened his eyes wide and reached out to take the bracelet and asked, "Did you make it while I was sleeping?" He looked at the bracelet in his hand, his expression a bit difficult to describe, thinking to himself, This is too much for me. I only saved the boy because I wanted to live longer. The boy doesn't know my motives, me." Suddenly breaking Rakiel's train of thought, George's voice rang out, "Rakiel." He raised his head in surprise and looked up. The boy said with an excited look, "I also want to be a great person. I also want to help others like you." That sentence seemed to hit Rakiel straight in the heart, making him freeze for a moment, not knowing what to say. After a moment of calming down, he tightened his grip on the necklace in response. "This necklace, well done." He looked at the innocent boy in front of him and said, "Thank you." Rakiel continued, but the best reward he received. Rakiel's words moved everyone around. It's good to see you healthy, George. Even though he was able to say it, he still couldn't help but feel embarrassed and raised his hand to cover his mouth and clear his throat. I want to rest a little more. I'm still tired. Everyone immediately understood and replied in unison. We will leave, Prince. Please rest well. Just like that, everyone slowly moved towards the outside of the door, leaving Rakiel some privacy. While walking, George suddenly stopped. The boy turned his head and waved, saying, "See you later, Rakiel." Seeing that, Rakiel also turned his head and waved back, saying, "Yeah, see you later." After saying that, the door was closed. The room returned to its usual silence. Rakiel now sat on the bed, his eyes staring pensively at the wooden bracelet he had been given. He held it up and looked at it for a while, then sighed and said, "Who would wear this? It looked simple and there were no gems on it." But when he said this, he ended it with a sentence like, "I like it, now go to sleep." So Rakiel put on that simple bracelet and lay down to sleep after a tiring day. Scene changes to another place in a normal residential area. A loud voice rings out, "Mom, I'm home." Hearing the call, the mother turned her head from inside the house and asked, "Son, why are you back?" A young man with a bright face and a bag in his hand walked in and smiled in response. "What else? I'm on leave, so I'm going home." The mother was still surprised and asked again, "On leave?" He replied, "Yes, on special leave." During the family meal that day, the mother couldn't help but ask curiously, "Did the prince suddenly give her son 5 days off?" He replied, "Yes, most people in the palace got a vacation." The father also asked, "How is the prince's health these days?" Hearing that, he smiled and said, "I think it's better than before." He asked again, "Really? That's lucky." He hesitated for a moment and then added, "I think it's because..." His face showed confusion and incomprehension. He had been doing strange things lately. They were taken from one surprise to another and asked, "What is this strange thing?" The son replied, he said he wanted to treat others like a doctor. Speaking of this, he reached out and pulled out a roll of paper from his bag. "Look here." The roll of paper was placed on the table, then opened neatly. The three of them put their heads together and focused their eyes on the content of the paper, their faces filled with astonishment. "Huh?" Suddenly a strange wind blew from somewhere and blew the paper out the window. These pieces of paper appeared everywhere in the town and city, where many people passed by. It was even posted all over the notice board so that everyone could see it more easily. They all exclaimed in surprise, "What is that?" The top of the paper reads, "Congratulations, open, welcome, at the palace, traditional medicine doctor, grand opening, free treatment, everyone come, back pain, joint pain, acupuncture, orthodontics, obesity, direct treatment, Prince Rakiel Adria Magentano, Royal Physician Specialist, Pierrot Garden, specializing in treating various ailments." After reading, everyone wonders, does he also treat spine problems? At the same time, in the royal palace, the sunlight was shining brightly. Rakiel happily stood from inside the room looking out the window and spoke. The rumor must have spread everywhere by now. Just as he said this, Garden opened the door and walked in, saying, "Your Highness, it's time to go out." Hearing that, he turned around and asked, "Okay, let's go." The two of them walked together along the corridor. Garden asked, "You're up early?" He replied, "This is the first day the Royal Medical Clinic is open." Speaking of which, he suddenly remembered to add, "Oh, and Eve brought all the medicine you need?" he asked, "including licorice?" He replied, "I made a point of buying it." Hearing that, Rakiel was extremely pleased and praised, "Very good, we need a lot of them, so even if it's expensive we still want to buy as many as possible." As he was about to continue walking, he was suddenly called back by the prince. He understood, but his face was surprised. Garden asked seriously, "May I ask, where did you learn these things?" Rakiel asked curiously, "These things?" He said, "Like creating new medicine, or relieving joint pain by stabbing thorns into other people, because as a doctor I am very curious about them." Seeing him silent, he explained, "Actually, I haven't been sleeping well lately. I'm curious about where you got the techniques from, but I still don't understand how it works, no matter how hard I try." Having said this, he did not dare to look straight at me but lowered his head to continue speaking. So I felt a bit sad. Seeing him like that, Rakiel stood still for a moment. He thought to himself, is he sad? He must feel defeated because he cannot understand the nature of the techniques I use. I understand why he feels that way because I am also a doctor. Thinking that, my uncle silently kept his face expressionless. After a while he finally spoke up, actually, I come from another world. Garden heard and exclaimed, yes. Rakiel continued, in that place I was not a prince, just a commoner named Ly Han. I made a living by the traditional medical techniques that I used. The more he listened, the more confused he became. His eyebrows furrowed. Prince. I said this after thinking seriously. At that attitude, he raised his hand and scratched his head. Laughing, that's why I'm telling the truth. He pouted. They'll be very sad if you do this. Not believing what he had just said, Garden asked again. Could you stop joking with me and tell me the truth? He replied, I already told you, and furthermore, why do you want to know? He answered frankly, because I want to become a better doctor. I want to see the feeling of satisfaction that you saw. Rakiel interrupted directly, you were like that, weren't you? He heard that and stood there dumbfounded, saying, yes. Without saying more, he turned and walked away. Enough talking. Let's get to work. Only Rakiel could understand his true abilities at this moment. He smiled to himself, thinking, I was able to come this far, because he was always there to help. Outside the gate there was an information board, this way to the Royal Traditional Medicine Clinic. He thought to himself, I hope we have patients on opening day, not just a few flies. I hope people don't stay away because this is where the prince lives. Just thinking about this made him imagine the restaurant having to close early. It seemed like he was thinking too much. Rakiel walked and prayed, please, 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 to a pile of patients. After a while of moving, he finally reached the door. He excitedly opened the window and shouted, Welcome to the Traditional Medicine Clinic. But as soon as the word royal left his mouth, there was not a single person below. This had completely devastated his spirit. His face was haggard and lifeless. He was done for. Rakiel was completely lifeless, dragging himself up the stairs, much to Dr. Garden's concern. While walking, he suddenly stopped, glanced to one side and stammered. Prince, he sighed and replied. Why? He quickly urged, please look down. Hearing that, Rakiel also looked down and suddenly, that scene made him freeze. His eyes opened wide and he exclaimed, I am saved. Right below at this moment, countless people had arrived to wait to see a doctor. They were all shouting at each other. Come on. Stop pushing, hey, stop cutting in line, I got here first, what are you talking about? Just like that, a working day had begun, with countless people waiting outside the door. Rakiel excitedly thought to himself, that's right, the first day is always the busiest. Inside the room right now he was examining an old man. I will examine him. Another person looked over and asked, Prince, sorry to bother you while you are busy. He asked awkwardly, but what should I do? Rakiel replied, can you go around here and see if there are any patients who need help? Oh wait, that's not how to prepare medicine. Problems started to arise. Rakiel continued to use his mana to examine patients. The nursing system was still very bad. It would take some time for it to become a complete system. The system now also displays a notification. You have received enough experience points while treating many patients. This experience will become your base and the pulse-taking skill has leveled up. Pulse-taking level 2. By feeling the pulse of the subject, you can diagnose their health condition, you can assess the risks and bad signals of the body, you can get the results by checking the general health examination report, and you can see more information about the symptoms of the patient's internal organs. If you awaken them in your body, hearing that, Rakiel exclaimed in surprise, what? Inside his body, his internal organs were also on display, ready for a large-scale comprehensive examination. Tim walked in first, stroking his hair as he spoke, everyone, it's time for a date, let's see how things are going. Lung heard that and exclaimed excitedly, so exciting, so many people. Hart continued, I told them that we are the best here, after all, there are many people here that we can get to know. The large intestine was equally excited, this was indeed the best. But the liver did not feel the same way, it spoke up, everyone wake up. Right in front of them right now. There are only old men sitting opposite, we only see old men and women. The system displays a notification, the consultation results with the available organs. Heart, fooled, no abnormalities in the heart. Lungs, me, no abnormalities. Large intestine, mild constipation detected, no other abnormalities. Liver, signs of inflammation detected in this old man. He needs to stop drinking. He asked in surprise. Inflammation, alcohol, is his liver in bad condition? The liver replied, yes, his liver was crying, it had been destroyed by alcohol for 50 years. At this rate it would be completely dead in about 5 more years. Receiving the examination from the internal organs, Rakiel happily thought to himself, the information from the consultation of the internal organs is wonderful, accurate diagnosis is the most important thing in treating the disease. I need to quickly awaken the other organs. Thinking of this, he looked at the man in front of him and said, Sir, your liver is seriously damaged. He replied, yes. He continued, that's why you feel tired and your skin is more yellow, because your liver is tired. I will prescribe you a small dose of medicine for today. Take it for 10 days. Based on the next examination I can prescribe more cinnamon and poria. Having said this, Rakiel's face darkened and he emphasized that he should stop drinking from now on. This sentence struck him like a thunderbolt, causing him to exclaim in shock. What? He continued, because his liver is so bad he won't live another 5 years if this continues, he stammered. But Rakiel asked again, can't you eat without drinking alcohol? He immediately nodded vigorously. Your next words made him petrified and die on the spot. I order you not to drink alcohol. Not in the name of a doctor but in the name of a prince. If you dare to disobey, I will throw you in jail. Time had passed by until evening. From inside the ward a loud shout rang out. Okay. That's it for today. All non-serious patients please come back tomorrow. After the last work session, everyone went to Rakiel to praise him. You did a good job, Prince. I apologize for the mistake in preparing the medicine. I don't know if I did it right. Hearing everyone say that, he smiled and comforted them. Don't worry, everyone did a good job. Keep it up tomorrow. He thought to himself, since nursing doesn't exist here, this is good. But we'll have trouble if there are many patients who need nursing care. We need to set up a nursing system for rotating patient care. Speaking of this, he remembered his previous colleagues, wishing Miss Kim and Miss Lee were here now. At the same time, outside, a series of hurried footsteps were running towards them, shouting loudly, here. Dr. Garden opened the door, looked inside and said loudly, Prince, there is a patient who needs urgent care. The man behind carrying a woman continued, I am the eldest son of the Reiner family. I bow to the prince. The woman's condition was not good at all. Her face was red and she was breathing with difficulty. He begged, please save my mother, please. After a while the woman was laid down on the bed properly. Rakiel sat beside her and asked, her fever is so high, how long has she had the fever? He replied that she had been fine since this afternoon. While Rakiel was checking her pulse, he continued, she started feeling cold at noon and her condition was getting worse. After a while of searching, he finally determined what this disease was, but it was not like any other normal disease. This was the disease that had wiped out 40,000 soldiers. Rakiel's face showed constant worry, sweat pouring down his face, thinking, Napoleon's. As far as is known, epidemic typhus, a dangerous disease, is caused by the bacterium Borrelia burgdorferi. Rakiel asked again, hey liver, are you serious? It replied, sure, I saw fever bacteria in this woman's liver. Hearing the liver's firm assertion, he was scared and broke out in a cold sweat, not knowing what to say. After a moment of calm, he looked back at the man and asked, when was the last time she bathed? The man was dumbfounded when he heard that. Yes, Rakiel explained, I need to know more about the patient's condition. He replied, yes, she bathed yesterday too. He asked with a serious face, yesterday? He replied, yes, she usually bathes with warm water every day. Faced with those answers, Rakiel wondered even more confusedly. How could such a clean person be infected? He continued to ask, what about her house, especially the bedroom area? He replied, she was very neat and clean. He asked, no ticks or fleas? He replied, yes, no. Rakiel kept giving his judgments. Maybe she had gone somewhere unclean in the past few days. Hearing that, the eldest son of the Damien family thought for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise. She did. He recounted that about half a month ago, her carriage broke down on her way back from visiting relatives, so she had to stay at a farmer's house. They let her sleep in their bed. Rakiel sat silently thinking. She had a fever today and the last time she slept at the farmer's house was half a month ago. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. Damn it, everything fit with the plague. Thinking of this, Rakiel turned around and said, perhaps that's where she got sick. Hearing this, the eldest son of the Damien family was surprised and asked, sick? Her illness, he explained, was an epidemic, transmitted by the bites of fleas and ticks. Her condition is getting worse and worse. This is terrible. She is old and has a high fever. Rakiel gritted his teeth and thought, in the worst-case scenario, she could get a lung infection, organ damage, or limb necrosis. Thinking, he looked towards the maids and ordered, everyone, listen carefully. Take off her clothes and wipe her body with a clean warm towel. Then helped her put on her hospital clothes. Hearing that, a maid spoke up and asked, what about her old clothes? Rakiel replied, burn them, the bed and mattress she was lying on. And after you have bathed, bathe again and burn your clothes. He sternly reminded that if anyone disobeyed me, they would be fired immediately and accept the most severe punishment. They were scared and said in unison, we understand. With that, Rakiel turned to the eldest son of the Damien family and said, you too, please have someone inform her family of this news. He waved his hand and shouted loudly, hurry up. They immediately rushed out and replied, yes, sir. Waiting for everyone to go to work, Rakiel also did his work. He went to the kitchen. After a while of struggling to cook the medicine, he looked at it and thought to himself, this medicine is in liquid soup form, used to treat malaria, but it is very effective for fevers like this. This medicine is made from arrowroot root soup, a fever reducer made from arrowroot root and ephedra. Rakiel carried the bowl of medicine to where the Damien family lady was lying and said, here, this medicine will help you feel better. Please take it slowly. Just like that, she was taken care of day in and day out, from morning to night without a break. The maids also tried their best to keep her warm. But things seemed to get worse and worse. Her face turned pale and sweat poured down like rain. Rakiel was also standing by the side watching. He thought to himself, for 3 days now, he has had 3 maids take care of her, each one for 8 hours a day. But her condition has not improved, her condition is getting worse due to the high fever. He looked back at the bowl of medicine. The medicine from the arrowroot root still didn't seem strong enough. The balance of yin and yang had completely disappeared, causing the yin energy circulating in her body to almost dry up. We need to balance our blood first. Then the fever reducers will be effective. Rakiel stood there with a gloomy expression, calculating, a herb that can restore the yin energy in the body. I need some kind of medicinal herb like that. Think it through, you idiot, these guys are useless when needed. Just thinking about this. Suddenly his eyes opened wide and he exclaimed, oh right, that's the place. He smiled and shouted excitedly, Mr. Garden, please prepare a carriage for me. The secret place contains countless precious treasures. I'm not sure, but I can try to find herbs there. Only the royal family can enter there because the control there is also very strict. The departure was quick and took place during the night. The carriage was speeding, but I was the prince. I needed to take advantage of this. I would ask my father for help. After a while, in front of a large room, Damien was waiting outside. Inside the room, Rakiel knelt before the emperor and spoke. His son, Prince Rakiel Adria Magentano, greets his wise and powerful father. Seeing his son coming, he looked surprised and asked, why are you looking for me at this hour? Just looking at that expression made him feel a chill down his spine and thought to himself, his father still exudes a truly terrifying aura. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, the reason I came here. His eyes showed determination as he continued. It was to ask his father to let him enter the secret dome tonight. The emperor became more and more curious and asked, the dome palace? What was it for? Hearing that, Rakiel sighed. My face darkened and I lowered my head slightly. He explained, Father, you must have heard that I am setting up a traditional clinic in the suburbs. Many patients have come to me for treatment. 3 days ago, a very sick noblewoman came to the clinic. Hearing this, the emperor asked in surprise, what does that have to do with the palace? Rakiel replied, it's because of an important medicinal ingredient that I need to have available in the palace. He listened for a while but still did not immediately agree to speak. I am not convinced that you are telling the truth. Are you sure that you are not using the patient to enter the palace for personal purposes? After saying that, the corner of his mouth slightly raised in a smile. Thinking to himself, son, this is interesting, test me first, I really appreciate this. At that statement, Rakiel pouted his lips in frustration and thought to himself, TSK. This old man is clearly enjoying himself by questioning me. It seems like my father is thinking about something. I am also a middle-aged man, having experienced bitter ups and downs. Convincing my own father is really difficult. Thinking of this, he stood up and said loudly, "We don't have time to talk about this right now. The patient's life is in danger." The emperor's face darkened. His eyebrows furrowed as he asked, "How can you prove that what you did was right?" He stammered, "About that." He continued, "Your youth was weak. You even had little time to study, and now you want to be a doctor. I cannot help but doubt this." As he spoke, he angrily stood up and shouted, "I cannot be sure that what you did was right, that the medicine will be effective, or that you can save people." Seeing his attitude, Rachiel remained calm and stood still, saying, "I understand you want to test me." The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile, his eyes confidently asking, "Right?" The emperor did not hide it anymore. He looked at his son and replied, "Yes." He pointed to the man standing next to him and said, "The test is very simple. The captain of the royal guard is sick. Diagnose him. If you can, I will allow you to enter the secret palace." This was truly a rare opportunity that Rachiel could not miss. He immediately stepped forward to take the royal captain's pulse. The emperor looked at his son pensively and smiled, thinking to himself, "There is no way my son could do this, only Roberto, his wife, and I know about this." After a while of examination, Rachiel finally spoke up. "Captain." He concluded with a sentence that left everyone frozen, mouths agape. He was bald. The air became strangely quiet. Not a sound came from the room. The emperor jumped up and pointed at the captain of the royal team who was standing there trembling. "But look, his hair is still very thick." Hearing that, Rachiel happily reached out and grabbed the wig on his head in response. That was because he was wearing a wig. The captain of the royal team could not bear it any longer. His eyes filled with tears as he cried out, having his bald head exposed in front of everyone. He couldn't bear it anymore and thought to himself, "Stop it, you father and son." Just like that, Rachiel went straight to open the door and stepped outside, in front of the bewildered emperor and the captain of the royal team who were sitting there sobbing. "Let's go, Damien," he said excitedly. As he walked outside the hallway, Damien asked, "Isn't it strange that you took off his wig?" He replied, "It's okay. It'll fix him, it doesn't matter now, we'll do it later." While walking, they suddenly stopped at the same time. Rachiel happily looked forward and exclaimed, "This is the secret palace dome." Right in front of the two people, a large glowing door appeared, looking extremely brilliant and magnificent. At the same time, in the emperor's room, the captain was crying with his face in his hands. "Could you ask him to treat me?" The emperor patted his shoulder to reassure him. "Next time, try visiting my son's clinic." At this moment, Rachiel and Damien stood in front of the door emitting a mysterious power and exclaimed, "This is the secret cellar of the palace." Seeing the two, the guard stepped forward and respectfully saluted. "Your Highness." He held out a suggestion card. "Please take this." Rachiel looked at the card wonderingly. "This is..." Immediately, the guard explained to him, "The entrance ticket to the secret vault. You must have it to enter the secret vault. What happens if you don't have it? All attack magic in the vault will activate. And the ticket also records the time you stay in there. If you stay in there for more than the allowed time." The soldier paused for a moment and then used an action to make the other two speechless. If the time passed, he would die. Lean then quickly revealed to him, from the information, he was allowed to stay until morning. Hearing that, Rachiel looked at his handmade clock and exclaimed in panic, "What? Only a few hours left." With that, he ran forward shouting, "Damien, go now." But suddenly, the guard raised his hand to stop him. "Your Highness, there." The space now clearly had 3 different doors. He carefully reminded it was a high-class area. He pretended to scratch his head and smiled. Sorry, I didn't know." On the surface, he frowned slightly and cursed inwardly. This soldier was quick-witted. He wouldn't be fooled. At this moment, Rachiel recalled the scene of himself standing before a stallion. "Since you passed the test, I will allow you to enter the basic area tonight and take out an item." Hearing his words, he exclaimed in surprise, "Yes." Hearing his puzzled look, he asked again, "Do you have any complaints?" He immediately denied it but still showed his attitude. "No, it wasn't exactly a complaint." Rachiel tried his best to convince him, "I worked hard to pass the test, but only got into the basic area." Estelian kept a calm attitude and sarcastically said to him, "It's not like I worked hard." He refused to give up and stretched out his beak to beg. But the person didn't specifically say which area when giving him the test. The person just changed his words after he passed. He looked at him like that and secretly said, "Son, you're really shameless." Back to reality, Rachiel and Damien turned away and sighed in their hearts. The Emperor is so stingy. Is he really helping them? He placed the card on the scanner on the door and told himself that it was best not to look for that person again unless he really needed to. When the sensor card is scanned, the machine makes a green beeping sound. Immediately, the huge door in front of everyone opened. The guard saluted him. "Your Highness, see you later." A moment later, Rachiel and Damien stood in a large room with giant shelves. He put his hands on his hips and looked at the scene before him, forcing a smile. This would take all night. And then, the magic cutting clock started counting down the time. He immediately turned to him and said, "Damien, we need to find the necessary item here. How do we find it?" Rachiel thought for a moment, then answered neither quickly nor slowly. "Something cold? Yes, an item, a potion or a magic orb covered in ice or something like that." He handed him a piece of paper and pen and told him, "If you find anything like that, write down their location. I will come and see later. After assigning tasks, the two of us split up. We will each split into half. I will go this way, then I will go this way. Okay." As time passed, Rachiel carefully examined each item on the shelf. Damien also focused on watching and taking notes for half the time. And by the time he got to another shelf, time was almost up. Rachiel rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "I don't know if it's because this is a basic area, but I can't see anything. I hope Damien's side isn't like mine, because there's nothing special about mine." At this moment, he was standing in front of a special item staring at it. A moment later, the two of you met as scheduled and discussed. "Did you write down the location as I said?" "Yes." Rachiel looked at his ugly handwriting and groaned. What the hell was he writing? The scene shifts to the bright ceiling of the base room. The two of them moved step by step to the place where Damien recorded the discussion. There weren't many ice attribute things in this place. "That's right." Rachiel looked at the thing on display and said, "Is this our only hope?" Let's see, the item's information plate was written in detail: name, eternal snow, shield type, origin unknown, classification, basic, description. When the user infuses magic into it, the core at the center of the shield will convert the magic and create an ice shield. After reading that information, he carefully repeated, "Eternal snow." He looked at the object and silently chimed, like a bell in a coffee shop. Thinking about it, he suddenly noticed something and said softly, "But." What he noticed was a line of information on the instruction board. The core in the center would convert mana and create an ice shield. The ice shield would break when it received too much damage. The part that broke when it received damage was a product of pure mana. It would disappear over time, but please be careful not to touch or eat it. Then, Rachiel reached out and gently touched the eternal snow, startled and cried out. It was so cold, with power radiating from his chest. He gripped it tightly and silently repeated, "An ice shield will be created when mana is poured into it." The small holes on the plate sensed the power flowing in and started to glow one after another. But it seemed like the force was too great, so the plate shook, causing him to suddenly exclaim, "Wait, is this really the bell at the coffee shop? I feel like I should go get the coffee I ordered." Thinking that, Rachiel reminded himself to concentrate again. "Okay, seeing as how it makes a noise every time the mana increases, I shouldn't carelessly pour too much mana into it. There's a minimum amount of mana needed to make the ice shield appear, so it's at the basic level." Immediately, he used all his concentration to recall the time he took a shower before he crossed over and said, "He'll try it slowly, like adjusting the temperature of the shower." After a while, looking at the steady flow of power, he happily exclaimed, "This is it. This is the feeling. I will continue like this." Just like that, an ice shield immediately appeared from the tray. Done. Rachiel excitedly shook his hands up and down in admiration. The shield was large but not heavy at all. He looked through the ice at everything cheering and cold. It could be done. He could heal Lady Deriner. Then he turned his head and asked the person behind him with sparkling eyes, "Damien, I think I need your help again." Looking at him like that, Damien wondered in his heart. He really didn't know what he was thinking. A secret conversation quickly took place between the two in that room. "What do you need my help with? I'll talk about it later. Let's go. It's time to get more time." What do you mean more time? I mean go treat the patient." A moment later, the guard outside saw the person coming out and called out, "Your Highness." As he was speaking, he suddenly stopped when he saw that the person who walked out was Damien. "The item you chose was..." He looked at the sword at Damien's side in surprise. You chose that sword? Suddenly, a pair of shoes and a familiar voice appeared and shouted, Damien, what do you think you're doing? Rachiel, with a face of annoyance, growled in disapproval. I am extremely disappointed in you. But looking back at him, he was covered in gold, silver, and jewels like a king. The guard quickly and carefully reminded him, You need to leave them here, my prince. The scene changes. The gentle moonlight and the sound of conversation seep in through a window. Inside that room was Garden, who was awakened by the noise. Me, why me? He walked to the window and looked at the two figures below, exclaiming, Prince, you're back. Suddenly, he smiled with satisfaction and secretly commented, The prince has been very close to Damien lately. He watched the two of them move back and forth and said to himself, Damien, I thought he was rude and stubborn, but he did a good job protecting the prince. Not knowing when, a tea tray appeared in his hand. It was good for the prince, who had been sick all this time, to have a friend like Damien who he could comfortably talk to. Garden brought the tea tray down to where the two of them were chatting and thought to himself, I guess I can put more faith in him. The sunlight appeared, the light of dawn shining down on the ice porch that Rachiel had just summoned. Seeing this action, he was bewildered. What is it? He continued to look at Damien's sword-drawing action. Confused, why did he draw his sword? As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately jumped up. He brought down a powerful sword strike on his shield without mercy. And from this scene, the tea tray in its owner's hand fell into the air. Garden panicked, covered his face and screamed, Assassinated. The story goes that a few minutes ago, Rachiel stood seriously in front of Damien and said, Listen to me carefully, yes, your highness. At this moment, Damien looked at him with an emotionless face and silently said to himself, You only sincerely want to help the patients. I will follow all your instructions without any doubt. As if seeing Damien's heart, he happily exclaimed, So what, can you hit me with a sword? Hearing his words, Damien's face turned ugly, wondering, Is he really crazy? The two of them chatted loudly in the dark like that. I want you to beat me until the ice shield breaks. You're telling the truth. Yeah. Damien was speechless in silence because his respect for Rachiel had dropped quite a bit. Next, then, as things were going on, his sudden sound accidentally woke Garden up. Me? Why? He laughed with delight as he watched their intimate conversation without knowing the content. You intend to kill me by framing me as a traitor. You have to beat me so that I can save Miss Damien. That's how we all survive. With that, Rachiel pointed at him and said, You too? Then he pointed at himself and confidently replied with a smile. Me too. Damien looked at him like that and secretly complained, What are you thinking? Thinking about it, he questioned Damien uncomfortably. I need a clearer explanation. You saw what was written about the center position in the secret vault, right? The center position is, when the user transfers mana, the core of the center will change mana and form a shield of ice. The shield of ice will be destroyed when it takes too much damage. The fragments of ice that will fall when it is destroyed are the product of pure mana. It will naturally dissipate over time, but please refrain from touching it or using it recklessly. Damien heard that and replied, That's true. But what does that have to do with me hitting you? Rachiel replied, Yes, I'll use the ice cut formed from hitting the shield and making the medicine. Hearing Rachiel's words, Damien pondered for a moment and then suggested, Sir, put down your shield and let me hit you. He immediately shook his head and said, No. Immediately he channeled his power and lifted the shield, saying, Now you see. Then he stopped transmitting power and watched the shield disappear miserably. Then continued, Now it was gone. From the illustration above, he carefully explained to Damien that to maintain the ice shield, mana must be infused into it. Damien awkwardly spoke his mind. But I want to stay safe. In short, you want me to destroy the ice shield without hurting you, right? Seeing that Damien understood what he meant, he happily replied, Yes. But quickly, he refused, Your Highness. This could be considered treason. How could I do such a thing? I would never do such a thing. But Damien's next words made him speechless. I couldn't possibly be dirt poor. Using the number 1 rule of negotiation to strike first, Damien made his request, asking him to reward me every time I hit his shield. Hearing this, Rachiel smiled slyly and said, So you want to get paid to beat me up? Yes, said. A hand gently placed on the chest respectfully. He solemnly saluted and said, "Your Highness, I consider you my sponsor. I respect the fact that you take care of people without asking for anything in return." He listened attentively to every word Damien uttered. But this time it was different. I had to get paid. Hearing these words, Rakiel clicked his tongue slightly, recalling all the misfortunes in Damien's life. He remembered the image of that young boy and told himself, it was all because of lack of money. And then, he thought of the image of his lonely back and the tattoo when he grew up. Then he remembered his battles with monsters. Rakiel smirked and thought to himself, even in novels he was very stingy. And while Garden brought tea to the two of them, they were talking to each other just like what we read. "What are you reading? I knew you were like this. But in real life you are even more shameless." As the other side of the mountain, the sun appeared. The dawn light shone down on the ice shield that Rakiel had just summoned. "Fine. I will pay you a day's wages for each strike you make." Receiving his consent, Damien immediately drew his sword and instructed, hoping that he would pay on time. He quickly brought down a powerful sword strike on his shield without mercy. And from this scene, the tea tray in its owner's hand fell into the air. Garden panicked and covered his face screaming. It was rebellion. Finally, he officially passed out. After that attack, the ground around Damien cracked but Rakiel's shield remained unaffected. Seeing that, he raised his sword again. "Ready, it seems that with just this much power I can't destroy it, I'll try again." Seeing his action, he quickly closed his eyes, gritted his teeth and cried out. Seeing his timidity, Damien calmly teased, "I haven't swung my sword yet." Rakiel trembled and urged him, "Hurry up." As soon as he finished speaking, Damien struck down on the shield again. Yes. Immediately after that, he continuously slashed at the shield without stopping. A moment later, the blow stopped. He still held the same trembling posture to defend. He continued to raise his sword, wondering if he should hit harder. Suddenly, Rakiel angrily scolded, "You bastard, you just want more money, right?" Damien didn't care what he said, his eyes determined to answer, "This time I will be serious." With that, he used all his strength to charge forward and hit the shield hard. And this blow caused a crack to appear on the shield. Immediately, the shield shattered to his delight. Rakiel was filled with joy and glee as he spun around shouting, "Success! You did it! A long and disease-free life, a royal life." After a moment of joy, he turned around and said, "Let's collect the ice pieces and go." Suddenly, they noticed Garden passed out in the distance. Wondering why he was sleeping outside, the scenery gradually changed. Rakiel was now standing in the kitchen starting to prepare medicine, kudzu root, ephedra, jujube seeds, with the addition of arrowroot, peony and licorice root, and also ginger root and Chinese cinnamon bark. This is the usual kudzu soup. You just put the next thing in like that. Now we'll put the ice fragments in, put this into the cycle. After you insert the tape, the system will pop up a message saying that your experience has increased dramatically by using a new method, a new skill. Tonic has been unlocked, level 1 tonic skill. The tonic you brew will be 10 more effective than normal tonic. And through ingredient analysis you can find detailed information about the uses, side effects and toxins contained in supplements. Immediately a bowl of ice-cold medicine was placed on the table in the sound system. You must find a new formula based on traditional tonics, kudzu tonic. The system ended the announcement. The heart with a happy face loudly called out to him, "Mr. Rakiel, this is the kudzu root tonic combined with ice that you ordered." Having said that, the system once again appeared to ask for your opinion, the medicine preparation and ingredient analysis skill. Do you want to activate it? Yes or no? Rakiel smiled sinisterly and resolutely chose, "Great, of course there is." A soft sound rang out. A series of analytical information appeared. Kudzu root tonic combined with ice, described as a dark brown liquid. The effect is to restore water energy, reduce fever. The method of use is to drink 3 times a day after meals. Note, patients with angina or myocardial infarction cannot use. The person who prepared it is Rakiel. Looking at this series of information, he clenched his fists in secret delight. This skill is really amazing. Now he doesn't need to check the medicine himself, it also restores water energy, Madame Damien. Rakiel was determined and confident. He could save her now. Thinking so, He and Damien carried the tonic to another room. Seeing them enter, the people in the room hurriedly stood up. Your Highness. He carried the medicine to the eldest son of the Damien family and asked, "How is she?" He bowed his head slightly and slowly replied, "She is still not well." Hearing that, Rakiel glanced in a certain direction. He watched as Lady Damien silently made an assessment. Her energy levels were getting lower and lower. This medicine. He reached out and scooped up a handful of the prayer potion, hoping it would work. Then he gently put the medicine into the lattice mouth and said, "Okay, lady, drink it. It will be a bit cold." When she tasted the medicine, she cried out with difficulty, "It's too bitter." Rakiel chuckled a few times and advised, "The more bitter the medicine is, the more effective it is." After taking care of her, he sat down to talk with Damien's family. And when night fell, he sat by his wife's bed and watched her illness. Until the next morning, he continued to go to the kitchen to make a new batch of medicine. Just like that, 10 days later, at this moment, servants with eyes sparkling with strange admiration appeared. They looked at his back sitting on the chair and wondered, "Is he always like this? He is completely different from the sensitive bastard before. Your Highness, I respect you very much now." Even Garden. He bit his handkerchief with tears in his eyes. "I have always believed in you, Your Highness." They just admired him like that without knowing that his physical condition was extremely bad. "Your Highness." Rakiel's face now looked haggard and lifeless. "I somehow endured it, but I was so tired. I diagnosed, nursed, and even made my own medicine." "Rakiel, you have to try hard because you'll get rewarded for your hard work." At this moment, the system displays a congratulatory message. You have successfully used the kudzu root powder medicine and successfully cured the rash. Your dedication to the health of your patients is a sign of self-sacrifice. Those who witnessed it all respected you and praised you. 2 Rakiel angels immediately appeared, blowing trumpets loudly, on top of the rewards you have received. The effectiveness of the level 2 hospital fee collection skill has increased by 1.5 times. Reading up to here, his eyes widened in surprise. What? Title rewards, skill effectiveness increased by 1.5 times, so what does that mean? The system continued to inform him, patient, Madame Dirnor's life expectancy has increased to 27 years and 3 months. The amount of time she can live will be equal to 53 days before the title reward disappears. Lifespan bonus is 8 days. Updated lifespan is 146 days. Getting the information he wanted, Rakiel curled his lips even higher and silently exclaimed, "Great! If only everyone around him respected him." He laughed loudly, calculating dangerously in his heart. "Then I will live longer and I will make you misunderstand even more." Scene change. The setting sun gently shines on the carriage heading towards a mansion. Rakiel sat in the carriage with the others, glancing outside. He rested his chin in his hand and thought, somehow he had gotten through this time. But running the clinic alone would become increasingly difficult. He looked deep into the forest with the sunset light and silently decided, he needed a professional nurse. When the carriage reached a smoother surface, it stopped. One by one, people carefully got off the carriage. Lady Deriner stood in front of the carriage door, smiling brightly and expressing to the person inside, "Your Highness, I can't believe you would go to the trouble of taking me home after curing me. I don't know how to repay this favor." Rakiel also smiled politely and replied to her, "Don't worry, I have already received countless benefits from it." As he said, the system displayed a notification. "The heart, lungs, large intestine and liver have given you 200 blood to celebrate the successful treatment. The current blood is 1,500. Thinking about it, he replied to her, "Don't worry about it. Seeing the lady recover is enough for me." Hearing his words, Garden, the eldest son, and the lady of the Deriner house all covered their mouths and cried out in tears, so touched. Immediately after, just as the two of them were about to perform the ritual, asking for permission to greet each other, a hand quickly reached out to stop them. "Wait." Rakiel stood at the car door and said loudly, "I want to talk to you." The eldest son of the Deriner family pointed at himself and asked, "What?" He quickly urged him to get in the car first. Immediately the luxurious carriage had a slight tremor. At this time, the eldest son of the Deriner family sat at the coachman's seat and spoke to the person inside. "Your Highness, are we going to sit and talk like this?" "Yes, we have something to say while sitting like this. It's the same at Shinsky." Shinseki is a Korean department store chain. Just like that, everything fell silent until a flock of small birds flew by, and the forest was quiet without a sound or a person. The eldest son of the Deriner family gently rubbed his shoulder while Rakiel glanced at him from inside. His Adam's apple moved slightly as he swallowed nervously. Why didn't he say anything? Just as he thought that, he let out a long sigh. He punched his shoulder repeatedly and groaned. "Oh my God! My whole body aches." Hearing that, the eldest son of the Deriner family suddenly felt uneasy. "Let alone," Rakiel said with a grim face, "I have spent many days taking care of my lady without sleep." Hearing him say that, he opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, "I knew it." Thinking about it, he cautiously opened his proposal. "Your Highness, I am thinking of compensating you. Don't you know that I don't charge for medical treatment? I will lose patience if I do not do what I say in the advertisement. But Your Highness, I want to repay you." Hearing what he wanted, Rakiel exclaimed with a face full of joy. "Really? But you're not my patient. I don't take anything from patients." And of course, he felt like something had just broken and stammered in response, "Yes, you're right." Having said that, he took out a file of papers to examine. "From what I heard," he looked at the information sheet of the son of Deriner and asked, "Are you an artist?" He quickly and honestly replied, "Yes, I am just an amateur." Speaking of this, suddenly his eyes became cold and determined as he said, "I want you to do something for me." Time flies and we arrive a few days later at the bustling frontier square. At a certain stall, a bald man started talking to the boy in front of him. "Did you hear?" "What?" The man revealed shocking information. The prince was looking for a servant for the palace. The boy heard that and wondered, "Why are you telling me?" The man with a sparkling face put his hand on his shoulder and said, "I think you are interested in it. You have been unemployed for 5 years, hit a weak spot." He angrily retorted, "Landlord, why do you care if I am unemployed or not? Please don't say any more. I did not default on the rent." He coldly reached out his hand towards him with a threatening expression. "You're late twice already." He immediately changed his attitude and ran away. "He'll go get money right away." He just ran past the dark figure standing there, who had heard everything. The man in the cloak clutched the apple in his hand. The man's face darkened, revealing a gaping tooth, and he was deep in thought, saying nothing. The scene now shifts to a museum covered in banners, an exhibition of the eldest son of the Deriner family, from the people of the Deriner territory. People gradually entered the museum. Inside the museum at this time, people were gathering in front of a giant painting. Rakiel clapped his hands to congratulate the exhibition owner, congratulating him on becoming a professional artist. "Thank you, Prince." He looked at him confused and wondered, why is his face so long? "Oh, this." He glanced at the painting of Rakiel in a suit with the words, "I want you," then looked at the painting of 3 people with the name The Life Trio and hesitantly said, "I feel like." He continued looking at the painting returning to life, with you paused for a moment. Looking at Damien wanting to draw his sword with the painting, "I sometimes cry threateningly. I don't know why, but I really want to cut this painting." And the eldest son of the Deriner family sincerely expressed, "He is cheating." Rakiel smiled and patted his shoulder to reassure him. "It's okay. It's okay. People also use Photoshop a lot." Hearing you say that made him confused. "What is Photoshop?" Having said that, he immediately expressed his curiosity. "Your Highness, will my paintings really help you advertise?" He pointed to the giant painting that was being viewed by many and proudly replied, "Of course it will be useful. Damn, good, great, wonderful, give it to the nurse." The emotions of the viewers at this moment were bewilderment and amazement. "I came because I heard the entrance was free. What kind of painting is this?" After a while of discussion, they suddenly noticed a piece of paper on the corner of the painting. The paper said, "Bring the nurses here on oil on canvas. You can become one of them, the angels in white. Gain experience and happiness in life by becoming a nurse. Plus, you will be paid by a handsome prince boss. Sign up now." Reading this recruitment line, there was a stir. "Brother, I have to tell you the truth. My dream is to become a nurse." "What?" Because of that recruitment line, the nursing registration office and the entrance exam were bustling with people discussing, "The salary is so good. I heard that a month's salary can pay for 2 years of rent." In that crowd were the 2 people from the market earlier. The young man held the registration form and cried, "Mom, I will become a nurse with a lot of money and repay you for raising me." The registration form clearly explains all the necessary information. Working hours depend on the prince's health and mood. Request to move inside the capital. How to register is to fill out the form and go to the office in Frontier Square to take the test. The information line that the man in black robe paid attention to was the request to transfer inside the capital. After reading the instructions, the man in the black cloak grabbed and crumpled the paper, and Rakiel at the back of the crowd let out a few delighted laughs. Damien looked at his excited face and reminded him, "Prince, are you that happy?" Realizing he was a bit too much, he wiped his saliva and calmly replied, "Of course. Why wouldn't I be happy?" Rakiel looked at the bustling crowd and explained to him, "If we can attract talented individuals to the palace, we can cure even more sick people." He once again spread his arms forward and shouted, "That is why?" He sang a song with great eloquence. "How could I not be happy? Then I thought joyfully in my heart, my life will be added to." Witnessing this scene of his, Damien secretly admired him. He was really amazing. He also paid very well. And then, the timeline changed to 6 days later. A familiar black-robed figure quickly passed by. The bright sunlight shone directly on the banner fluttering in the sky, bringing the nurse here. People were now crowded in front of the gate of an extremely luxurious mansion. The man in the black cloak looked up in a daze. That person was Anise. She put her hands on her hips proudly and thought to herself expectantly, "It's time." As soon as she finished speaking, the host picked up a spoon, ready to say something. He loudly shouted, "Everyone please pay attention." He loudly announced, "We will begin the first part of the selection test." The people below looked up attentively listening to every word he said. "Organized by the prince, brought the nurse here, the first part." The host shouted with all his might, "It will be." He bowed low again and loudly repeated, "It will be." The host stood on the podium and loudly announced the cheers. Organized and sponsored by the Crown Prince, the nurse selection competition. Show your abilities. Having said that, he pointed forward and shouted loudly. The first task was to go to the interview location. At this moment, there were people talking foolishly to each other in the crowd. Strange, I feel like I've been hearing this for a week. You're thinking too much. The gatekeepers then ordered the people to be led inside. They would all be divided into 5 groups of 10 people for inspection. They were given a detailed map, starting here and moving quickly to the main building of the sub-palace. Only the first 10 individuals from each group would be interviewed. As soon as the soldier finished speaking, the people started to make a fuss. "What? Wait, what about the other 40 people?" The guard coldly replied, "Those who did not make it into the top 10 were not qualified." Just as they were complaining about how ridiculous it was, the host shouted loudly to make them run at full speed. "Okay, group number 1 start." They ran screaming past Garden and Rakiel's position. After counting for a while, Garden raised his hand to block the person behind him and coldly declared that the people behind him were not qualified. And then, he looked at the people passing by who were panting and said, "Well done," but he pointed to the plates on the table and said seriously, "We will start the next assignment now. The second assignment will be." Garden looked at the candidates starting to check the ingredients and said, "Find out which of the 6 medicinal herbs on the table." He watched them taste it intently and continued speaking, having been affected by improper storage. Just as those people were concentrating on their practice, a person wearing a strange robe appeared. The man in the cloak suddenly felt uncomfortable and trembled, letting out a few painful cries. Then, the man's lower robe suddenly fluttered gently. Suddenly, the man in the black cloak fell heavily to the ground, startling the others. The people around became silent and stood still looking at the person lying there. They looked at each other in panic, wondering if the other person had just fallen down. Was he okay? Why didn't anyone help? Should they help? But then another thought quickly woke them up. What are we doing? There is no time, the test is almost over. Rakiel had been standing beside them, silently watching them intently. Suddenly, he turned and nodded slightly at Garden. Then, light footsteps echoed through the air. Garden walked up to the contestants and stopped them. "Okay." He smiled gently and thanked them. It was nice to see everyone so focused. The successful candidates would be notified at a later date. Hearing him say that, those people turned around and left dejectedly. "I can't find that medicinal herb, am I out?" After everyone left, only one person in a black cloak was left lying there. Rakiel walked up to the person and ordered, "You can stand up now." As soon as he finished speaking, the person wearing the cloak stood up. It was Damien. He raised his hand to lightly brush the dust off his shirt and slowly said, "Luckily he fooled them all." Rakiel quickly let out a breath and continued, "I was worried it might sound too exaggerated." Hearing that, he scratched his head and wondered, "What does that mean?" Having said that, Rakiel immediately demonstrated the painful scene of falling down for him to see. "Look at this." After acting, he sat up and wiped the blood away, confidently showing off his power. "Doesn't this look more natural?" Garden cried out in admiration as he raised the scale to praise him. "Your Highness, there is nothing you cannot do." Suddenly, Rakiel spoke up and offered, "Would you like to take an acting course?" But in the end, he still chose to ignore it and talk about something else. Whatever, thanks to Damien's acting, we were able to accurately evaluate them. So what were the results of the remaining 9 candidates? He quickly and coldly replied, "All eliminated." Rakiel spoke seriously and sincerely. A profession can always be learned. However, Damien slowly continued. He wanted to say that character is more important. Rakiel looked at the bright sunshine in the sky and agreed with him. Yes, that was why they didn't meet the standards, especially for future nurses. Now, on to the next group. The next group went on to do the same thing again. But no one cared, so no one passed. The third group was similar to the first 2 groups. No one passed. And until the fourth group continued like the first 3 groups, the same result, no one surpassed. Witnessing this situation, Rakiel officially collapsed in disbelief. Really, none of them cared about the person who collapsed. Too desperate, Rakiel spoke up to suggest, "Damien, let's go for a walk." He didn't hesitate to agree. Okay. Scene change now. Damien and Rakiel quietly stroll around the mansion's garden. Rakiel was currently biting his nails in deep thought. He couldn't think of any more candidates. What to do? Suddenly a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Why is there no one?" Outside the door, a soldier was stopping a stranger, because she was not human. Hearing this, Rakiel was confused. What was he talking about? She was not human. The one who was stopped was Anise. She angrily patted her chest and protested. "I am human," the guard still firmly asserted. "No, you are not." It was this argument that made the guy on one side roll up his sleeves angrily and curse, "This bastard. Why did he say that when we didn't even have enough candidates? If she wasn't human, then what was she?" Just as he was about to rush forward, Damien's words stopped him. "She was a werewolf." Rakiel heard that and looked at Anise with judgment. "A werewolf? But she didn't have a tail." He immediately explained, "You can't see it because those baggy pants are covering it." Hearing what he said, he hummed a bit and replied, "I see, there are a few werewolves," Damien secretly affirmed in his heart. "I guess even the crown prince has quite an aversion to werewolves." Suddenly, an image of a wolf in pajamas with the ability to transform appeared. Next is the image of a wolf with a strong body showing off its muscles. And then finally the image of a wolf with a dog's nose sniffing a bowl of water. Thinking of that, Rakiel became excited and started to drool loudly. Too perfect for a traditional medicine nurse. Looking at him like that, Damien judged clearly, "I'm worried for nothing." Back to the argument between Anise and the guard, she firmly asserted, "I am also a citizen protected by imperial law." The guard sneered with disdain, but she lost control and occasionally turned into a beast. Hearing his sarcasm, she gritted her teeth and angrily growled, That's just prejudice." She clenched her fists assuringly. "No, that wouldn't happen." The guard had a mocking expression on his face. It was scary. But right now she was looking at me with those scary beast eyes. His words completely made Anise angry, clenching his fists and cursing silently. "This dog." At this moment, Rakiel appeared and interrupted their conversation. "Stop. That's enough, Prince," he commanded the guard with a dignified voice. "In my nurse recruitment notice, didn't it say that anyone living in the capital could apply? Yes, even though she's a werewolf, isn't she still a citizen of the capital?" "It's my fault, Your Highness." He immediately turned to Anise and reminded her, "The person you should apologize to is not me, but her." Having said that, Rakiel placed his hand on his chest and bowed slightly to apologize to her. "I apologize on behalf of this soldier for his disrespectful behavior." She politely saluted and introduced herself. "I am Anise, daughter of Hasten. It is an honor to meet you, Crown Prince." And then, he continued to ask her so she wanted to take part in the test. Yes, sir. Receiving her answer, he happily turned around and clapped his hands. Okay. Then let's start right now. Seeing Raquel like that, she was confused. What? Suddenly, he turned his head and asked seriously, because you are a werewolf, your physical strength is also very good. Right? But I have never seen it with my own eyes. He pointed at the soldier who had argued with Anise earlier and said, so if you beat that soldier, they'll consider you passed the first test. The view changes to a small fountain in the grounds. Raquel pointed at the fountain and told them, from here to the fountain is about 400 meters, whoever runs there and back first will be the winner, okay? As soon as he finished speaking, Anise took off his cloak and happily shouted, understood. He quickly turned to the soldier and reminded him to get ready. The soldier was confused but still obeyed, yes. After a series of sharp sounds, the soldier was left with only his shorts, ready and prepared. Both the competitors, Anise and the guard, got into their racing stances. The soldier frowned, gritting his teeth along with Annis' determined gaze. Both of them thought that they would win overwhelmingly. Raquel waved the flag in his hand and shouted, okay, get ready. The guard at the gate frowned, gritted his teeth and stared straight ahead. Anise also looked forward intently with determined eyes. Immediately, Raquel waved the flag down, shouted the command, and ran. As soon as he finished speaking, Anise rushed forward, taking the soldier by surprise. With her strength, she completely left the guard far behind. He witnessed this scene and exclaimed in admiration, look at this speed. She just like that took long strides and rushed forward. She ran like that until she was only a short distance away from the small fountain. Then suddenly, Anise stomped her feet and jumped straight up from the ground. Her hand reached out and lightly touched the column on the fountain. She grabbed the pillar tightly and gently spun around in the air before landing on the ground. As soon as she landed, she jumped up and ran forward again. Just then, the guard at the gate ran over and saw her turn back, immediately looking bewildered. Without thinking much, he let out a deep breath and tried to run past her. At this moment, Anise glanced at him and secretly judged in his heart, too slow, I will win. Simultaneously with her current thoughts, was the terrible expression on the gate guard's face. He frowned, full of angry stench scolding. Damn it. Suddenly, his ankle twisted to one side and became red and swollen. Huh? Immediately after that, he fell to the ground and rolled several times on the ground. A loud cry followed, catching Anise's attention. She turned her head and saw the soldier groaning in pain. She wondered if he had dislocated his shoulder. Her forward running speed seemed to slow down. She was silent for a moment, pensive and silent. After a moment of silence, Anise gritted his teeth in annoyance. Immediately, she stomped her foot and shouted, damn it. She quickly turned around and ran back just as she was about to reach her destination. She galloped forward with great power and shouted regretfully, damn it. I wanted an overwhelming victory, such as life. This action of hers made Raquel pay attention and observe closely. Anise ran at full speed straight to the fallen guard, startling him. Without saying much, she grabbed his shoulders and arms, causing him to panic. What was she doing? Her voice was full of fear and threatened him. Just shut your mouth and stay still. Then there was a small impact and the sound of bones cracking. Her action made the guard at the gate scream in pain. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared, freeing the soldier who had lost his soul on the other side. Good. That's enough. Raquel held up a heart necklace and declared, I'm hired. The scene now shifts from the courtyard to inside the office. He pushed forward a stack of papers and instructed, this is the employment contract. Please read carefully. Anise picked up the stack of papers and examined them carefully, exclaiming, it seemed quite complicated. He immediately smiled and joked happily to reassure her. There was no need to worry so much. Just take it easy. Take it easy. Take it easy. Looking at him like that, Garden and Damien secretly discussed behind him. He suddenly turned into a middle-aged man like me. He definitely looked more mature than his real age. While Anise was intently looking at the papers, he silently observed and evaluated her. Raquel commented with satisfaction, Her physical strength is impressive and also her wisdom is perfect, but I have seen it. He flashed back to that moment and shivered. She smiled as she adjusted his shoulder. Coming out of his reverie, he laughed so happily that his shoulders shook, confusing the two people behind him as he thought. Even though she helped, she did it in such a painful way. There are many difficult patients out there, they definitely won't be happy. Suddenly, he looked up at the sunset sky and sighed. But what a pity. He still wanted more people like her. And then, after reading the contract, Anis gently placed it on the table. Rakiel with a cheerful expression approached her and asked her how the contract was. She answered neither quickly nor slowly. That's good. But her eyes were deep in request. I would like to add a few additional terms. Hearing her say that, he broke out in a cold sweat and asked, Really, what are they? Anis slowly opened his mouth to say each word. Actually, me. And what she said next made Rakiel, the leader of a group of about 50 people, stunned. As soon as she finished speaking, his eyes lit up and he repeated, there are 50 people like her. He immediately flew back to her and massaged her shoulders to please her. If only she had said that sooner. In his mind, he was imagining the image of 7 werewolves, thinking to himself, who could resist owning 50 strength nurses? Having said that, Anis continued to suggest to him, then please let them do the nurse test together. Rakiel nodded without saying much, with his own thoughts in mind. Come with me, Shrank? She didn't stop there. She continued to make a request that made him stop, and also, please solve the innate problem of our tribe. Hearing that, he was full of questions and asked, congenital problem? Are you girls lacking food? No, then what is it? Anis immediately recalled and explained, our tribe had encountered many awkward situations in society because of that problem. She thought of the things hanging down behind her and said, those are our tails. Rakiel opened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed, tails? She imagined the wolf with its tail wagging miserably, complaining that our tails were moving on their own. His mind was simple and he asked the difficult question again, is that a bad thing? At this, Anis bowed his head sadly and replied, yes, because we couldn't hide our feelings. When he thought about their tail movements when happy or sad, he seemed to understand something and secretly exclaimed, because their emotions are easily read, they often become targets for scammers. Thinking that, Rakiel looked at her outfit and said, is that why you wear those baggy pants to hide your tail? Anis rubbed her hands together and replied, yes, but even so, our tails are still too strong and we can't hide them if we get excited. He immediately came up with several questions, including when she tied the tail to her leg. She shook her head and replied, it will find its own way out. Suddenly, the tail seemed to have a spirit and scolded him. Hey, it'll do whatever I want, just worry about yourself first. Seeing this, Rakiel cried out in panic. Is it a muscle with its own consciousness? Then he asked another way, what about cutting it off? Anis quickly answered him, we have tried, but it will be difficult for us to walk normally. Living normally without a tail is impossible. Plus, she revealed, it will grow back on its own in under a month. Suddenly he thought of the strange image and laughed out loud, like a lizard, but soon after, his attitude changed to silence. Rakiel's eyes shook slightly and he exclaimed in his heart, wait, they want me to solve this problem? A vague thought flashed through his mind, and that was the only way he could get Shrank nurses. Garden and Damien stood beside him, looking at him miserably, holding their heads in despair and complaining. Eve never tried to cure my tail before. Rakiel's face was serious, pale, and he groaned. I can't even think of a way. Rakiel approached Anis. Standing next to her, he said, so what if I become your security guard? Anis wondered what he meant. As Rakiel spoke, an image of a werewolf tribe with a distinctive crest appeared, meaning I will use my status and authority to support your tribe. Hearing him say that, she immediately raised her hand to signal her refusal. Agnes said, although I am very grateful for the offer, I beg to decline. She shook her head helplessly and said, because that wouldn't solve my core problem. Agnes' resolute voice still echoed in the room. If something happened to him or he changed his mind, wouldn't we still be the same or even worse? Looking up at Rakiel, she said, I did not come to you for a temporary solution. Hearing Agnes say that made him reconsider. Rakiel sighed, what core problem did she want to solve? Catching the point she wanted, she immediately replied, "Yes, Your Highness." He sighed and said, "Okay." Hearing Rakiel agree made Agnes excited and expectant. "So you will help us?" He said, "Yeah, I have no other choice." She asked, "Have you thought of anything yet?" Rakiel said with his eyes closed, somewhat helplessly, "Actually not yet." He said, "Now we will start looking for a way." Agnes looked at Rakiel with admiration. She thought to herself, he is so honest. Looking at him, who was constantly thinking pensively, what should I do? She secretly judged, if he was the type to just make empty promises, then she would really be disappointed. Agnes stood up and said, "Okay, I will leave and wait for your contact." Rakiel replied, "Okay, don't go anywhere else, just stay in the palace and wait for me." The door of the room closed as Agnes left. The room suddenly became silent. Contrary to his calm appearance, he was screaming inside. They were too talented for him to refuse. He had to do it. He didn't expect to have 50 of the best nurses, but if he couldn't cure that tail disease, they wouldn't work for him. Rakiel lay on the sofa, gesticulating and kicking the chair. His thoughts were still running wild. Wait, what am I supposed to do with this sentient tail? Rakiel gritted his teeth and growled in annoyance. His face suddenly turned pale and he quickly became thin. He sat on a chair, taking out books from the library with a very haggard face. Rakiel thought to himself, I have searched everywhere but still can't think of anything. Garden beside suddenly shouted, "Skill name, level 1 Prince Shout." Hearing his shout made him startled and scolded. His soul was taken away. You did it on purpose, right? Garden stood up straight and said no. Hearing his answer made Rakiel ask more. So what? Do you have a problem? Garden's face turned serious as he said, if you frown too much and let anger build up, you will get a lot of diseases. He sat down and patted his chest, saying, if you keep scaring me like that, you'll really get sick. I might get heart disease. He looked up and said, no, Your Highness. Rakiel looked down, questioning, what right do you have to decide whether or not you have that disease? Garden pointed to the middle of his forehead and said, if you frown too much, you'll get wrinkles. He said with a face full of meticulousness. Once wrinkles appear, you can't erase them. How about you stop frowning? He was calm. Really? A mysterious smile appeared on Rakiel's face. Looking at the shelves filled with countless books, he thought to himself, he's trying to make me feel better. Obviously, he is, and I feel embarrassed and grateful at the same time. A bright line appeared in Rakiel's mind. He was so kind. He shrugged and said nonchalantly, it's okay. What if I get wrinkles? I can just use filler and Botox. Garden did not understand what Rakiel said, so he asked, excuse me, but what are fillers and Botox? He shook his head helplessly. That's what we know. They're great for smoothing out wrinkles. Realizing something in that statement made Rakiel widen his eyes and think to himself, wait. In his mind appeared the image of countless tiny viruses thinking, botulinum toxin, the full original name of Botox. Rakiel's mind ran through countless streams of thought. Of all the poisons known to man, they were the most powerful paralyzing poison. The image of the wolf's tail appeared, and he continued to speculate, the muscles in a werewolf's tail can move on their own, I will paralyze those muscles, and Kuzman appeared fierce in Rakiel's imagination. Just in time for him to have poison to use. His face was still smiling with his mouth curved into an arc. Leaning down, Rakiel said, Garden, I need Kuzman's poison. You keep it in the secret vault, right? He replied, yes. His joy and excitement became more evident, and he said, bring me and take me to Agnes' room. In another room, Agnes was doing push-ups and counting 1, 2, 3, 4. Suddenly something caught her attention. She opened the door to find Rakiel and Garden standing there. She asked, why are you here at this hour? He pushed Agnes' shoulders into the room and said, the condition you requested, I think we found a solution, let's go. In Rakiel's gloomy mind, there were two things he needed to find out first. The first was where to perform the method. His hand behind his back emitted a white aura. Through his hands, Rakiel felt the large and small acupoints connecting to each other, stretching from his brain to the entire body. In his mind, he exclaimed, yes, I see it. Looking at Agnes Rakiel's brain, he knew right away that the flow of internal energy in her body was different from that of humans. Observing the acupuncture points on his shoulder, he secretly judged that, apart from the location of the Rin meridian, it was completely different from his guess. The acupoints on Agnes' lower abdomen down to her feet Rakiel continued to assess. The Changchang and Yaoshu acupoints on her hips were further apart than humans. Looking closely at the other blood vessels, he made another judgment, and in the middle was something that humans didn't have, a blood vessel leading straight to the tail. Rakiel's eyes narrowed into a serious expression. He'll stop talking about it for now. In short, she's similar to humans in most important ways. He put his hands on his hips and said, "Now, can you turn into a wolf for me?" Agnes turned back and asked in surprise, "Excuse me?" Rakiel's voice echoed in the room. Since her acupuncture points would change when she transformed, we needed to check and find out where they were. She was deep in thought. Agnes stood there silently for a while. After a moment of consideration, a wolf ear appeared on Agnes' head. Below, her legs are also growing larger with sharp nails. After transforming, Agnes transformed into a huge werewolf. Her appearance was ferocious with sharp fangs and claws. Rakiel saw Agnes in this form and said, "I thought you would become bigger, you look like Dengchil." She was confused when she heard him say that. Rakiel was not shy at all, but instead cheerfully explained, "That was the name of the dog I used to raise." His explanation made Agnes growl angrily. Seeing that she couldn't speak, Rakiel was surprised and wondered. Could she not speak because the structure of her mouth had changed? Taking Agnes' hand, he said cheerfully, "Which hand?" Seeing Rakiel treating her like his pet made her uncomfortable and growl. Knowing that she had teased him too much, Rakiel raised his hands in surrender and apologized. Sorry. He pointed his dirty gun-shaped hand at Agnes and said, "Bang." She was now happily rolling around on the ground happily. Gadon looked at the two of them with a loving gaze. Agnes' growl echoed in the room again. Noticing her anger, Rakiel apologized profusely. It really worked. He carried a sense of relief and continued to laugh happily. Sorry. Let's start the test." Back in the study, Rakiel sat in thought. He thought, "I have completed the first task, finding a place to carry out the method. But the second task is quite complicated." Looking at the wooden box containing countless pills, Rakiel thought, how much paralyzing poison to use? That was the most important question. Staring at a pill in his hand, he continued to think, "I need to find out the ingredients of this poison. To know the exact amount of poison I need to use on her tail." Suddenly, the image of Kuzman appeared in Rakiel's mind, and he thought, should he ask Kuzman? The thought in Rakiel's head was immediately eliminated. No, I can't believe him. Putting the pill in his mouth, he thought to himself, why don't I try eating it? Store it in my protective mana circle and test it. The system suddenly showed red notifications from internal organs. Heart, are you crazy? Lungs, are you crazy? Really? Large intestine, are you crazy? Liver, are you crazy? Inside, the internal organs were hugging each other, forming a circle with a faint light. They put their heads together with different expressions. The heart asked in disbelief, did he really eat poison? The liver asked with a face full of boredom. Then who will detoxify? The large intestine still asked in disbelief. Did he really want to test it himself? The liver angrily said loudly, here I am. Why don't you summon a monster and feed it poison? Receiving the blame from him, the image of the hedgehog appeared in Rakiel's mind and said, you want a cute little summoned beast to test your poison? Aren't you guys going a bit too far? The internal organs heard him say that and immediately scolded him through the notice board. You're going to test poison on your own body, don't you think that's going too far? The liver in his stomach screamed angrily. There were summoned monsters specifically for analyzing materials, even poison. Hearing him say that made Rakiel surprised. An unknown monster shape suddenly appeared in his mind and he thought, what? There is a spirit beast that specializes in analyzing materials. The system notification from the liver department appeared. He laughed heartily and said, yes, I met it when I was in the system waiting room. He did not understand and wondered, what is the system waiting room? An image of a series of tubes with transparent glass covers containing various objects appeared according to the liver's narrative. The name says it all, it's a waiting room. I have to sleep there until I wake up. Me, my heart, my lungs, my colon, everyone. Hearing the system report the liver's response made Rakiel understand and said, so, the other internal organs are also sleeping? The system's notification panel showed the liver's response, of course. The same went for the other organs waiting to be summoned. He rested his chin on his hand and wondered, what is that system? The system notification sounded, conveying the liver's answer, don't ask me anymore. Even if I know everything, I still can't tell you. The notice board turned red with a chain and a security lock that read, "It's the law, disclosure of information is also limited." From the notice board appeared Rakiel's nagging. "Then, can you just tell me the characteristics? Since they'll have to go through the gotcha with Gozium again, your nagging makes the liver feel annoyed and the ear responds, not liking it." Not getting any more information out of him made Rakiel look displeased. Honestly, as if to tease him, the liver also sent a picture of him and the other organs through the system notification with a message. The organs were very happy with the current situation, and the liver laughed out loud in glee. Rakiel gritted his teeth in anger, thinking, "These bastards," stood up and looked at the notice board that was showing up. Rakiel raised his hand into a fist and said loudly, "If you like, just keep quiet." He pinched his nostrils and said in a cryptic manner, "I will make you speak." On the system panel, the heart and large intestine joined in the conversation. The heart laughed loudly and said, "What are you doing?" The large intestine also joined in with a teasing tone, "Are you holding your breath?" At this time, the system board displayed a message from the lungs with bewilderment. Because of pinching his nose, Rakiel's breathing became difficult, causing his face to turn red. On the side of the internal organs, the lungs stood on one side with a pale face that kept trembling. Lungs. The heart stood on the other side feeling and saying, what, I don't have enough oxygen." Seeing other internal organs abnormal, the liver and large intestine showed worried expressions. The system saw that the situation was not good and immediately issued a notice. The internal organs were panicking because of your actions. The lungs were now exhausted. Their faces were pale. Their hands were slightly touching and their throats had difficulty saying, lungs. Finally, the lung collapsed and lay on the ground. The heart beside it also paled and collapsed to the ground. Faced with the current situation, the angry liver and large intestine tried to say loudly, "The lungs are about to die, you idiot." Then the system displayed a message again. Okay, the characteristics of the spirit beast that can analyze data are: a bright light lit up the room. The mailbox opened, and Bobak with a transparent outer layer rushed out screaming. Looking at Bobak circling back and forth in front of Rakiel's eyes, he said in surprise, "Goldfish." Rakiel called it. Hey, it heard him call and immediately turned its eyes to pay attention and replied, "Bo." Rakiel looked at Bobak with a terrifyingly lustful gaze. "Let's get along from now on." Seeing his expression, it was so scared that it trembled and cried, "Bo, Bo." Bobak happily greeted the hedgehog when he met it, and Bo, the spiny-tailed boy, happily returned its handshake. Gozium. Rakiel happily crossed his arms and looked down at the table where Bobak and the spiketail were playing. He opened the wooden box and picked up a pill. He held the pill in front of Bobak and said, "Bobak, do you want to eat this? It tastes delicious." He looked at the pill and exclaimed, "The system notification is full of internal organs frustration. You are really heartless. Whose personality do you resemble?" Opening the pills, Rakiel thought to himself, Bobak's ability is... The liquid in the pill entered Bobak's mouth, his mind still full of thoughts. As it ate something, the system displayed a notification, "Immortal Goldfish. Bobak has used a skill. Just a little bit, level 1. After drinking the liquid from the pill, Bobak's face turned pale, showing his haggardness. He trembled and cried out, "You're lying, you bastard." It cried out and fell down on the table, making Gozium a bit surprised and scared. Bobak thought to himself, "I'm gonna die." Seeing it like that made Rakiel a bit nervous, thinking, "It will." Then suddenly Bobak opened his round, bright eyes wide. The system displays a message, "Immortal Goldfish. Bobak has used a skill, level 1 revival." It reached out its hand and pulled out a red feather. He thought to himself, "Revived." Not stopping, Bobak used his small hand to take out a fong. It was a monkey, resentfully using its fangs to write what had just happened on a red feather. "Bo." Rakiel looked and judged, and wrote in his diary. He smiled bitterly and said, "Sorry." Looking at what it wrote on that heart-shaped cardboard, Rakiel thought to himself, Bobak wrote down everything it ate in its diary. Ingredients, average lethal dose. Holding the feather it had just written on, he thought, and all the characteristics of what it ate, as if it was stalking others, and this was actually a very strong poison that could reduce the effectiveness of Botox. Rakiel's face lit up, long lines of words running through his mind. Good. Now I can make the exact amount of medicine needed for Agnes' tail anesthetic. Rakiel opened his mouth and said, "Mr. Garden." He quickly appeared, stood up and said, "Your Highness." Seeing him appear so quickly made me suspicious and ask, "Where did you come from?" Garden exclaimed in surprise. "Another spirit beast." Rakiel's nose changed completely, making it seem 10 centimeters longer. He said, "It's been looking for me all night. I must be famous." Hearing Rakiel's flattery made him smile dully. Seeing Garden's expression made him wonder, why was he smiling? Garden's voice echoed in the room, reminding me of a great man mentioned in history books. Rakiel heard him say that and became curious. A great man. Seeing his curiosity, Garden immediately said, "Yes, sir, that is Sir Lloyd Frontera." According to him, Rakiel immediately imagined a large statue holding a shovel. He asked, "Did the shovel replace the lamp design that lived in the Empire when he was a king?" Hearing Rakiel's question, he immediately replied, "Yes, I remember history mentioned that he had 5 spirit beasts." He asked in surprise, "Is he that good?" Garden said, "After all, he was the one who built the foundation of this great empire. I heard he was very popular on Fridays. What does that mean?" Rakiel suddenly interrupted the conversation and ordered, "Never mind. Bring Ugnis here for me." Garden turned away and said, "Yes, Your Highness." From a door of the palace looking up at the vast blue sky was so beautiful. Ugnis followed behind him. She thought silently, "I know he is the crown prince, but will he really be able to cure it? It hasn't even been a day yet." Turning to Ugnis, Garden said. She looked quite nervous. His sudden return catching her by surprise, Garden smiled politely and said, "You look very worried." Ugnis said cautiously, "Are you sure you think so because you saw my tail?" Hearing her ask that surprised him. "Oh, that." Garden's head was bowed slightly. He scratched the back of his neck and said, "I'm sorry." Agnes' face showed a gentle and helpless smile. She waved her hand and said, "It's okay. I'm used to it. We haven't officially introduced ourselves yet." Garden shook hands with Ugnis and said, "I am the Crown Prince's chief physician. My name is Pierrot Garden." She also happily replied, "I am Ugnis, the successor of the Rubwa tribe and daughter of Hashintu." He placed his hand in a polite gesture and said, "Miss Ugnis, I'm sorry, but may I give you a piece of advice?" Ugnis nodded and said, "Yes." Garden said as he walked, "I hope you won't be surprised no matter what the Crown Prince's treatment method is." Hearing him say that made her a little confused and said, "Huh, what do you mean?" Standing in front of the half-open door with yellow light leaking out, Garden said, "When he mentioned the treatment to you, I think you would think he was crazy." Ugnis heard him say that and wondered, what kind of method is that? Inside the room, Rakiel was sitting on a chair next to a bed smiling and saying, "There she is." He stood up politely, motioned for a seat and said, come in, sit down here." Ugnis sat on the bed and said, "You really found a way to cure it in just one day." Sitting down confidently, Rakiel said, "Of course, trust me." She looked surprised and asked, "Can you tell me what the treatment is first?" He said quite leisurely. She was quite nervous. "Okay, for beginners." Rakiel took out a needle and said in a very relaxed mood, "Then I will use this needle to prick your tail countless times." Hearing him say that made Ugnis freeze and scream inwardly. "What?" Rakiel's other hand held up a pill and said, "Then I will inject the poison into you." He said with a sense of accomplishment, "What do you think? Cool, right?" Behind, a group of servants responded to Rakiel's words with great enthusiasm by clapping continuously. In contrast to their proud mood of accomplishment, she was secretly cursing, "Cool as hell." Agnes' bewildered eyes filled with pleading turned towards Garden. He caught her gaze and immediately responded with a face with sparkling eyes carrying the message, "Your Highness." Turning to the servants, there was no difference. All of them nodded with the message, "Yes." Rakiel's side also smiled. A message appeared to Ugnis, "Trust me." The scene before her eyes made her panic inside with the thought, the Crown Prince was not the only crazy one here but everyone. In Agnes' room, she sat with her head in her hands. On one side was a long line of servants. Opposite Ugnis was Rakiel. She sat with one hand on her forehead, feeling everything carefully. Rakiel said proudly, "It's okay. Don't worry too much. Trust me." She glanced at him and thought, looking at his expression, it really is not trustworthy at all, but I still have to try. Sitting silently, Ugnis thought, if the prince succeeded, his tribe could be freed from this strange tale. Her will was firm and she was determined, no matter how dangerous it was. She had to try. Agnes said, "Okay, I believe you." Snapping his fingers confidently, Rakiel said, "Well, first." Suddenly the servants brought up a large white cloth with a round hole in it to her surprise. The two maids gradually approached Agnes, causing her to open her eyes wide in surprise. After a while, Agnes was lying neatly on the bed, covered by a white towel that revealed her tail. Rakiel stood silently to one side, raised his hand to face him, turned around and said, "Everything is ready, let's proceed." The servants standing to the side watched Rakiel's every move with admiring eyes. He looked so cool. His hand placed on the part near Agni's tail. Rakiel transmitted a blue energy, then a heart appeared on his chest. Through the energy transfer just now, Rakiel was able to feel and imagine Agnes' body in a comprehensive way, making him exclaim inwardly, "Azrahan's core technique is truly too wonderful." Rakiel stood in the middle of the intertwined lines, thinking to himself it was proof of the existence of acupuncture points, even with thousands of years of accumulated experience and knowledge, combined with modern medical equipment. No one had yet been able to confirm the acupuncture points. He always felt quite confused about this issue when researching traditional medicine. Touching a bright spot, Rakiel thought to himself, even though he believed it, he still couldn't confirm it. Now it's different. Not only can he confirm it, he can also see the acupoint. He opened a handkerchief. Inside there were many needles and thought, "I should not delay any longer." Take the Rakiel needle and stab it straight into a glowing point. The first is the Shenshu point, 5 cm deep. At the same time, the system will notify, activating the split function in the first cell. His hand held the needle, and with it the system's notification, 001 ml of the muscle paralysis toxin contained in this cell had been released. The feeling of the needle sticking in made Agnes shiver. Rakiel observed the intricate web before him and thought about his next move. Next, the Mingmen point was 21 centimeters deep. Then the Yangquan point was 24 centimeters deep. His arms moved rapidly, creating a light that traveled to the spine that connected straight to the tail. The meridians at the Shenshu point had been opened. Now the flow of magic power would be able to flow along the spine. Holding the needle in her hand, Rakiel stared at an acupuncture point, observing and thinking. Her tail could no longer move. Now came the most important part. Paralyzing the tail was not enough. I also had to make it permanently unable to recover. Rakiel's train of thought had just ended when Agnes' tail started moving again. Rubbing against his face, Rakiel thought to himself, how come its tail has already recovered so quickly? Its recovery ability is really strong. His eyes were sharp and determined. It was okay. It was still within his calculations. Rakiel's speed became faster and faster on the intricate network of acupoints. He stabbed into a bright spot with a continuous stream of thoughts. Time to speed up the progress, Yaoshu acupoints, and finally, Rakiel's face tensed. His teeth clenched as he stabbed the needle into the back of Agni's neck. The Naekong point. Feeling the needle pricking the back of her neck made her feel uneasy and curious. What was that? Did this god just poke the needle into my neck? I asked someone to take care of my tail. How did it reach my head? A jolt of electricity ran through Agnes' train of thought, surprising her. Huh? Agni's tail suddenly trembled. After a while, her tail lost its strength and fell down. Agnes' foot now had a moving little toe. Seeing that scene made Rakiel extremely happy. Raising his arms straight up to the sky and saying loudly, "Success," he walked towards Agnes' neck, retracted the needle from the back of her neck and said, "There you go, now take a look." Stepping his feet on the ground, Agnes asked doubtfully, "Is it really done?" Rakiel answered with certainty, "Yes, it was a success." She had a bewildered expression full of doubt and wondered, how could it be so fast? She still didn't understand anything. He then raised his voice and asked, "Do you feel anything special about your tail?" It was only at Rakiel's question that Agnes noticed and looked at his pair. Her face suddenly became surprised. Inside Agnes' head appeared many questions. "I'm feeling anxious. My legs should have curled up. They didn't move at all." She looked up at him and asked, "What do you mean?" Rakiel immediately answered, "I paralyzed her tail and then tricked the nerves in her body." Looking at Agnes' foot with the little toe constantly wiggling, he said, "Your little toe, I have redirected the nerves in the tail down there, so the little toe will become a tail. It will wiggle according to your emotions." The servants standing to the side clapped their hands in response, along with Rakiel, who excitedly spread his arms out towards her and said, "Wow, He has a tail. Isn't it amazing? She sat silently to one side. Agnes' lips pursed. Suddenly tears welled up in Agnes' eyes. She used her hand to wipe away the tears that ran down her face. He stood there, seeing her shed those tears, and smiled slightly, thinking that from now on, all the suffering and humiliation that the werewolf clan had to endure, they would soon no longer have to endure them for another day. Agnes wiped away the tears running down his face and said, Thank you, your highness. Rakiel crossed his arms and said with a slightly arrogant look, Well, thank you isn't enough, I've done my part, now it's your turn. He took a stack of papers and brought them in front of her and said, You remember our special deal, right? You said you would bring your tribe here if I could cure that tail. Rakiel happily and excitedly picked up the pen and paper and said, Now sign here. Seeing his actions made Agnes helplessly think to himself, This prince is truly not ordinary. Another time, a loud laugh suddenly echoed through the palace. From inside the palace, Rakiel's hearty laughter could be heard, as he happily folded his arms and laughed loudly. Garden saw Rakiel like that and asked, Your Highness, are you so happy? He turned to look at him and said, Of course. Rakiel stood with his arms crossed, observing the room decorated with many beds and many people such as nurses, doctors, and patients bustling around in the room. He thought to himself there were 50 Srank nurses in front of him. Rakiel's face was smug with his mouth curved up, 50 werewolves. He looked to the side of the hospital bed where Agnes was attentively taking notes and thought to himself, They have basic nursing and first aid skills, and they have even completed a professional nursing course. Each nurse's work showed proficiency, Rakiel thought. They knew the difference between medicinal ingredients, how to preserve and handle them, how to make nutritious soup, how to bandage a wound. The other nurses were discussing their work, having completed the training required to run a treatment room. A nurse came to his side and reported, Your Highness, we have finished scheduling the new shifts, seeing the work progressing perfectly. A satisfied smile appeared on Rakiel's face. He silently evaluated, Good. Thinking back to the medical examination line, Rakiel thought to himself, Now the medical clinic on the edge of the palace would be able to operate 247. The werewolf tails were replaced with little toes, Rakiel thought, and it seemed everyone was getting used to their new tails as well. He smiled smugly. Right now in his head there was only one word, Great. A system notification appears. You have completed the minor surgery to paralyze the tails of Agnes and 50 werewolves. Another message appears, since this procedure does not extend life, taking the level 2 treatment will not be activated. System notification to Rakiel. Your internal organs are giving you a round of applause for doing the unbelievable. Below the announcement was a projection of his internal organs cheering him on. Wow, he really is brave. The corner of someone's shirt appeared with a slight tremble. The system announced that the Earth attribute member in your internal organs had awakened due to the noise above. This announcement stunned Rakiel. A pair of big round sparkling eyes looks very beautiful. The system announces your stomach has opened its eyes. The chubby stomach in the belly introduced, I am a little stomach, I want to have lots of delicious food. Fried breaded pork. Rakiel heard his introduction and thought to himself, Little stomach sounds cute. The fat belly of the stomach appeared with a childish voice, sweet and sour ribs. He raised his arms above his head and stretched with excitement, happily saying, Fried chicken, pizza. I want it all. My stomach is growling loudly. I'm so dizzy. Bring it to me quickly. Rakiel looked at him harassing through the system notification screen helplessly. What's wrong with this guy? There's no such thing in this world. The system notification board showed an image of the stomach whining. I want to eat cornbread with tteokbokki sauce. Seeing the stomach's whining, he couldn't help but drool. Rakiel thought to himself, I want to eat it too. Looking at the nurses working hard, he said to himself, But there's nothing we can do, so please hold back a little. The system pops up a message from the stomach. Okay, what about sweets? Rakiel put a candy in his mouth and thought to himself, This guy has the taste of an elementary school kid. The notification shows an image of a stomach licking a candy and the words, Stomach rejoices with the sweetness of its birthday, giving you 300 horsepower. The system notification continues to appear. The heart, lungs, large intestine and liver celebrate the birth of the youngest organ, giving you 700 horsepower, current health 1000. Images of internal organs appeared cool in his imagination. That means the internal organs can now give more advice, and I will suffer less from stomach problems. The system flashed a bright message again. Thanks to the precise control of the caudal paralysis surgery, your Azrahan core method has been improved, the Astrahan core method has been upgraded. The heart is located between two intertwined rings. A message appears, skill name, Astrahan core method, stage 1 ring level 3, mana increased by 150. The two rings around the heart glowed and stretched. The system announced. The mana circle's storage space had expanded. Rakiel thought to himself, as if a small water balloon was expanding in his chest. His face was filled with joy. Rakiel's hands clenched as he thought, it's so early in the morning and he's already received this much blood reward. A voice said intermittently, Your Highness. A male nurse pointed and said, The patient in section 6 seems strange. Rakiel asked, What is strange? The male nurse continued, His body odor seems unusual and he seems to have a fever. He hurriedly walked away and said, Let's go check. Rakiel thought to himself, no matter what, the foundation of the traditional medicine clinic is now more reliable. Our clinic will now become a stable place. Pavard was sitting at his desk typing. He quickly brushed aside the abacus with both hands and said, If this month is used up, the palace's chief steward will assist Sir Pavard. Putting aside Pavard's abacus, he said, Did I make a mistake? Throwing the abacus aside, he took the book and looked at it carefully, saying, Impossible. He shook the book, causing it to shake with him. The book was placed upside down with force. He screamed with a face like the sky was falling. Pavard's hands were shaking. We are done for. His feet hurried away. Pavard pushed open the door and said, Sir, Prince. Rakiel was sitting on the chair, and the two people standing next to him were startled by Pavard's shout. Rakiel turned to Garden in surprise and said, Wow. That's shocking. What the hell, Garden? You're here. He continued. Pavard, what's the matter? Are you feeling unwell? He bent down and gasped. I have an urgent matter to report. Please forgive my rudeness. Rakiel wondered, what is it? Pavard leaned close to his face and whispered, Your Highness, actually, the operating budget for the palace. The last part of his sentence made Rakiel's face turn into a look of utter panic. They were running out. He stood up, slammed his hands on the table and said loudly, What, we're out of money? But I'm the crown prince. Rakiel's face tensed up as he thought to himself, This is bad. If we run out of money, we won't be able to do anything, and we definitely won't be able to continue maintaining the traditional medicine clinic, and my dream of living a long royal life will also collapse. He was full of anxiety. Panic said, Why are we out? Tell me in detail, Pavard said. I'm really sorry, but... He added, causing Rakiel's face to turn into a panicked expression. That was because he had cut the palace's operating budget last fall. Now he thought to himself, was it because of me? Rakiel said cruel words to himself. Rakiel, you damn madman, this idiot. Pavard saw him like that and thought to himself, does he really not remember? Moved to the sofa, Rakiel and Pavard sat down and talked properly. He said, I thought it was because you wouldn't live much longer. It made me think a lot. In the room, his voice echoed, You mean I chose to give up? Pavard replied, Yes, I think he had his reasons for doing so. Back then, the palace did not have as much budget as now. Hearing him say that made Rakiel dejectedly say, I got backfired. Pavard said shyly, But Your Highness, you look healthier this year than last year. I think you should be happy about that. He let himself fall to the ground in frustration, saying, No way, it was no fun at all. Seeing Rakiel like that made him helpless. He closed his eyes and said dejectedly, How can you be happy without money? Rakiel waved his hands and kicked the air angrily. Everything is related to money. Is it true? Lying on the floor staring at the ceiling he thought, Rakiel Adria Magentano, you really want to play like that? Why are you doing this to me? Rakiel imagined as he lay neatly on the bed, thoughts continuously flowing through his head. Sighing, well, it's not like he couldn't sympathize with Rakiel and complaining wouldn't solve anything. He suddenly sat up and said, Can't we request more operating budget for the palace this year? Pavard's answer was like an invisible knife stabbing straight into Rakiel's ray of hope. No way. He sat down with his legs folded and looked very pitiful, saying, Without money, we will have to close the traditional medicine clinic and I will die. Hearing Rakiel say that, he wondered, Your Highness, what does closing the traditional medicine clinic have to do with your death? No answer, just ask, can't we ask for more? In the room echoed the conversation between Rakiel and Pavard. He said, no sir, that would break imperial law. A year's budget can only be requested at the end of the previous year. As Pavard spoke, the image of the emperor appeared. He said, the only one who would not be bound by the law and could do anything was the emperor. Hearing that, Rakiel became excited again. His hands clenched into fists and said, okay. Rakiel added, then I will go with father, without delay. He immediately drove the carriage away as fast as the wind. The carriage returned quickly with the news that the emperor would not help. Hearing that news made Rakiel feel downcast, his whole body exuding a look of boredom and loss of vitality. Looking at the cup and plate on the table, he thought to himself, I can't let the clinic close down because of money. Rakiel's face changed, carrying determination in his eyes. He wouldn't let money stop him again. If so, this was the only way. He looked at him and asked, Pavard, do you have a list of the palace lattice assets? He replied, of course I do. Rakiel excitedly said, fine. Bring them here to me. Pavard asked curiously, excuse me, why? His facial expression turned ghostly and scary as he said, I will sell them all. In the gallery there were countless beautiful paintings and statues that looked very solemn. Rakiel exclaimed, paintings, statues. Looking away, he saw the neatly arranged and displayed tableware. He said, sell all the gold and silver tableware. Hearing Rakiel's arrangement, Pavard cried and touched the paintings, saying, oh my dear, I have taken such good care of you. He turned to the boy and persuaded him, Your Highness, please reconsider. Rakiel, his face cold and unwavering, said, no, I will not change my mind. Unable to convince him, Pavard turned around and left, crying miserably, saying, Prince, I hate you. A few days later, in Rakiel's office, Rakiel said seriously, okay, listen. In the room still echoed his voice, we sold the luxury and unnecessary things to us. But this is only a temporary solution. Damien heard Rakiel say that and asked, Sir, are you ready for the next step? Yes, this temporary method will help us breathe a little easier, he said firmly. If we can't build a stable long-term source of funds, the funds we just got will run out in the blink of an eye. Pavard wiped his tears and said, Your Highness, we have sold everything there is to sell. Rakiel heard him say that and laughed loudly and said, I know, from now on we will make medicine and sell them. What he said surprised Damien and Pavard. What? He smiled and said, yes, from now on I will be the medicine prince. In the bustling neighborhood with a heavy flow of people passing by in Frontier Square, the old man smiled and asked the person who failed the nursing exam, Hey, have you heard the news about the palace lady? He replied with a tired face, Palace lady, what happened? The old man continued, the crown prince, it seems, has sold all the expensive luxury items in the palace. The guy was very surprised when he heard that and asked, why? She replied, why else? It was said to be able to continue maintaining the traditional medicine clinic. He said, if that's the case, he sells luxury items to make money, and continues to take care of the patients. The old man replied, yes, isn't he wonderful? The crown prince is truly a good person. The old man proudly continued, no one would dare do that. The two people heard this and agreed, even if they looked through history books, people like him were extremely rare. The guy responded, I agree. The old man thought of Rakiel as a saint and exclaimed, oh my, our prince is so wonderful. As he spoke, the old man imagined Rakiel spreading his hands wide with a warm expression and saying, I will heal everyone. This is the infinite Rakiel church. The old man continued, he is the sun. On the other side, Rakiel sat at the table thinking, I have to make money. I have to continue running the traditional medicine clinic. Only then, thought Rakiel, could he continue living. At this moment, two people, Damien and Pervut, entered the prince's private room. Your Highness, you want to create your own medicine and sell it? Butler Pervut asked hesitantly, if funding was the problem, wouldn't it be okay to charge a small fee from the patients? Rakiel immediately objected after hearing this, saying no way, we will lose customers. He thought, he must accept as many patients as possible to prolong his life. Rakiel declared loudly, I will never collect money from them, nor in the future. Instead, he continued, we will make money by selling our own medicine, expensive but extremely effective. It will be a high-end medicine that people will seek out just to show them off. Rakiel said here suddenly stomped his feet and continued, a branded product. He excitedly pointed and said, only produced by the Crown Prince. Rakiel continued proudly, slightly better off families might become arrogant if they got it. Rakiel was pleased. It was something that would determine a person's social status, a super high-grade medicine. Damien listened and asked doubtfully while Rakiel was still narcissistic, does something like that really exist? What is it? He replied, of course there is, a medicine that uses the gallstones of the Minotaur. Damien wondered, a Minotaur? Rakiel ignored Damien's skepticism and continued, the name of the medicine would be Golden Minota Calming Pill. Everyone must have heard of a sedative called Chong Simwin. Chong Simwin is a high-grade medicine with amazing effects such as curing brain, heart, and blood pressure diseases. Then he imagined everyone taking that medicine interviewing. It is a very strong sedative. As Rakiel and Damien were walking around the garden, Damien suddenly asked, with the Minotaur's gallstone, are you going to make the Golden Minota Calming Pill and sell it? Rakiel replied, yes. Faced with Rakiel's certainty, Damien seemed to be in disbelief and asked, will everyone really drink it? Rakiel confidently affirmed, of course 100. He continued, because they will think it is rare, before the limited edition everyone fought to buy it, that is the common mentality of everyone. Rakiel gives a metaphor saying, we will not use bulls but instead a stronger and rarer type. With a proud face he raised 5 fingers and said, both the effectiveness and the brand make them want to buy it, completely sellable, 5-star quality. Damien heard this and immediately denied Rakiel's opinion. I don't think so. He felt helpless when he saw that Damien didn't believe him. Damien continued, this sedative and its effects, this is the first time I've heard of it. If this drug is so great then shouldn't everyone know about it? Rakiel replied playfully, it was once very famous in the fallen ancient kingdom. Damien asked doubtfully, fallen ancient kingdom? Which kingdom? He replied, it's called Josian. Damien said, I never heard of it. Rakiel replied, yes, I heard of it in my dreams. He continued happily, I learned all the methods of acupuncture and medicine mixing from my dreams. Damien seemed unsurprised by Rakiel's answer. I've heard that since Garden. Damien thought, but he didn't think it was true. Damien imagined Garden's doting smile as he said, Your Highness, you are the best. Damien thought, Lord Garden was naive and for someone who served the prince like him. He accepted this fact too easily. Damien looked at Rakiel's back thoughtfully. Damien thought further. But for me, all I cared about was getting paid on time. Thinking that, Damien said to him, so, you intend to treat people without a license? Rakiel was walking and heard that and stopped. He asked in confusion, I need a license. Damien helplessly replied, yes, of course. Damien continued. He heard that there was a medical license exam. And Mr. Garden had already passed it. Hearing that, his face turned pale. Rakiel replied with a wry smile. I don't know, thinking. It won't cause me any trouble later. Will it? Rakiel said, we need to solve the capital problem first. We have to go get the Minotaur's gallstones. Damien heard that and asked, are you going to send someone to buy it from the capital's herbal shop? Rakiel replied, no, when I went to buy other ingredients they didn't sell Minotaur gallstones. Maybe this place doesn't use bulls to make medicine ingredients? Damien asked curiously, so what are you going to do? Rakiel asked, we will buy a live Minotaur. We will go to Cremo. On the map is drawn the state of Cremo, in the capital magenta. Rakiel said as he walked the commercial center in the northeast corner of the empire, where the top monster auction house was located. Damien asked doubtfully, sir, are you planning to go there yourself? He replied, of course. Rakiel laughed and said, I will go check the Minotaur's condition myself. I also need to check its gallstones. Damien heard Rakiel's crazy plan and thought, he really has a short circuit somewhere. On the other side of the moving carriage, Agnes sat on top of the carriage. Rakiel walked up to Damien and said cheerfully, come on, it's time to go. Damien wondered, now? Rakiel walked to the carriage and said, okay, let's go. Damien asked, are we leaving now? He replied, of course, time is more precious to me than gold. Suddenly Rakiel seemed to see something and became extremely angry. He held out his hand and shouted orders. Damien, get in the car now, he's coming. Damien was confused about what was happening. The carriage started moving as the driver's voice rang out. At the same time Garden ran over. He cried and shouted, Prince, why did you leave me? I am your main doctor. Rakiel waved in the carriage and said, I need you to look after the clinic. Garden heard the wave and sobbed. Prince. In the carriage, Damien said. The carriage was smoother than I expected. Rachiel was pleased. I am the crown prince, it is normal to move around freely, this is truly first class. It turned out that Damien and Rachiel were lying in a coffin filled with fresh flowers. Looking extremely magnificent, Damien continued, but it felt a little strange. Agnes lay on the roof of the train thinking. It had been 8 days since he left Magenta. Suddenly she opened her eyes. Agnes stood up with a shocked look on her face. She could feel it, the smell of the sea. Agnes shouted loudly to announce, Prince, I see the hill has a seaport. Hearing that, Rachiel and Damien looked up, and saw a view of the coast with the bright sunlight. Rachiel spoke up, it was Port Cremo. At the port of Cremo, ships are arriving with crowds of people on the shore. The carriage was moving into the port, Rachiel said doubtfully, that is. He continued, the monster auction house in Cremo. Before his eyes was the scene of a magnificent palace. The carriage was moving when it suddenly stopped, the people were puzzled and said, He waved his hand in disgust and said, Old man, park the carriage somewhere else, it can't be left here. The carriage driver got down and angrily asked, Hey, do you know who was sitting in the carriage? He heard this and said disdainfully, Who? Could it be the crown prince? Rachiel from the carriage face happy said, What's over there? He saw that extremely surprised shouted loudly. He scared stuttered said, Crown prince. Inside the monster auction house, everyone was discussing animatedly. He ran up shouting, Mayor. He asked, What's the matter? It turned out that this was Azel Cremo, the mayor of Cremo. He collapsed and panted, Prince. Azel Cremo heard and didn't understand what was going on. Suddenly Rachiel walked in, he pointed at Rachiel and his subordinates and shouted, The crown prince is here. He was shocked after hearing that and asked, What, the crown prince? Azel Cremo hurriedly walked to Rachiel's place and flatteringly said, Oh my, your highness. He worriedly asked, sweating, What wind brought you here? Cremo heard that and smiled and replied, Oh, I have something I want to buy here. Azel Cremo heard that and suggested, Well then, we will provide more guards for your highness. He replied, I don't need it. Then Rachiel pointed to his subordinates and said, I already have this many. He heard that and said, But, Rachiel said happily, I will leave after walking around a bit so don't worry about me. Azel Cremo continued to suggest, Even so, you have come a long way here. He was disgusted by his polite words thinking, How troublesome. Rachiel walked ahead of Azel Cremo and said, I will go to your house later, Mayor. He heard that and replied, Yes, your highness. Azel Cremo immediately ordered his subordinates to shout, Move quickly, clean up the front yard, and also, do everything you can. Make sure everything is neat. Hearing that, he sympathized and thought, I feel sorry for them, as if I were a military officer suddenly coming to inspect the barracks. At the auction, an item was being held in a cage. Everyone took turns raising their boards and starting to bid. In front was an iron cage holding a motionless monster. Damien felt the atmosphere here and said, This place is quieter than I imagined. Rachiel responded, Yeah, I feel the same way. He asked doubtfully, Was it because this was a monster auction house? Damien replied, I think so. The monster will wake up anyway if there is too much noise. The auction brought out different items one by one, and people competed to bid. Rachiel yawned and thought, I think it's almost done, no minotaurs for sale today. At this time, the dogs were pulling an extremely heavy auction item that made them tremble. It turned out to be a minotaur sitting in the cage, growling angrily. The minotaur suddenly let out a loud roar. Rachiel was amazed at the giant minotaur. He thought, enough to make 100 servings of bullhead rice soup. It was so huge. I think it could lift a total of 30 tons for 3 sets of weights at the gym. The host stood on the podium and excitedly introduced that today's special was a minotaur. He continued, The 7 best hunters of the southern mountains have joined forces. This is the main dish of the day. Race, minotaur, size, much larger than usual, status, peak, characteristics, extremely ferocious. They hunted it for 3 months and had great difficulty capturing it alive. This is our best product to date. We highly value it for breeding or display. The minotaur growled angrily. He saw the scent and thought, I must have it. Rachiel thought excitedly like a child, his eyes sparkling. They must have used a large amount of anesthetic and all kinds of sleeping pills on this creature. But it can still be like this. I will kill it, dismember it, it must be mine. The host continued, now, we will start at 50,000 Megan. Rakiel listened and said dejectedly, did I hear wrong, Damien? The other monsters only have a selling price of around 50,000 Megan. Why does this one have a starting price of 50,000 Megan? Damien replied, there are at least that many days. Damien looked towards Rakiel, who only brought 100,000 Megan with him. He thought, well, that's what I have, the Minotaur will cost a fortune. Rakiel looked at the excited crowd and thought with determination, I must buy this Minotaur. The fighting spirit in everyone's eyes was no joke. Rakiel said in frustration, I will never be able to buy it for 10,000 Megan. Damien replied, really? Rakiel couldn't accept this fact and said regretfully, 100,000 Megan is not a small amount. I can buy Damien a luxury apartment in Seoul's Gangnam district. After hearing this, Damien asked, what, me, Seoul, Gangnam? Rakiel thought angrily, I really don't want to miss this opportunity, think, my brain. Suddenly he had an idea and called out, Damien. Damien replied, yes, your highness. Rakiel continued, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Then he leaned into Damien's ear and whispered. Damien asked in disbelief, are you really going to do that? He replied, of course. Damien asked again, really, your highness? I don't know. He continued, how will you feel when you hear what I'm about to say? But the order you gave sounded like a thug. Rakiel heard that and smiled without feeling guilty, then was compared to a thug who did not cause damage. Damien stood up and said, I'll be right back. Rakiel replied, okay, good luck. At this moment the host shouted loudly, we have someone bidding 50,000 Megan. Another person raised his board to bid. The announcer announced, 53,000 Megan. Another person offered a higher price, 55,000 Megan. Rakiel saw this and thought angrily, Damien, what are you doing? There's not much time left. Suddenly Cremo stepped forward and said, your highness. Rakiel asked suspiciously, Mayor, what are you doing here? He replied, what? Rakiel thought in confusion, didn't you say you would bring more guards? He asked curiously, Cremo was extremely scared when he saw that. He thought his political career completely depended on his quick thinking. I could see from his expression he wanted everyone to know my identity. Now I scored. Cremo coughed. Then he shouted, oh, Crown Prince, please listen to my request. Everyone was surprised when they heard this and said, what? The Crown Prince? He's here? What is he doing here? Cremo continued to speak loudly, 100 elite soldiers are waiting for your orders. Rakiel also responded, thank you, Rakiel Adria Magentano, acknowledge your thoughts. Then he laughed loudly at Damien's helplessness. And he laughed back. Rakiel continued, oh wait, I almost forgot the auction was going on. Rakiel raised the 60,000 auction board with a smug smile on his lips. I am the Crown Prince, what are you guys going to do to me? That smile was not enough. He also added a contemptuous smirk. Everyone at the auction saw his smile and thought, look at his attitude, he completely ruined the auction. All the nobles were talking to each other, how could someone else offer a higher price than him? Why wasn't I born into the royal family? I give up. The auctioneer saw this scene and was shocked. His mouth opened wide and he shouted to himself, what is the Crown Prince doing here? No, more importantly, he looked at the Minotaur in his heart and felt heartache. How could we sell today's best auction item for only 60,000 Megan? We spent so much effort to capture him. This is no different from daylight robbery. He cried silently in regret. Why did this happen to us? At this moment, someone in the auction house suddenly smiled. He held up the auction board with 70,000 Megan. Then he loudly shouted out the number he had given, 70,000 Megan. The auctioneer was so surprised that his mouth dropped open when he heard this number. What? 70,000 Megan? Then he asked, did someone raise the price? He was so surprised that he couldn't say anything about the guy who was smiling smugly and raising the board, because the noble behind him saved us, 70,000 Megan. Rakiel was also startled by this scene. What? The guests began to gossip about the identity of this daring bidder. Wasn't that Guinness? Could it be? The man favored by the king of the southern kingdom of Amboise. Everyone called him the Amboise boss Guinness de Cham. As for him, he was very arrogant and thought to himself, what will you do? Crown Prince. I am not a citizen of Magentano anyway. The whispers in the hall continued to rise. Guinness was our savior. He was about to chase the crown prince away. Hey, you're talking too loudly. I heard the crown prince was famous for holding grudges. They said together he stays angry for a long time. It was true as they said. Rakiel was furious right now. He was screaming inside. I heard it all. His eyes were determined, not wanting to give up. Fine, Guinness, you want that, right? Guinness also doesn't mind competing with me. Prince Magentano, are you going to lose face and use money to compete with me? He contemptuously challenged the gentleman in him. I dare you. Come on, of course you got angry and went up to change your price list. He raised the number 71,000 magenta and fought for it. We will definitely get that minotaur. The host happily shouted out loud as soon as he saw his board. The crown prince bid 71,000 magent. He was also the type who liked to win and did not like to lose. Guinness immediately bid higher and was also shouted out loud, Mr. Guinness 72,000 magent. While the money war was going on, no one noticed the terrifying gaze of the minotaur in the cage. Crown Prince 75,000 magent. Mr. Guinness 80,000 magent. At the final moment, the auctioneer announced the price of this valuable item. Today's main auction item, a top-quality minotaur, was sold for 250,000 magent. And of course the one who took the advantage was none other than the smug Guinness. I won, Prince. As for Rakiel, he was petrified with shock that his money had flown away. He watched in pain as the minotaur he had longed for was taken away. His heart breaking. No, don't. At this moment, Damien suddenly spoke up and said, I'm glad you lost, Your Highness. His words made him speechless. Oh. He sternly argued that it was really not a good idea to spend 100,000 magenta on a minotaur, while he was saying, if you use up all the money now. Rakiel snorted smugly, thinking that he was worried about him. This cute boy was loyal, took care of his finances, and was kind. But when his next sentence sounded, it made Rakiel want to fall backwards. If you spend all the money, you won't have any money left to pay my salary, so don't waste like that. The harsh truth made him exclaim in surprise. Oh. Still in a strong voice, he solemnly declared, the only reason I protect you is because of the high and stable salary. Furthermore, he asserted that if you cannot pay my salary, there is no reason for me to be here. These words of his made him widen his eyes in shock and exclaim, this capitalist devil. Then Rakiel asked sulkily, aren't you grateful that I saved you from the underground arena? Damien replied calmly, of course I am. But what does that have to do with my salary? This attitude of his made Rakiel exclaim, gratitude is separate from finances? Saying that, Rakiel sighed inwardly. Ha! Really? Still keeping a straight face, of course, he replied. Suddenly Rakiel fell unusually silent and stared at him. In his heart he was thinking, the main character I loved when reading Demon Sword Emperor Damien Cain, he was someone Rakiel rated extremely highly. If we were talking about his potential for future growth, I didn't think there was anything else in this world that was more trustworthy than having him on my side. He is also the strongest person in this universe who is protecting me. There is more than one reason why I need him on my side. Deep down, I have my own calculations about why I want him by my side. I am sure that he will follow me towards a stable life, because that way everyone can be safe and happy. After a moment of silence, Rakiel helplessly spoke up and said, I know, don't worry. I will never delay your salary. Damien heard this and immediately saluted solemnly. I understand, Your Highness. Then he called the Mayor Azel Cremo and ordered him to come to your place first. Mayor. He heard him call him and was a little startled. He replied, What? Yes, Your Highness. However, when he saw him running away, he was confused and ran after him, asking, But why do we have to run? Of course, he couldn't tell him the truth, so he could only answer in his heart. Because I'm embarrassed, what else could I do? At the same time, Guinness looked up at where Rakiel had just stood but saw no one. The scene shifts to a large, beautiful mansion. Down in the basement, the minotaur that had just been auctioned was tied up in iron chains. Its eyes slowly opened and it let out a weak cry. It cried out as it opened its eyes and saw someone's figure in front of it. As soon as it opened its eyes, it saw that the person standing there watching it was Guinness. He said happily, looking closer like this is even better. Suddenly he turned around and said to someone with an amused voice, You should have seen the crown prince's face when I snatched this from his hand. Someone stepped out from the darkness. This person exclaimed, How pitiful! This person with a lifeless face asked him, "Should we start the sorting process today?" He agreed, "Okay." Guinness also praised this guy, "That's why I called you here, the best taxonomist in Cremo." He heard that and flattered, "You're too kind. I came here because you were very generous in your compensation." He then looked at the Minotaur and asked for his opinion, "But, may I ask, what kind of classification do you prefer?" Guinness proudly requested, "Make it look as magnificent as possible. I will take it out and present it to the king at his birth party." The other guy heard this and immediately understood, so he wanted a strong image. Suddenly he mentioned something. "Did you tell the magician I asked to make the classification more perfect?" Guinness heard that and replied, "Of course he did." Then he ordered, "Come in." The wooden door slowly opened. A disheveled man walked in and said, "You must be busy, so we'll start right away." Moments later, the man stood before the Minotaur. He smugly used magic and declared, "I will kill it cleanly using vacuum magic." With that, he attacked the poor Minotaur. It gritted its teeth in discomfort at being attacked like that. In his heart, he remembered his small family and cried out in pain, "Cruel people." He remembered his poor child who was killed by them. "Then I remembered the time I was caught in a cage and tortured." These things built up into a rage that made it want to counterattack in this state of being both controlled and attacked. Kept screaming in pain, unable to breathe. Then suddenly the iron hook that locked it flew off the wall. It stood up to the amazement of the so-called taxonomist. Even Guinness was shocked by this scene. Suddenly the Minotaur roared and broke free from the chains that were holding it. "Stay at the Azel market house." Rachiel lay on the bed and complained. He was so tired. His whole body ached. Damien saw that and said, "You're pushing yourself too hard." "I agree with you, Rachiel's internal organs. Our organs are protesting your busy schedule." Regardless of who objected, Rachiel was still angry about the auction just now and was determined, "Tomorrow I will definitely buy a Minotaur for 100,000 Megan." Suddenly there was a loud running sound in the hallway outside. 2 guards rushed into the room and shouted, "Your Highness, please wake up. Something big is happening." Damien saw how urgent they were and asked, "What are you guys talking about?" Rachiel groaned as he put on his shoes. "What's going on?" "I'm exhausted," one of the guards said urgently. "We have to take you to safety immediately." This made him confused and asked, "Explain it first." But before he could hear their explanation, a loud explosion rang out in his room. Damien saw the danger and immediately protected him. "Your Highness, stand behind me." As soon as he finished speaking, something knocked him away, startling Rachiel. The blow sent him flying straight into the wall with a bang. This scene made him scream out loud, "Damien!" Suddenly a hand with sharp claws appeared. Sensing danger approaching, Rachiel fell silent and motionless. He turned pale and slowly looked back. Before him was the giant Minotaur from the auction just now. The sight terrified him and he stammered, "The Minotaur." A moment later, the screw connecting the chain suddenly flew off. The Minotaur suddenly had the strength to stand up, much to the surprise of the top taxonomist. Even Guinness was stunned by this sight. And then the Minotaur suddenly roared and exploded with power. The result was that Guinness' house was torn to pieces. Down in the basement, his subordinates were crushed under rocks, and he lay on the ground screaming in fear. How could that be? At this the Minotaur howled again, "You are the most evil." After screaming, it raised its hand high and then slammed it down next to Guinness, scaring him to the core. In this situation, he still has the strength to act so arrogant. "You filthy monster. Do you know who I am? I am a great merchant of Amboise and your master." A moment later, there was a foot running on the ground. This merchant was just showing off his power, but now he is running away at full speed because he is being chased. "Don't come any closer. I will not be your master anymore. I will not do that again." No matter what he said, the Minotaur chased him fiercely and cried loudly. Knowing that his strength was limited, he quickly thought of a way to hide somewhere safe first. After a while of looking around for a hiding place, he discovered that it was the house of Mayor Cremo. So he pointed there and shouted, "What is that?" The Minotaur just looked at Guinness blankly, and he took the opportunity to run away. By the time she remembered to look for him, he had already hidden in a corner, sitting with his legs curled up and trembling. This made it somewhat angry because it knew it had been tricked. In that anger, it rammed its shoulder into a house, causing the house to immediately crack. Back to the present. It appears at the mayor's house. Cremo is looking at Rakiel angrily. He himself was so frightened when he saw it that he stammered out, "Minotaur." The scene was tense. It was staring at him. He was frozen, looking at it. Damien was knocked out in the corner. At this moment, the Minotaur with red eyes howled. Rakiel was also paying attention to its eyes. Wait, why do its eyes look like that? I've seen those eyes many times when I worked at the clinic in Korea. He realized that the eyes were angry but filled with tears. They were in pain but had no one to rely on. They were the eyes of a patient. While everyone was lost in thought, the Minotaur suddenly cried out, "That person. It remembers being locked up in the auction." Then I remembered when Rakiel put up the auction for it. Then its anger flared up again. "You are no different from that guy just now." Rakiel was scared pale by its scream. He wondered in confusion. Suddenly angry with himself. Suddenly it bent down. It cried out and looked at him with angry red eyes. Then he swung his arm, preparing to punch him. Knowing he couldn't avoid this punch, he could only stand still and take it. Suddenly Damien was punched in the corner of the movement. He quickly teleported in front of Rakiel and slashed at the Minotaur. Rakiel was so frightened by this scene that his eyes widened and he called out, "Damien." Before he could react, Damien quickly requested, "Your Highness, please get out of here, quickly." But instead of running away, he was determined. "I will not die here. I have struggled a lot to be able to live until now." His determination was answered by the Minotaur's menacing roar. It continuously launched powerful punches. While Damien was busy dealing with it, he managed to step back and observe. It was too fast. If he had taken that hit, his bones would have been broken, and his internal organs would have been destroyed. Because he was so busy running, he didn't notice that the Minotaur noticed him. It roared and swung its arms at him. In that dire situation, a foot appeared and kicked him out of danger. He sat down on the ground with a still shocked face looking at Damien and wondering, "Damien, did you just kick me?" At this moment, the door suddenly opened. Before it could be fully opened, a rock fell down and blocked the door, startling Rakiel. Damien still had the energy to be sarcastic under these circumstances. "It seems like we're both stuck here." His words made Rakiel angrily shout back, "You think I don't know?" Suddenly he became unusually silent. His eyes scanned the surroundings and then he spoke, "Your Highness, I have something to tell you." His voice faltered as he spoke. "If we survive today," he bluntly asked Rakiel to make him confused, "then reward me." This request made Damien immediately retort, "Are you asking me? What if I don't do it?" He didn't hesitate to reply, "I'll run alone." This answer made Damien helplessly say, "You're so mean, bastard." Not letting Damien finish his scolding, he said hastily, "When I get to 3, I will rush in and attack the Minotaur and clear a path for you to escape." This plan made Rakiel a little worried, but he looked around, surrounded on all sides, and wondered, "Where should I go now?" Hearing him ask that, Damien pointed straight at the hole in the wall, causing him to scream in panic. "We're on the 2nd floor. Despite his retort, Damien calmly replied, "It doesn't matter, just jump down." This guy poked his beak and had to answer back, "It's important to me." Damien himself was not to be outdone. Fighting with one hand and one mouth, it's better than being crushed here. The reason he was so determined to make Rakiel jump off the building and escape was because, judging from the noises from outside, the guards were preparing to come and deal with the Minotaur and the damage it had caused. Just as he said, down below the market Azel was giving orders to the guards. "I won't let my career go up in smoke like this. Rescue His Highness." His words made Rakiel ask again. He meant that even if I fell and broke my leg, they would take me somewhere safe, right? Hearing this question, he immediately affirmed that it was the only way to escape from here at the moment. Damien's sword grip was now tighter than before and he quickly put his plan to distract the Minotaur into action. "Alright, here I go. 1. The Minotaur was now focused on catching him. He continued to count as he fought it. 23. His way of counting startled Rakiel and he shouted, "You're counting so fast." So the moment Damien fought the monster, he hurriedly ran away. Just as he was about to jump, the Minotaur howled. Tears fell helplessly from his eyes, and he thought to himself, "Really? Why is my life so unfair?" As he was jumping down, something suddenly passed by. He accidentally grabbed the thing. And then the strange scene of the planet appeared. Instead of jumping down, Rakiel clung to the Minotaur's arm. What's more strange is that instead of being afraid of it, he was panicking over what he read on the system board. Huh? What? At the same time, the system displayed a red alert, indicating an emergency situation. A moment later, the system scanned the Minotaur's entire body. Then it gave an emergency general diagnosis. Subject of the Minotaur, name Urus, race Minotaur, gender male, age 48, height 712 centimeters, weight 14,923 kilograms, blood type C2, heart function F. From these parameters, a general conclusion was drawn. Due to long-term confinement, being injected with sedatives and force-fed a large amount of grain, the body was seriously unbalanced, and the heart was the most affected, causing it to exclaim, "This heart is not okay." After observing Urus' heart condition, the diagnosis was unstable angina. The heart attack had worsened. If this continued, he would have a heart attack and stroke. Rakiel himself knew the pain of this disease. Angina meant that the coronary arteries were already half blocked. The pain was excruciating. At the same time, I realized why Urus went crazy. It was like a car ran over his chest. So it was because of the pain that he went crazy. I'm sorry. While he was still feeling guilty, Urus suddenly shook his arm, causing him to cling to it and scream in horror. Damn it. But it seems I cannot cure you at the moment. He tried to hold on and howl, because right now it seemed like I was in worse shape than you. This was not good at all. His eyes looked down and he thought to himself, if he was thrown out, his whole body would definitely be crushed. At this critical moment, Urus suddenly raised his remaining arm. Just as he was about to bring it down, someone attacked him, causing him to stop in pain and roar. The one who attacked it was none other than Damien. After this attack, he was a bit angry and thought to himself, damn it, he aimed for the eye because he was too hasty. He got hit by the horn. To avoid getting hurt himself, he quickly backed away quite a distance. Then he loudly said, "Your Majesty, please try to endure. I will save you." Rakiel heard this and replied with both joy and sadness, "Hurry up." At the same time, Damien pounced and positioned himself to attack. Flank. He picked the best attack points to rescue Rakiel, and the shoulder. He had to quickly strike those two spots. He also reminded himself that he didn't need to strike deeply. All he needed to do was create time for Rakiel to be rescued. Just creating a gap for a split second would be enough. Thinking is doing, he immediately attacked Urus, causing it to howl in pain. As for Rakiel, he kept trembling and hugged its arm, silently thinking to himself, I can't take it anymore. Just thinking about it, he let go of his hand. Even though he was in free fall, he still had the strength to declare to Damien, there is no special bonus. After declaring that, he prepared to close his eyes and pass away. Dying here would not be very nice. Suddenly there was a figure jumping up high. Agnes in beast form as the heroine saves the beauty Rakiel. Her majestic figure made him exclaim in amazement, "Oh, Agnes!" Just as she landed him on the ground, there was a cry, "Your Majesty." The two guards asked him worriedly in unison, "Are you okay?" This scene made him both surprised and confused. He stammered in response, Oh, I'm fine." Sergio, once he had determined that Rakiel was safe, ordered Agnes, "Then go somewhere else. His Majesty's safety is the top priority. Run." So the whole group carried him away, leaving the Minotaur Urus behind. Only then did it seem to sense something was wrong and let out a cry, And when it realized that Rakiel had escaped, it roared angrily. It growled each word fearfully and glanced at Damien. He was not afraid at all and laughed, "We can't catch your highness." He pointed his sword at it. He said contemptuously, "Now it's me." It seemed that Urus realized he was being despised by him, so he immediately gave him a punch. But luckily he dodged in time and had time to think. Surely this will earn him extra money due to the dangerous situation. Just then another punch was thrown. He took this opportunity to strike back. Aim for the fist. Slash from the palm to the forearm. Then a punch and a powerful sword collided, creating an aftershock that could not be ignored. Damien thought tremblingly after taking this punch from Urus, "It's tougher than I thought." While he had to tremble and brace himself to resist, Urus went crazy and roared. And then the two of them fought each other again. He swords me and punched me. While fighting fiercely, Urus suddenly threw a strange punch. This punch made Damien step back and wonder. Faint? Suddenly Urus jumped up. It roared towards Damien, causing him to immediately enter a fighting stance. As soon as it got close, it threw a punch at him, but luckily he blocked it in time. His face became more and more angry, and then the unexpected happened when it used its other hand to hook his jaw. This hook of its jaw sent him flying straight into the wall with a loud bang. The wall also cracked a hole because of that. Outside, the rocks and soil also collapsed in front of everyone because of Urus' attack just now. The rocks and soil kept falling, making the two soldiers jump in fright. In the haze of dust and smoke, the silhouette of Damien collapsed. He woke up in pain when a boulder crushed his leg. Just when things were getting dangerous, Urus appeared again. It looked at him angrily and made horrible sounds. He himself, despite facing danger, remained quite calm. He still knew he should find a way to push the rock pressing on his foot first before running. While he was pushing, Urus also attacked him, making him helplessly think to himself, is this the end? In this life-or-death situation, suddenly someone screamed and something crashed straight into Urus' spiketail head, but Urus was hit so hard that it screamed in pain, and Damien was surprised to hear this name, the Thorntail Kid. That thing called the Spiny Tail jumped up after hurting Urus. Then he rolled down right next to Damien. He didn't have time to worry about that thorny thing because he was too busy going crazy with Rachiel. Why was that guy there? I worked so hard to free you. Rachiel was happy because he had hit the target. Great, hit the target. He was screaming 100 times louder inside than he was outside. Red sunflower seeds obtained from summoning legendary beasts. Eating them would make him really big. Being happy alone wasn't enough. He was also screaming at the young man whose leg was crushed by rocks. Damien, come on, gotta get the reward. Seeing him so happy, Damien couldn't bear to spoil the mood and joined in. There would be a lot of money. That's enough fun for now, he said hastily. Okay, let's run away first. Damien did not hesitate to use his sword to cut the rock on his leg. However, he could not lift his leg. This made him panic and think to himself, my legs are not listening anymore. Urus now regrouped after a series of stabs from the spiny tail. He pulled the kid out of him with all his might, causing blood to spurt out. Then it threw the kid straight past Damien. Rachiel saw this and screamed. It was at this moment that the spiketail clung to his spike. Hearing him, Damien grabbed the spiketail's spine in confusion. So the scene of Damien flying around with the hedgehog appeared in a grand way. Even though they flew like birds, they both landed safely in the end. As for Urus, it was now standing high up and looking down. It looked at Damien, who had just escaped with Rachiel and the spiketail. In this scene of 8 eyes looking at each other, suddenly rocks fell down. But they fell on Urus, making it bewildered and unable to figure out what was going on. The rock fell with a loud bang in front of Damien, Rachiel, and the spiketail. Especially Damien and Rachiel were frozen by this scene. A scene of devastation and destruction lay before Damien, Rachiel, and the spiketail. Seeing that there was no more danger, Rachiel praised him. Good job, little spiketail. His praise made him so happy that he let out a cry. Then he turned to ask, Damien, are you okay? Damien coldly replied as he put his sword back in its sheath. However, looking at his dirty and wounded body, Rachiel thought, you don't look fine at all. His eyes then turned to the ruins and he called out, Minotaur. It seemed like he was regretting losing the Urus Minotaur. He couldn't let it die like this. I heard its honey was top quality. Hey, don't be rash. If you meet the King of Hell before you've done anything, you're done for. Rachiel stood there thinking for a while, then realized there was nothing he could do, so he turned and left. Now we have to get out of here. At this moment, a shiny head came running towards him. Panting, it was Mayor Azel. He charged forward with great vigor. From now on, let me escort you, he declared sternly. I will take you to the safest place in this city. A moment later, at the harbor, a large boat was waiting. Mayor Azel led the group to bring Rachiel there. He pointed to the boat and said, Your Majesty, please come aboard my boat. Once we set sail, no matter how ferocious the Minotaur is, he will not be able to touch a hair on your Majesty's head. His words made Rachiel think with satisfaction. Running away on a boat, that sounds good. Without hesitation, he boarded the boat, and halfway there, he turned back to invite Mayor Azel. Mayor, please go first. But he did not leave, but said seriously, "I will not run away, Rakiel." His refusal left him gasping in surprise. "What?" In such a quiet setting, his voice echoed with determination. "This is the city that I, the mayor, am responsible for protecting." Looking at the people here, he thought, "The prosperity and safety of countless people rests on my shoulders. How can I abandon them and run away to safety alone?" So he bowed his head and asked Rakiel to leave for safety and let him stay and settle things. "I will stay here, commander of the guard. Please go ahead, your majesty." Azel's words made Rakiel calm down and think again. I thought he was a greedy person, but it seemed that leaving him behind was not a good idea. Just then Damien urged him, "Your majesty, we must go quickly." He replied hesitantly. But, seeing Rakiel hesitating, he firmly advised Rakiel, "You don't need to feel guilty, your majesty. Everyone has their own role." His words seemed to awaken Rakiel, and Rakiel immediately boarded the ship with the thought, "Yes, the mayor's role is to protect this city." Looking back at everyone present on the deck, Rakiel realized, their role was to protect me. Then he realized his role, and my role was to survive and carry on the royal family. As soon as everything was settled, there was a loud shout of command, "Hoist the sails." On land, Mayor Azel and everyone else were holding a ceremony to send Rakiel off to safety. Suddenly a sailor on the boat exclaimed in panic, Hey, what's that?" It turned out to be Urus. It had returned and was chasing everyone towards the harbor. Suddenly it took a leap. It landed straight on the boat, startling Rakiel. The wooden boat broke into pieces because of its weight. Then it roared in anger. Suddenly it grabbed the sail on the boat. Rakiel saw this scene and quickly shouted a warning. Everyone lay down. As soon as he finished speaking, Urus slammed the sail right through Rakiel's head. What was happening now left him bewildered and at a loss for words. This was crazy. What should he do? Running was the best option, but there was no other way. Moreover, looking at the sea and the fierce waves, there was nothing you could do. I also couldn't swim. At the same time, the system displayed a red notification. His internal organs were convulsing violently from fear. The internal organs were trembling with fear. The heart spoke up. What? Why not think of a way to escape? What do we need the brain for at this time? As soon as he said this, all his internal organs remembered it and cried, "Oh right, he has no brain." Rakiel himself was currently crying his eyes out. At that moment, Damien appeared behind him and said, "Your Majesty, keep bowing low. It might be good if the sail falls down." He pointed forward and ordered Rakiel, "Stick close to the wreckage at the stern and don't move." Rakiel heard this and asked again to be sure. "Hide there?" He immediately confirmed it with certainty. Yes, that was the best way right now. Suddenly, Rakiel remembered something and quickly turned to ask Damien. "And you?" Damien replied slowly, "I received many things from His Majesty today." He stood up straight and fearlessly and declared, "Let's get to work." His courage left Rakiel speechless. But he didn't dare hesitate any longer and immediately turned and ran. As for Damien, he was attracting Urus' attention. As he attacked it, Agnes in her beast form also pounced. He hit it with a sword and she scratched it, making it scream in pain. Suddenly her tail was grabbed by it, and then it threw her straight to the ground, making her roar in pain. Just then, the army and the spiketail appeared from afar and attacked it. But of course these guys are no match for the Urus. It easily blew away the whole bunch with just a flick of its hand. As for Damien, one of his legs is currently not okay. It makes it difficult for him to stand up. The scene was then desolate and ruined. The soldiers groaned in pain. Rakiel was scared pale by the sight but tried to stay calm. This was crazy. This was crazy. Get a grip. This was gonna kill us all. His eyes focused on Urus, his breathing, his movements, don't miss a thing. He observed its inner heart. In this critical situation, the system suddenly announced that you were facing an unprecedented dangerous situation. This extreme experience helped Azrahan's accurate diagnosis method to develop by leaps and bounds. At the same time, the system also performs the next step. Azrahan's precision diagnosis method has been added to the pulse-taking skill as a bonus feature. The Urus scene was suddenly separated in detail. Following that was the announcement, additional feature 1, acupoint scan, can scan the acupoints of targets within range to predict movements. This skill has a number of targets that can be locked. 1 only applies to creatures. This new skill left Rakiel extremely surprised. What the hell is this? It's no different from hacking the map. Every single action of Urus became extremely clear in his eyes. The angle of the muscles moving, the timing and position of landing, were all seen as clear as day. This made him extremely happy. Great, now I can dodge all attacks. While moving to escape Urus, Rakiel suddenly stopped. He looked at the ruined ship before him and wondered, wait, can I keep avoiding him here forever? Seeing everyone surrounded and himself, so he decided to think of a plan before his stamina ran out. He had to do something. Your brain starts working at full capacity. Remember. The sight of everyone collapsing forced him to think of a plan to deal with it. We must survive, both them and us. Rakiel's eyes were now filled with determination. At this moment he suddenly saw the spiny tail lying miserably on the ground. A crazy idea popped into his head and he sighed, wondering if this would work. However, at this moment there is no other way, so you have to try, but I have to do it because that is my role. At the same time, Urus suddenly ran loudly on the wooden boat. It wanted to punch the sailors on the boat. But suddenly something happened that made the 2 sailors exclaim in shock. What the hell is this? Look! 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 It turned out that what they saw was Rakiel suddenly growing larger and blocking Urus' attack. His obstruction made it roar angrily. He tried to grit his teeth and block its blows. At the same time, the system displays a red notification. You have used red sunflower seeds for legendary pets without permission. Both players play one-on-one with each other. Neither one gives in to the other. Even though he was busy fighting Urus, deep down he was still confused. It had gotten bigger, it had really gotten bigger. He muttered to himself, not expecting it to be this loud. Besides him, who was still in a daze. The 2 sailors he saved were also scared out of their wits by this scene and stuttered and screamed, Your Majesty. Even Damien couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. At this time, the system continues to send warning messages. You are not a legendary beast but a human. Red sunflower seeds can cause extremely serious side effects to the human body. Please see a doctor, physician. Rakiel read this line and shouted to himself, I am the physician. The system also gives an expiration date for the red sunflower seeds. The giant effect's duration is limited to 3 minutes. Just as the system was warning, serious effects will occur after the giant effect ends. Urus was already preparing to punch Rakiel. The system still focuses on the announcement, you will fall into a coma for 5 days after the giant effect ends. It also shows the remaining time for Rakiel to use. The remaining duration of the giant effect is 2 minutes and 37 seconds. He was busy fighting with Urus and was startled by the announcement. That meant he had 2 minutes and 30 seconds to solve everything, not to mention the bonus of 5 days in a coma. This situation seemed quite difficult for him. Time was short and his strength was weak, so he was a bit shaky when he blocked Urus' attack. He understood one thing clearly in his heart. If he didn't solve this in time, then he and everyone else would suffer more than they would survive. 100 sure we would die. Just thinking about this, he had a bit of motivation to shake Urus' hand off. It didn't stop either, but continued to reward Rakiel with another punch. This time he couldn't block it and it hit his avatar. So he staggered and fell, but luckily he didn't fall and was still able to stand firmly after that hit. This scene made Urus a bit confused and he muttered uncomfortably in his heart. It hurt so much, but he could still bear it. Normally just a light touch would kill him. Play by the rules, you hit me then I hit back, you decided to show it, then. So he used his iron head to hit it and shouted, die. After this hit, Rakiel had a bit of a headache, but he was still able to think of a way to deal with it. Anyway, it's impossible to kill it in 2 minutes, now we can only... His gaze shifted to the spiketail and he immediately made a bold decision. Stopping its rage and calming it down that way, even if I were unconscious, Damien and the guards would be able to deal with it. Thinking his doing, he immediately jumped forward. He ran towards the little prickly tail and asked it, Little prickly tail, where are your prickly spines, little prickly tail? As if understanding his intention, it immediately gave him a handful of thorns on its body. As soon as he grabbed the thorns, he turned his head to look at Urus, causing it to be somewhat confused and not understanding what was going on. Suddenly both sides rushed at each other. One side intended to use an iron head to retaliate, The other side ran towards them with sharp spikes. Suddenly Rakiel placed both hands on Urus, using it as a cushion to jump over it. Without hesitation, he immediately pulled out a thorn. One hand he held tightly to its thorn. The other hand raised the sharp thorn and excitedly said, "It's time to do acupuncture for this golden dog." As soon as he finished speaking, he stabbed the thorn straight into its Tianyu point, causing it to scream in pain. However, because Urus' flesh was too thick, even though the thorns were sharp, they could not penetrate, and the thorns could not reach the mana flow. Rakiel was now a little frustrated with his own strength, this poor physical strength. But in need comes wisdom. He loudly calls out to his ally, "Damien, Rakiel asks you, come here and hit the tail of this thorn." Following Rakiel's words, he immediately jumped high and swung his sword at the end of the thorn stuck in Urus' body, causing it to howl in pain. Once the needle was inserted into the right acupuncture point, Rakiel began to consider the next step of acupuncture. Must calm its nervous system, reduce the excitement of the sympathetic nervous system, and activate the parasympathetic nervous system. So he pricked Urus' acupuncture point and called out loudly, "Damien," who immediately understood what he meant and quickly swung his sword at the thorn that had just been inserted. Without stopping, Rakiel continued to use acupuncture on its meridian points, while he used his sword to knock the thorn straight in. Everyone on the boat was now watching Rakiel and Damien work together with wide eyes. The two were currently performing acupuncture on the Weifang acupoint. Next was the Zactun acupoint. As soon as this acupoint was pricked, Rakiel realized that it spread along the triple burner meridian. Because of his acupuncture, Urus was in great pain. It kept struggling to push him off, but he still clung to it tightly, complaining in his heart. It was like a child who didn't want to be acupunctured, a big child. Even though he was fighting against its resistance, he still persisted in stabbing the last thorn. "Obediently let me finish the acupuncture." Just as he thought of coaxing the child, "There will be candy for you." That was when he stabbed the thorn into the last acupuncture point, the ear gate, and that was when Damien jumped up and smashed the thorn deep inside. Urus' eyes gradually changed. It was no longer as aggressive as before. After a while, it calmed down with a very confused face and cried out a few times. Seeing that everything was okay, Rakiel gently removed the thorns from its body. As he removed each thorn, he thought with satisfaction that in addition to its reduced aggression, its chest pain had also disappeared. However, this pain disappeared only temporarily. It was not actually due to acupuncture, it was just a coincidence. Unstable angina was like that. He himself understood what this pain was like. It hurt like hell, but then it suddenly disappeared. While he was thinking, Ugnis, the spike-tail, and everyone else were amazed at what happened before their eyes. Oh, even Urus was quite confused and wondered, strange, the pain is gone. He turned to look at Rakiel and saw him talking to Damien on his shoulder. "Good job, Damien." Suddenly its hand reached out, then gently placed it on his shoulder. This action of its made him startled and widened his eyes, and he was even more surprised when it spoke. "Thank you, human." Its cry made him breathe a sigh of relief that everything was settled. Anyway, luckily the pain disappeared just in time, making it think that I had cured it. Then he sat down on the boat and sighed. "Oh well, I'm exhausted. Right now the system displays a message that your internal organs are being affected by sudden changes in your body." The heart sent a message questioning Rakiel, "What the hell? Why is the body so big?" The heart looked at its body in confusion and wondered, while the stomach hugged itself and trembled, then let out a few strange laughs. Furthermore, the blood circulation was strange. The breathing was also strange, as if it was about to faint. At this time, the large intestine smiled and said, "Because my body is getting bigger, my burden has also increased, right?" The stomach proudly shouted, "I am so great." Suddenly the system displayed the status line of the stomach, but at the same time, I got a notification that the remaining time of the giant effect was 0 minutes and 0 seconds. The last message from the stomach followed, seemingly contracting. Immediately, Rakiel outside, who had grown from large to small, suddenly shrank under the anxious calls of the guards. "Your Majesty." They surrounded him and called out, "Your Majesty." He hurriedly said, I have something to say now." He used his last bit of strength to leave a message. He would be in a coma for 5 days. Don't make a fuss. The Minotaur had calmed down so everyone could rest assured. After saying that, he fell into a deep sleep. The system simultaneously displayed a notification about Rakiel's condition. The giant effect is over and serious side effects are occurring. You will be in a coma for the next 120 hours. He was kind enough to leave a message, wishing me a good night. Everyone was now surrounding Rakiel, worried about his condition. What was going on? What was happening? Magic? On the deck, everyone was busy taking care of Rakiel, but inside the boat, the sailors were busy bailing water, quickly bailing the water out. Hurry up. They realized that the situation was not good and immediately raised their voices. Captain, the crack is getting bigger and bigger. There is no way to seal it. We have to get on board quickly, or we will all drown here. The captain was busy bailing water and didn't know what was going on above. So he cried and said, "There are monsters running rampant above." At the same time, everything on the deck suddenly tilted to one side. A guard was shocked by this and exclaimed, "Huh? Huh? Huh?" And then when they calmed down, they shouted in horror again, "The ship is sinking." Urus was startled by the scream. It looked around in confusion. It seemed to feel guilty as it thought to itself, "Sorry. It's my fault." While everyone was trying to stabilize themselves, Rakiel, who was in a state of disembodied spirit, was unable to do anything. This made them anxiously shout, "Your Majesty." Urus saw the scene and roared, "I will repay you, I will save you." As soon as he finished shouting, he suddenly picked up Rakiel. And then it jumped out of the boat to the bewilderment of Agnes and Damien. It placed Rakiel on its head and slowly moved through the sea. This made the guards shout in surprise. His Highness the Crown Prince dares to touch His Majesty. Damien had not yet had time to comprehend this situation, and could only call out in despair, "Your Majesty." Damien was now tied to a chair in an unconscious state. He slowly woke up from his coma. His eyes looked down and saw himself tied up and a mouse running across his feet. Then he looked up again and wondered, "What a dream!" Suddenly he smiled, both mocking and nostalgic, thinking to himself, "It's been a long time since Eve's seen this scene. It's exactly like the place I lived when I was a child." While he was silent, the person sitting across from him suddenly spoke up. How funny. This person was an interrogator from the Emperor's investigation team. He arrogantly said, "In this situation you can still sleep? I don't know whether to say you are shameless or brave." He asked Damien in a serious voice, "You still don't realize the current situation?" He calmly replied, "I do." Hearing this guy asked again, "And yet you can still sleep peacefully?" This question of his made him feel ridiculous, so he didn't bother to answer and just thought to himself, "Because you guys haven't let me sleep for the past 3 days. Suddenly the interrogator gritted his teeth and said each word. His Highness the Crown Prince was taken away by that monster. He banged on the table and shouted, "It's been 6 days." The news of Rakiel being taken away by Urus was relayed to the royal palace. It took a day for the news to reach the capital. At that moment, a stellian ordered him to come here. The distance from the capital to this place is quite far, and it took us 2 days to get here. When he arrived, the news that Rakiel had not been found made him somewhat angry. Yet for the past 3 days, you still have not found His Highness. No, not even a single clue or trace has been found. Furthermore, he didn't even ask any questions and already accused Mayor Azel and everyone else. This mayor and you, along with the other accomplices, wasted precious time just pretending to search. The interrogator himself didn't bother looking for Rakiel, but just stood there questioning Damien, asking where the Minotaur had swum off to. Where did that bastard Gwyneth Desham of the Angumwa family, who bought that Minotaur, go? There isn't even any clue because it can't be found. Saying this, his voice softened sarcastically and continued, "Is that so? No, it's not that he couldn't find it." He flatly accused Damien and everyone else without any evidence. Rather, he deliberately ignored them, in order to harm His Highness the Crown Prince. Of course, his words made Damien so angry that he growled, "All those who accompanied His Highness the Crown Prince, you want to conclude that we colluded with that Minotaur. You used an angry attitude to question this royal interrogator back, to corner and harm the Crown Prince?" He said bluntly, "It's not that I want to conclude like that, but that I want to expose the truth along with your clear confession." He even had the nerve to ask Damien, "Do you think that's unreasonable?" "Of course," he replied sternly, But he didn't let him finish and immediately interjected. But it was the truth. He gave a sly smile and affirmed that this world always wanted a clear answer, no matter how absurd the conclusion was. Then he started naming everyone involved in this case. So who will be responsible for this? Azel Market, who was unable to secure the city. Next, Rakiel's guards were also convicted by him, and you, along with your subordinates, failed to protect His Highness. With his shamelessness, this royal interrogator blatantly accused Damien and everyone else. It is you, the ones who must bear the responsibility and guilt for this, so that everything can end peacefully. His words made Damien so angry that he screamed in his heart. Bearing the guilt so that everything would end peacefully? What the hell are you talking about? Looking at the way he did that, he could understand that this guy just wanted to end everything quickly. At this point, the interrogator put his hand on Damien's shoulder and advised him to think carefully. Those who confess honestly will be given leniency. This question made him wonder. Leniency? He gave a shameless smile and replied, meaning you will die quickly and peacefully. His answer made him scream angrily, you bastard. Seeing him protest so fiercely, he calmly said, fine. If you find it difficult to answer, I will use another method. Suddenly a group of people entered. They stood solemnly in front of Damien. As soon as he saw them, he understood what was about to happen to him. A moment later he was thrown into the cell, and the cage was hung high up. Besides you being imprisoned, there is also Mayor Azel and others like you. As soon as they saw him, they called out in panic, Damien. At the same time, he was also worried when he saw that everyone was imprisoned like him. Damn it, Ugnies, even the mayor. Then he glanced down below. He could smell the gasoline and saw the soldiers pouring it into the pile of firewood placed under the cages. The smell of oil. Was he going to burn us alive? At the same time, someone came forward. That person was none other than that damn interrogator. He calmly said, now that everyone is here, let's talk about the conclusion again. He still stubbornly asked everyone, are you ready to confess? Damien replied firmly, still keeping his attitude. I don't know what to say, but am ready to tell the truth. Hearing Damien say that, he thought everything was done, so he said to Damien, oh, is it true? Tell me? Damien calmly spoke each word. You, under the name of interrogation, with all your anger, Damien accused him of obstructing the search for the missing crown prince. Damien's words angered him so much that he had to ask again. What? Damien, however, kept his anger and questioned him. I am the one who can find the crown prince the fastest, and you guys are doing useless things like this. At this point, the stubborn interrogator sighed and said, you're planning to run away? And then he ordered his subordinates to kill Rakiel's men. Oh well, never mind now, the interrogation ends here. Seeing that the situation had come to this, Damien thought angrily in his heart, sorry, your majesty. I don't want to die in vain in this place. I must survive. While the situation was dire, suddenly there was a loud noise. Urus appeared out of nowhere, making Damien a bit surprised. His eyes widened in surprise as he silently called out, Minotaur. Urus easily cut the chains holding the cage up high. It hugged the cage containing Damien with one hand and gently landed on the ground. On its shoulder it also carries a person. It was none other than Rakiel. His appearance startled Damien, Ugnies, and even Mayor Azel. Both the interrogator and his subordinates became afraid when they saw him and Urus. At this moment he slowly raised his head and then questioned them. Why are you here? Before getting back to why Rakiel was able to return safely, let's find out from the Medicine Prince's short documentary about where he has been these past few days. This episode is called The Prince and the Golden Retriever, special episode. 6 days ago, Rakiel, Crown Prince of the Magentano Empire, woke up in a coastal cave. Urus, who wanted to kill Rakiel yesterday, now had an extremely adorable appearance. When he woke up, he was startled by its expression. What the hell? It was startling. Then it gesticulated and told him the whole story, but he could only summarize one sentence. You said you saved me from dying? So he sincerely thanked it. Thank you, we are friends now. At that moment he thought to himself, it seems like the misunderstanding between us has been resolved. At the same time, the system also asked him about this 180-degree change in their relationship. Why did you suddenly become so close to Urus? He replied, bewildered. Well, it seems our bull misunderstood a little. It thought I had cured it and considered me its benefactor. The real reason is, actually, it's just that the pain just disappeared naturally. However, he didn't mean to explain this misunderstanding, but I think this misunderstanding isn't bad. The system received this answer from Rakiel and immediately wondered, "Why do you think so?" He hesitantly replied, "Because..." A perverted smile and an exploitative answer were uttered by him. "It would think so and follow me." The special episode will end with the script, Munbikyung adaptation of Pass, drawing Dedeng short documentary The Prince and the Golden Dog, and that's it. There will also be a comment line scolding Rakiel, "This devil." Back on the island, he had suggested to Urus, "I want to help you just like how you helped me. Okay?" His words made it let out a curious cry, and he had explained to it with a smug attitude, "Actually, your heart disease has not completely healed yet. If you leave it like this, you will have the same pain again as last time." Hearing him say that, it also made a sound as if to say it understood. Then he immediately put his hand on it and said, "Let me check your physical condition first." It did not resist him but made a few sounds as if to explain, "I am not a yellow dog but Urus." At this time, the notification system, the additional feature, the acupuncture point scanning of the pulse-taking skill has been activated. After checking Urus' condition, Rakiel breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, your angina hasn't progressed too badly. We can return to Cremo and begin treatment." Then he checked another part of it. "So what about your gall?" After checking everything, he asked it, "Hey, have you been feeling any stomach discomfort lately when chewing?" It made a few sounds as if to say yes. Receiving a positive answer from it, he immediately requested, "There is something inside your stomach. If you take it out, you will no longer feel uncomfortable. Now I will take it out for you. Just do as I say." So Rakiel was talking nonsense, making Urus confused and bewildered. Press the main acupoints on the gallbladder meridian, then press the E-point located above the armpit at the 4th rib, followed by pressing the sun-moon point located between the 5th ribs. Then move down 3 inches to the Wudong point located right behind the Jue point, and finally the Zhongguan point located on a straight line from the Danzhong point to the navel. After finishing in one breath, he told it to just use its fingers to press as he said, and it listened to him and did as he said. After pressing it, Urus' body changed, causing it to cry out in confusion. Rakiel saw that and encouraged him, "Good job, almost done. Now clench your fist and punch your chest hard." His words made it a little worried and it cried out twice. Understanding its worries, he immediately reassured it, "Trust me, punch it hard, right now." Believing in him, it immediately punched its chest many times in a row. Those punches made him cough as if he wanted to spit something out. Seeing that, he secretly encouraged it, "It's so big, it's almost out." Immediately after, Urus immediately spat out something huge. Rakiel saw that thing and was surprised. At this moment, the system announced that it had received S-rank Minotaur honey. Looking at the huge honey ball in front of him, he was somewhat in disbelief. Normally, no matter how big a cow's honey ball was, it wouldn't be able to exceed 5 centimeters. But this one was at least 20 centimeters. Holding this gift in his hand, he turned to Urus and asked, "How is it, little yellow dog? Are you comfortable? Do you feel relieved?" Urus replied with a hum instead of an answer. Seeing that it was completely gone, he happily said, "I'm also glad that your discomfort is gone. Congratulations. On the outside you look like that, but on the inside you're happily thinking, now you're mine." After a long period of healing, Rakiel finally said, "But, we have to move now." His words made Urus cry out in wonder. In his heart, he remembered Damien and everyone saying, "Let's go back to Cremo." Especially when he remembered Damien's expression when he was taken away. He thought, "I think my companions are in trouble." In response were Urus' hesitant and heartbroken cries. He immediately understood the meaning of this cry, who was worried that we would have to fight again when we returned. Knowing its worries, Rakiel confidently declared, "If you go with me, no one will dare to bully you." Really? His promise made her immediately believe and agree. So Urus took him back to the mainland as he promised. "Really, I promise." As soon as he got to the Cremo, he saw the royal flag. This made him somewhat curious. Well, the investigation team was directly under the emperor. But then he immediately judged the situation. And sure enough, it was the right time to turn back. Back to the present. Rakiel stood on Urus' shoulder and loudly questioned, "Who is responsible here?" The interrogator was somewhat startled by his appearance. Seeing that no one answered him, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. And then he shouted, "I ask again, who is responsible here?" Suddenly someone stepped forward. At this moment, the interrogator spoke up. "It was me." Seeing that he had taken responsibility, he stepped down from Urus and said, "You." He stood in front of him and asked again with disdain, "You He felt a little uncomfortable with his attitude. This guy really spoke rudely. The interrogator still had doubts about Rakiel's identity, so he loudly questioned him, "The one who brought the Minotaur, the one who looked exactly like the Crown Prince, who are you?" His insolence left Rakiel's guards dumbfounded. Was this guy crazy? Anyone could see he was the Crown Prince. Rakiel was annoyed by the interrogator's attitude and asked back, "Are you suspecting me of being an imposter to the Crown Prince?" He actually dared to admit it, that's right, because in this dangerous and special situation, when the Crown Prince is missing, there will be many people who want to take advantage of this opportunity to harm the royal family. Tired of hearing him talk so much, he asked directly, "So, do you want to confirm my identity?" He replied calmly, "Yes." Of course he was not satisfied and asked him back, "Then why didn't you confirm the identities of these people first?" His words made him exclaim in surprise, "What did you say?" Rakiel pointed at his imprisoned friends and questioned loudly, "Here they are. Why don't you acknowledge their sacrifice, suffering, and dedication?" His aggressive question made the interrogator panic and hesitate to say, What? Ignoring his confusion, he called out loudly, "Damien Cain." Then he listed the merits of Damien Cain. "You protected me, Rakiel Adria Magentano, the crown prince of this empire, with your life." His recognition left Damien in awe, and he proudly recounted the things Damien had done for him. How he had bravely fought the Minotaur to buy me time to escape, and how he had shown courage and dedication in fighting the Minotaur even alone. As soon as Rakiel finished speaking, Urus tore open the bars of the cage. Footsteps stepped out from there. Damien was freed. As soon as he got out of the cage, he called out in a low voice, "Your Highness." Rakiel saw his friend and smiled proudly. Just then, Damien broke the cage and stood right next to Rakiel. His face darkened and he spoke without any expression. Next, he turned his eyes to Agnes and continued, "Agnes, daughter of Hashintu, my werewolf veterinary nurse." Speaking of this, Rakiel recalled the incident back then, "That night, when I was thrown out of the mayor's mansion by the Minotaur, you risked your life to catch me." As he spoke, Urus reached out to grab the iron cage and rescue her. "If it weren't for your quick reaction and brave actions, perhaps I am now a corpse, buried underground." After the cage was broken, Agnes slowly stepped down to the ground. Rakiel also came to stand beside her and said, "That is courage and noble sacrifice for me." Finally, he looked up at the remaining cage. "Next, Sergio. You continued, my special squad leader. That night you were the first one to run to protect me when I was running away." The more he listened, the more moved he became to tears. "Your Highness," Rakiel added, "if it weren't for that courage and sacrifice, would I be safe and sound like I am now? Ser Franden, you have shown the honor and example of a squire by carrying the wounded to safety. Montero and Pedro, your arms were injured while holding the Minotaur's horn. Are you okay?" Rakiel looked at everyone and expressed his gratitude. "I also cannot forget the merit of Knight Hamilton. Even though he lost his sword and broke his shield, he still showed his strong will to fight." Hearing this, Sergio could not bear it anymore. His tears and snot flowed, his voice trembling and stammering. I. They looked at Rakiel's expression and demeanor and had no more doubts. In their hearts, they already had an answer, calling out loudly, "Your Highness." After listening to the conversation just now, the soldiers were also confused. Turning to discuss, it seemed that he really was the crown prince, but how could he return? The two of them continued talking. Moreover, how could he subdue that Minotaur? Hearing this, the interrogator was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. His entire body froze. He thought to himself, "Yes, something is wrong." Speaking of this, he remembered what he saw earlier. "I was certain that the crown prince could not survive after being taken by the Minotaur. So I put all the blame on the prince's subordinates without any valid reason. Whether they are wronged or not has nothing to do with us, because things have always been like this. It's normal procedure. When a member of the royal family died of illness, the doctor was executed. The death of a person of high status must be held responsible." Those things were deeply imprinted in the interrogator's subconscious. making him unable to distinguish right from wrong. He looked up at Rakiel, who was staring back at him in wonder. But why had the crown prince returned alive? How could that be? Thinking of this, the interrogator was so scared that he knelt down and made a loud noise. He said in a trembling voice, "Your Highness, I beg to atone for daring to doubt your identity." At that statement, Rakiel's eyes darkened. His eyebrows furrowed in thought. He continued to look up at the suspended cage and said, "The mayor of this city, Azel Cremo." Hearing himself mentioned, he reached out his hand, tears streaming down his face. "Your Highness," he continued, "and that night, despite facing countless dangers and difficulties, you never ran away and always tried your best to protect this city." Just like that, his cage was slowly lowered. It was the most noble and precious quality of a noble. You put your responsibility above all else. Rakiel stepped forward and lightly touched his hand in praise. That was the most beautiful and meaningful example of a noble. Receiving the compliments just now, he was extremely moved and looked towards him and replied, "Your Highness." After saying that, Rakiel turned directly to look at the interrogator and shouted, "And you, the interrogator of the investigation team." He was startled when he heard that. Sweat poured down like rain. "You asked me to prove my identity." Under everyone's gaze, he continued, "But it's not me who proves it. But it's not me, it's the people who have been by my side, the people who are not afraid to sacrifice for me." Rakiel's face showed a flash of anger as he growled loudly, "They are my witnesses." Looking at this attitude, the interrogator knew he was completely wrong. His lips trembling, not knowing what to say. Before he could speak, you interrupted him. "You don't need to explain because I know exactly what you want to say." He recalled the people with such qualities in his previous life. "I have seen through you just like in Korea." Thinking of this, he asked again, "I asked you who was in charge here, and you stood up yourself." Rakiel did not hesitate to ask directly, "Do you understand what that means? The person responsible must bear the responsibility. You will be held accountable for your cursory investigation, and will be punished accordingly." Just like that, everything was resolved smoothly, and by the next day the rubble had been cleaned up. They were cleaning up and chatting with each other. One of them asked, "That stupid interrogator, what is his crime?" Another person continued, "Intentionally investigating superficially and obstructing the public search for the crown prince. The charges are really long. The more serious the crime, the longer the charges. If he's unlucky, he'll be executed or at least imprisoned for life, that's for sure." Speaking of this, one person was still curious and asked, but he looked down at the others with a serious expression and said, "Is that true?" The old man heard this and his expression became serious as he recalled that night. "Well, I witnessed with my own eyes that ferocious minotaur obediently listening to your Highness. It moved according to his Highness' instructions, breaking the bars. It was amazing." From not far away, someone was also trying to listen. Moreover, not knowing how his Highness had managed to suddenly make his body as large as a minotaur, the conversation became more and more lively, attracting the attention of everyone nearby. "Then fight it with bare hands. Then those sharp thorns stab large thorns into its back and neck." After hearing those words, a person who didn't believe replied, "Stop it, man, stop lying. I see he doesn't believe it." The man angrily said loudly, "Really?" A person beside him suddenly remembered something and spoke up, I also suddenly remembered something. There was a rumor spreading in the palace. Have you all heard of the legend about the crown prince?" These words made the people standing around watching extremely curious, thinking to themselves, "We are also very curious." At the same time, in the upper room, Damien also saw the whole incident below. He looked towards Rakiel, who was sitting leisurely, and said, "Your Highness." To clear up his curiosity, he asked frankly, "How did you tame that minotaur in the end?" Hearing that, he shot the grenade aside and replied, "Tame it? I have never tamed it. It misunderstood and I just left it alone." The more Damien listened, the more confused he felt. His eyes widened and he exclaimed, "Huh?" Rakiel explained, "Do you remember when I suddenly grew larger? I tried acupuncture on Urus to calm him down and by chance cured his pain." Taken by surprise, Damien asked again, "Huh? You mean it thinks you cured it?" He replied, "Yeah, it sees me as its benefactor." Rakiel asked, "Good, right?" Damien replied, "It was good. Even for me," he asked back, surprised. "Lucky?" He spoke his mind frankly, "Because I would receive a danger bonus. Rakiel was surprised. Now there was no hiding about money? Both of them laughed and teased each other. It's true that work must be clear. Wow, what a shameless person. Damien felt more and more like he wanted to stick with this prince longer. He smiled to himself. He had to practice more. Thinking about the reward but not completing the mission well, what a shame. Thinking of this, he covered his mouth with his hand and cleared his throat, saying, anyway, the reason I can confidently answer like this is because I completed the task you assigned me last night. This sentence made Rakiel exclaim in shock. What, you found all those medicinal herbs in just one day? Damien replied, yes, Cremo is the largest port and commercial city in the north. And there is one more news. He continued. His Majesty the Emperor has returned to the palace. It seemed that the Emperor had heard that you were safe and sound on your way here. This made Rakiel freeze and ask again. So that meant he returned to the palace as soon as he heard that I was safe. The corner of his mouth smiled slightly as he thought to himself, what a cold-blooded person. It really is him. Just ignore him, why bother, I find him a bit annoying. Thinking about it, he slowly sat down and said, okay, the two emperors have left and the medicinal herbs are ready, we can start now. Damien asked somewhat curiously what to start with. Rakiel replied, concocting a sedative from the minotaur bile, telling them to clear the mansion's kitchen immediately. The very next day, everything was ready for the preparation of the bile minotaur. Rakiel stood inside the kitchen looking at the ingredients that were already laid out on the table and spoke now. He was excited, his eyes full of anticipation. The corners of his mouth slightly raised in a smile as he continued. Let's begin. His hands quickly picked up each ingredient and cut it into small pieces. Then hum the song and pound the ingredients until smooth. The singing echoed throughout the kitchen. Mix it up. Mix it up. Damien stood beside him, listening to it all and feeling his head ache, thinking, is he going to make medicine in 5 days or practice singing? After a while of hard work, the simplest step finally came, which was making the medicine. Rakiel looked happily at the round pill in his hand and thought, sedative from minotaur bile, complete. Without further hesitation, he threw the pill directly into his mouth. It was a bit of a pity, but he still had to test it. The system pops up a notification. Your internal organs are glowing with the gift from the bile minotaur. In the body, the heart is extremely excited. The body is burning and shouting, strength, strength. I am full of strength, only the stomach is holding its belly and sighing. Why are nutritious things so hard to eat? The system continues to display a notification. The internal organs have given you 500 horsepower. Current health is 1,500. Detects the medicine you have prepared yourself. Activates the ingredient analysis feature of the medicine preparation skill. A quick information panel appeared. Sedative from minotaur bile. Ingredients. Active ingredients colic acid, bilirubin, vitamin D, rhodophanasidion, oleanolic acid, panacinone, coumarin, zamnolic kirin, laser harmau, simifugin, imperi, pill shape, sphere, uses and effects, calcium ion concentration reduction, and so on. Reading through the table in front of him, Rakiel thought to himself in dismay, why is it so long? While reading, he suddenly stopped, his eyes focused on a piece of information. There is a place that says it helps relax muscles, relieves angina and cardiovascular diseases. In particular, the dosage for adults is 1 tablet for 12, 2 to 4 years old, 13 tablet. You wonder, wait, what is this? Rakiel continued reading below, stomach ache, vomiting, symptoms may get worse, side effects, puts pressure on the body, helps sleep well and deeply without side effects or addiction. He couldn't believe his eyes anymore and exclaimed, this is crazy. At the same time, outside, Urus was still lying leisurely on the green grass, enjoying the fresh air. Suddenly, a person rushed over and called out, Urus. Hearing someone calling him, he sat up, looked to one side and cried out. The person who just walked over was none other than Rakiel. He asked, you look good. How are you feeling today? It happily showed its good mood in response. Seeing that it was still fine, he smiled and reached into his pocket to take out something and asked, okay, so do you want to try this? As he spoke, Rakiel placed a pile of newly made pills into Urus' hand and said, eat this and you won't have any more back pain. Seeing the pills in his hand, his eyes were thoughtful as he sat silently for a while as if thinking. After a moment of careful thought, he did not hesitate and immediately put the pills straight into his mouth and replied, I believe you, benefactor. Just like that, the pills entered the body one by one, reaching and supporting Yura's heart, helping it stay healthy. Every blood vessel and nerve in its body is restored to a more stable state. It could feel its body changing. Its eyes widened and it cried out. Rakiel stood below, satisfied, thinking to himself, that's right, now the infection will disappear, your body will be full of vitality. The system immediately displays a notification that you have given patient Urus a sedative made by yourself from Minotaur bile. The effectiveness of the medicine has increased by 10 thanks to level 1 medicine-making skill. Seeing that, he happily exclaimed, cured in just one time. The system continues to show you get 7 more days of life. Expected life is 116 days. Your internal organs are rejoicing at your achievement and giving you 600 horsepower. Current health is 2100. Drink another cup to refresh yourself. Today was a successful day for Rakiel. He happily laid on top of Urus and relaxed. To him it was a huge, rare resource. From now on follow me, Srank Bile. Scene changes to Cremo City Square. There are many people standing in a group. Some people still had no idea what was going on and asked each other, what was going on? Others replied, saying that they heard that His Highness was going to hold a ceremony to award medals to those who had been brave that night. Just as he said this, a giant figure appeared, causing everyone to freeze, eyes wide open and mouths agape. That huge thing was none other than Urus, with Rakiel sitting on its shoulder waving to everyone. A loud shout rang out. His Highness the Crown Prince had arrived. His face was extremely radiant, smiling in response to the friendliness of everyone below. Ignoring the greeting ceremony, Urus slowly put Rakiel down. The others were terrified and thought to themselves, the legend of the Crown Prince King is true. At the same time, Rakiel was looking at the gem on the table wondering, is this the sound-amplifying gem? It's been a long time since I've been in the spotlight. Not since the fight with the second prince. Don't be afraid, Hanley. Calming himself down, he reached out and lightly touched the sound amplification ball. Then he spoke loudly in front of everyone, Damien, Kane, and the other 33 people. You fought bravely and undaunted by the Minotaur's ferocity to protect the royal bloodline. As he spoke, Rakiel reached inside to pluck his clothes. So, in the name of the Crown Prince, I acknowledge your efforts. Speaking of this, he took out a box with a shiny pill inside and shouted loudly, and bestowed this medicine upon you all. Seeing that, everyone stood there dumbfounded, and exclaimed, oh, only the mayor was extremely pleased with this, smiling with satisfaction. He looked down at him and thought to himself, the mayor is really a talented person in handling situations. He is a very useful talent. To know what happened, we have to go back 2 days. While Rakiel was lying down relaxing, suddenly someone came up and asked, you called me, Your Highness? Seeing this person appear, he happily smiled and said, I have something to ask of you. He looked towards Azel Cremo and continued, I am planning to hold a medal ceremony to promote the new medicine. He was surprised to hear that and asked, was the medal ceremony to promote a new medicine? Rakiel nodded in response, yes, because the previous incident caused many people to worry. I want to take this opportunity to award medals to those who protected me. Saying this, he raised his hand and held up a pill, and continued, I would like to give you this medicine as a reward, Rakiel explained. The sedative from the Minotaur bile that I just made. Seeing that pill, Azel Cremo was startled and thought in panic, this is think, what does he want? After a moment of thought, he said, I understand, but before he could finish, you interrupted. I haven't finished yet, you continued, the medicine was bestowed along with the medal in the name of the Crown Prince. Just that alone was enough to make all the nobles in the empire curious about this medicine. He happily added, this medicine. But before he could say anything else, Azel Cremo showed a happy expression and raised his hands to the sky, shouting, wonderful, what a perfect promotional trick. Truly the Crown Prince. We must organize a grand award ceremony. Only then can we promote it effectively and sell it at a high price. With that, Azel Cremo ran off. Give me 2 days, I have urgent business to attend to and must leave first. Seeing his appearance, Rakiel thought to himself, this guy will definitely notice as soon as I change something. Back to the present. He looked at him and gave him a thumbs up in satisfaction. I will never forget this favor. Thinking of this, he raised his hand to his mouth and cleared his throat, saying, I am Rakiel Adria Magentano. the crown prince of this empire, to express my deep gratitude for your courage and sacrifice. I have created this special medicine. Hearing this, Agnes and Damien glanced at each other and thought to themselves, feeling that this was not the main purpose. Rakiel's words continued to resound. You are brave warriors, the ones who fought the Minotaur. So, you deserve to receive the special and powerful medicine created from the Minotaur's bile. This made everyone wonder, would this be a good medicine if it was made from the Minotaur? Rakiel lifted the pill up high to explain more about its effects. Then surely our hearts will be healthier when taking it. Blood circulation will no longer be blocked. He gave a typical example like Urus standing next to him, and had the same durable strength as the Minotaur. Speaking of this, he shouted loudly, not only that, it also helped the tired body that had trouble sleeping to rest and sleep well. Each word made everyone freeze. Thanks to your loyalty and devotion, I was able to introduce this medicine to the people of the Empire. As he spoke, Rakiel pointed his finger straight ahead, because from today, for just 1 month with the special Crown Prince edition and preferential price, we will open this medicine to the people. Urus also cooperated very well and immediately raised the sign. Only 9,999 Megan. Special offer, limited quantity. Each person can only buy one. The program may end sooner than expected. Looking at this scene that just happened, Damien and Agnes thought to themselves in dismay. Just like a scammer. Just as they were thinking this, suddenly someone came and put a hand on their shoulder. The person who just arrived was none other than Sergio, holding a sign that said, 100 personally prepared by the Crown Prince. Don't miss out, buy it now. Rakiel was still in that excited state, calling. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, hurry up, hurry up. He offers a series of huge discounts for everyone. For only 9,999 Megan. Special offer, limited quantity. Each person can only buy one pill. The program may end earlier than expected. 100 handmade by the Crown Prince. Don't miss it. The first time in the world, the Crown Prince's special edition, Magentano, cannot be compared. Unprecedented wonderful effects, improve health, blood circulation, increase physical strength and help sleep well. Contact the Royal Clinic, Mr. Garden, made in Magentano. The bright sunlight bathed the palace. Rakiel stood on a high platform overlooking the cheering crowd below the castle. I want to buy it, I want to buy it, I want to have it. In the distance, 2 men whispered to each other. Even though it's expensive, I still want to buy it, or should I borrow money? Seeing this scene, Rakiel excitedly rubbed his chin and thought to himself, what a good reaction. If you organize an event, you have to recoup the investment. Rakiel smiled smugly. He couldn't miss this opportunity to promote the clinic. Thinking his doing, he coughed, then turned to the crowd and said loudly, Dear Cremo people. Waiting for everyone to calm down, Rakiel continued, as everyone knows, I am Rakiel Adria Magentano, the Crown Prince of the Empire, and I am also the director of the Royal Clinic, which is operating very well in the imperial capital. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. Rakiel paused for a moment and turned to look at the 3 people behind him. Everyone's expression was indescribable. Then they heard Rakiel continue, on this special occasion, I would like to introduce a little bit about my clinic. Damien, Agnes and Sergio were expressionless, each holding a billboard for the Magentano Royal Clinic. Everything, acupuncture, chiropractic, obesity treatment, specialists in treating all kinds of diseases completely free of charge. Royal Clinic, specializing in internal and external medicine, treating all types of diseases, rehabilitation, open all days of the week, free medical examination and treatment. Even Urus was no exception. Its huge hand raised the billboard high, excitedly roaring, bone and joint specialist, come to the Royal Clinic, open 247, cures all kinds of diseases. Rakiel continued to enthusiastically advertise. The Royal Clinic was only recently established, but we provide medical services in a completely new form. Next, he happily asked everyone, has anyone here ever heard of the Royal Clinic? It was so quiet all around that you could hear a needle drop to the ground. Suddenly, an old man and a young man raised their hands. I have heard of it, so have I. Rakiel said smugly, it turns out that a lot of people know about it. Fortunately, under the contemptuous gazes of Damien and Agnes, he continued to mumble, if you come all the way here, you have to prove it, right? Then, Rakiel happily told everyone we can't just advertise, right? He said while thinking to himself, it's time to release the prey. Rakiel said excitedly, what kind of place is Cremo? It is the most prosperous and beautiful commercial center in the North Sea, the heart of the empire, right? Only when everyone is healthy can Cremo develop. His words moved the audience below to tears, and the people were all moved by his words. And when the Cremo developed, the empire became powerful. Rakiel bowed sincerely. I wish everyone good health. If anyone here feels unwell, please come forward. Even if it is a minor illness, it is fine. The people were stunned to hear Rakiel say, I, the director of the Royal Clinic, will personally go and examine you. At this moment, he felt that everyone was still hesitant. Rakiel clenched his fist. He had to use his ultimate move. He turned to the crowd and continued, the first 100 people to step forward will receive free medical examination and treatment vouchers. Hearing that, Agnes immediately retorted, Isn't it always free? Damien could only sigh. Rakiel held the crystal ball tightly in one hand. The other raised high into the sky, shouting excitedly, Free, first come first served. Begin. As soon as they heard the word free, everyone rushed to get a portion for themselves. Rakiel smiled smugly. Oh my honored guests. Thinking about the scene of people fighting over each other, the smile on Rakiel's face became even brighter. No, the longevity customers. The people lined up neatly waiting for their turn. In front of Rakiel was an old woman. Take this. You give her a piece of paper. Bring this coupon to the Royal Clinic. I will prescribe you the best medicine to improve your body. Next, the old lady listened to him say that of course the travel and accommodation expenses from here to the imperial capital were all covered. Of course it was free. The old lady kept nodding her head to express her gratitude to Rakiel. Thank you, sir. After the old lady left, Rakiel clapped his hands excitedly. Unable to hide his joy, Eve already given out 100 free tickets. If only 10 of them come to the clinic, that's more than enough. Contrary to Rakiel's excitement, there were at least 10 patients. Great, Agnes thought with a gloomy face, free medical treatment, and even support for travel expenses to the imperial capital. Will I be able to manage in the future? Rakiel still smiled and asked Agnes. Is it okay? Agnes could only cry silently in his heart. Chief guard. We might have to sell all our assets. Then she heard Rakiel constantly fantasizing about the bright future of the clinic. Now in Cremo, surely no one doesn't know about our clinic anymore. He also asserted that this was a profitable advertising strategy. Damien, who was on guard, looked at him worriedly. It's been 9 hours. Are you okay? After a while Rakiel stretched. Oh my God. Suddenly he was in pain holding his arm. Did I overdo it? The system pops up a message. Your internal organs require you to comply with labor laws. The large intestine trembled in protest, working continuously for 9 hours without rest. Is this guy crazy? The liver in the stomach also roared angrily. Hey! When will we finally get a break? Rakiel's steps were heavy. He felt like he couldn't hold on any longer. No, everyone was looking. I had to act cool, right? The image before his eyes gradually blurred. Everyone's panicked faces appeared before his eyes. He must not reveal this weak appearance. But in the end he still couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. Damien was worried and immediately rushed over, Your Highness, Your Highness. In response to everyone's inquiry, Are you okay, Your Highness? Rakiel trembled helplessly, smiling to reassure them. But in his heart he thought, This weak body. Suddenly a system notification appeared before his eyes. You had devoted yourself to treating many patients in less than a day. As a result, you were exhausted. Your image had entered the eyes of the people of Cremo. The image of the exhausted crown prince collapsing after wholeheartedly treating the people moved them deeply. The people of Cremo felt your heart and were extremely grateful to you. Their admiration, gratitude, and praise gave new strength to your medical abilities. Attendance system, GPD, Great Doctor Point has been activated. Rakiel's ears still echoed with the question, Your Highness, are you okay? But right now he could only focus on the new skill, Great Doctor Point, GDP, as a type of reputation point. You will get points when you treat and save people. Build a reputation in society. Make achievements that are recorded in history or move many people. You get 101 GDP. Current GDP 101. Rakiel thought to himself, Great Doctor Point sounds good, but what is it for? The system immediately replied, You can use GDP to buy free coupons. Free coupons are a kind of coupons that can be purchased with 100 GDP on the coupon. When using the ticket, the designated subject will absolutely and permanently believe one of your lies. After hearing that, Rakiel laughed blankly. What the hell? Then Rakiel felt like he was full of life again, the game hack system. He grabbed the hand that was extended in front of him. Then Damien slowly pulled him up. First of all, it is still the system's reminder that when using a voucher, you must specify the object. Each voucher can only be used for one object at a time. The ticket can only be used for one lie at a time. Note that when used, the target is a god or a being close to a god that can perceive the ticket's effects. Seeing that he was still confused, Damien quickly asked with concern, "Your Highness, are you okay?" Rakiel immediately regained his composure, not forgetting to tease Damien. "If I'm not okay, will you carry me and run?" Damien coldly replied, "As long as you pay." The sky was blue. The sun was warm. The leaves were floating in the air. Damien led Rakiel towards Mayor Azel. Along with Rakiel's voice mixed with the wind, "It was you." At this moment, Rakiel was being helped by Damien as he approached the mayor. The mayor was in tears, his hands and feet trembling as he asked Rakiel, "Are you sure you want to leave now?" "Your Highness," although he saw that Rakiel was still cheerful as usual, he was still worried. His body was still not fully recovered. Rakiel smiled and replied, "I just fell down because of a cramp. Don't worry too much. Mayor, even so, you should at least rest for a night before setting off." "Rakiel, it's okay. I can sleep in the carriage?" The mayor still asked with concern. "Surely it's not as comfortable as a bed, right?" Under Damien's helplessness, Rakiel still happily replied, "Sleeping in a carriage is very comfortable." Rakiel put his hand on the mayor's shoulder and said politely, "Anyway, Eve received a lot of help during my time here. Today's medal ceremony was also very successful." The mayor replied emotionally, "It was thanks to your efforts, Your Highness." Before Rakiel got in the car, he didn't forget to turn around and say, "When you have the chance, let's visit the royal clinic. Okay?" Along with Sir Roberto, the mayor was surprised. "Huh? Your Highness?" Remembering Roberto's haggard, tearful, snot-filled face, the mayor broke out in a cold sweat. Luckily, Rakiel only said, "Oh, it's nothing, see you later." Rakiel got into the carriage, not forgetting to turn around and wave goodbye to everyone. The carriage rolled, gradually leaving the city at the imperial capital Magentano. Everyone was shocked at what happened before their eyes. "What the hell is this? A giant beast followed the convoy. Suddenly there were hurried footsteps running towards me. Your Highness." As soon as he saw Urus, the other person was immediately startled. Urus glanced sharply, snorting at the man. The man quickly shook his head to regain his composure. Then he raised his hand in a loyal salute. He continued to introduce himself as Captain Mikado, captain of the 1st Company, 2nd Battalion, 6th Regiment, Imperial Capital Defense Corps, requesting an audience with His Highness the Crown Prince. Rakiel opened his sleepy eyes and asked, "Okay, what's wrong?" Captain Mikado then respectfully handed Rakiel an envelope. "This is an imperial edict issued by His Majesty the Emperor, Your Highness." Rakiel received the letter, opening it and thinking, "I have a bad feeling." He stared at the words on the letter in his hand. Rakiel was surprised to see the content of the letter. When he returned to the capital, the Crown Prince had to immediately enter the palace and meet the Emperor. He was shocked. Rakiel put the letter in his pocket as he said, "He's not the type of person to call me just to see him. If he makes me do something strange or cross the line again," he thought happily, "he'll use the lie detector for free." And one dark night, in a certain palace, Rakiel bowed down. Kneeling on one knee in the middle of the palace, Crown Prince Rakiel Adria Magentano requested an audience with His Majesty the Emperor, the rightful ruler of this country. The Emperor sat on the throne, not saying anything, just silently looking at Rakiel. Rakiel knelt for so long that his legs were shaking. He thought to himself, "He's up to this again. Since he called me here, he might as well get straight to the point." After a long while, the Emperor slowly spoke. "I want to ask you something. Why did you act so irresponsibly and incompetently, making your subordinates suffer?" Rakiel immediately understood. It was indeed this. Thinking about being beaten up by Urus, he could only lament in his heart, "Irresponsible and incompetent. I almost died." The emperor then continued, I heard that the Minotaur attacked the mayor's mansion. Rachiel replied honestly, yes, that's right, your majesty, emperor, on that day, why didn't you run away faster, leaving your subordinates who were protecting you to suffer in vain? Rachiel looked up in surprise at the emperor sitting above. He was so angry that he was shaking. That was... The emperor interrupted, you want to say that you tried your best, right? But you are wrong, you should have avoided danger before it came. If you realize the importance of your position, then you must always be prepared for any situation. Rachiel tried to suppress his anger and cursed inwardly. How could I know in advance? Am I a fortune teller, old man? Seeing him silent and not answering, the emperor frowned and asked, what are you thinking? Rachiel bowed his head and replied, ah, it's nothing. The emperor immediately became angry. He pointed at Rachiel and scolded, the result of that omission is to expose your followers to danger and hardship. Rachiel thought angrily, he doesn't care about me at all, how unfair. In the silent palace, there was only the emperor scolding, you are the one who will inherit my position, take care of, lead, protect, and be responsible for the millions of subjects of the empire, yet you let a few dozen of your subordinates fall into danger and hardship. Speaking of this, the emperor flew into a rage. His fist slammed down on the armrest of the chair, along with a loud shout, truly shameful. He bowed his head in resentment. Although he felt resentment, he couldn't refute it, what he said was right. The anger passed. The emperor said in a soft voice, reflect on what happened and never make the same mistake again. Do you understand? Rachiel replied, yes, your majesty. The emperor asked again, is there anything else you want to say? He pursed his lips. I have to say something in return. Otherwise, this relationship will forever be one-sided. Thinking so, he quickly spoke up, yes, your majesty, please forgive my abruptness, but I don't know what your majesty is. Rachiel continued, have you quit smoking like I advised you before? The emperor was immediately stunned. What? Rachiel continued, no matter what else your majesty gives up, you must give up smoking. Only then can your majesty be healthy enough to take care of the country. The emperor gritted his teeth as he listened to Rachiel's lecture. As his majesty had just said, the one who was taking care of, guiding, and protecting the millions of people of the empire was his majesty. Having said what he wanted to say, Rachiel thought to himself with satisfaction, how is it? Old man. The emperor stroked his beard in confusion. That matter. Rachiel tried to show his loyalty to him, so his majesty had to quit smoking. His majesty's health was the peace of the royal family. This is not a cliché. In fact, after Rachiel died, the emperor suffered a stroke due to excessive smoking and stress. I must make him quit smoking, so that the empire will not be drawn into the upcoming war, and to avoid following in my father's footsteps. After a moment of confusion, the emperor smiled and leaned back. Then he folded his arms and said, since that day, the day you dared to lecture me, he said sternly, I have quit smoking. Rachiel was surprised. Is that so? He heard the emperor ask back, do you have anything else to say? Rachiel stood up tremblingly, no sir, I ask permission to leave. The emperor slowly walked towards him. Oh, by the way, Estelian advised him, don't be so rash in eating legendary beast food, even if it contains magic. He awkwardly covered his mouth with his fist, turned his head to the side and coughed a few times. It definitely won't be good for your health. The cold night wind blew through the window. Emperor Estelian sat on the throne, silent and still. He smiled and thought, are you that worried about me? Suddenly the emperor asked someone, what about the new medicine my son has concocted? The man replied respectfully, as your majesty has instructed, we have mobilized the entire royal intelligence force to spread information about the sedative from the bile minotaur. Estelian turned back and asked, what was the result? The anonymous person continued to report, even the nobles in the most remote regions of the empire would know about the sedative from the bile minotaur. The emperor was immediately happy, very good, very good. The night was quiet, the moonlight illuminated the sky, and footsteps echoed clearly. Hey! Damien looked at Rachiel's actions and asked in confusion, what are you doing? Rachiel counted 3, he's here. A man rushed over at top speed, tears and snot running down, crying and whining, calling, Your Highness. Rachiel helplessly patted, come on. Then, as if seeing something disgusting, he quickly screamed, waiting to be kicked. then quickly used his hand to push the man's face away, stopping. Rakiel forced a smile and hugged Garden's shoulder, saying, "Are you that happy?" He shouted indignantly, "You left me with so many internal patients like this," that made Rakiel could only cover his ears to avoid his screams from piercing his eardrums. He quickly reassured him, "I'll prescribe you some medicine later. Thank you for taking care of the clinic while I was away." Guardian sobbed and replied, "It's nothing, I'm fine, Your Majesty." Looking at the doctor's haggard face, Rakiel said, "Are you okay? You look haggard." The night was quiet, only the sound of two people talking could be heard. Rakiel, by the way, have you heard about the Cremo? Guardian, yes, Your Highness, I am very surprised. Rakiel put his arm around Garden's shoulder and turned back to say, "Really? But you know what? You'll be even more surprised." Suddenly, Urus appeared from somewhere. It screamed, scaring the doctor. Rakiel reluctantly praised him, "Your acting skills have improved. You also heard the rumor that I brought it back?" Guardian smiled and replied, "Have I improved a little?" Damien looked helplessly at the two people walking in front of him. What was going on? This clinic was full of weirdos. Rakiel and Guardian continued to chat as they walked. Rakiel, is there anything else? Guardian, since yesterday we have been receiving strange requests, he asked curiously. Strange requests? Guardian replied, they want to buy medicine that we don't have. Guardian led Rakiel and Damien into a room. Looking at the thick stacks of papers before him, he was extremely surprised. Were all these letters requests to buy sedatives? Guardian quickly replied, yes. Even the servants sent from noble families were lining up to buy medicine. Hearing that, Rakiel immediately ran to the window and looked down. What? He thought, wasn't this the scene of jostling to buy things that he had heard of? It was amazing, even more so than Snell. Then there was no reason to refuse. Rakiel's eyes sparkled at the scene before him, letting them in the order they lined up. In the box was a shining jewel, the 1987 Crown Prince Special Edition. 10 days later, in the royal clinic, Rakiel was happily examining the patient, instructing him on what to pay attention to, when suddenly Guardian came over and called him, Your Highness. Then he leaned into his ear and whispered, there is a message from the palace, asking you to enter the palace. Rakiel was startled. What, entering the palace again? Why? Guardian doesn't know what's going on, and I don't know either, Your Highness. He hurriedly changed into his blue shirt and gave instructions to prepare the carriage for me. On the way to the palace, he thought to himself, are you trying to pick a fight with me again? A servant hurriedly ran to welcome him. Your Highness, quickly, quickly. Come this way. Looking at the open door, Rakiel asked curiously. This wasn't the way to the audience chamber. As soon as he entered the room, he was immediately shocked, speechless. Silently looking at the emperor lying on the sickbed, Rakiel remembered the scene of his father before. What is this, the emperor? Why is he like this? Just like my father. Memories flooded back. It was a pouring rain night, inside a large internet cafe. Around 9 p.m., a group of people sat in front of brightly lit computer screens. The sound of keyboards tapping and mouse clicking echoed. He yelled in annoyance, scratching his head. Get out of the car, he was frustrated, clicking the mouse, controlling the character in the game. But he couldn't do anything. Hands on the keyboard. Unhappy face. Frowning. So slow. Next to it, the phone lit up, showing an incoming call. The phone rang continuously, and no one answered for a long time. The phone went dark, showing 6 missed calls. The girl at the computer next to him looked over and said, Hey Han, aren't you answering your phone? The phone kept ringing, so he ignored it and said, Never mind. The phone kept ringing, but he remained indifferent and did not pick up. The computer screen showed the words game over. Probably because he lost, he frowned in frustration. The phone beside him rang again. He took his hands off the keyboard and picked up the phone. Without looking at the caller, he directly pressed the answer button. Hello? The news he received made him panic. He jumped up and slammed his hand on the table. Immediately after that, he picked up his bag and ran out into the pouring rain. When he arrived, his hands were shaking as he held his briefcase. Whole body wet from rain, breathing heavily, face sad, eyes filled with tears looking forward. In front of him was the hospital bed. His mother was lying beside the bed crying. His hands were hanging down. His bag fell to the ground. On the hospital bed was his father, unconscious and on a ventilator. Back to reality, the emperor was lying on the bed, just like his father was in the hospital that day. Rakiel slapped himself hard on the face, thinking to himself, "Wake up, you idiot. Is this the time to sit around moping and reminiscing about the past?" He touched his chin, observing the emperor's condition. "Let's see, stroke." The muscles on the emperor's face twitched slightly. Rakiel silently commented, "The muscles and the nerve signals controlling the muscles were all in disorder." The prince turned to ask what happened. The chief guard beside him stepped forward. "I can answer that question." He gestured, and a bespectacled imperial physician stepped forward and introduced, "Passero, imperial physician to His Majesty the Emperor. Requests an audience with His Highness the Crown Prince." Rakiel turned back to the physician and asked seriously, "How long has His Majesty been down?" Passero replied confusedly, "About a night." He was secretly startled when he heard the answer, "What, all night?" The withered flower vase on one side signaled something ominous. The prince continued to ask, what was the cause? Gently touching the dry flower petals that fell to the ground, the imperial physician stammered in reply, "Last night after dinner. His Majesty seemed unusually drunk." Rakiel crossed his arms over his chest and asked, "Drunk? Abnormal, what do you mean?" Recalling the emperor's condition last night, the chief guard recounted that after just one glass of wine, his tongue began to twitch and his steps became unsteady. Seeing signs of instability, I therefore advised him to rest early. But this morning when I arrived, he turned back to look at his father and continued to ask, "Was he like this?" Rakiel clenched his fists, his hands shaking, thinking to himself, "This is a typical symptom of a stroke." Looking at the imperial physician, he secretly blamed himself. The golden hour had been missed because of this man's poor treatment. The imperial physician bowed his head in worry, not knowing when he would be blamed. Rakiel turned away, not looking at the physician anymore. He looked at the emperor lying on the bed, lost in thought. No. The problem is that the emperor quit smoking and took good care of his health. Why did he end up like this? He suddenly realized with worry, it was no different from the events in Demon Sword Emperor. Rakiel thought to himself, of course, even if the emperor died, things wouldn't go as they did in the story. Not the second prince, will become emperor, but that is something I absolutely do not want. Thinking about the piles of memorials that had to be read and approved, he came to the conclusion that being emperor was not an idle position. Rakiel could see that he would be emaciated, with a lifespan of less than 200 days. There was no way he could shoulder that much work. Thinking of this, he suddenly realized, if the emperor dies, I will die too. Rakiel focused his energy on checking the emperor's condition. The most important thing was to find out the cause of the stroke. He closed his eyes and placed his hand on his grandfather, hoping it wasn't a brain hemorrhage. He used his medical knowledge to analyze. Stroke is divided into two main types. One is cerebral hemorrhage caused by rupture of cerebral blood vessels, also known as hemorrhagic stroke. The second is ischemic stroke, which occurs when a blood vessel is blocked by a blood clot or a ruptured artery, causing the brain to lack blood and oxygen. This type has a higher mortality rate. He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down. After all, a hemorrhagic stroke was more dangerous. He tried his best to silently pray, "Please, please." Immediately after, he opened his eyes, seemingly having found the cause of the stroke. Rakiel concluded, cerebral infarction in the anterior and posterior cerebellar arteries. Every blood cell was clearly visible, so it was an ischemic stroke. He secretly felt lucky. Luckily, there was no area of hemorrhage. Otherwise, he would have been paralyzed, dysfunctional, and unable to coordinate his movements. Without stopping, Rakiel's energy coursed through the emperor's body. He told himself, now I need to find out which veins are blocked. Only then can I assess the possibility of recovery and treatment. Rakiel was suddenly stunned. What? This is? The inside of the red blood cells is strangely clogged. Isn't this a natural blood clot? Why? Rakiel's face showed an expression of indescribable shock and shock. But there was no trace of blood clots. The test results made Rakiel even more stunned. After the test, he let go of his hand. According to common sense, and also reality, this was impossible. Realizing something was wrong, it was obvious that this couldn't have come naturally. Rakiel pondered skeptically. He turned his head to look at the chief guard and the imperial physician standing worriedly behind him. Something was definitely wrong. Not wanting to think too much, he put his hands on his head and sighed softly. But treatment is the top priority right now. I can investigate after saving the emperor's life. He thought, no, this is not good. He turned around and told the other two people, we have to take him to the clinic for intensive treatment. As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened and a priest holding a cross entered, praying for God's blessing on all. The chief guard happily spoke up. The archbishop. The priest wore a yellow vestment and a religious crown, his whole body radiating a bright halo. He placed his hand on his chest and introduced himself. Archbishop Pertona requested an audience with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Rachiel also greeted back. I am Rachiel Adria Magentano, the Crown Prince. Are you here to treat your majesty? The archbishop replied, yes, your highness. He explained his purpose of coming. I came here because I felt someone needed my prayers, but I didn't expect it to be your majesty. The situation seems very serious. Let's start right away. Rachiel allowed the archbishop to step to the bedside, nodded and said, okay. He prayed, please use your power or whatever you can. The archbishop raised his hands, chanted, and yellow energy radiated. A blinding golden light poured out, causing Rachiel to shield his eyes. This halo gently covered the emperor. Suddenly, the system announced, activating the acupuncture point scanning feature. With the system support, he saw the damaged cells being revived under the influence of the archbishop's energy. He raised his hand in surprise to examine the cells, regenerating. The archbishop tried to use the golden spiritual power to intervene inside. Seeing green orbs appear on the emperor's forehead absorbing the filth, Rachiel exclaimed, the cells are regenerating. He covered his mouth in surprise. Normally, once brain cells are damaged, it is almost impossible to regenerate. He held out a small hope. Archbishop Perdona was still concentrating on his spell. Perhaps we could save his life. Rachiel clasped his hands in prayer. Please, please. A moment later, the spell ended. The yellow energy around Perdona disappeared. As soon as he finished his work, he fell down, trembling and panting. He trembled, turning to Rachiel, Your Highness, it is done. Rachiel looked at the bishop worriedly and replied, You've worked hard. He reached out to check on the emperor's condition. Rachiel closed his eyes and used his inner observation skill. The clot has not been removed. It is still blocking the blood vessel. It is essential to remove it completely, otherwise, even if the brain cell tissue is restored, it will die again. He looked at the blood clot seriously. Rachiel felt like he was in his cells trying to find a solution. He felt like a blood clot was blocking that vein. He made up his mind. A determined look, but with a hint of hesitation because it could take the emperor's life. I must eliminate it first, that is the top priority. He withdrew his hand, crossed his arms and thought, searching for a solution. What should he do now? The scariest thing right now was reperfusion injury. The knowledge learned about reperfusion injury comes to mind. Reperfusion injury is the phenomenon of further damage to cells and tissues when blood circulates back to an area that has been ischemic due to a blood vessel blockage. However, he was also concerned, although reperfusion usually helps recovery when reperfusion injury occurs. This is a difficult problem that needs an absolute solution. The affected area will suffer irreversible damage. Thinking of this, he scratched his head and sighed helplessly. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, Rachiel clapped his hands. He turned his head and called, Knight Roberto, call the royal magician here. Roberto was startled and asked again, Do you want to call me Xanatix? Rachiel walked up to him. Remembering what the prince had done earlier, he was startled. Could it be? Could it be? He was sweating profusely, afraid that you would do something crazy, and he was planning to use lightning to heal his majesty. He firmly replied, No. Roberto immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately after, Rachiel declared loudly, I will freeze him. Roberto screamed in panic, a loud, powerful scream that echoed throughout the palace. The royal magician was invited, followed by 2 royal guards. Staff in hand, he went to the emperor's chamber. Opening the door and entering, he spoke, Your Majesty, I, Xanatix, beg to respond to your Majesty's summons. Before him was the emperor lying on the bed and 3 people laughing evilly, like hungry wolves that had been waiting for their prey for a long time. He was a little startled. What? A moment later, after hearing the crown prince's request, Xanadix glared in confirmation. You mean you really want me to use freezing magic on his majesty? Rakiel nodded. Exactly. The wizard was so angry that he trembled. He gritted his teeth and looked at the prince with resentment, thinking to himself, why are you torturing me like this? Holding his staff, he asked again, are you serious? Rakiel replied, well, freeze him to the safest level possible. With that, he placed his hand on Xanadix's shoulder, startling him. He smiled brightly and patted his shoulder, just like when we treated an epileptic child. Mage Xanadix turned his head in disbelief, but Rakiel stepped forward and stood before him, saying sincerely, I really need your help. Without you, His Majesty will be in danger. Hearing that, Xanadix was startled. Are you serious? Rakiel nodded. Of course, I never lie. The royal magician thought to himself, although it was difficult, it was not impossible. But what if something happened to His Majesty the Emperor? Thinking of a few things, the king looked at the prince beside him. No way. Suddenly, an image of the crown prince wearing a crown, wearing a royal robe, holding a glass of wine, smiling evilly and questioning appeared in his mind. Are you suspecting that I want to use you to harm His Majesty the Emperor and satisfy my ambition for power? Seeing that he had thought too much, he shook his head. It was impossible. Seeing the crown prince worried about the emperor, he commented that His Highness' actions during this time did not resemble a power-hungry person at all. Remembering Rakiel's healing of the people, he exclaimed, he had no preparation for political power and was only focused on treating patients at the royal clinic. Thinking back, his actions were strange. Finally, he came to a conclusion. So we can trust this strange order of His Highness. Immediately he said, yes, Your Highness. Rakiel was satisfied. Very good. Thank you for trusting me, he thought to himself. Now I can start the treatment. He turned his head and called out, and the little hedgehog, a cute hedgehog-like animal, came running when it heard his call. It jumped onto Rakiel's shoulder. He smiled and asked it, today I need to borrow your thorn again. Okay? The spiketail gave a thumbs up in approval, and at the same time immediately shot spikes at Rakiel, holding the hedgehog's spine to a large yellow pill. He thought to himself, everything is ready. He glanced at the person resting in the corner. One more thing would be perfect. Blessing magic. The archbishop was sitting on his chair resting. He was still breathing heavily and trembling all over. Seeing a figure approaching, he raised his head. Rakiel politely said, I have a question to ask the archbishop. He replied, yes, Your Highness. He asked, the blessing magic you just used, can you use it again in 34 hours? Archbishop Perdona bowed slightly in apology. It's a pity, Your Highness, but that's not possible. This left the other 4 people in the room stunned. Rakiel calmly asked, why is that? Mr. Perdona explained, because the blessing magic could only be used once a month. Got the answer. He covered his face. So that's it. He gritted his teeth and thought, if only I had known earlier, I would have saved. Regaining his composure, he continued to ask, I have one more question. Can I learn blessing magic? Rakiel thought to himself, although it was difficult to learn, once mastered, it would be very useful. Combining medicine with blessing magic would make it easier to get bonus longevity points. He dreamed that the system would give him more life, 5 times his life. Hearing that, the archbishop clasped his hands. What he meant was, he seemed to be revived and excitedly asked, do you want to convert? Seeing him like that, Rakiel widened his eyes, not understanding what he meant. He immediately took Rakiel's hand, his eyes sparkling. Good question, Your Majesty. Actually, faith is not something so far-fetched. He paled slightly, pointing to himself, as if to confirm that he was talking about him, even to someone of noble blood like his. The archbishop spoke on and on, the blessing spell sounding lofty and inaccessible, but in reality, he stretched out his arms, shouting joyfully. It was for everyone. Having said that, he clasped his hands on his chest. As long as there is a sincere heart and the will to practice, he began to preach, stay away from women, don't have physical relations, not even hold hands, don't talk, look into their eyes for more than 3 seconds, don't stay in the same place with them for more than 3 minutes, don't breathe the same air, Listen to the request to convert. Rakiel was stunned. Perdona continued, give all your love and care to the faith. Hearing that, both Rakiel and the 4 courtiers were petrified. As long as it can be done within 30 years, Your Highness, it will be fine. Perdona was still immersed in the joy of preaching, Your Highness, just 30 years before faith. That's not too long a time, right? Just do that, you will receive the blessing of blessing magic. Finally, he looked at the prince with eyes sparkling with anticipation, concluding, how was it? Easy, right? He sighed and turned to leave, leaving the stunned archbishop behind. He turned and ordered his 4 courtiers to begin the treatment. Behind the door to the emperor's chambers, Rakiel helped the emperor sit up. He was lost in thought about the treatment method to prevent reperfusion injury. The important thing was to reduce the speed of the Bodhi's metabolism. Then he turned to nod to the magician's analytics, continuing his analysis in his mind. That way, sudden changes in cells would be reduced, and tissue damage from reperfusion injury would be minimized. And the most effective way to do that was to lower the body temperature within a safe range. The royal mage held his staff and began to cast a spell. The blue magic spread out and the surrounding temperature dropped. According to Rakiel's analysis, this was called hypothermia therapy. He was always by the side observing and analyzing the situation. The metabolic rate of the whole body had slowed down as the body temperature dropped. The emperor's body temperature dropped as if freezing. His heart rate also decreased and his breathing slowed down. Seeing this, he clenched his fists. Ready, Rakiel signaled the mage, stop, stay like that. As the mage focused his mind to control his magic, he turned to prepare. Beside the emperor's bed, a serving cart had already placed the spiketail's thorns in a golden medicine bowl. The round pill had been diluted by Rakiel earlier. He thought the sedative from the minotaur bile had been diluted first. He carefully fed the medicine to the emperor. This would help dissolve the blood clot. From now on, not even 1 millimeter of error was allowed. Thanks to the system's vision, he felt the blood clot begin to dissolve. He concentrated, telling himself, I must act quickly, or else there will be other side effects. Rakiel quickly held the acupuncture needle. The treatment steps appeared sequentially, starting to circulate the blood first. The needle was inserted into an acupoint on the cheek, just below the eye, starting at the meridian. The vital energy transmitted through the Qingqi acupoint spread to the entire stomach meridian. Seeing the prince's unusual treatment, the 4 courtiers were startled and panicked. Rakiel didn't care about other people's reactions. He focused his mind. We have to wait until all the meridians are ready. You activate the system. AUX Feature 1, Scan Acupoints. After scanning the emperor's acupoints, he commented that the energy had spread evenly. Now then, Rakiel began acupuncture, sending energy to the points in order Sibai, Juliao, Jiaxa, Dishang, and Dang. We must control the blood flow to the anterior and posterior cerebellar arteries. Rakiel soberly analyzed. If too much blood flows at once, it will cause reperfusion injury, and the damaged blood-brain barrier will inevitably rupture, so this process must be done carefully. He was serious, holding the acupuncture needle in his hand, calculating the time, faster and faster. Acupuncture needles continued to be inserted into the headway and lower guan points. He reached out to feel it. There was a mana reaction. A small ripple was spreading. At this time, the magician Xanadix was also sweating. He was starting to feel a little tired. Knight Roberto frowned worriedly. Call, Your Majesty. The healing process was still going on. The shaman and the crown prince were concentrating hard. The courtiers could do nothing but stand by and watch and pray anxiously. Rakiel just felt the emperor's body condition. Blood flow had decreased by about 20. There was still hope. Finishing the acupuncture, he clenched his fists and silently prayed in his heart. The rest, I can only leave it to fate and the emperor's vitality. Whatever it is, please be different from that time. Rakiel was lost in his memories again. Returning to the scene in the hospital, he remembered sitting beside the hospital bed, the EKG machine showing very low numbers. He muttered, please wake up. His trembling hand grasped the edge of the blanket. If he woke up, son, he tearfully promised, he would obediently listen to his grandfather. And me. Before he could finish speaking, the electrocardiogram showed that the index was 0 and the patient had passed away. His hands fell limp. Despite my fervent prayers, he was in so much pain that he collapsed on the bed and cried loudly. But in the end, he still couldn't open his eyes. On the day of the funeral, Tears turned like rain. Hands were cold, in contrast to the warm urn. He wished he could hold his grandfather's warm hand one more time. Just one more time, even for just a moment. Back to reality. There was a small whisper in his ear. He had fallen asleep. He closed his eyes and woke up, feeling the warmth on his hand. He looked over. Rakiel was suddenly awake, screaming in his heart. Awake. On the bed. The emperor had woken up. He smiled gently. Son, is it you? Lit looked at the basin of water and the towel hanging beside the bed. He said, My son, Rakiel, thank you. Rakiel bit his lip, thinking, But I am not your son. He told the emperor, It's okay. Don't try to talk. Just rest. Hearing that, the emperor nodded, then closed his eyes and rested. Rakiel's face darkened. He turned his head away, unable to control himself. I can't bear it any longer, he said. I'll go out for a moment. He left silently, walking down the palace corridor, painful memories flooding back. He thought back to that rainy day, blaming himself. If only he had received the news sooner. In the quiet palace corridors, he kept making assumptions. Suddenly, it started raining outside. Rakiel stopped in front of a glass window, looking at the rain outside and thinking, if only I had arrived in time that day. Today is also a rainy day, he thought to himself, but Rakiel clenched his fists, placed them on the wall, and leaned his head on his arms. This time I was not late. The suppressed emotions seemed to find a place to release. Rakiel's tears fell like the rain outside. He sobbed and apologized. After crying to his heart's content, he sat down by the window. Outside the rain was still falling heavily. He shook his head, thinking to himself, No, wake up. Honey. He clenched his fists, regaining his determination. This was not the time to be sad. If he lost his temper like this, everything would be ruined. He had just overcome a great challenge. There were still many difficulties ahead. There was no guarantee that there would be no complications. Rakiel closed his eyes and touched his chin, planning his treatment. I also need to plan his rehabilitation depending on the severity of his aftereffects. As long as I persevere for another month, I can use my blessing magic and completely cure him. Suddenly, the system announces you have treated the patient with hypothermia, precise acupuncture, sedatives from minotaur bile, and dedicated care. Rakiel looked at the system notification in surprise. Astellion Testarossa Imaginato had overcome the critical condition and was on the way to recovery. An unprecedented feat in history was accomplished. During the course of treatment, you were the first person on the Laurasia continent to introduce the concept of fresh blood regeneration from injury. You left an important mark in the medical history of the Laurasia continent. The system confirms that the concept of reperfusion injury you introduced will be recorded in the medical textbooks of the next generation. Medical students will cry and complain when preparing for exams. Who was the first to discover this? Future medical students will curse you for the ever-increasing scope of the exam. System notification rings continuously. You receive great doctor point. The amount of accumulated experience increases. Free lie ticket, you get 121 GDP. Current GDP 222. Number of free lie tickets that can be used, 2. He smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself, 2-star votes, what a surprise reward. The chief guard beside the emperor stepped forward and spoke. Your Highness, you saved both his life and mine. Physician Pissarro bowed his head in shame. Through this incident, I realized how incompetent a physician I was. I was too complacent and subjective. Rakiel only replied indifferently, Have you realized it? The imperial physician was even more embarrassed and ashamed. Yes, Your Highness. He stood up coldly and said, Then you should also be aware of your responsibilities. This sentence startled the imperial physician. Rakiel patted Pissarro on the shoulder. When His Majesty was on the verge of death, you couldn't even determine the cause, nor could you provide proper treatment and management. Having said that, he turned his back on him. Did I say something wrong? The physician stammered that. Rakiel walked away. So what should you do? Should you take responsibility? The physician was panicked and worried. He turned around and called out, Your Highness. Rakiel didn't want to hear. He didn't even turn around. He just raised his hand. Don't make excuses. Reflect on yourself. From today on, I will personally take care of His Majesty. The imperial physician Pissarro's face turned pale. He broke out in a cold sweat. As a doctor, He silently commented on the imperial physician. This guy was truly incompetent. After a few steps, he turned back and gave instructions. Head guard, make sure that news about His Majesty's health does not leak out. Now everyone, please leave. His Majesty needs absolute rest. The guard and the physician replied together, yes, Your Majesty. Watching the two leave, he pondered in his heart, I can't trust him, both in terms of ability and in other aspects. Early the next morning, warm sunlight shone through the window into the room. Rakiel had been sitting by the Emperor's bed all night, exhausted to the point of falling asleep. But a voice called, Your Highness. The chief guard entered. He called softly, Your Highness. The prince woke up, rubbed his eyes and asked, What happened? The chief guard raised his hand to his chest and bowed to report about the matter he had instructed yesterday. The crown prince raised his head. Have you silenced everyone in the palace? The guard replied, Of course. His Highness has given instructions to the outside world. Tell them that His Majesty has a bad cold and is resting. Stretching his muscles, Rakiel asked, How many people know the truth? The other party replied, Only you, me, and those present at that time. The crown prince praised, Very good. You have worked hard, however. It seems you have something else to report? The head guard scratched his head. The matter was that the envoy from the Angumwa kingdom had arrived early in the morning, requesting an audience with His Majesty. Hearing that, Rakiel stood up, so fast and strong that the chair he was sitting on fell to the ground with a loud bang. Remember the sinister character in the story, his image appears. He asked worriedly and a little panicked, The messenger Angumwa. The kingdom of Angumwa, although it has only a short history of about 150 years, is emerging as a potential new power. And a few years later, they would launch a war that would wipe out the Magentano royal family. And the kingdom of Magentano would fall under the Angumwa dynasty. Rakiel stood before Estelian's sickbed, behind the fallen chair, talking to the chief guard. But why did the envoy of the new Angumwa want to see His Majesty? The chief guard put his hand on his chest and said with a worried face, Actually, His Majesty summoned the envoy 5 days ago. Rakiel seemed to have an uneasy feeling about Guinness, thinking, perhaps. He suddenly expressed his confusion. Was it because of that Guinness guy? The chief guard explained that he wanted to hold him responsible for not controlling the Minotaur. Rakiel asked again, causing chaos. The head guard continued speaking, causing him to frown and hold his forehead, biting his teeth in annoyance. Yes, Your Highness, that's right. His Majesty was very angry when he heard the news, and officially summoned the envoy Angumwa to question him. Rakiel's face darkened and his voice was cold. Today was the day of the meeting. The head guard's face was worried, his voice hesitant. Perhaps we should apologize to the envoy and let him go back. Rakiel suddenly opened his eyes wide and said, Let him go back? The chief guard said, sweating profusely, Then let's just tell him, as we have already announced, that His Majesty is resting because he has a cold. He glanced at the sickbed as he listened to him speak. He had gone to the trouble of summoning the envoy, but was only letting him return? Rakiel sat up in his chair and thought deeply. If he returned today, it would be difficult to reconvene. Moreover, if the meeting was cancelled because of a cold, the other side would surely become suspicious. He sat in his chair, speechless, lost in thought. They could guess that the Emperor was having health problems, and we were talking about a potential enemy who could wage war against us in a few years. He tapped his fingers on the chair, deep in thought. No, he broke the silence. I'll see him. The chief guard raised his hand to cover his mouth and exclaimed in disbelief. Yes. Rakiel said with a serious look. I will attend the meeting on behalf of His Majesty, in my own way. Benjamin sat at a table with a thick stack of documents, cookies, and a teapot. He held a cup of hot tea in his hand. He raised the cup of tea to his mouth and sipped it because it was still hot. His face relaxed as if he was enjoying it, his hand still holding the cup close to his face. Benjamin, ambassador of the kingdom of Angumwa. His face suddenly turned sour. He gritted his teeth and thought, That shameless merchant made me come all the way here. He frowned thoughtfully, remembering the explosion, and slammed his teacup down on the table. If the crown prince had been killed in that incident, war would have broken out. This meeting would not be easy. Benjamin reached into his shirt and pulled something out. But who am I? I am Benjamin the diplomat. He pulled out some cards from his pocket, He held one in one hand and held out a card with a shield and a rose in the other. His face was full of self-satisfaction. No matter how difficult Emperor Magentano makes things, we have prepared every card to deal with it. He made a smug, humorous face. A self-confident look of self-praise in his heart. I am really too charming. Benjamin's eyes were blazing with fire as he smiled. Welcome, Emperor Magentano. Rachiel walked in and said, I'm a little late. Have you been waiting long? Benjamin bowed deeply, no. He looked up at the door where Rachiel strode in. He wondered, where is the crown prince and emperor? Benjamin's face stiffened. He forced a smile on his face. His hands clasped in front of his chest as he spoke. Oh, Count Benjamin, ambassador of the kingdom of Angumwa, requests an audience with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Rachiel's stern gaze made Benjamin cautious. Meanwhile, he reminded himself as a diplomatic novice, there were only two things one could do. First, don't act arrogant in front of an expert. Rachiel held out his hand and Benjamin clasped his hands and bowed his head. He said, please sit down. Rachiel thought. Second, he reached out to shake Benjamin's hand and said, nice to meet you. He was still thinking, let's pull him into my area of expertise. Rachiel stared at him with sincere eyes, making him awkward and not knowing what to say while he kept reminding himself, war must not happen, for my royal life and peaceful old age. Benjamin raised his hand and pretended to cough to break the awkward atmosphere. He looked away and spoke, Your Highness, this time. Before Benjamin could finish his sentence, Rachiel interrupted, his face smiling as he raised his hand to clap. Our envoy is not in good health, is he? Benjamin looked at Rachiel, dumbfounded. Rachiel still smiled and pointed his finger up. Could you extend your left hand forward? Benjamin extended his hand towards him and asked, Like this? Rachiel said, no, move further towards me. Benjamin still did not understand and asked again. But why? He did. Rachiel reached out and grabbed Benjamin's hand. A blue vortex appeared. He looked at Benjamin's hand and gently rubbed his chin. You must have a heavy head when you wake up in the morning, right? Benjamin suddenly stammered. Yes, no, what do you mean? He continued, your neck and shoulder muscles are often tense, and you often have headaches, right? Benjamin's whole body was shaking so much that the table was shaking. That's right, but let me go first. Rachiel continued speaking, and you have a habit of drinking and smoking, right? Above Rachiel's head appeared a system board with people giggling and talking to each other. Then his face continued sadly, the corners of his eyes slightly drooping. Benjamin spoke up. Now was not the time to pay attention to that. Rachiel continued, and his fingertips trembled continuously. Benjamin felt something in his head. Something was wrong. His mind warned. Benjamin withdrew his hand. His face was pale and his mouth was wide open, thinking that he had been drawn into the Crown Prince's game. I must see the Emperor immediately. He called out, His Highness the Crown Prince. He gritted his teeth and thought, I have prepared many cards to negotiate, but, Crown Prince. Benjamin looked towards where Rachiel was standing. Still talking about something, he was helpless, he kept talking. He stood up and banged on the table, saying, Your Highness, I came here today to see Emperor Magentano. Rachiel smirked dangerously, thinking, You want to take the initiative from me? No way. Rachiel spoke up, Count Benjamin. He suddenly stood up, causing the man to stare at him with wide eyes. The envoy was an honored guest authorized by the kingdom of Angumwa to come and meet our empire. He walked around to the back of Benjamin's chair, he frowned slightly and continued, in other words, you are the representative of the Angumwa kingdom. Rachiel continued, but I cannot ignore this honored guest's unusual health. Should I just ignore it? Rachiel continued gloomily. If the envoy fell ill and collapsed here, how severely would our royal family be criticized? Rachiel suddenly reached out and grabbed Benjamin's shoulder. He put his hand on his forehead and shook his head in disbelief. Oh no, this absolutely cannot happen. Tell me. Rachiel suddenly lowered his head with a terrifying expression. His deep voice made Benjamin look at him in panic. Can or can't? He answered fearfully, no, can't. Benjamin sweated and bit his lip. Thinking hard, he failed. Rachiel turned and walked forward. He spoke up to remind him. So I would like to advise you to limit alcohol, beer, cigarettes and exercise at least 30 minutes a day. He put his hand on the chair and pulled it out to avoid it. Then he raised his hand and coughed lightly, becoming like the emperor. Benjamin jerked his head up. Yes, he thought, the emperor, your majesty. Rachiel said with a serious look, that's right. His Majesty the Emperor has been sick since yesterday. Benjamin asked, what happened that day? Benjamin thought suddenly, is the Emperor sick? Rachiel explained, he has a bad cold. He paused for a moment, then continued, he had been working too hard and was stressed lately, so he had increased his smoking and drinking. That was probably why he was sick that day. He put his hand in front of his face and frowned. He looked tired and had no appetite because of a cold. How pitiful. Rachiel reached for his teacup. His Majesty the Emperor was very sorry, and would like to invite him to lunch some other time. Benjamin frowned and broke out in a sweat. He thought to himself, even if it was true, but I didn't expect him to admit it so frankly, apologize frankly, and even invite me to a luncheon to apologize. He clenched his fists slightly. He was so straightforward that I couldn't find any excuse. The Crown Prince himself came here, and explained it so clearly. If I continued to pursue it, I would lose my argument. Benjamin bit his lip. Did he just get rid of one of my cards like that? He frowned and looked at Rachiel, who was smiling. He secretly judged that this crown prince was not an easy one. Rachiel suddenly leaned towards Benjamin and whispered, and I have something to tell you. The atmosphere outside was very different from the room where Rachiel and Benjamin were talking. Benjamin walked beside Rachiel with a cheerful expression. He said, I didn't expect His Highness the Crown Prince to have such good intentions. Rachiel put one hand on his hip and the other on his head. Smiling, right? Benjamin held up a piece of paper in his hand. His face was beaming with joy while Rachiel stood behind him with his arms crossed. He said, I will deliver this letter and the message from His Highness the Crown Prince. Damien suddenly appeared and spoke. How was it? Did the meeting go well? Rachiel replied, it was okay. They both looked towards where Benjamin was dancing and singing. Damien asked, it seems like everything is going well? Rachiel said, fortunately he understood my heart. Damien frowned hesitantly. His Highness' heart. What? He thought, I must have just tamed a naive deer. Rachiel smiled and said, Damien, I have a job for you. Damien bowed his head and closed his eyes. What is it? Rachiel's eyes were determined. His hand on Damien's shoulder, he spoke seriously. A top-secret mission. Damien faced Rachiel and asked with a frown. Top-secret mission? Rachiel explained seriously. Today there will be an important patient admitted to the royal clinic. Damien asked again, confused, yes. Rachiel raised his hand to his mouth, frowning slightly closer to Damien, reminding him to keep his voice down, so no one could hear. Damien wondered who it was that he had to hide it like that. Rachiel turned away and replied, Your Majesty, so you should return to the infirmary first. Damien asked, should I get the entire task force ready? Rachiel raised his hand and smiled. Yeah, exactly. He turned back to look at Damien and said, I know you're concentrating on training these days, I'm sorry to bother you. Damien spoke up to comfort him, it's okay. Compared to training, his voice was full of determination. Protecting important people is my priority. Rachiel briefly recalled the scene where he focused on fighting the scarecrows lying on the ground. You must have felt your limits at Cremo. Damien slashed at the scarecrows, each blade coming down hard. Rachiel thought, the monster was a great wall to him. He stopped to catch his breath, surrounded by rubble and flying sand and rocks. Rachiel thought to himself, it seemed like the time had come. He judged that the moment he realized his true nature, he would become the strongest man in the world. But not now. Damien bowed to the smiling Rachiel, so I excused myself and returned to the clinic to prepare. The two of them walked in two different directions. Suddenly Damien stopped walking. He frowned and thought, although I have increased my training a lot, it is still not enough. He held up his hand, which had many calluses from holding a sword, and tiny wounds, and thought, I have never learned proper swordsmanship. Can I overcome my own limits? Damien's face turned serious. What must one do to become strong? At night, Rachiel pushed Estelian, who was in a wheelchair, out of the room. I cannot let the Emperor stay in the palace. He pushed the wheelchair forward while thinking, because he didn't know which of his close associates had bad intentions. Rachiel was pensive for a moment. Moreover, the Emperor was still in critical condition. I had to stay by his side until I could use the Archbishop's blessing magic after another month. Rakiel glanced at the servants whispering around him, thinking, but if he stayed in the palace, they would suspect that the emperor had more than just a common cold, but a serious illness. He continued to push the wheelchair Estelian was sitting in forward. It was best to avoid that situation. Rakiel pushed the cart towards a door thinking, now we should also prepare to welcome the next VIP. He smiled eerily. The effect must have started to take effect. Early in the morning, a voice echoed throughout the majestic castle, saying Benjamin had returned. A servant placed his hand on his chest and saluted beside Merivek, who was sitting on the chair, and said, so fast? He gritted his teeth and thought, Emperor Magentano is not an easy opponent. His face was filled with anger. His fists were clenched until they trembled. His eyes were full of murderous intent. Merivek, king of Angumwa. The door suddenly opened, and Benjamin entered. Benjamin bowed to Merivek. Your Majesty, I have returned. Merivek replied, Count, you have returned. Merivek's eyes darkened as he raised his hand to rub his chin. How did things go? Benjamin froze. God. Benjamin's words made Merivek frown. I did not meet Emperor Magentano. Benjamin continued. Instead, Benjamin's face was smiling. Sparkling lights appeared around. He raised his hand and gave a thumbs up. I met the Crown Prince. Benjamin recalled his conversation with Rakiel. He said, let me summarize the main content of today's meeting. Rakiel began to ramble. I believe the Angumwa royal family is also aware of the situation in Cremo. He did not understand why he was bringing this up, but he nodded in response, of course. Rakiel continued, so I would like to suggest no request. Benjamin asked worriedly, what request? He smiled. A halo of light surrounded him. Princess Adeline, born of Angumwa, the first heir to the throne of Angumwa, must stay in the royal capital Magentano for 6 months. A bolt of lightning struck Benjamin. He gasped. What? He thought, he wants to take my daughter hostage? Is this guy crazy? He frowned and looked away. His hands clenched into fists as he pondered. Angumwa was an independent country, not a colony of Magentano. Benjamin's face was covered with blue veins. His eyes red with anger. What an insult, he said angrily. No. Rakiel smirked. Suddenly a system window pops up. Use a free lie detector. Count Benjamin begins to be fascinated by your lies. Rakiel said, actually, I am very interested in building friendly, peaceful, and constructive relations with Angumwa. He placed his hand on his chest to show his sincerity. No, actually, I want to make friends with you. A system window appears. Benjamin will absolutely and forever believe one of your lies. Benjamin put his hand to his chin and thought, making friends. His voice was excited. Can you tell me why? Suddenly a thought flashed through Benjamin's mind. He raised his hand to his mouth as if he had discovered something as he looked towards Rakiel and thought, could it be that the Crown Prince has designs on my daughter? He imagined the prospect of Rakiel proposing to his daughter. If the princess came and stayed for 6 months, then developed feelings for the Crown Prince. He suddenly froze. Wait, maybe a strong alliance through marriage or a federation. Benjamin was still lost in his dreams. An empire as great as any that had ever existed would be created. Perhaps my name would be forever engraved in history. He was gloomy. The meeting laid the foundation of a great empire. Benjamin imagined himself being hailed by the people and the great diplomat who led that meeting. An arm slammed down on the table. An angry voice rang out, causing him to snap out of his reverie. What? Merivek pointed at Benjamin and said angrily, he wants Adeline to stay for 6 months. He dares to treat our kingdom as a colony and take my daughter hostage. Does he want to start a war? Merivek frowned and roared angrily, Benjamin, you heard that insulting request and remained silent, faced with the emperor's wrath. He stammered, Your Majesty. But Benjamin trembled and awkwardly explained, it was a reasonable request to promote friendly relations between the 2 countries. Merivek asked, what do you say? Benjamin still bowed his head and explained that Crown Prince Magentano wanted to use this exchange to build a close relationship between the 2 countries and make friends with the princess. Merivek asked, making friends? Benjamin continued tremblingly. If the future leaders of the 2 countries made friends, the future of the 2 countries would be more peaceful. Merivek shouted, I don't want to hear any more. He stood up abruptly, his hands in the air. his face furious. The negotiations with Magentano had failed. Benjamin reached into his pocket and said, "Your Majesty, please calm down and read the letter the Crown Prince sent." Merevec gritted his teeth and frowned, thinking, "What happened to you, Benjamin?" Merevec walked down to Benjamin and thought to himself, "You have always been a person who stands your ground. Why are you now so fascinated by the Crown Prince?" Merevec stopped before Benjamin, who was holding the letter in both hands, and said respectfully, "I beg you, Your Majesty." Merevec snatched the letter, his voice angry. "All right, I'll read it." He gradually opened the letter and read. Green lights appeared around Merevec as he read the letter. Merevec gripped the letter tightly, his voice low. "Count, it seems I have underestimated him. After thinking about it, I realized that." Merevec's face relaxed slightly, and he laughed loudly. "Crown Prince Magentano is a man with foresight. I like him very much. The sooner this matter is resolved, the better." Benjamin's eyes were filled with joy and anticipation while Merevec folded the letter and pointed to the other side, smiling and saying, "Call Adeline here." The soldiers around looked at Merevec with silent faces and asked the same question in their hearts. What happened to him? Merevec turned his head towards the throne and thought, "I thought the Crown Prince was a weakling." He sat down, but he turned out to be very masculine. Merevec reopened the letter and pondered, "Rachiel Adria Magentano." Ah no, a system window suddenly appeared. The free lie detector has been successfully implemented. Merevec rubbed his chin and looked at the letter, smiling foolishly. "My future son-in-law." Inside the castle, Princess Angumwa is meeting the Emperor. She put her hand on her chest and said in wonder, "Father, I really can't understand." The princess showed her displeasure. Why did she accept the request of the Magentano Empire so easily? Adeline, born of Angumwa, was the first heir to the throne of the Angumwa kingdom. She glanced to the side. Benjamin shuddered. Suddenly the princess said, "This decision is unjust. No, it is very wrong." His Majesty clasped the scroll and said, "Adeline, my only daughter." She replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." He glared and said, "Do you think I made this decision just because I fear Magentano's power?" This question surprised Princess Adeline Born. She hesitantly said, "That." Seeing the princess' reaction, the emperor said angrily, "Of course it is, that's why you objected to my decision." Seeing him so angry, she wondered what exactly was in that letter. Did they know my weakness? Princess worried, or some terrible threat? Curious. The emperor looked at Adeline Born and said, "It must be difficult for you to accept. I understand your feelings, but the time will come when you will understand and appreciate my decision. I am not mistaken at all, my daughter." Hearing such words, the princess felt indignant and said, "But Your Majesty." Seeing that the princess continued to protest, he loudly said, "Enough." Inside the castle, the emperor was furious and said loudly, "I don't want to hear any more objections. Leave immediately." He pointed to the princess and stayed there for 6 months. She called out in surprise, "Father." She was known as the Smiling Angel of Angumwa. The royal knights quickly ran to catch her. On the other hand, the princess continued to call, "Father, please." She is called by a very beautiful name called the Smiling Angel because she is a good person. The knights couldn't hold the princess. She was too strong. Is that why she was called that? Or is it because she has a kind and warm personality? That's not the correct word, no. She struggled to get free. How could that be? She is very strong. A mid-level master swordsman. A top warrior. The princess has a strange habit when fighting. With just one blow, the princess defeated all the knights, smiling brightly as she defeated her opponents. She threw the knight against the wall. That habit was the reason why the princess was called. She breathed a sigh of relief and smirked. Angelic smile. The emperor was extremely angry. Hearing that, he immediately looked at the remaining magicians. In a blink of an eye, they quickly surrounded the princess and chanted a spell. She couldn't escape. Surprised, he said, "Huh?" Chains appeared around her. The princess couldn't break them. She said, "Damn it, this." The princess tried to break the chains but couldn't. Angrily said, "Let go." Then she was put into a carriage with chains around her. She cried and called, "Father, But the emperor was not sad at all. Perhaps he was used to this scene. He said, "Go well, my daughter." The carriage moved at lightning speed, passing the knights guarding the gate. The knight said shyly, "Isn't this Angumois Vipenly Dawn carriage delivery service?" Watching the carriage move away from sight, the knight standing beside said, "Yes, it guarantees the goods will arrive by dawn. The sun is about to rise." In another location, 10 days later at dawn, the princess got out of the carriage. The knight captain said, "At dawn," but 10 days later, the princess asked curiously, "Is this the imperial capital Magentano?" Her eyes seemed to tear the place apart. Suddenly he said, "Princess, from now on, you must show your dignity." The knight captain continued, who was the face of Angumwa. She sneered and said, "I understand." She walked forward with confidence. "I can't show weakness." Someone was walking towards the princess. She squinted her eyes and thought, "I think Eve's seen this person somewhere before." "The wind rustled," he said, congratulating Princess Adeline born on her arrival in the royal capital. Rachiel smiled brightly and said, "You have worked hard." The multi-region bowed. Seeing the crown prince, she thought angrily, "I remember now, Crown Prince Magentano." The princess put her hand on her chin, looked at Rachiel's figure and thought, quite different from that sickly portrait. Rachiel happily introduced himself and held out his hand. "I am Rachiel Adria Magentano, Crown Prince of Magentano." She looked with contempt and said, "Adeline born of Angumwa." He continued to extend his hand while she continued to introduce herself, ignoring Rachiel, the Princess of Angumwa. Rachiel looked at his hand and smiled, thinking to himself, what a cold girl. Eve met many people like that. Thinking back to his past life, Rachiel thought it was always like that in Korea, whether it was going on a blind date or chatting elsewhere or going on a blind date. In his heart he felt like he was about to cry. Rachiel thought this was Fa by strength. I can all feel the hatred from them. To break the silence, he clapped his hands and said, "You must be very tired after the long trip." Rachiel guided the princess to her resting place. "Please come this way. Take her to the dining room. First, have breakfast." Rachiel looked at the princess and said, "Then I will take you to the palace where you will stay." The princess did not pay attention to the prince. She was silent and did not say anything. He felt worried and thought, Adeline is the key to stopping the Great War. Looking at the prince's arrogant attitude, Rachiel thought, although Adeline had a combative and warlike personality. Not noticing Rachiel looking at her, she turned to look at the knight captain and said, "Aren't you hungry?" He replied, "I'm fine." He continued to think, but she preferred peace to war. Rachiel clasped his hands together and thought, and was also said to be very intelligent. You know how strong the princess is? She is very strong, white and powerful. Unfortunately, she died suddenly before ascending the throne. Then someone else took her place. As a result, a distant relative became king of Angumwa. The country was soon destroyed because the new king was an extreme militarist, the complete opposite of Adeline, and it was a disaster, starting the Great War with Magentano. He sighed, thinking, she acts like she was born for war. Looking at the princess, Rachiel made a decision. I cannot let that happen. I must save Adeline and put her on the throne. The princess looked at Rachiel in surprise and said, What? Recalling what he had read, Rachiel thought, based on the descriptions of Adeline's symptoms in the novel, he guessed that she had a biliary obstruction due to gallstones. In fact, he knew someone with similar symptoms. He remembered someone, a web novel author that he knew through his two close friends Wonho and Yoonsu. His name seemed to be Baekhyung. He thought of ways to help the princess. After all, if gallstones had formed, we had to remove them and take preventive measures to prevent gallstones from recurring. Suddenly, the princess put her fork down on the table. Rachiel was worried that she was tired after the long journey. He said, "Oh, sorry sir, you must have indigestion, having to eat so soon after the long journey." He snapped his fingers and said, "So, I have prepared a medicine." As soon as she snapped her fingers, Guardian appeared and said, "Oh my gosh, this girl is really..." She was a little surprised. Rachiel continued, "I have specially prepared a tonic for you." Looking at the medicine, she was surprised and said, "Medicine?" She looked quite angry and thought, "Poison? Ah, really?" The princess raised her fist, scaring the knight captain. She slammed her fist on the table, shattering it. Everyone was frightened by the princess. She continued, "This is a formality." The princess clenched her fists and continued speaking with what kind of angry, insulting attitude. It seemed like she must have misunderstood something. That punch just now cracked the table. Everything on the dining table was scattered everywhere. Rakiel asked in surprise, insulted. The princess said uncomfortably, "Isn't it enough to summon me here and make me sit still? Don't you understand what she means?" Quickly asked again, "What do you mean?" She clasped her hands and said, "I have come here as summoned. That alone was a difficult decision for me and Angumwa." The princess said loudly, "Don't you know?" He seemed surprised to hear this. She bowed her head, placed her hand on her forehead and said, "So I will say in advance, I will stay here for 6 months, as the crown prince requested of his father." The princess pointed at Rakiel and continued, "But that's all. Don't expect anything more from me." Rakiel tried to mediate. There seemed to be some misunderstanding. She stood up and said, "There was no misunderstanding at all." He put his hand on his chin and said, "Is the princess afraid of something?" Hearing such words, she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Being told that she was scared made the princess tremble with anger. She said, "What did you say?" Rakiel folded his arms and looked at her and said, "I did nothing." Thinking of the meal, he said again, "I only invite you to dinner." Remembering the medicine on the table, Rakiel continued, and offered him a tonic. "Why were you afraid?" He could not help but wonder and avoided it like that. The princess frowned and said, "I am not afraid." Rakiel continued worriedly, "If you are worried that the medicine is poisonous," she said angrily, "This guy," Rakiel said to Guardian, "Sir Guardian, bring me the medicine." He bowed and said, "Yes, your highness." Guardian took the medicine cup and placed it on the table. He held the medicine cup in his hand and shook it gently. This was a very precious medicine. Then he took a drink and put it down on the table. After drinking the potion, Rakiel said, "Could it be me, the crown prince of the empire?" He looked at the princess with a cold expression and said, "You put poison in the medicine you offered to him during an official meeting?" It seemed like there was a misunderstanding. The princess panicked and said, "No, that's not what I meant." Rakiel replied, "It's okay." He pretended to cry sadly, wiped away his tears with a handkerchief and said, "I understand. The princess doesn't trust me and is deliberately trying to humiliate me. She didn't take the medicine, but instead bullied me." She stood and thought to herself, "Adeline really hates cowards and timid people." The princess sneered angrily. She thought to herself, "Does he dare to think of me as a coward? I want to punch him." She pulled up a chair and said, "I have never been afraid. Give me the medicine." The princess said seriously, "But I have one condition. This is the first and last time I take the medicine." Rakiel said, "Try it and then decide." Rakiel and Garden nodded and smiled at each other. She stared at the medicine and thought, "That doesn't sound very nutritious." The princess was scared and thought, but looking closely it was poison. Oh well. She threw away all thoughts and drank it all in one gulp. The princess felt strange. This taste was... She felt nauseous and thought, it tasted like licking an elephant's armpit. Immediately Rakiel suddenly came to the princess' side and said, "Come on. After taking the bitter medicine you have to eat candy." The princess sweated from the taste. She said, "Oh my God." He held out his hand with the candy in his palm and said, "Drink it and eat it. You will feel better, plum flavor." The princess blushed and drooled. Seeing the candy she wanted to eat it right away but couldn't. The princess thought to herself, "I want to eat it but my pride won't allow it." She couldn't control herself and thought, Me. Princess Adeline Bourne took the candy and ate it immediately. Rakiel held out the next candy and said, "There is also green grape flavor here." She suddenly thought, "This." The princess smiled and thought, "This is delicious." Suddenly, she was surprised to see Rakiel standing beside her. The princess stood up and said, "Thank you for the medicine and dessert. Then I will take my leave." Rakiel came forward and said, "You're leaving now." She turned back and said, "Well, what reason is there for me to stay here?" Rakiel put his hand to his chest cheerfully and said, "Of course not. The chief guard will take you to your quarters. Rest comfortably." She walked away thinking, I better avoid that guy for the next 6 months because I can. The princess clenched her fists with an angry face. She thought she would punch that guy at any moment. The knights are training under the hot weather. She was practicing and thinking, calm down, Adeline. This place is full of enemies. The princess looked at the muscles on her shoulders. She felt confident and thought, today my back is really strong. She wondered, why does my body feel so light? Not only does it feel healthy, but it also feels like I'm flying. She turned and said, Knight Commander, are you tired? He replied, yes, princess. After sparring with the other knights, he seemed tired but still said, I am fine. It's just a 10-day carriage ride. Such a small matter won't affect anything. Looking at his appearance, the princess thought, you look tired. She looked down at her hands, wondering, but why don't I feel tired? The princess remembered the disgusting medicine she drank. Could it be because of the medicine she drank yesterday? She didn't want to think about it anymore. Suddenly there was the sound of loud footsteps. She turned around and looked, surprised, thinking, what is that? Are there an old woman and a child in the villa? She guessed that they did not look like servants, they looked sick and ill. She thought that they were probably patients. That direction was the crown prince's villa. The princess thought and planned something. She hid behind the door and thought, I followed them unconsciously. The princess looked inside curiously. She thought, how curious, what are they doing in the mansion? Suddenly she heard Rakiel's voice, your liver is hot. She was surprised, it was the crown prince. Rakiel was examining the patient and said, first of all, abstain from alcohol and fatty foods. The patient replied, yes, your highness. Rakiel continued, take your medicine and we will proceed to save you. Please come this way. He seemed to discover the princess hiding behind the door. She was startled and quickly hid herself. She thought Rakiel was gone and breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly Rakiel appeared beside him and said, what are you doing here? She said in panic, yes. Rakiel looked at the princess in wonder and said, what do you mean? This is the clinic. Have you registered for an examination? She said in surprise, what registration? Rakiel asked again, have you lined up properly? Princess Adeline Bourne said, no, you think she's joking. Rakiel said seriously, do you think I'm joking? He told me about this place. This is a place where patients are taken care of. Here everyone is equal, except for His Majesty the Emperor, who does not discriminate based on status, gender, or age. Rakiel pointed to the door and said, if you want to come in, register for a medical examination first. He emphasized each word. Line. Properly. Rakiel asked her, do you understand? The princess was yelled at in front of many people. She left. A moment later, 2 moments later, Rakiel's voice rang out for the next person. The princess appeared before Rakiel. She handed over the paper and said, we followed the procedure and lined up properly. Rakiel thought, I knew it. The princess continued, as you can see, I am that kind of person. I am not the kind of royalty who abuses their power and status. He held the paper in his hand and asked, do you want to prove it? She recalled the moment just now and said, because what we went through just now was really humiliating. Rakiel chuckled and said, well, welcome. Anyway, he turned around and said, I have wanted to have a serious meeting with the princess in this clinic for a long time. She asked curiously, huh? What do you mean? Rakiel pulled out a chair and asked, do you know why I want you to stay in the imperial capital for 6 months? He looked back at the princess and said, don't you wonder about the real reason? Adeline Bourne rested her hands on the back of her chair, frowning in thought, why did you summon me here? She sat down and pondered, not to insult me about the incident at Cremo, but for another reason. What was he planning? Rakiel's face darkened and he smirked. Great. I was wondering how to get the princess here. He sat down on the chair opposite Adeline. Rakiel curled his lips and pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket, not wanting to miss this opportunity. The two sat across from each other. Rakiel thought, to treat gallstones, the princess must be aware of her condition. He thought, aware of the symptoms. Rakiel recalls the scene where the doctor informed the patient, she has severe money addiction syndrome. She only has 3 months left. The patient was bewildered and said, what syndrome? I am completely healthy. Rakiel thinks it is the patient's awareness of his condition. The doctor suddenly shouted, if you want to live, You must start treatment immediately. The patient was upset and argued back. But I'm not sick. Why do I need treatment? Rakiel reflects. Is the patient's acceptance of the condition and cooperation with treatment. The patient fell to the ground lifeless. I wish I had believed the doctor and treated him. In the end, he concluded it was the first step in any treatment. He looked at Adeline, who was closing her eyes, and thought to himself, at the moment, the princess could not take that first step, because gallstones often did not have obvious symptoms. Rakiel licked his lips, bringing his hand close to his mouth, thinking, if I suddenly suggest treatment, she won't cooperate. He spoke up, breaking the eerie silence. First of all, I would like to inform you that, princess. His next words were like a heavy blow to Adeline, who would die within the next 2 years. Adeline suddenly opened her eyes wide in disbelief. Huh? Rakiel said, I'm not joking. Adeline raised her hand to her forehead to support her angry face. Not joking, but more like cursing. He did not refute it. You can consider it a curse because it is the truth. Rakiel's nose grew longer as he spoke. This was the result of the Royal Intelligence Agency's analysis. His nose reached Adeline's, making her tilt her head to the side. Her voice filled with horror. What did you say? He explained, our intelligence agency has eyes and ears everywhere in the world. The Angumwa royal family and all your actions are no exception. Thanks to that, we discovered and analyzed the signs of a serious illness, which even the princess was unaware of. Adeline curled her lips in a mocking smile and said, So you mean that I will die within the next 2 years from illness? She still couldn't believe it and asked herself, will I die within 2 years? Adeline was so angry that her veins were throbbing. I thought you were serious, but it turns out you're joking with me with such nonsense. How disappointing. The hand that was placed on her thigh trembled slightly. He was playing a cruel joke. Rakiel put his hand over his mouth, looking sympathetic. The truth was sometimes cruel. Adeline stood up and said uncomfortably, Do you want to mock me that much? Rakiel remained seated, looking up at the angry Adeline. I am not mocking you. I want to heal you. Adeline said, I can't believe what you say, he replied. Then I will show you proof. He called out, confusing Adeline. Bobak, something was moving in Rakiel's left pocket. Suddenly a yellow animal flew out from his pocket. It flapped its wings and flew into the air, surprising and awe-inspiring others. Bobak flies around in the air happily. Rakiel raised his head and said, You've been bored lately, haven't you? Finally, I have something for you to do. Bobak flew down to where Rakiel had reached out to grab it. No, today was not a day to eat. Adeline looked at them in panic. There, is that a legendary beast? He spoke up and gave Bobak to Adeline, introducing himself. First, let's greet each other. This is Princess Adeline, my patient today. Adeline gulped. She was still surprised by Rakiel's divine beast. He introduced Adeline. This is Mr. Bobak, the Royal Clinic's drug composition analyst. Adeline shook hands with Bobak. Oh, hello, sir, but today he will feel a different role. Rakiel raised his hand in the air. He said, Bobak, let's begin. Bobak spoke up as if in agreement. Oh, a window opens while Bobak is puffing his lips and his body is changing. Additional features. 1. Acupuncture point scanning. Bobak dirty fish gills create yellow lights. The yellow lights surrounding Bobak moved towards where Adeline was standing. A few days ago, Rakiel lay exhausted on the bed inside. Today he couldn't sleep again. A notification window pops up. Your internal organs complain about your erratic sleep. The next window appears. The organs are being discussed. He stared blankly at the system board and thought, what are you guys doing? Suddenly the system panel turns red. Your internal organs violently condemn your actions. Then the system panel opened, where the other people were angry on the screen appeared, causing Rakiel to jump up and raise his hands. Strike, what's going on again? Rakiel looked away and said, Actually, I just got a reply from Angumwa. What is it? They agreed to send the princess here at my request. He continued, She will be here in about 3 days, and I am worried. An alarm sounded. The red-haired boy cried out, Urgent. A meeting of the organs rang out. The red-haired boy said, They agreed to send the princess here. Does that mean the future father-in-law has approved? The curly-haired boy spoke up. Hooray. Now is the time to propose? A dark-haired boy said again. Propose like a real man. The system window rang. The organs have given you 1,000 horsepower. Current HP is 2,500. Rakiel spoke up to remind him, no, not a proposal, we have to cure the princess to stop the war, right? The window showed an image of disappointed internal organs. Deadfish eyes looked at Rakiel, disappointed internal organs. Requesting to return the HP given. Rakiel asked in confusion, return what? He scratched his head and said, it seems I have to make her aware of her condition before she will cooperate with the treatment. If you want to go to bed early, then help me. The organs formed a circle and gave their opinions. Then sighed. No wait. Huh? Damn. I thought I was about to escape being single. Rakiel said angrily. Annoyed. Don't you want to sleep? The system window pops up. Or try upgrading your pulse-taking skills. He muttered, pulse-taking skills. The system window appeared. He wanted to make the princess believe in his condition. Then the best way was to show her with her own eyes, instead of giving a long explanation. Rakiel's eyes widened. You mean I can show her my pulse reading skills? The system window displays a detailed table of the skill name, pulse level 6, diagnoses the health status of the subject by taking the pulse. The results of the pulse can be viewed in detail in the general diagnosis table. Additionally, your internal organs can communicate with the patient's internal organs for more accurate diagnosis. Current HP is 2,500. Rakiel pressed level up on the system. Additional feature 1, scan acupoints. HP required to level up to the next level is 300. A notification window appears. The HP required to level up to the next level is 350. He frowned slightly and thought, it was indeed impossible to upgrade in just one go. His eyes were determined. He gritted his teeth and quickly pressed the reminder system. Keep it up. Windows appeared in waves and circles began to spin around Rakiel. Skill name, pulse reading level 7. Skill name, pulse reading level 8. Skill name, pulse reading level 9. Skill name, pulse reading level 10. Pulse reading skill has reached level 11. Pulse reading skill level has increased. Beginner, level 10, intermediate, level 1. You have mastered the pulse-taking skill much more like accumulating experience and skill points. Now you can not only see inside the patient's body with your pulse-taking skills, but you can also show them the results. New add-in features have been unlocked. The glue line suddenly widened its eyes and looked at the system board. Additional feature 2, display. You can display the diagnostic results from the acupuncture point scanning feature on an external display for the patient to see. However, the external display must. Back to the present. An image of Adeline's gallbladder appeared in the air. He spoke. Princess, this is a CT scan of your gallbladder. Adeline suddenly stuttered. Wow, what? She asked again in confusion. Is this my gallbladder? Rakiel explained. If in doubt, press on the right side of the abdomen just below the ribs. Adeline looked at her hand and thought, let's try. She pressed her hand on her right abdomen as Rakiel said, and the image on the system board also shook. Adeline stared at her hand still pressed to that spot. Feels unbelievable. Really? Rakiel was pleased. He thought to himself, okay. She trusts me. He said as he walked over, you must be shocked. I understand. Seeing your own internal organs is a shocking experience for anyone. Adeline frowned and hesitantly said, so, is this the reason why I died? These gallstones will block your bile ducts one day, Rakiel explained. At that time, bile that should have flowed down to the duodenum through the bile duct will stagnate in the liver, and from the liver, it will spread to the spleen and pancreas, causing serious damage. He stood in front of Adeline and concluded, so if you don't get treatment now, you will die. Adeline pondered and said, I don't understand. Even if I am sick, why does the crown prince want to treat me? Rakiel said simply, for peace. His voice was full of sincerity. I want the princess to be healthy to become queen of Angoumois. I believe that will bring peace to our royal family and your kingdom. He held out his hand, his voice growing firm. That is why I have summoned you here. Adeline suddenly raised her hand to her chest. Her tone worried. If I agree to cooperate with the treatment, then how do you intend to treat me? He clenched his fists, turned his head to look away and said, it's very simple, I'll show you right now. Then suddenly he reached out and clenched his hand into a fist. Rakiel suddenly bent down, preparing to punch Adeline. causing her to be surprised and confused. Adeline Bourne put her hand on her chest, her face showing worry and confusion, and asked Rakiel, "If I agree to cooperate with the treatment, how do you plan to treat me?" He immediately replied to Princess Angumwa, "Very simple, I will show you right now." Rakiel's hand suddenly clenched and rushed towards Princess Angumwa. He knelt down and punched the princess. The princess was suddenly attacked. Her eyes widened in disbelief. The fist that came at her was immediately blocked. Not only did he not attack, but he was counterattacked, making the doctor scream in pain. Rakiel's eyes were filled with tears, and his hands were trembling in pain as he said, "I just want to show you the treatment method." He shouted loudly to the princess and questioned, "Why did you hit me?" The princess also immediately got angry and argued back, "Who would recommend such a treatment method?" Rakiel put his hand to his chin and said, "I'll explain again, 1, 2. Suddenly he shouted, "Hands up, Dad." After punching himself, Rakiel's whole body was shaking in pain, but he still tried to act okay and raised his thumb, punching himself in the chest with the princess' fist. "See, it's easy, right?" Princess Adeline looked at Rakiel in disbelief. "What did you say?" Although she didn't believe it, she was a little skeptical about whether this method would work or not. Her hands clenched slightly as she thought to herself, could just punching her chest cure gallstones? As if discovering something unexpected and unbelievable, her eyes widened and a thought appeared in her mind. Isn't this a new assassination method? Suddenly Rakiel raised his hand and said, "Oh, by the way, can the princess shoot mana with her fists?" Princess Adeline stood there with her arms crossed as Rakiel spoke. It was okay. He kept saying the treatment method he thought up to treat the princess gallstones. Rakiel suddenly looked straight at the princess and said seriously, "I can use extracorporeal shock wave therapy." The princess was also a bit confused and quickly asked again, "What is an external shock wave?" The sunlight outside sings straight into the circle where Rakiel and the princess stand talking. "I will combine the mana that the princess shoots from her fist with my Azrahan mind technique, and I will guide that mana shockwave." Princess Angumwa did not expect Rakiel's last words. She was confused and thought, "What do you mean?" He explained to her that, as he knew, the Azrahan mind method had the ability to absorb and guide mana. Rakiel recalled the events that happened in the past and linked them together, saying, "That's why, when the princess shot mana into my chest, I redirected it." He and Damien glanced at each other. Princess Angumwa asked curiously, "Where to turn?" Rakiel reached for the plate on the table, his face slightly serious. Damien reached for the sword placed at his side with both hands, intending to draw it. Suddenly Damien swung his sword towards the piece of meat, while Rakiel also used a magic attack to block it. His other hand reached for a pebble floating in the air, for the gallstone in the princess' gallbladder. The princess looked at the beam of light that appeared in confusion. Rakiel said happily, "We can do it, the gallstone can be removed." Verbal medicine selling skill, level 10, no such skill. He concluded the treatment plan, placing his hand on his chin and said, "So let's try extracorporeal shock wave therapy." The princess immediately set her conditions. "If I agree to the treatment, the crown prince must also." She continued to speak her own request, her eyes gradually becoming serious. "Agreeing to one of my requests." Rakiel also asked back what her request was, what he wanted. Rakiel silently listened to Princess Angumwa's request after the gallstone was removed, to allow him to return to his homeland without having to stay here for the full 6 months. But then he happily agreed to her request. Okay. Angumwa was surprised that Rakiel agreed so easily. Rakiel happily explained why he easily agreed to her request, because if the princess gallstones were cured, then there was no reason for him to keep her, so he considered her to have agreed to the treatment. Hearing that, the princess also had some doubts in her heart. "I felt like I was being tricked." He reached out to her with a bright face and said, "It's too crowded here. Let's move to another clinic." Outside the room, the crowd's chatter was noisy. The princess was a bit annoyed, but Rakiel didn't seem to mind them. He said to Angumwa, "Then turn around." Rakiel placed his hands behind the princess' back and told her not to move without my command and to hold her breath for a moment. He told her while casting a spell, "We need to determine the exact location and size of the gallstone." After finishing, Rakiel immediately told the princess to relax. "Okay, you can exhale. Clench your right hand and place it on your right abdomen." The two of them continued to work together to find the location of the pebble. "Here?" A little lower, just a little to the left, okay. He smiled and talked to the princess, but her face showed anger. Okay, now punch yourself in the chest. Rakiel stopped laughing and gave her a serious face as he instructed her. The important thing to remember is, you must concentrate the mana that shoots out from your fist into one point. Rakiel continued, imagine it as a hard and sharp needle. Princess Angumwa continuously punched forward and a powerful beam of light appeared. Focusing on a single point, he asked her, can you do it? The princess clenched her fists and confidently replied, of course you can. He touched something to the princess' back, and rays of light radiated around. Adeline Bourne opened her mouth and blew out a stream of air. Since it was her first time, she tried it gently first. She raised her fist and punched herself in the stomach. Something was going wrong. Princess Adeline Bourne's eyes widened. The princess was surprised that her body felt no pain. What is this? The mana that shot out from her fist clearly hit my chest. But there was no pain. It felt like it had completely disappeared. Rakiel praised the princess for doing well. Well done, you did very well. He continued, look at Bobok standing in front of you, you can see the gallstone has cracked. Mana hit it accurately. Rakiel winked happily and told the princess to do it again, so, let's shoot again just like before. She also agreed to that suggestion, alright. She gathered all her strength and punched herself straight in the face. A punch looked very strong straight to the stomach. The prince's face smiled happily but a little scary. The angelic smile was back. The scene changes to a large house. A loud noise makes the birds fly away. A loud sound rang out somewhere. The giant Urus also widened its eyes in fear and jumped up. She was so scared that Benjamin dropped his spoon while eating. Astelion, who was lying on the bed, also opened his eyes in shock. Next to him was his close servant, who was panicking because of the sound. The emperor had not woken up for long before he quickly fell asleep, causing the logistics staff to panic even more. Bobok strained his mouth to analyze and projected onto a screen. Done, as you can see, the gallstone has shattered. Rakiel collapsed behind the princess. He had done well for his first time and she was delighted with the success. Really? Looking at the screen, he explained as he spoke, yes, these fragments will be automatically eliminated, so you don't need to worry, we will finish the treatment here today. Is it done so quickly? The princess suggested one more time, but Rakiel looked unwell, his face pale and trembling. I can break another pebble. Rakiel paled and pursed his lips, wondering why. His hands trembled as he raised them. If only someone had taken the full brunt. You cast a powerful spell. The shockwave I thought had disappeared. Could it be you? The princess shook Rakiel worriedly and asked, Crown Prince, are you okay? He also reassured her that he was fine. Yes, I am fine. Rakiel's whole body trembled as he thought in confusion. The princess mana is stronger than I thought. I didn't expect it to be this strong. The princess saw that he was still shaking his body in a daze and asked, Crown Prince, you were just shaken by the princess and became dizzy. Huh? Because you are my patient. The princess asked doubtfully, huh? Rakiel continued, once he had decided on treatment. He looked straight at Adeline Bourne and said seriously, then she will be my patient. The princess was surprised and blushed a little. Rakiel's body was still unsteady, but he turned his back to her and said, so his eyes were a little determined, but his strength was gradually exhausted as he said, now His eyesight began to blur from overwork. Rakiel suddenly fainted and collapsed on the temple. Need to rest, the princess screamed in panic, the crown prince. In the bedroom, Garden finished examining Rakiel and talked about his condition. Luckily, he was fine. The princess worriedly asked the doctor again. Really, is he really okay? He slowly explained to the princess he has no fever, his breathing and pulse are normal. She worriedly asked again, so why hasn't she woken up yet? The doctor sitting next to her said, maybe it's because she's been overexerted in a short period of time. The doctor slowly told the princess to reassure her. His body was automatically resting and falling into a deep sleep. Garden bowed his head sadly and looked at Rakiel, saying that the crown prince's health was already not good. He had a very weak constitution. Adeline Bourne felt guilty and said, is that so? I have caused a big trouble. Garden sat beside her and comforted her. It's okay. Princess Adeline. Garden stood up from his chair. Actually, His Highness had told me a few things. He carefully covered Rakiel with the blanket and said, He said that treating the princess could be very painful, and could cause him to faint from exhaustion, so don't be too surprised. Princess Adeline Bourne heard Garden and asked curiously, "What do you mean?" He and the princess talked about Rakiel. His Highness was always like that. He always put the patient first, more than himself. The princess remembered what Rakiel had once said to her. "Because he was my patient." The doctor shared with the princess about Rakiel, so I'm always worried about him, since I'm the crown prince's personal physician. Adeline Bourne looked at him lying on the bed, but her mind was filled with thoughts. The crown prince, this person, all his actions were sincere. The notice board pops up. Your act of devotion to the patient has touched someone's heart. No, you fool. The princess' eyes filled with tears as she thought about the past. I felt so petty to have doubted such a wonderful person. The doctor stood up, wiping away his tears and looking at Rakiel with heartache. In fact, your true feelings were just an act to achieve your personal goals. But your heart, which even you yourself did not realize, was sincere to the patient. The notice board continues to appear. This sincerity and honesty will bring many positive changes in the future. Adeline Bourne's fingers moved slightly. She reached out and took Rakiel's hand. Smiling gently, "You have built the highest level of medical trust with Adeline." She took his hand and lifted it up. "She wouldn't doubt any of your medical actions." In the system board, two people tried to shout out a warning. "You're being fooled, idiot." Rakiel is still sleeping soundly, so your insides are cheering you on. He's a fraud. But that's okay, he tried his best anyway. The organ has given you 1,500 horsepower. Current health 2,500. The doctor noticed something. He saw the princess holding Rakiel's hand, and his mouth dropped open in disbelief. Huh? Could it be? Could it be? He was so surprised that he covered his mouth with his hand. The emergency light above his head turned green. What the hell is this? Outside the window, the scene was still very quiet. Adeline looked up at Rakiel across the table and asked, "Is the crown prince feeling better?" He crossed his arms and looked straight ahead as he replied, "I've always been fine. What did I say before I fainted?" The princess covered her mouth and said, "Very cheesy, remember?" Rakiel was confused but still replied, "No, I don't remember." Adeline laughed excitedly, teasing him. "No way. You looked straight into my eyes and said, 'What did you say?'" She told him his words with a mocking attitude. "Once you have decided to treat him, you will be my patient." Rakiel was embarrassed to the point of anger. He stopped, suppressed his embarrassment and cleared his throat, saying, "It's good that it's okay anyway." The house was now clean and tidy as the two continued to chat. This was an inevitable part of the treatment process, so he didn't need to worry about the treatment being affected. Rakiel looked straight at him and said seriously, "Because I will spend the whole afternoon treating the princess." His hands clenched tightly on his thighs, silently promising in his heart, "Today I will not faint, absolutely not." Adeline was about to say something. The princess smiled lightly and said, "Deciding to trust you." Rakiel could hardly believe what the princess said. Huh? He was surprised to hear the princess say, "I have witnessed how hard the crown prince tried to cure me, and how much he suffered." Adeline put her hand on her stomach and told Rakiel that she had placed all her trust in him. So she believed that she had to remove this gallstone. Then she could survive. Outside in the sunlight filtering through the leaves, Rakiel exclaimed happily, "Really? Yes, I am ready." And Princess Adeline raised her hand to her chest to express her trust in Rakiel. Thanking him, the two looked at each other and she continued speaking. Eve wanted to say this for a long time. Rakiel shyly bowed his head slightly, thinking to himself, a little embarrassed. "But this is for me." Suddenly he laughed savagely. "Then let's continue the treatment." He excitedly jumped out of his chair and headed towards Princess Angumwa, saying, "Let's get started." Angumwa also obediently listened and immediately radiated power. Like this, Rakiel said with satisfaction, "Yes." Scene changes to a large building with a loud bang. A message appears. You are absorbing consecutive powerful mana shocks from the outside using Azrahan Mind technique. A fist landed straight on Princess Angumwa's stomach. Behind the princess was Rakiel, who was also doing something to heal her. The message board pops up again and again. You are absorbing consecutive powerful mana shocks from the outside using Azrahan Mind technique. Rakiel's face showed his effort. A beam of light appeared. Rakiel looked at the pebbles in amazement. He looked up at the system panel happily. This chain of actions had become a valuable experience asset for his Azrahan interactions. Azrahan's mind technique level had increased. Skill name, Azrahan mind technique ability, level 4 single circle, mana amplification rate 170, health required to advance to next level 1800, current health 2500. Rakiel seems to have just succeeded in doing something. As the Azrahan mind method develops, the number of circle slots you possess is also affected. The storage capacity of the circle slot has been expanded. The heart is now covered with a green energy. Slot number 1 has been expanded. The maximum capacity of slot number 1, 1213L. Fast forward to a few days later, Rakiel gasped and said, the 15th gallstone had also been broken. After a period of treating the princess, his appearance became haggard like an old man. Azrahan mind skill name, level, single circle level 6, maximum capacity of slot number 1, 15L. On the contrary, Adeline was full of life and happily said, now there is only one more pill left, right? Rakiel collapsed on the ground and raised his thumb, saying thanks to the princess for her active cooperation. Although his face looked haggard and his cheeks sunken like an 80-year-old man, he was very excited and the shockwaves he fired were very strong and heavy. Suddenly Rakiel vomited, gagging. Seeing this made the princess worried. Oh, you make me feel guilty. You still forced yourself to say, why don't you thank me? The princess approached to question. It sounded like he wanted me to repay him. Rakiel answered frankly, nothing in this world is free. Her hands clenched. Adeline asked Rakiel seriously again. So what should we do to please the crown prince? Rakiel told her with hope. I just hope Manhwa doesn't go to war with Magentano. Ever. Adeline stammered in disbelief. What? The princess seemed a little dissatisfied with Rakiel's request. What did he just say? He thought in confusion. The princess was surprised. What's going on? Princess Adeline touched her fingers together and asked shyly, Crown Prince, what kind of person are you? She put her hands behind her back and shyly shook her body. How strange. I have never met anyone like you. Rakiel looked at the princess in confusion and thought, what are you talking about? What do you mean? He stretched tiredly. Anyway, let's stop here for today. Rakiel turned around and walked out happily saying, I have a patient discharge today. Archbishop Pertona, along with the royal knights Roberto and Rakiel, and a butler stood before Estelian's bed. The archbishop looked at the emperor and said, well then, your majesty, let us begin. The emperor was lying on the bed with his eyes closed and his face showing discomfort. The archbishop created a golden light that appeared. The emperor suddenly sat up. Roberto and the butler were surprised and joyfully cried out, Your Majesty. The emperor's hands trembled and his voice trembled. I have no strength to speak. Give me the pen. The butler immediately handed Emperor Estelian a pen and paper. Yes. The emperor was holding a pen and paper in his hand writing something. Rakiel suddenly shouted, Father, what are you talking about? The lines he wrote were as follows. I heard you did something quite bold. On the bedside table were pre-written letters that seemed to be intended to inform the emperor, while I was bedridden. The red-faced emperor happily handed the paper to Rakiel. So what day do you plan to choose? Rakiel was confused, not knowing what the emperor was talking about, what day he was choosing, what his father was talking about, but he was still happily absent-minded. Emperor Estelian spoke pensively. He was talking about Princess Adeline born. Everyone in the room was startled. Huh? He continued slowly. I want to ask how you bewitched the Manhwa envoy. Everyone's eyes lit up, and I want to ask how you lured that old fox. You are the one who will shoulder the imperial family and the people of the empire in the future. The emperor scolded and pointed at the crown prince. But you decided your own marriage without consulting me. Rakiel thought to himself, does he think him flirting with the princess? Probably not. Thinking back to the moment the maid saw him and the princess together before, but thinking back it was true, everyone felt surprised. He felt that no matter what he said about the Great War, the emperor would not believe it. Seeing that he was silent, the emperor asked, why is the crown prince silent? Rakiel broke out in a sweat when he heard that. His mind was racing. A long explanation was troublesome. Then he spoke up to answer him. Actually, He answered honestly, I was rejected. The emperor suddenly widened his eyes. What about my son? He secretly exclaimed in his heart, great, it worked. Rakiel bowed his head in salute. You are right, your majesty. I took advantage of your serious illness to carry out my evil intentions. I successfully brought the princess to the capital, but the emperor continued, but his eyes were filled with tears. Things did not go as planned and the god was rejected. The emperor couldn't believe what he heard. Couldn't it be? Yes, he had guessed correctly. He was so moved that tears fell down. The emperor asked him repeatedly and he answered, have you confessed? Yes, and the result was yes. Everyone in the room screamed in panic, Your Highness. Hey! It seems like that day is about to faint again. The emperor ignored everyone's calls. Bishop, please treat me. He snorted coldly and turned to look at Rakiel. His hand clenched into a fist. If you had half of me, you wouldn't have fallen into such a miserable situation. He suddenly thought to himself, go away, before he could nag more. The crown prince turned to you and asked for permission to leave. Then I will ask for permission. I have something to do. The emperor had not finished speaking and was still angry in his heart, shouting, where are you going? I have not finished teaching you a lesson. He seemed to have no intention of saying anything more and stood there, letting the emperor complain, and your brother, why are you being so tactless from now on? People around saw the emperor scolding the crown prince and started talking. Do you see? Yes, I see. The two people observed the emperor's angry face and came to a conclusion. His Majesty's left nostril was flaring. He must be very proud of His Highness. He thought to himself, now I understand the meaning of that reaction. He accepted it in his heart, but I am not your biological son. He asked himself a big question. Do I deserve this kind treatment? In the room he replied to the emperor, I understand your concern, but the patient is waiting. He shouted angrily, go away. He spoke up to remind the emperor and your majesty about what I said earlier. He seemed angry and chased you away. I will be careful, now you leave. He was still thinking in his heart as he quickly walked out of the room. Unfortunately, I still haven't found the person who tried to assassinate the emperor. For now I can only be careful. Now that the emperor knows about this, he will definitely be more careful. There are guards on horseback galloping back. Faster, faster. Holding a scroll of determination in my hand. I must inform the princess immediately. In the morning in the great palace. The crown prince trembled as he raised his index finger and said, after 16 days of being beaten more than 500 times, there was finally only one pill left. The princess was surprised and said, just now you said it was treatment, now you say it was beating, and what is that? He darkened his face and raised his fingers. That was the number of times I was beaten unconscious. Now for the final blow. Princess shows off her muscles, this time I will finish it. His hand took the force of her blow. The power erupted in a huge explosion with a flash of blue light. He seemed about to collapse, the hardest hit ever. A pink power sphere with blue light surrounding it. He thought to himself, done. System notification, you have successfully withstood 501 mana attacks from outside. A new support feature for Azrahan's mind technique has been unlocked. He could not bear it and lay on the ground panting. She turned back and asked, are you okay? The system voice continued to ring. Supplementary feature 2, unconscious immunity. Limited to once, day, lasting 5 minutes. He thought to himself, unconsciousness immunity, meaning once a day, I won't be unconscious for 5 minutes. He remembered the previous image. The fact that I survived proved that I was very strong. The system continues to beep. Your internal organs are rejoicing at the new addition. He smiled in appreciation of his efforts. The organ giving you 2,200 horsepower, with your current health at 4,700. He happily told the princess that it was done. The princess was surprised and asked, really? Am I cured? The two continued talking, still not feeling at ease because the treatment was not over yet. The princess replied, you mean there is still more treatment? He replied, yes, now we have to continue to monitor and care. He silently made a diagnosis. The fact that a young person like Adeline had gallstones showed that she had a constitution that was susceptible to gallstones. The prince shouted, garden. He instructed her to take the medicine for 15 days and monitor whether it suits her body, as well as whether the circulation and secretion of bile are normal. The princess drank it uncomfortably. The system pops up. The level 2 payment request skill has been activated. Adeline's lifespan has been extended by 67 years and 10 months thanks to your treatment. You received 11,950 of 67 years and 10 months, which is equivalent to 13 days of life. Total lifespan received is 13, life expectancy 176 days. He clenched his fists and exclaimed, "Amazing." He realized, if she continued to take the medicine, there would be no more risk of death from gallstones. The princess' gaze on Garden made him panic, and if she became the queen of Angoumois, the great war that destroyed the Magentano royal family would not have happened. "You are so happy, then, my rich and royal life." Suddenly there was a knock on the door. A voice from outside. "Princess, are you in there? Urgent news? Urgent news from home." The big door opened. Everyone inside was surprised. The guard shouted loudly. Something big had happened. He continued to report that Javelin, a member of the royal family in the west of the country, had rebelled, leaving everyone stunned. The princess was stunned and asked, what was his reason and purpose for rebelling? The guard replied, he said that he would overthrow the current weak royal family for Angoumois. She asked further, did they have any reason to criticize the royal family? The knight captain hesitantly answered them, criticizing the royal family's diplomatic weakness for easily succumbing to the unreasonable demands of Crown Prince Magentano. Rachiel thought pensively, I worked so hard to save her life, and now what, rebellion? He seemed unbelievable rebellious. The princess hurriedly asked, what is the current situation? The knight captain continued, according to the news the messenger brought back, there have been many large-scale battles. He gave the scroll to the princess. The central army had retreated to the Valois fortress to establish a defense line and the casualties were greater than expected. Rachiel thought to himself, wait, Angoumois main force is seriously injured. He laughed happily, if I heal those wounded, I will get a lot of bonus life points. Suddenly the system announces that your internal organs have given you 100 horsepower for this crazy idea. Current health is 4,800. He was full of confidence. Even if he was criticized, it was okay. What had happened was done. No matter how tragic, I had tried my best. In his heart he thought instead, I should do what I can and benefit myself. He took a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to the princess, Princess, I'm sorry to hear about Angoumois. It's heartbreaking. Surely you want to return home immediately, right? He continued, then I also have a condition. He made a suggestion. Take me to Angoumois, the princess asked doubtfully. Could it be? He replied firmly, yes, I want to serve as a military doctor and treat the wounded soldiers of Angoumois. I want to save as many lives as possible. The system immediately exclaimed, our bodies are amazing. The princess was surprised. The prince, he immediately held his hand and waved it around, thinking silently and following. The princess bowed to express her gratitude and said, thank you. Rachiel thought to himself, I'm a bit shy, embarrassed to answer the princess, so the princess should prepare to return home immediately. He ordered everyone, hurry up, we have to go now. The princess replied, yes. In the countryside, the food trucks suddenly stopped. Lihan, one of Rachiel's incarnations, got out of the car and asked, what is this? He suddenly exclaimed, why is this place so shabby? Everything here is a mess. He stretched and said to the two, I'm so tired. I miss my first-class carriage. Damien said beside him, it doesn't look familiar. Garden stood beside him and continued, Your Highness, why don't we go back to Magentano? He heard Garden's words with a bit of anger, Your Highness, what? He seriously told him to call him young Master Lihan, right? Lihan Belkin, the setting, descendant of the fallen Belkin family. Back in the past, a few days ago, the princess told everyone the luggage was packed, we should. Young Master Lihan stepped in and loudly said to the princess, let's go, princess. The princess was startled and replied, yes, yes. The princess approached but was stopped and asked suspiciously, who are you? He explained to her, I am the crown prince. The princess suspiciously called someone, Night Theory. She angrily pointed at him and ordered, he impersonated the crown prince. Arrest him immediately. Seeing that, he quickly defended himself. No, I am the crown prince. I was beaten 500 times to break 16 gallstones for him. His tears fell on his hand, tightly gripping the scroll, loudly pleading for his innocence. I also gave him honey candy and grape candy after taking the medicine. Only then did the princess believe what he said. Could it be that he was really the crown prince? Garden beside him confirmed. This person is indeed the crown prince, Princess Adeline. He was embarrassed to explain, but Li Han's face was full of anger, although it was hard to believe from the outside. But the princess curiously poked him and asked, "But how did you end up like this?" He explained while her hand kept poking his round belly, thanks to the fake identity the emperor gave him. Before leaving, he went to the emperor to report to him, "Your Majesty." He cautiously reported the situation. There was news that civil war had broken out in Manhwa. The emperor asked with some doubt, "What?" He continued to report in a low voice. It was expected that there would be many wounded soldiers due to the war. He asked him what he wanted and he gave his opinion frankly. "So what do you want to say?" The prince replied, "I want to go to Manhwa and become a military doctor with the prince's help." The emperor asked again, "What do you gain from that?" He convinced the emperor that he would serve in the relatively safe rear, command the military administrative system and the developments on the battlefield in another country, and directly observe and experience. The emperor hummed and turned away without saying anything. He begged again, "May I go?" He thought to himself, he also likes to test me. He continued to tell the princess, "After getting permission, I asked the royal magician to use transformation magic." She was surprised. That's why he was so fat? He bowed his head and rubbed his belly. "I only changed my appearance with magic. If there was a strong impact, the magic might be broken." The princess opened the scroll and read. What was this document? A fallen noble who had successfully completed a public health training course. He explained to her it was just a fake identity, so let's go. On the way to Manhwa, Damien asked Garden if the clinic would be okay. He replied that a niece was there, so it would be fine. "She can diagnose common illnesses by smell," he said with confidence. "And I also passed on to her the medicine formula for each disease, so even if I'm absent for a few months, the clinic will still operate normally." In the car, his voice still didn't stop, "And I would inform the outside world that I was recovering and limiting contact with outsiders." He turned back to Damien, who seemed to be worried about something as the captain of our special forces. Hearing that, he continued, "Miss Anise," he asked a question that made Garden freeze. Surely she would get a special bonus, right? He seemed to want to cry, thinking to himself, "Poor Anise." He, with a face full of confidence, secretly exclaimed, "As a doctor, I should have run to help patients when they needed it, but I was still so incompetent." Damien didn't know what to think but suddenly smiled. The carriage traveled continuously for several days, passing through many cities and fortresses and spending many days and nights. We finally reached the Manhwa army and with Adeline's help, to be assigned to the wounded soldiers' camp in the rear safely. After giving Adeline the recipe for the Chinese clematis decoction, he thought to himself, I and about 10 soldiers were sent to the wounded soldiers' camp. He stood in front of the wounded camp and sighed. Right now it was unbelievable, there were no nurses here. The three of them looked around. He came to a tent, opened the curtain and talked. He was stunned and couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell was this? 3 people came together to open the curtain, seeing corpses everywhere. Suddenly a voice asked, "Who are you?" He turned around and saw a soldier behind him asking, "Before asking who I am, you should introduce yourself first," he replied. "I am the manager of the wounded camp. Are you an officer sent from the headquarters?" He went out and slowly introduced himself. "I'm a military doctor." He doubted his identity and asked again, "Military doctor? I haven't heard that a military doctor will come here. You want to clarify the situation, so ask him. But do you know the situation inside the tent?" He sadly confirmed his guess. Yes, they were all probably dead. He looked inside and asked, "Oh, is anyone alive?" He suddenly exclaimed, "What?" He slowly sighed and said, "Ah, then this is troublesome. I'm afraid there won't be enough room for the next wounded." He couldn't believe it and asked him again, "What do you mean?" He turned back to explain, "It seems that you are a new military doctor, so you don't know much about the wounded soldiers' camp." He went out waving his hands as if he had done something dirty. "Only when everyone inside was dead, we would have room for the next wounded. There were too many flies inside. It was a hassle to clean up the dead bodies." He walked straight into the camp thinking, what a life, I've come all the way here. Yet the camp's condition is like this, how can I earn bonus lifespan points? Behind him, a voice asked, "Who is in charge here?" He turned around and replied, It's Viscount Proven, Captain. He shouted angrily and led me to see him. In Viscount Proven's camp, the furnishings were very luxurious. He sat relaxing and enjoying a glass of red wine. He opened his mouth. Well, Viscount Proven, Captain of the Angoumois, the noise outside alerted him. A slashing sound was heard. The saber flew to the side. He immediately dodged to the side. The Viscount shouted angrily, "Who is there?" He stepped out with a sword in his hand and shouted loudly, "What the hell is this?" He told Damien to hit him first. Damien hesitantly asked, how hard should he hit him? He made a request, like the feeling of having 2 months' salary deducted. Damien said nothing. He drew his sword and thought, 2 months. Thinking this, he put his sword back in its sheath, but he couldn't kill him. He jumped up and raised his sword high. He screamed in fear. With each slash of his sword, he shouted loudly, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, for days. He endured the pain and used polite words to stop him. Stop, stop. You. Do you know who I am? I am the one with the highest responsibility here. Leon replied again. He turned back to look at him in surprise. I know, and I came here to arrest you. He angrily shouted and showed the documents in front of him. You corrupt official. Viscount Preventos swallowed his sweat and held the wound on his arm. Knelt down and saluted. Dark, dark language. Leon shouted, I am the assassin. I am here to punish you. Damien added beside him, Justice? But why am I the one being punished? He continued, because I am paid. Damien just hummed and said nothing. He brought the document in front of the Viscount and said, Read this. He read aloud what was written in it. Unexpectedly, Princess Adeline born of Angoumois, the first heir to the throne, entrusted the entire invalids' camp to Leon Belkin. He clutched the paper tightly and spoke loudly indignantly. What did I do wrong to be treated like this? He suppressed his anger. Wrong. He shouted so loudly that the Viscount was stunned. You still dare to ask the wrong question. He angrily questioned, How dare a wounded soldier like this dare to claim responsibility? He pushed hard, causing the Viscount to fall to the ground and called out loudly, Damien. He coldly ordered, Escort him away. Receiving the order, Damien immediately replied, Yes, master. After finishing, Damien went to Leon to report. He asked, Did the captain not resist when he was taken away? Damien replied blandly, he was quite docile. He just kept muttering that his military career was over. Damien's expression suddenly turned a little regretful. But, it seems we hit him a little too hard. Is that okay? Sometimes a whip is the best remedy. He was still a bit angry as he judged. He only knew how to maintain the status quo. No matter how bad the current situation was, under such a person, the wounded soldiers would only have a path to death. Too bad, this was not a wounded soldiers' camp. He came to a conclusion, which was the morgue. Damien's eyes slightly lowered as he looked straight at him. He was curious with Damien's eyes and asked, Why do you keep staring at me? Damien's face turned cold as if nothing had happened and he asked Leon back. Nothing, so what are you going to do now? He turned around and walked away from Damien. First, go see Garden. At a tent, 3 people sat at a table. Leon sat in the middle, deep in thought as if he was thinking about something. In his mind, he calculated that compared to the history of the earth, this place was like it was in the 17th or 18th century. This situation could not be allowed to continue. He turned to call Garden. He slowly advised, First, we need to classify the wounded and prioritize treatment. Replace the tents with the best ones and pay more attention to personal hygiene and medical supplies. Garden replied, Yes, sir. When suddenly someone entered and interrupted him, the military doctor. That person was a person in the camp who brought a seriously injured soldier. His face scowling in pain. Save me, he shouted urgently, quickly brought him inside. Garden asked the man about the wounded soldier's condition while observing his condition and the wounded soldier's condition. The man said, 2 arrows hit his arm and 1 arrow hit his side. He suddenly felt that the situation was not good. He guessed that the wound was probably more than 2 days old. The moldy bandage showed that the wound had not been properly cared for. He noticed the condition of the wounds and thought to himself, the wounds themselves were not fatal, but the infection was very serious. He lay there, gritting his teeth and enduring the pain. At this rate, even those who could be saved would die. Leon asked, What do you think, Sir Garden? He concluded that immediate surgery was needed. He turned to look at Garden in surprise and thought to himself, it was indeed right to bring along Night Garden, the surgeon. Although I had studied surgery in my traditional medicine university program, I had no practical experience. He suddenly thought that with Night Garden's help, I could overcome my greatest weakness. His face was filled with pain. My treatment range would be greatly expanded. Garden turned and walked away. Li-Han looked back and asked, "Can you operate now?" He seemed expressionless in response, of course. He went to his tool bag and began searching for his tools. He took out a short knife. Everyone did not understand and asked, "What are you taking out?" He raised the knife and showed it to everyone. Li-Han couldn't believe his eyes. This is a scalpel used to cut skin and muscle during surgical excisions. He held it up, making the boy break out in a cold sweat. This was a bone saw. Human bones were very hard, so this tool was needed to complete the amputation surgery as quickly as possible. He raised the knife and aimed it carefully, saying, "The faster the less pain and blood loss." The other two people listened to him expressionlessly. And now, Li-Han coldly asked, "What about anesthesia?" He asked doubtfully, "Anesthesia, what is it?" He remembered a medicine and asked again, "You mean a method to relieve pain for patients? We often give them strong alcohol mixed with opium, drinking that will make them unconscious. It is better than having to endure the pain during surgery." He thought with excitement, "I used vodka instead of rum. It tastes better." All the instruments were placed on the tray. He asked, "What is this surgery?" He immediately replied, "Amputation surgery. I think we should amputate the arm that was hit by the arrow first." He grabbed Garden's shoulder and ordered in a low voice, "All right, put away the tools." He asked doubtfully, "You're not going to operate?" He said with a mocking expression, "It's not that I don't want to, it's that I can't kill the patient." Garden was surprised. He approached the patient to check the situation. The wound seemed to be infected. The fever was quite high. His physical strength and resistance had definitely dropped to the lowest level. He put his hand on the wounded soldier's forehead to feel the temperature. If surgery was performed in this condition, the possibility of death was very high. We needed anesthesia. He suddenly realized, the nerve disruption technique I used on Ugnis, that method couldn't completely eliminate the pain. He gritted his teeth and thought for a while. Kuzman's paralyzing venom, that way was too dangerous. The system pops up a notification. Your internal organs hear you are worried and show interest. The organs in the body argued with each other. The heart spoke first, "Surgery, it only hurts a little, just grit your teeth and bear it." The lungs agreed, operated. The intestines also spoke up, if it can't be avoided, then just enjoy it. The liver is also not bad at speaking up, it's okay, it can still be done. The stomach told Lian, if you're scared then just scream to relieve your fear, what's the point of saving blood? I know that too. The system pops up a reminder. The internal organs encourage you to give you 100 horsepower. Current blood is 4,900. After thinking for a while, he decided to press the button. He wanted to save as much blood as possible, but this was the only possible way. The system light that appeared made him gape. He thought to himself and saw another notification pop up. Oh, by any chance, this skill seems to be quite powerful. The system reports that every time you learn a new talent, skill or knowledge, a new candidate skill can be added to the list. The healing hand skill will effectively relieve the pain of the patient. He suddenly realized it was him. He laughed to himself, making everyone around curiously think, "Are you crazy?" The soldiers around seemed to be stunned for the first time. He coughed lightly and pretended nothing had happened. He smiled wickedly and prepared to press the accept button. All right, I'll choose this skill. Skill information appears. Skill name, healing hand, level 1, relieves pain to the target by gently massaging their body. Can relieve pain at the level of local anesthesia. The intensity, range, and duration of anesthesia will increase as the skill level increases. A stream of green light flashed in his hand. Could he be anesthetized just by massaging? Hacking the game? He called out, "Sir Garden, I take back what I said earlier." He wondered what you meant. Yes. He turned back to Garden with a confident gaze and said firmly, "I have found a way to anesthetize. Prepare for surgery." Garden's eyes lit up as he accepted the order. Yes. Li-Han looked at the person lying on the table and asked, "What is your name?" He answered him in a whisper, "Die-off, Corporal." He bent down and continued excitedly, "Now I will treat you. Okay?" He trembled and asked him doubtfully, "Sir, are you going to cut off my hand?" He reassured him, "No, don't worry." He gasped, "I'm fine." He continued to reassure him, "We won't cut it off." He continued, Doctor, I'm an optimist. His face was filled with pain and a hint of sadness and resignation. I didn't think losing an arm was the end of my life. He lost his patience and shouted loudly to emphasize again. I told you I won't cut it off. He kept on mumbling as if in a delirium. Losing an arm is better than losing a leg. Losing an arm is only inconvenient for one arm, you said again. No, I won't treat the arm, but the wound on the side. Lihan said to treat the side. He kept nagging. But losing a leg means having to use crutches. Both arms are inconvenient. My dream is to become a violinist, even though I can't play the violin anymore. You don't know what to say to comfort me. Really? His eyes were sad. Tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. His heart ached, but his mouth still defended itself. I, as you can see, am an optimist. He glared at him in warning. Now, be quiet, before I cut out your tongue. His whole body trembled. He said hesitantly to Garden, now we will start the anesthesia. He placed his hand thoughtfully on the wounded soldier's abdomen. Face slightly embarrassed whispered, hand. His voice rings out, healing hands, making everyone look at him in surprise and doubt. Healing hand, hand. The soft singing, he, made the wounded seem to suffer immense pain. The system displays, skill name, level 1 healing hands, activation conditions, must recite the spell correctly and continuously. Healing hands in the correct rhythm. He sang the songs with confidence. Hand, he secretly exclaimed, my voice is good today. Suddenly, a red notification appeared. The lyrics lacked sincerity. The activation of level 1 healing hand failed. He cursed angrily, these organs. Rakiel gritted his teeth as his insides urged him on. Sing now, sing. The karaoke screen appears before your eyes. Rakiel sang deeply, my hands are healing hands, my hands are healing hands. He was lost in the melody of the song. My hands are healing hands. Garden stood beside him, covering his mouth in shock. The others watched speechlessly as Rakiel sang and placed his hands on the wounded. My hands are healing hands. System notification. Activating level 1 healing hand. Success, patient's pain has decreased. The wounded man was surprised and looked up at his stomach. Huh? There? It doesn't hurt anymore. Rakiel asked while singing, my hands are healing hands. How is your sore spot? The wounded man replied, it still hurt a little. But it didn't hurt anymore. What? What just happened? He was overjoyed. There is always a way, my hands are healing hands. To maintain the anesthetic, Rakiel had to keep singing, my hands are hands, hooray, heal, hey do, now let's see if the anesthetic works. He patted the wounded man's bandaged abdomen and asked, do you feel anything? He replied, it doesn't hurt at all. Rakiel thought happily, it worked, this skill is quite useful. He began to give orders, Gaden, the anesthesia is complete, let's begin the surgery. First, clean and suture the wound. Well, start with the wound on the side, he replied, understood, young master. After a while, the contaminated bandages were changed and the surgical instruments were neatly arranged on the table. Gaden reported, young master, the wound on the side has been treated. The arrow has also been removed. Rakiel continued his instructions, now let's fix his arm. The wounded man looked at the two of them, hesitantly asked, do we really not need to amputate it? His face was pale with worry. The wounded man thought, the pain had lessened, but the worry had not. He still sang and put his hands on the wounded soldier to anesthetize him. My hands are healing hands. First, let's treat your wounds, la. Don't worry, we won't cut anything off. Suddenly, the system popped up a notification that surprised Rakiel a bit. He lifted the wounded soldier's hand as he read the notice. Skill, healing hands level 2. Apply pain relief to anesthetized areas by 20. The amount, range, and effectiveness of anesthesia will increase based on the skill level. Immediately Rakiel pinched the side of the wound. The wounded soldier did not react and just looked at him in confusion. He thought to himself, no matter how hard he pressed on the wound, he still did not react. The effectiveness of the skill was impressive. After testing, Rakiel turned to Garden and said, let's go. He nodded to show he understood. He held the thread in his hand with a practiced movement. He pulled it out to a length that was just long enough, then used scissors to cut the thread. He raised his hand holding the surgical knife. Quick technique, high concentration. Seeing this, Rakiel secretly admired him. His skills were truly extraordinary. Looking at him arranging the tools neatly, He commented that compared to his modern medical knowledge, he was truly an exception. Rakiel recognized his talent and noticed the way he stitched wounds. Surgery was his forte. Wasn't that the vertical mattress suture technique? He looked at Garden in amazement and silently concluded. No wonder he became the royal family's personal physician at such a young age. He kept singing to maintain the anesthetic effect. My hands are healing hands. Behind, the red-haired soldier asked the person standing beside him watching. Did you see? The blonde-haired soldier replied, yes, I saw. The red-haired soldier asked, that guy can really make someone's pain disappear with his bare hands? The blonde soldier replied, it seems so. Looking at the wounded soldier being treated on the hospital bed, the two discussed. Even though the needle had pierced through his body, the other man still felt no pain. Could this be happening? This fat medic, could he be a miracle medic? Before them was a person singing and a person seriously performing surgery. In the medical tent, medicine bottles were neatly arranged. Surgery complete. The contaminated bandages removed and disposed of. The instruments placed back on the table. Rakiel asked the wounded man, die off, it wasn't as bad as you thought, was it? He replied, yes, is the surgery over? He warned, don't relax yet. The real healing process is just beginning. Rakiel told him, in 2 days when the supplies arrive, I will make you some medicine. Make sure you drink it all, understand? He replied, yes, but... He was puzzled. Why was the doctor so kind to me? I was just a crippled soldier who could no longer go to war, and I was wasting their food by living until now. That was how people always treated me. He shook his head, you don't understand. Rakiel put his hands on his hips and reasoned, what reason do you need to save someone's life? You are a wounded soldier and I am a medic, I have to treat soldiers, that's all, what other reason do you need? Die-off shed tears. They were tears of happiness. Thank you very much. Seeing the other party happy, Rakiel was happy too. I just said that to gain points, but it seems to have worked. The two soldiers behind him were also moved to tears. The song was so cheesy, but somehow, so cool. He waved his hand. Don't think too much. Rest. The soldiers were still wiping away tears, so touching. Rakiel opened the medical tent and stepped outside. System notification, your organs are praising you. The organ group is praising. Our bodies are truly amazing. The sky gradually turned dark. The notification popped up again. Die-off and the soldiers around were touched and surprised by your words. At night, the barracks lit up with dim torches and a notice board appeared. Whether your status changed or not was irrelevant. Now your story will spread throughout the camp like a warm fairy tale, Rakiel. You will be regarded as a god by everyone in the camp. Soldiers line up in front of the medical tent waiting for their turn to be treated. The system, the news, and most of all, how you attempt to treat soldiers on the battlefield will give you a solid place in medical history. There are continuously seriously injured soldiers being brought in. You receive 5,000 horsepower as a reward for your medical achievements and significant social status. Current HP is 5,400. 2 days later, I had completely healed the soldiers in critical condition along with Garden. Rakiel's eyes lit up as he looked at the system, and thanks to the admiration of the soldiers in the camp, his myth points had risen to 98. The system announced that the healing hand skill had reached level 3, allowing him to anesthetize the brachial plexus, commonly used to anesthetize the arms and shoulders during surgery. Seeing this, Rakiel was delighted and anesthetized the spinal cord. This was crazy, he sang excitedly while anesthetizing. My hand is a healing hand. Rakiel concluded that he could anesthetize his entire arm now. In modern times, a tube of ointment or antibiotics would be enough for these wounds. However, in this era, due to infection that was not treated promptly, the patient had to amputate his arm. At this moment, the two were treating a wounded soldier whose leg wound was infected. Garden said, young master, if we don't amputate it, the wound will start to rot. He insisted, no, that won't happen. Rakiel analyzed the situation. In order to prevent these soldiers from losing limbs due to cellulitis, we needed to prevent infection and spread the correct treatment. Having said that, he sang as he commanded Garden, my hands are healing hands, I have a plan, let's clean and close the wound first. A thought popped into Rakiel's head. At that moment, I suddenly remembered a special method and way of healing of the fairies that appeared near the end of this Demon Sword Emperor story. He replied and picked up the tools to work. Understood. He was still lost in his idea. Thanks to applying their method, I was able to create antibiotics. After finishing the treatment, Rakiel came out of the medical tent and called, Garden, Damien, let's go outside and talk for a while. You speak first, Sir Garden. Rakiel folded his arms. While I'm away, I need someone to improve the situation in the camp. Replace all the tents, beds, and even the clothes of the wounded with new ones. He replied slowly, I understand, but what do you mean by away? He turned his head and smiled brightly. We're going away for a while and Damien is coming with us. He exclaimed in surprise. Huh? What about me? In a dark foggy forest with 6 knights of the kingdom and a guide. We entered the forest. On the way, Rakiel asked the guide, your name is Timap, right? He replied, yes, my hometown is nearby, so I am very familiar with this area. I will lead you through the shortest paths. Damien didn't quite trust his master. He asked, are you sure you know the way? Rakiel was not pleased. Oh, come on. I read it in the books. He asked, what book? He answered vaguely, who remembers? Do you remember the titles of all the books you've ever read? Damien, I won't ask anymore. Okay, fine. He glanced at Rakiel and thought to himself. The young master was a little strange sometimes. Damien spoke up to remind, young master, I think we are going too deep into the forest. In the forest, the group continued to move forward. He expressed his concern. This place was very easy to encounter monsters, and in such a remote area we might even accidentally stray into Apollo's territory. Rakiel didn't care to reply, well, yeah, that's true. He saw a strange creature in the tree and wondered, what is it? Someone spoke up, wait, don't tell me we're really going to the Apollo's nest. The people in front paused for a moment. Rakiel waved his hand. Everyone calmed down. What Apollo's nest? They were scared to death hearing Rakiel's nonchalant words. It was true that in such a remote area, it would be easy for us to enter their territory. But you all know that, everyone listened to him, if we didn't provoke them first, Apollo's would be completely harmless. Rakiel crossed his arms in disdain. Isn't that common knowledge? The platinum-haired knight breathed a sigh of relief and thought, that's right, no one would be crazy enough to mess with them. The blue-haired knight thought, that day was indeed wise. Timap, the guide, breathed a sigh of relief and thought, phew, I almost had a heart attack thinking he was leading us straight to Apollo's. Okay, Rakiel's next words caught everyone's attention again, so we won't provoke them. He crossed his arms, announcing cheerfully. The content made Damien pause for about 2 seconds. Instead, we're just going to corner their queen. It sounded like thunder. Everyone was desperate. It was the same. Inside the body the heart speaks. Isn't that natural? Crossed its arms, right or wrong? Did I say it wrong? The rest of the organs loudly said in unison, yes. It's loud, so well kidnap without causing harm. The surrounding organs trembled and held back their laughter. They couldn't bear it and burst out laughing. Wow, look at how he trains people. My heart was also laughing. This guy kept quiet all the way here. Now he finally spoke, what a jerk. The system said, your internal organs condemn your personality and generously gave you 100 horsepower as if feeding the enemy cake. Current HP, 5,500. Rakiel waved his hand indifferently, thinking, What do you want? He turned to look at the group of people following him and analyzed silently. If I told you first, you would refuse to come along or demand to return to camp. Seeing everyone's hesitant reactions, Rakiel thought that such reactions were natural. But I must have the queen larva. That is extremely important to save the lives of soldiers without making them crippled, because the fluid secreted by the queen larva has extremely strong antibiotic properties. If we can extract that fluid, we can save countless wounded soldiers in the camp from infection, and we won't have to amputate their limbs anymore. Someone stepped forward to stop him. Wait. Rakiel turned to look at the group of people who were retreating in fear. What's wrong? What's wrong? Is there a problem? Damien stepped forward. Of course there was a problem. Did you know that Aphros, despite his gentleness, was a very powerful monster? He replied calmly, yes, of course. He continued, no matter how gentle Aphros are. Do you know how ferocious they can become when their nest or larvae are threatened? Rakiel replied calmly, yes. Damien's face darkened, but he continued to ask. So you also know how dangerous it is to kidnap the queen larva? But it's still the same answer, he replied calmly, yes. He seemed about to draw his sword and angrily questioned, and yet you still do it? He looked at the sword warily and replied, well, I do. Damien sighed. I know you sometimes do unbelievable things. Eve's seen it many times. Then he got mad and growled. But this time it was different. He had gone too far. Rakiel asked innocently, too far, me? He replied irritably, yes. Who are you going to assign the task of kidnapping the queen larva to? Damien's voice echoed through the forest. Whoever took on that task would surely be savagely attacked by the entire pack of Afros. Are you planning to give this task to one of us? Rakiel replied, yes. He asked without any restraint, are you crazy? He remained calm. Yes. The knights following him looked at each other and whispered fearfully, it can't be me. Could it be me? A thought flashed through Damien's mind. No, he reached for the hilt of his sword and asked directly, are you going to do that crazy thing yourself? Rakiel turned and smiled. Of course not. You do it. He gritted his teeth in indignation. What? Me? He smiled. It's okay, you won't get hurt, you won't die, I have a way to do it safely, don't worry. Damien huffed. Safely, that's easy to say. Rakiel called out to summon his beast, Thorntail. A hedgehog appeared. Tailor mister? Damien asked. Tailor mister? Holding the spike tail in his hand, he confidently said, let me tell you my plan. According to the plan, Damien was to approach when he found the Afro's nest. Rakiel continued, hit the side of the nest hard. The Afros will be angry, right? When Damien attacked, the Afros appeared. Next step, the little spiny tail will eat the red sunflower seed and become huge. Damien has been attacked back. Send the little spiny tail into battle. He instructed, you just need to hide under the little spiny tail. The spiny tail spines are very hard. The Afros can't penetrate them. The giant spiny tail stretched Afro's skin. Rakiel was proud of his plan. While you and the horntail hold them off, I will sneak into the nest and kidnap the queen larva. The horntail gave him a thumbs up. Damien analyzed seriously, but even if we successfully kidnapped the queen larva, those persistent Afros wouldn't let me and the spiny tail brat go. Rakiel nodded in agreement. Yes, they would never give up, unless their nest burned down. Damien paused. Fire? He waved his hand away. You get the idea. Let's go. Behind Damien's face was not happy. He thought to himself, you really are an evil man. He spoke up. Fire? I understood the plan. Damien's face darkened in hesitation. Such a dangerous place. As if understanding what he meant, he shouted, I will pay you extra, so be quiet. Hearing that, Damien turned to look at Rakiel and smiled slightly. He also glanced at him and smiled. The knights who followed whispered to each other. One said, he is the crown Prince Magentano after all, so he won't do anything too crazy, right? The other one wasn't so sure, probably. The guide Timap glanced nervously at Rakiel behind him. He thought, they say that army doctor can perform miracles, so what if we get hurt? Behind, Damien counted on his fingers, but a raise, he ignored him. Never mind, the guide thought he could use magic back there to save us, right? In the gloomy sky, birds spread their wings and fly away amidst anxious thoughts. That's why we came to Afro's nest. The wind rustles. The group walked into a field of grass almost as tall as a person. As planned, Damien went ahead. He reached out and parted the grass in front of him and looked forward. Afro's nest. It is a giant golden beehive that covers the sky. Worker bees were flying out to collect pollen. Looking at the entrance ahead, Damien scratched his head. Looking at the quivering spike tail on his shoulder, he thought, the special reward alone is not enough. Rakiel's group hid behind and looked at the beehive in front of them. The others turned pale and he muttered in admiration, it's bigger than I thought. I smelled of wildflowers on my body. Rakiel felt lucky. If I didn't disguise myself with the scent of wildflowers, I would have definitely been discovered. Looking at the Afros flying around, Rakiel frowned slightly, but they were too big. Leaving the tension in his heart, he began to get serious. I must observe their movements carefully and deliver a fatal blow. Damien, I leave the spike tail to you. Suddenly there was a whirring sound of wings overhead. Rakiel panicked and lay face down, hiding in the grass. What was going on? The Afros swarmed like a swarm of bees. They flew out in droves. He crawled to where Damien was hiding. Seeing that it was Rakiel approaching, the spike tail ran back to Rakiel's shoulder in fear. He turned his head and asked, what happened? Rakiel asked worriedly, did you not hide your aura well enough and got discovered? Damien replied unhappily, I have hidden my aura perfectly. Anyway, what should we do now? Rakiel threw a rock at him. What do you mean? Just hit him and run. He could only endure his anger for the money. Damien slowly stood up and thought to himself, now that it has come to this, I must use the skill I have been training for so long. Purple mana glowed, flowing throughout his body. He drew his sword and walked forward. Rakiel looked at him, startled, and broke out in a cold sweat. He thought, that bastard, what's wrong with his mana heart? It's too violent. If the mana flows backwards, it'll be dangerous. He immediately crawled over and called, "Hey, Damien, no, Damien." He didn't hear. The mana rushing through his body made the veins on his body stand out, looking quite terrifying. As the veins on his face reached the corners of his eyes, he swung his sword straight up into the sky. Rakiel shouted, "Hey!" But the loud noise in the sky made both Rakiel and him stop. Both of them looked up in surprise. A swarm of huge insects was swooping down. He exclaimed, "What the hell?" Looking at the swarm of bees, which were as ferocious as hornets, Rakiel was speechless. What were they? They were even bigger than Apharos. These wasps swooped down to attack the Apharos. Their pointed tails pierced the bodies of these tiny honey bees. Scenes of carnage like this took place all over the sky. Rakiel and Damien stared up at the sky, stunned. He didn't understand. Why were they fighting? Suddenly, a noise behind them caught their attention. A giant wasp was rushing towards them. Rakiel and Damien both stood there, stunned, eyes wide open. He wondered a little in his heart, what was that sound like a helicopter? A giant Vespa beetle with eyes full of resentment, seemingly starving for days, suddenly rushed towards the two people. It flew straight towards the two people, but luckily they dodged in time, so it bit a baby Apharos. Damien pressed down on Rakiel as if to protect him. He barely dodged and thought to himself, "Damn, I almost died." Seeing it bite Apharos to death, he continued his train of thought. This was not hunting, but massacre. It released a deep bite that terrified everyone. Suddenly a golden light enveloped it. A loud explosion was heard. Bees flew around in confusion, filling the sky. Rakiel was surprised to see that and turned back to ask Timap, "What is that?" "It's even bigger than Apharos, that's Vesperos." It was then that he realized Vesperos. Timap then explained to him that, as a wasp-like monster, their main food was Apharos. A Vesperos could easily kill hundreds of Apharos, but the problem was, he bowed his head and stood up, calling out to everyone at the same time, "Everyone stand up quickly." Timap asked him suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Rakiel slowly said to everyone, "We've been discovered." Timap was surprised. "Huh?" The giant Vesperos appeared and everyone screamed in fear. They were discovered. The huge Vespa charged towards everyone, sending everyone running in panic. He shouted loudly for everyone to run. "Run quickly." Everyone tried to run away. Rakiel ran and shouted, "Damien." He ran right beside and immediately received the order, "Your Highness, young master." He asked hurriedly, tears in his eyes as he ran, "What should we do now? Can we escape?" Damien's voice was filled with resentment. "I told you. Why did you come here?" "To cause this." He gave a very good reason. "We have to catch the queen larva to heal the wounded." He screamed his heart out. "I can't leave them to die." System pops up. Skill name. Selling medicine by word level 10. In the deep forest, everyone ran as fast as they could to save their lives. Damien thought for a moment and came up with a plan. "We have to buy time." He turned around and a purple light flashed. Damien slashed his sword forward. He then immediately turned to chase after everyone. Rakiel behind saw that and was very surprised but still kept running. He pointed to the rock ahead. Everyone hid behind that rock. Everyone climbed over smoothly. Even the plump Rakiel was able to climb over the rock with Timap's help. After reaching behind the rock, he gasped and collapsed to the ground. Timap tiredly breathed heavily and said to Rakiel, the military doctor, "There is a problem I have not told you." He looked at him suspiciously and asked, "What is it?" Timap continued, concerned. "Vesperos had a habit of cleaning up after her hunts and kills." He asked again, "Clean up?" He repeated, "Yes, they would gather close to Apharos in one place." He continued to explain, and in the process they would seek out and kill any surviving or hiding Apharos. After hunting and killing, they will search the entire area and spare no one, including us of course. After hearing those words, he immediately thought of a way to deal with them. That is, we have to run as far as possible, as fast as possible. Looking at the battle-blooded Vesperos, he silently thought, we have to run anyway. But what about our queen larva? The Vesperos were attacking the Apharos nest. He immediately thought, that nest was doomed, no one could survive, not even the queen larva. Rakiel was slightly tense, eyes wide open as he looked forward. Thinking about this, there was no way to get the queen larva here. The Vesperos rushed towards him. Luckily, thanks to Damien and Timap, he hid under the rock. All three tried not to make a sound. The Vesperos stopped to scout the surroundings. They discovered a figure hiding behind a large rock in front of them. A raised foot hit straight down on that rock, causing the rock to break in two. Everyone panicked and hurriedly ran away from the rock. Damien drew his sword, but his voice was worried as he turned back to ask him, "Your Highness, young master, are you okay?" He turned his head and shouted, "Huh!" Damien suddenly grabbed him by the collar from behind with one hand. Using great force, he threw him away. He returned to fight the Vesperos. The long throw carried Rakiel to safety in the woods. His uncle chopped the tree trunk full of resentment towards Damien. "Incrimo, you kicked me. Now you throw me away." Rakiel resentfully thought very evilly in his heart. "You just wait, Damien. You will have a month's salary deducted." Seeing something strange below, he looked down suspiciously, and seeing Timap, he asked, "Hey, Timap, why are you running so fast?" He supported him with his head and explained, "I used to live in the forest so I can run very fast." Rakiel saw that and asked again, "Where are Damien and the new angel knights?" He pointed in the distance where Damien and the others were fighting the Vesperos and said, "They're over there." Meanwhile, Damien was facing off against a Vespa. He slashed once, and it struck back with its pincers. He raised his sword to block a blow. "Take the momentum and use your strength to slash through again." The Vesperos flew off, creating a loud bang. It was still stubborn, the two weapons clashing sharply. The weak bee was knocked away. Rakiel asked, carried on Timap's shoulder, "How did they find us so easily?" He bore the weight of the boy heavily. It seemed to be the smell of pollen, petals, and resin. The two of them hid behind the tree trunk and poked their heads out to see what was going on. He thought to himself, the method we used to reduce Afros hostility, and made Vesperos mistake us for Afros. He saw this and asked, "What should we do now?" Rakiel thought, "Fight? Impossible. Even if Damien and the knights tried their best, they could only block about 10 of them." Meanwhile, everyone was standing on defense while Damien was knocked away. He told himself, think carefully. Then it dawned on me, there it was. Rakiel saw the bag Timap was wearing and asked, "Can I borrow your bag for a moment?" He rummaged through his pocket and found a bottle. Timap beside him also looked at him suspiciously. Suddenly he spoke up, "Found it." He looked at the water bottle in Rakiel's hand and asked, "Water bottle? What are you going to do with it?" He held it up and answered, "This." He reached out and opened the bottle. It was the strong alcohol he brought along for temporary disinfection. Rakiel gleefully took a big swing and threw it straight at the Vesperos. "You are wasps, you must like your wine." Rakiel threw it at them with all his might and yelled, "Please, like it." The wine bottle shattered into pieces, the wine inside also spilled out, and he suddenly thought about the difference between wasps and bees. The wine splashed everywhere, and everyone was stunned. The Vespas were immediately attracted to it. Bees hate wine, but wasps love it. The whole army was struggling to resist when suddenly the bees turned and changed their target. Damien, who was fighting, stopped to think. They suddenly stopped attacking. Why? They all flew towards the wine to compete to enjoy it. Rakiel and Timap were amazed and delighted to see the results. The soldiers who came to him gave him advice. "Doctor, this is our last chance. We have to run. Yes, we have to run now." He immediately denied, "No, if we run now, we will all die." Timap heard that and turned back to ask, "What do you mean?" He firmly affirmed that was the truth. Timap asked him, "Now they are attracted by the smell of alcohol in the water bottle that we threw away. So can we take this opportunity to escape?" Rakiel turned to explain to everyone, with such a small amount of alcohol, the smell would go away quickly. "Are you confident that you can run to safety in such a short period of time?" He asked with concern. "Then what should we do?" He replied coldly, "Light a fire." Timap took out the torch. Damien heard the two people talking and didn't know how to react. Timap heard that and felt a little disapproving. Huh? What if the elf scolded him? Rakiel urged. There was no time, hurry, he obeyed. Yes. Damien put his hand to his forehead and exclaimed, "You must have planned this." The torches were lit. He asked everyone, "Are they ready?" He reported to Rakiel, "Yes, I have oiled and lit the torches. His eyes were filled with a determined demand. Throw it away. The fire broke out in the forest. The fire burned big all over the forest. The wasps were startled. They seemed to have no way out. The flock gathered together. They flew away quickly. They found the Apharos all burned black by the fire. When flying down to see the situation, the fire spread and burned. Rakiel shouted urgently to everyone, if you don't want to be burned alive, run quickly. Everyone ran out of the burning forest. Rakiel thought as he ran. He had burned the Vesperos, but his lungs were about to burn too. Suddenly he tripped over a rock and fell flat on the ground. Timap shouted, He waited for Rakiel, who was coughing, to stand up and ask, Doctor, are you okay? A notification pops up, your internal organs sense grave danger and worry about the possibility of ending your life. They cheer you on and give you 500 horsepower, current health 6,000. He seemed oblivious to everything around him, Army Doctor, Army Doctor, Army Doctor, Army Doctor. You, Master, Rakiel found out I lack oxygen. Damien reminded from beside him, Master, if you faint here, you will die. Come to your senses. Rakiel bent down and gasped. I know. Damien reached up to remove his cloak and said clearly, Let me carry you. He lifted Rakiel onto his back, using his cloak as a rope. He tied him tightly to his back. Rakiel behind him felt a little embarrassed. The soldiers behind whispered to each other, Is it okay? Leave the crown prince like that, I don't know. Rakiel told him wearily, Damien, just get out of here and we'll be safe. He obeyed, yes, master. Everyone was walking when suddenly a loud crash in front of them blocked their way. A large Vespa appears. Its eyes were filled with hatred and it let out a loud scream. Timap was scared and hugged his head and screamed, Queen Vesperos, we are dead for sure. Rakiel turned and saw that and asked, What, Queen? He widened his eyes and called out, Damien. Rakiel thought to himself, why is he so nervous and scared? Seeing Damien's expression, he thought, I've never seen him like this, what should we do? Damien is our sharpest sword and our strongest shield. When the Vesperos is about to charge towards everyone, if Damien gets scared, we're done for. Rakiel made a decision. I had to calm him down. I had to check his circulation and use acupuncture to relieve his stress. Rakiel wiggled on his back. Damien's expression was filled with curiosity. System pops up notification. Additional feature 1. Scan acupoint. System confirms. Searching for lockable target. Target locked. The system has locked onto the Queen Wasp ahead. Locked on, he was stunned. Huh? What? Locked on it? Rakiel suddenly realized, since I was being carried by Damien, the thing that appeared before my eyes was it. He immediately thought, insects are living creatures too, so they have acupuncture points. If I could see the blood of Queen Vesperos like the Minotaur, not only would I survive, I could also soak the wasp in wine. His eyes lit up with discovery. I see. Rakiel saw it all in the body of the Queen Vesperos. We can see everything from the flow of the main meridians to the location of the acupuncture points. He smiled smugly. Rakiel acts cute and spoiled. Damien, I have a good idea. He turned back angrily and said, How can you joke in this situation? What good idea is that? You demand that Damien from now on you follow all my instructions, walk, run, attack or defend. You must all listen to me. Damien asked doubtfully, not understanding, what do you mean? Rakiel answered firmly, if you want to live, do as I say. I will predict its movements and guide you. Damien asked curiously. Guide? Its movements? Damien asked urgently, but how? Rakiel suddenly shouted. Sitting down. The Queen Wasp swooped by. Everyone immediately crouched down to avoid it. Rakiel saw it gaining momentum and shouted, It's coming again. Just keep sitting down and take 5 steps forward. It shot straight towards everyone standing. Luckily his words helped everyone dodge. Rakiel thought in amazement. What? What? Timap cried, help me. His son looked at them coldly. The Queen's son flew high again. He ordered the soldiers, you stay back, Damien, and I will take care of this, yes. Dr. Rakiel pointed at it and shouted, Go. Damien, he said nothing. Rakiel continued, Do as I say. Damien's footsteps moved. His son rushed towards them, but with the instructions they were lucky to avoid it. right front, roll to 2 o'clock, into the space between its left front and middle legs. Damien raised his sword as he was told. Rakiel shouted instructions, leap forward. Rakiel shouted, betting his life on every word. Leaping high. He screamed with all his might, echoing throughout the area. He turned clockwise and slashed from the middle upwards. A loud bang, even louder than the queen's fall. The soldiers were hiding behind the trees talking to each other. It seemed we didn't need to interfere. He did a great job. If we interfered, it would only get in the way. Timap seemed to not believe what was happening, and nodded in agreement with what the soldier said. And the angry Queen Vespas attacked. He slashed at it, rolling to the side. Then Damien's murderous gaze slashed forward, making Rakiel behind him a bit tired. Rakiel continued his instructions. No need to imitate me. Focus. Rakiel instructed Damien, and he did. Avoid its whiskers and take 2 steps to the right. Knock it off its feet. Use the back of his sword to push it to the left. He yelled, jumped up. Damien carried him and jumped up. He attacked according to Rakiel's instructions. The bee, though strong, never hit them. Land on its back and stab down the left rear wing corner. Rotate the sword vertically. Damien ran fast. He shouted. Its wings were flying from the right. Dodged and stepped on it. 2 people jumped on its back and flew away. Rakiel was a little dizzy but still spoke. Behind. Landed on the tree. He jumped high and his body was agile. Only Rakiel was scared and reeled. The 2 landed successfully. Damien was surprised to see that and said to him, Your Highness, you can really see its every move. But with this kind of attack we won't be able to finish it. Rakiel replied, It's working. Seeing the fierce Vespas, he counted, Prepare. 1. It lunged toward him. Damien jumped onto a fallen branch, continuing the count. 2. At the last second when it attacked, they quickly jumped up to successfully dodge. Count the beats. 3. He swung himself up onto the branch. We have about 3 seconds. Wait. He yelled, and Damien let go of the branch in cooperation. It was now. He landed hard and stabbed it with his sword. A flash of power, the bee took a direct hit. Everyone around gasped in disbelief. After he finished, he asked Damien, Is it over? It appeared again. Not yet. Rakiel saw that and said, Dodging again and looking for an opportunity to attack. He replied, Yes, did I hear wrong? He continued saying, Don't move yet, just wait. The queen bee's eyes were shining with murderous intent. The angry Queen Vespa slammed her wings down. Damien asked impatiently, How long? Rakiel reassured, Just a little longer. His face filled with excitement as he grabbed Damien's hair and shouted, Now, do it. Come here, Queen Vesperos. Come here. The Queen Wasp swooped in. He gave his instructions. Half a hand span below the left compound eye. He gripped his sword tightly. Do as he was told. He threw the sword straight at its location. The sword stabbed straight into its weak point. It screamed in pain. Rakiel still held Damien's hair tightly. His eyes gradually dimmed, and then closed its eyes. Then its huge body collapsed. Rakiel exclaimed in joy as he looked at the victory. Damien was speechless. Seeing the Queen Wasp lying there trembling, Rakiel thought, like a nose spray. Use your eyes to look, let's see. Rakiel examined its body, the leg joints, the lower part, and the abdomen. The last point under the compound eyes, compared to humans, were the main acupuncture points on the ren and du meridians. He thought to himself, I'm not 100 sure, but this is the most likely way. Damien saw the Queen Wasp trembling and asked what happened to it. He answered, It must be because I hit the weak spot. He saw that and said, So you saw its weak points all along? Rakiel said proudly. Of course. Damien asked again, wondering, But how did you know those weak points? He made an excuse to hide it. I just saw it. I thought hitting it would hurt. Rakiel continued excitedly, No. I see it. Don't you see it? He teased Damien, a swordsman. Don't you see it? It's strange. I don't understand. Try harder. Try harder. The Queen Wasp's whole body trembled. The fire from the forest gradually spread. The Vespas that survived the fire fly high above. They were all surprised to see that their queen was no longer moving. They quickly surrounded the corpse of the Queen Wasp. They suddenly looked at the person who caused this. Damien looked on warily, surprised. They rushed at them as if to avenge their queen. Screams, military doctor. But unexpectedly they flew through the position where the 2 people were standing. Everyone gasped in surprise. Oh, they rushed towards the burning queen's body and bit her. That's why the fire spread and burned her too. Everyone stood there, stunned. Timap stepped forward and exclaimed, "Monsters are indeed very scary." Suddenly raindrops fell on Rakiel's head. "Huh!" Everyone shouted at once, "It's raining, alive, alive, we're out, thank goodness." Rakiel held out his hand to catch the raindrops, thinking to himself, even if he saved his life, it was all over. What good would it do to capture Queen Vesperos if he couldn't get Queen Aphros larva? As for you, who are pensive, I was planning to kidnap the queen larva and use the antibiotics to treat the wounded and get a ton of bonus lifespan points. Rakiel suddenly turned around. Damien was also a bit surprised and didn't know what was going on. But everyone was happy. "We have wasted too much time finding a new nest. If we delay any longer, the wounded will die." He called out to him, "Damien, let us go to their nest." Reaching their nest, the fire had already burned everything down. The bodies of the Aphoros were scattered around, and everyone gradually moved deeper. In their nest, he and Damien were both very vigilant. Inside the nest were corpses of Aphoros everywhere. It was strange that their bodies were all dismembered. People continued to enter. Damien looked around and said to Rakiel, "It seems like everyone is dead. Should we go back?" Rakiel turned back to look at him and said firmly, "Since you came all the way here, you should get something, right?" He asked curiously, "You mean salvage?" He turned back to look and said, "Isn't there still honey?" Damien was filled with resentment. "This devil, in this situation, you still think of that?" Bodies were strewn everywhere. Honey dripped down from above. When he arrived at Queen Aphros' residence, he found it dead. Rakiel said, frustrated and confused, "It's broken. It's all broken." He agreed, "It seems so." Rakiel continued talking. There was no point. Rakiel didn't know what to do to support his tired forehead. Suddenly he heard a noise. Rakiel looked around again and patted Damien on the shoulder. "It seems like there are still some survivors, Master. You go ahead, let me check first." He slowly walked step by step as if probing behind him with Rakiel following behind. Damien seemed to see something. "That was it." Rakiel immediately asked, What is it?" Rakiel suddenly realized that it was Queen Aphoros. She lay trembling as if she were about to die. Everyone moved forward. Damien stepped forward. Everyone believed him. He pulled out his sword. He touched it with the sword to check if it was still alive. Damien sheathed his sword and turned back to tell everyone. It was definitely dead. Rakiel saw this and gave orders. There was movement in the torso. "Damien, let's push its belly out." He obeyed. "Yes, Master." Rakiel shouted quickly, "Something expensive and precious, probably." "Go for it, Damien." He agreed. "Yes." A light flashed from below. It soared high. He shouted in surprise. "What? Something is coming out." Damien nervously gripped the handle of his sword. "Be careful, Master." A cute little Aphoros came out and flew up into the sky, making him and Damien surprised. Rakiel was about to say something. That wasn't it. It flew up and landed right in his face. Damien called out anxiously, "Master." He reached out and grabbed it. "Pick it up and look at it with doubtful eyes." She looked at him with sparkling eyes full of cuteness. Rakiel asked, "Here, this is the Aphoros queen larva, right?" It seemed to be answering. Rakiel's heart sighed. It looked like a banana cake. He looked at it suspiciously. "Really?" It seemed to agree. Damien saw this and immediately gave his opinion. "It was a monster anyway, why don't we just knock it out?" It suddenly didn't want to cry out. He saw that and thought, what's going on? Could it understand human language? It looked pitiful and cried out. What it meant was, "Are you going to hit me?" Rakiel immediately noticed it understood. Rakiel cried out in delight. Do you understand what I mean?" Left, it turned left, right, it turned right. He lifted it up and shouted happily. "Really, it's the queen larva." It also cried out in agreement. He thought to himself, "Anyway, we got the queen larva, so it's a success." Rakiel hugged it tightly with an extremely happy expression. Speaking of which, in Demon Sword Emperor, it was mentioned that Queen Aphoros and her larvae could communicate with elves. Could it be that they had high intelligence? It shyly said to Rakiel, which surprised him. He couldn't believe his eyes. Huh? Could he really communicate like with the spiketail? Rakiel asked it, "So your mother is strange?" It replied. Rakiel understood and continued, "What? After fighting with it, did your mother fall asleep?" He turned his eyes to the Queen Vesperos lying next to the Queen Aphoros and asked, "Is this what you mean?" The kid replied. Only then did he realize that they had fought each other and both died. Only this kid was left. Rakiel understood what he wanted and asked, do you want your mother to wake up soon? He made an excuse to tell it. Your mother said she was tired from fighting that big bad guy, so she needed more sleep. The little boy agreed. Then he patted its head. Stay with me until your mother wakes up. It happily agreed. He thought to himself it was a bit of a lie, but since the Afro's pack had been destroyed, this little guy would definitely die if left here. The little guy seemed very happy. He wanted to leave, so he lied to it. If we stay here talking, your mother will have trouble sleeping, so let's go out and play. The little one immediately agreed. Everyone was surprised to see that. He rubbed its belly and thought, although it was a larva, it was very soft and warm. A system notification popped up. Your internal organs felt comfortable with the soft sensation and gave it a name. Rakiel looked up. He was a little surprised. Queen Larva Afros Cuck. The system continues to display. Your internal organs applaud your improvisation in protecting the innocent heart and reward you with 500 horsepower. Current HP is 6,500. He lifted it up and happily told it. From now on your name is Cuck. His eyes lit up as he looked at it. If you want to go out and play, you have to do me a favor. Can you do it? It agreed in response. He smiled happily and shouted to cheer everyone. Raise the baby be high and shout. Everyone, let's go back to camp. Everyone cheered happily, and the baby was happy too. The scene changes to a burnt forest. The trees are withered. Only the spirit in the forest remained sitting there, devastated. A spirit angrily grabbed the mud. Holding the ashes in his hand, he angrily said, "How dare you burn down the forest? This was not the case in my time. Our generation would never dare to think of this." She roared angrily. Such are the children of today. Power erupted. Rocks flew everywhere. She shouted angrily, "I will find you and make you pay." The smoke and dust were blowing in the air. In the hazy scene appeared the silhouette of an army. The scene of the smoke and dust blowing in the wind obscured everything. The pristine mountains and forests appear with a beautiful sky. The smoke and dust gradually dissipate and thin out. The army marched forward with great enthusiasm. The barracks are located on flat land. Garden rushed forward as soon as he saw something. Rakiel got off the hedgehog and said to Damien, "Night Garden is really consistent, isn't he?" Damien, the spiketail, also seemed to be excited to respond to his master. Garden was excited to see Rakiel, bowing and greeting him. "You have arrived." He calmly asked him about the situation in the camp. "Is there anything going on in the camp? How are the wounded?" He answered while curiously looking at the little animal beside him. "Yes, they are resting, but..." Seeing his confusion, Rakiel took the initiative to explain, "This kid, his name is Cuck, the Afro's queen larva." Rakiel said to Cuck, "Say hello, this is the night garden." Cuck understood what he meant by greeting him. Cuck, he was a little confused by the current situation. "You mean the queen larva?" Rakiel spoke to Cuck. "Cuck, we're here, this is the wounded camp I was talking about." While Cuck still made his familiar cuckoo sound, Garden stroked his chin and exclaimed with surprised eyes, "Queen Afros." Rakiel stepped forward and gave the order, "From now on, you will help me prevent infection and treat the wounded." Damien listened and responded, "Knight, prepare yourself." Garden seemed confused, wondering, "What do you mean?" Rakiel looked at his friend, the spiketail. "Heavy? Give it to me," the spiketail cried out. "Hi!" Garden exclaimed with a horrified expression. You, that big wasp." Rakiel smiled with satisfaction. He looked at the huge hornet tied to the cart. "Queen Vesperos." Garden was startled. "But where did you get it?" He replied with interest, "I picked it up on the road." He looked at the hornet with great curiosity. "What did you pick it up for?" Rakiel replied with a hand to his chin, amused, "To soak in the wine." He continued to be startled by Rakiel. "Yes, wine." Rakiel's answer made the atmosphere at this moment extremely magical. Back to the barracks scene in Rakiel's tent. He was looking at the queen larva and said, How should I say this?" Cuck was also looking at him. "Cuck." Rakiel was both explaining and instructing Cuck, "Once a month, you must vomit that thing out of your stomach." Rakiel thought as he spoke, that thing Cuck vomited, when mixed with an ointment called purple cloud ointment used to treat burns and restore skin, it will create a very strong antibiotic ointment for external wounds. He continued speaking, "I will use it to treat the injured people out there." Cuck replied in its own language. He listened to Cook's reply and analyzed it himself. It said it would cooperate. But this was the first time it had vomited, so it didn't know what to do. Rakiel looked at it with some doubt. Kuk was extremely depressed when Rakiel looked at him like that. Kuk was full of thoughts. I didn't expect it to not know how to vomit. I thought it would cooperate, but I encountered this obstacle. Is there any way to make it vomit? Suddenly an idea flashed through Rakiel's mind. Acupressure point scan. Kuk was surprised. Rakiel looks at Kuk to cast his skill. Stand still, Kuk, it looks at you. A message appears. Calculate the supplementary compartment 1. Scan the acupuncture points. Rakiel's eyes turned to Kuk. Notification. Acupoint scanning detected a lockable target. In his eyes now appeared all of Kuk's acupuncture points. Message appears. Target locked successfully. After successfully locking onto the target, Rakiel picked up the needle and spoke. Kuk, do you want to try acupuncture? You'll throw up after the acupuncture. It looked at the needle in Rakiel's hand in fear. Kuk. From inside his tent came a scream of terror. Rakiel used his hand to stab the Kuk acupoint, the position corresponding to the wailing acupoint on the human body, using the principle of the earth method to induce vomiting. Rakiel was extremely focused. I will use the needle to strongly stimulate the main point and gently stimulate the opposite point. Meanwhile, Kuk was trembling in his hand, his face pale with fear. Kuk. He continued to prick the point. If I stimulate the vomiting center correctly. The scream of horror came from his tent again. Kuk vomited a sparkling green gem and passed out shortly after. Rakiel still seemed more interested in what had just happened. Okay, I thought it was liquid, but it turned out to be a gem. He thought, interesting. Rakiel leaned closer to the gem. Moreover, it smelled of mint chocolate. At that moment, Garden suddenly walked in and announced, young master, the ingredients the princess sent have arrived. Kuk was exhausted on the table. He was a little amazed at the sight he was seeing. Rakiel inhaled the scent from the gem and said, interesting. Rakiel stood up, holding Kuk's left shoulder and the gem on his right shoulder, and said, now let's begin. He received the order. Yes, my lord. Rakiel and he went out and cooked the potion with Damien. You command Garden the solution. He answered and gave you what you needed. Yes, master. Rakiel held the bottle of solution in his hand and said, just put in the ingredients Adeline sent and Kuk's gem and it's done. He poured the solution in the bottle into the cooking pot. From within the float, light and fragrance emanated. Rakiel immediately gave the order. Damien, now is the time. He heard the order and immediately came to pick up the pot. He put the pot of medicine on the fire. The other two stayed far away and watched. When he finished, he was so excited. Kuk was also excited because of him. Rakiel used all his strength to stir the solution in the pot vigorously. Garden and Damien looked at him. Garden spoke. Master, let me do it. He stirred the solution and replied with all his might. No, I have to do it myself. Rakiel was extremely worried. This time he absolutely could not fail. Kuk only vomited this gem once a month. If he failed, he would have to wait for a whole month. The image of a battlefield full of arrows flashed through his mind. During that time, the wounded would die from various infections. While Rakiel stirred the medicine, Damien and Garden looked at each other and talked. He said, "He'll be on duty the night before." Suddenly he was happy. It was a success. The sky was clear. Rakiel's cheers echoed. Go, it's over. Along with Kuk's voice, he was happy. It's over. The soldiers also curiously peeked from behind while the three of them were cooking the solution. Rakiel's hands trembled as he covered his face. He was happy. Ha ha ha. It worked. Rakiel said to Kuk, his hands still shaking from fatigue. Have you named this ointment? Of course I have. Do you want to know? Rakiel held up the jar of blue liquid with great pride. For I made it, so I will call it Ledecasol. Rakiel was proud of himself, showing off his trophy, holding it up proudly. The soldiers stood around curiously. Garden happily clapped his hands in approval, and Damien was speechless. The bulletin board appeared. You have successfully concocted Ledecasol, the first antibiotic in the history of the continent of Laurasia. Ledecasol will be the first shot, signaling the popularization of a completely new antibiotic treatment method. In addition, you will be recorded in the medical books as the father of antibiotic treatment. Viscera both rejoices at your achievement and grumbles. Be more careful. Viscera reluctantly congratulates your achievement and gives you 800 horsepower. Current health 7,300. Rakiel's face turned pale. He was breathing heavily. Someone shouted, "Military doctor, wake up!" The soldiers stood in neat rows in front of the tents, all of them looking extremely tired and injured. The soldiers who walked out had faces full of satisfaction and contentment. The soldiers who entered the tent had tired, frowning faces. Rakiel smiled proudly with Cuck on his shoulder and his gloved hands smeared with blue liquid. Come on, it's time to apply the medicine. Don't move. The blue liquid flew straight to the wounded soldier's wound. The other soldiers were also touched by the blue liquid one by one with his super speed. The soldiers who were treated exclaimed, "Ah, the pain is gone, the festering wound seems to be healing." Everyone started to chant, "Long live the military doctor! Long live the military doctor! Long live Ledekasol," Rakiel thought, "let my bonus longevity points shout." The shouting continued. Long live the lovely Cuck. He is indeed a miraculous military doctor. 10 days later, Valois Fortress. In a room where someone is talking, "I would like to report on the war situation." The wooden stick pointed to the white horse on the map. Currently, apart from small skirmishes in the northeastern region, there were no major conflicts. Of course, the reason was that the main force of the rebels was concentrating on this Valois Fortress. Maravek said, "It seems they have no intention of avoiding a battle with us." The general replied, "Probably so. I kept you by my side despite the objections of my courtiers because you were ambitious, and this is how you repay the favor? Javelin, you bastard." He touched his forehead and asked, "Is there anything else to report?" The general put his hand on his chin and thought as he replied, "Recently there was a wounded soldiers' camp that was achieving strangely outstanding results. In the past 2 months, the survival rate of wounded soldiers there had exceeded 70. He shouted in surprise. "What? 70, the general continued to reply. Even the rumor about that wounded soldier camp was spreading widely among the soldiers of different units of the Royal Army. The general put his hand on his chin and continued to speak in his surprise, no matter how injured they were on the battlefield. As long as they reached the 21st Company's wounded camp, they would be saved. That belief was spreading, and the soldiers even gave that place a nickname. He asked curiously, "What nickname?" The general answered, "The soldiers called the 21st Company." When he heard that, Maravek was astonished. Someone was clutching the suitcase and pressed it. A group of people with Chandra as the leader raised their doubts. "Is this a rehabilitation camp?" Someone answered, saying it was called that because of the fat military doctor known as the miracle military doctor. Chandra looked at the soldier who had a satisfied face and gritted his teeth. How ridiculous! What was so magical about it? It was just an evil cult. The follower flattered, "Oh well, there is no better military doctor than military Dr. Chandra." He was angry. "I don't understand why His Highness sent us here to learn more." Chandra was adamant in his thinking. "I will expose his trick." In the tent of the barracks, Rakiel was sleeping, snoring and talking in his sleep. "My bonus life points. Your snoring keeps the patients in the tent awake. Your snoring is too loud. I can't sleep." Garden opened the door and entered the tent. He was immediately startled by Rakiel's terrifying snores. He immediately calmed down and felt sorry for him. He had been treating him all night and must be very tired. Garden approached and gently woke him. "Master." He answered sleepily, "Night, Garden. What is the matter?" He replied that the king was very pleased with the performance of our camp and had sent military doctors on active duty here to study. Hearing that, he immediately sobered up and looked around and asked, "Wait, so that means they're not new soldiers? Great, just in time for us to be short of men. Where are they?" Garden replied, and he rushed out like the wind. They were outside the tent. Seeing the person he needed to meet, he was overjoyed and happy. "Pleased to meet everyone. I am military Dr. Leon." Chandra and his group braked suddenly. "You were a little shy after that introduction, huh?" He scratched his head awkwardly. "Sorry. I was a little excited because I heard people were sent here to help." He asked excitedly, "May I ask your names?" Chandra replied, "Army Dr. Chandra." Hearing the answer, he immediately got to work, passing through Chandra. "Everyone must be tired after the long journey. But we need to grasp the situation of the wounded first, so follow me." He walked in everyone's gaze. Seeing no one moving, he turned back and asked, "What are you guys standing there for?" Chandra spoke up, "Dr. Leon, take us to a resting place first." Hearing that, he became angry. "The wounded soldiers are lying dying all over the place and you still want to rest?" He and Chandra faced each other. He said, "We came here by order of the king with a noble mission. We had to march continuously for 6 days. And yet, as soon as we arrived, you did not let us rest. This is too much." You asked, "What did you say your name was?" He replied with a frown. I said, Chandra, you said, Army Dr. Chandra, you continued, so you mean I am heartless to make you work without giving you a break? Chandra smiled smugly, yes. You're angry, patient. Rakiel is Leon, but he's also Rakiel and he's also a doctor. Rakiel is very angry right now. Will he wait for the doctor to rest? You question, how can you guys ask for a break so easily? Chandra looked arrogant. Among the dying wounded, were there any nobles? He doubted what he had just heard. What? He continued, there probably aren't many noble officers. Don't you have a separate category for nobles? Rakiel's face darkened. What do you mean? Chandra was still smug as he clenched his fists to suppress his anger. Didn't you do that? It was disappointing that you couldn't even do the most basic things. Chandra continued to gesture. The wounded were divided into two categories, nobles and commoners. We had to save the nobles to receive a generous reward and fame. Unable to bear that ignorant arrogance any longer, he swung his fist. The fist swung straight down on Chandra's face, sending him flying. He shouted angrily, "Shut up!" Chandra's entourage disobeyed. What the hell are you doing? Dare to hit someone? Moreover, you are a military doctor. The suitcase was opened. The contents fell out everywhere. Rakiel spoke up. Ever since I was in Korea, I have always kept one thing in mind. He shouted angrily, violence is evil. You wave your hand. But with someone like you can only understand by fighting. Suddenly someone spoke up, coming forward to interrupt him. How dare you attack without saying anything? How outrageous. You were in the same group with Chandra who threatened him. Apologize to him, otherwise, I will report it to my superiors. Garden and a soldier who had died in the tent stepped out and were amazed by the sight before them. He asked the man again, report to the superior. For what reason? The answer he received was, of course, to report his violent behavior. He spoke up, violence? What about your disobedience? The man wondered, why disobedience? He insisted, you came here to learn under the king's orders, but you did not listen to my instructions and just talked nonsense. He confidently crossed his arms across his chest. Wasn't that disobeying orders? The silent person seemed to understand a little. The knocked-out Chandra was carried to bed, with his entourage busy and attending to him. Chandra lay on a wooden bed with his face injured from being beaten. He opened his eyes and woke up. Chandra sat up, rubbed his head and asked, "Where's this? What happened?" And got the answer, he fainted after being beaten, so we took him to the tent to rest. Chandra trembled with anger at the thought. He dared to look down on us. Unforgivable. I could not calm down when I thought that monster had made me the best military doctor, second in command. His close aide said, while the military doctor was unconscious, I heard a few things about Li Han from the soldiers here. They said that there were many wounded soldiers who were saved without surgery. He wondered, without surgery, the survival rate was up to 70. The attendant replied, it seemed to be because of the ointment he applied to them. It seemed to be called Ledecasol, and the man continued talking, and they also said that he stabbed them all over with thorns or sang strange songs while operating without causing pain. Hearing that, he suddenly laughed heartily. Chandra stood up and thought, of course, Chandra laughed heartily. It was indeed evil. Everyone looked at him with puzzled expressions. Dare to hit someone at first sight. Everyone was fooled. The attendant laughed, seemingly pleased. Not only the soldiers here but also His Majesty. Chandra held the suitcase and wanted to pick it up. With a wounded face, he held the suitcase in one hand and waved it with the other hand. He said, I will expose this dirty truth. The attendant said, where are you going? In the quiet night, Chandra observed the tent. Chandra entered the tent quietly. The heretic must have fallen asleep by now. Seeing the patient on the bed, he thought, sure enough, he didn't even perform basic postoperative care. Chandra's face was full of fear as he stared at the soldier on the bed. He was definitely an evil cultist. He held the scalpel with a smile. We are taught that when we are injured or sick, our body will produce a lot of dirty blood. Chandra held the patient's hand and wanted to use a scalpel to operate on him, because just removing the dirty blood would help him recover quickly. The soldier opened his eyes at the noise. Seeing the person in front of him, the soldiers were shocked. What the hell is this? Who are you? Chandra said, I am a new military doctor. Don't disturb me while I am treating you. The soldier was worried. I had surgery by military Dr. Li Han during the day and was told to rest. Chandra looked at the soldier with contempt. You, a mere soldier, dare to doubt my treatment methods? The soldier was trembling. No, the soldier thought this man was different from the kind military Dr. Li Han. Chandra's blade was raised. You should feel honored. Normally you would never have the chance to be treated by me. Blood from the soldier's hand flowed into a bucket. Chandra curled his lips. Don't compare me, the best military doctor in the camp. His face became scary. With that heretic, the atmosphere suddenly became hazy. The patient's hands were shaking. The patient could no longer see clearly in the air filled with the smell of blood. The soldier was trembling and could barely speak. Doctor, I feel dizzy. Chandra is like a madman losing control. We will drain all the dirty blood to let the new blood circulate. He will recover quickly. The soldier became dizzy. Doctor, medic me, really, he shouted. Hey, you wake up. Rakiel woke up in a daze. Rakiel yawned. He had a strange dream and couldn't sleep. He pulled the covers off the bed. Maybe he should go out and look at the night sky for a bit. The night air was quiet. Rakiel walked, angry. Those medics, they were worse than he thought. He looked at his fists. Don't think about those useless people anymore. Just let them finish their work and send them back. I just need to accumulate more life bonuses and it will be fine. Rakiel opened the system panel and smiled with satisfaction. By the way, this is the first time I've accumulated more than 200 days of expected lifespan. If this keeps up, it'll probably accumulate more than a year of expected lifespan. What a relief. He walked and danced, singing happily. He felt less pressure from the short life. Now he could live with less worries. Rakiel was having fun when a sound came from the tent. Hey, wake up, hey. He turned his head towards the sound of thinking. That was the single room area, right? In the tent, Chandra was holding a bloody knife and screaming. Open your eyes. Rakiel opened the door and saw the scene inside the tent. Huh? He immediately noticed the knife. Could it be? Rakiel saw the bucket of blood on the ground, the method of bloodletting. His face was filled with rage. The bastard used a needle. The leg turned around when he heard the noise. Who was that? He rushed to push him away. Get out of the way. Rakiel looked at him angrily. He shouted, What the hell are you doing? Rakiel scolded Chandra. Hey, what are you doing with my lifespan? The loud noise from here attracted a lot of soldiers. What the hell? I heard the noise, so I came to see, he argued. What? I'm treating you, you were angry, that's called treatment? He argued, this is not something you need to worry about. At that moment, his close aide entered, Medical Lieutenant Chandra. The attendant questioned him as he helped Chandra up. What was this again? Medical Lieutenant Li Han. Rakiel ran towards the wounded soldier regardless. Rans, are you okay? The soldier spoke weakly. Medical Lieutenant Li Han. He looked at the wound and made a judgment. The vein was cut. The bleeding had to be stopped immediately. He immediately saw the things in the suitcase. Rakiel pulled out a white cloth from it. He used that piece of cloth to stop the soldier's bleeding. Seeing the soldier's weak state, he was angry. Damn it. Rakiel looked at the soldier's bloody arm with anger. He had never expected to see such a crazy treatment here. A way of draining dirty blood from the body and hoping it would heal. Chandra walked in with confidence and arrogance. The treatment was clearly going very well, so why do this? He put his hand on his forehead, ignoring such a good treatment method, and then using violence to suppress his opponent. Rakiel couldn't stand it anymore. Shut up. Rakiel was furious. This wasn't healing, it was attempted murder. He turned around and pointed at the crowd behind him. You guys should also look at this soldier's condition. He looks like someone who is recovering. The wounded soldier was very weak. Rans was dying from losing too much blood. Rakiel criticized their serious mistakes, making them bow their heads. Is this called treatment? He was extremely indignant. Even though you guys called it treatment, you guys must have sensed it. Something was completely wrong, so why wouldn't you admit it? For fear of tarnishing your illustrious reputation. He heard this and tried to argue back. Hey you there. Rakiel shouted angrily. If you don't want to be beaten to death, then leave immediately. He just kept his mouth shut. The wounded soldier spoke weakly. Sir, Lieutenant Medic, I can't take it anymore. Look back. What? His face filled with panic. Rakiel shouted. Hey, Rans, wake up. Damien, Garden. The loud noise attracted Garden and Damien, and they ran into the tent. Garden spoke up. Young master, What's going on? He was panicking. Hurry up. Come here now. Rachiel ordered Damien to raise Rance legs so that the remaining blood would be concentrated to the vital organs and brain. You got the order, I got it. He continued, Mr. Garden, the vein is cut, so it up immediately. He also immediately received the order. Understood. The three of them are trying their best to get treatment. A message board appears, starting circuit testing. Rachiel looked at the soldier, who was scanning. The system board showed red, summarizing expert opinions. The patient is currently in a state of severe blood loss. About 30 of the bolus blood volume has been lost. Due to reduced oxygen supply to the brain, the patient has lost consciousness. Red system panels appeared. Blood pressure dropped to dangerous levels. Peripheral circulatory shock, including command in the extremities and impaired peripheral circulation. He looked at the notice board and gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, this was really bad. He needed a blood transfusion immediately. But there were no live needles, blood tubes, or anything else needed. Rachiel took the scalpel. Was this the only way left? A line of blood flowed from his hand. Garden watched in horror as he cut his hand. Oh my God. You tell him, sew it up quickly, he got the order, yes. Rachiel bit his bleeding hand. The system panel appeared. Your internal organs were terrified of this madness. The system panels kept popping up. Hey, are you crazy? Guys, this guy has finally lost his mind. Is he planning to give the soldiers blood to drink? Is that considered a blood transfusion? People do blood transfusions over Wi-Fi these days, he thought. Shut up, I need to concentrate. The system panel pops up. Your internal organs are exploding with a million question marks at your actions. Worried about your mental health and sent 100 horsepower as encouragement. Your current health is 7,400. Rachiel thought, activating the magic circle in the slot system. He looked at the notice board in front of him, activated the storage function of the magic circle slot. Current status, the magic circle slot is empty. Ready for storage function, substance to be absorbed, human chain link. H detected, material detected. Activated storage in the magic circle, yes, no. Rachiel thought in his heart. The answer was of course yes. System notification. Storing material in slot number 1. The circuit board appears. The system announces. Slot number 1. RH human blood. 06L per 10L. He said to Damien, it's done now, step aside. Rachiel thought, if blood is transfused by combining with mana. He touched the acupoint under the soldier's foot, the Yongquan acupoint that was considered the Boda's second heart. It was the perfect choice. Rachiel counted slowly, starting slowly with 001L. The system is showing heart rate, blood volume. A red light appears. Rachiel transferred power to the acupuncture point under the sole of the foot, and it was successful. He continued his work, continuing to slowly transfuse blood, not letting the process be interrupted. The soldier's hand moved slightly. The bulletin board appeared. Patient Rans, your emergency blood transfusion recipient, had overcome the critical stage of hemorrhagic shock. Rachiel was overjoyed when he read the bulletin board. It was a success. It was really a success. The message board kept popping up. You had performed an extremely selfless act, sacrificing your own blood to save the lives of others. Also, many have witnessed the sight of a person about to walk through the door from the god being revived by your many healings. The soldiers around were all extremely happy. The medical lieutenant, indeed the medical lieutenant. Notice board, for those who do not know about Azrahan Mine Method and Circle Slot Magic Circle, your action will be seen as a divine miracle. The entourage that came with Chandra were surprised. Impossible, how could this happen? He breathed a sigh of relief, finally doing it. The onlookers were amazed. The rumor turned out to be true. A miracle really happened. Garden exclaimed, young master, how wonderful. Rachiel's vision suddenly became blurry. Huh? He couldn't take it anymore. He was overdoing it again. This weak body. There was a commotion all around and Chandra's close attendant walked out of the tent. Young master, are you all right? Dr. Zhong, please accept me as your disciple. Dr. Zhong, you have fainted. The attendant smiled sinisterly. Just by touching, he could save the patient's life. It was truly a miracle. The guy looked up at the starry sky. A crow flew to his hand. The sky is full of crow feathers. I will convey it fully. In a room somewhere, someone spoke up. A miracle had happened. Right in a barracks for wounded soldiers of the kingdom's army. The soldier bowed and replied, according to the information transmitted through the pigeon. A medic had saved the life of a dying soldier just by touching his body. Someone spoke up, touching the soldier's body, without using any tools? The soldier still bowed his head and replied, "Yes, master." He saved the life of the panting soldier with his bare hands. The so-called master seemed disdainful. Isn't that an exaggerated rumor? The soldier replied. The spy embedded in the kingdom's army witnessed that scene with his own eyes. The so-called master seemed to be drawing something, someone who could save the dying with just a touch of his hand. Surely that person deserved to be called a miracle worker. He continued speaking, startling the soldier with what he heard. A king supported by a saint. If he were under my command, it would be a great help to the rebels. He stopped writing, he contemplated the meaning of his work. That saint. His face makes it impossible to know his intentions. I want to have it. In the tent where the conversation was going on, one person gave the order, no matter how expensive the conditions, it must be done. The other received the order, yes, my lord. The soldier walked out, leaving him in the room thinking. It was hard to believe that there was a saint who could save people by touching his hands. He thought, originally, rumors are often re-reported. He holds a brush to paint. The most important thing is that people respect and admire that saint. He continued to paint and think, if he kept such a person by his side, he could gain the support of the people. Then this war could definitely be turned around and we would seize victory. His strokes quickened. When there was a slight disagreement with the Magentano Empire, they quickly bowed their heads in submission, and even offered the royal family as hostages. He was furious. It was a disgrace to the kingdom and the people. The weak Merovinger bloodline could not be allowed to exist any longer and weaken Ong Boise. He looked at something. His face was scary with sharp yellow eyes. I will definitely drag him down from the throne. In a tent, someone's voice was heard, so, you promised to guarantee the best treatment just for me to join the rebels. The response was, yes. Rakiel was skeptical. Are you sober? He received a reply, this is an official offer. Rakiel looked at the situation before his eyes and thought, it was really bold for a rebel spy to come all the way here, and even the identity of that spy was a military doctor sent here. That guy said, if you swear allegiance to my lord, the ultimate honor and glory will be yours. Rakiel questioned, Lord Jabalin, it is too obvious and blatant. If I shout loudly that there are rebel spies here, what are you going to do? The guy replied confidently, it's okay. Anyway, I'm not the only spy. Even if I get executed, someone else will take over the mission and make this offer. He held his forehead and thought, why would Jabalin want me? He thought back to the recent events. Was it because of the rumor that just by touching someone's hand, he could save them? Rakiel concentrated on thinking carefully. This wasn't a bad suggestion, right? This place was in a stable phase, so extending lifespans was also slower. Rakiel took an abacus out of his pocket and put it on the table. Wait. The guy saw it and broke out in a cold sweat, calculating, how did that thing appear here? His eyes lit up. Come on, let me calculate a bit. Rakiel turned the calculating table. Numbers ran through Rakiel's head. Thinking carefully, he had already taken what he needed from the kingdom's army. His hands and brain were working at full capacity, calculating additional skills, and even the life and health bonuses had accumulated quite a bit. There's also the healing hand skill, or I could stay in the rebel army for a month, collect some longevity rewards, and then run straight back to the imperial capital. His hands calculated on the abacus at lightning speed, life expectancy added. Once back at the palace, as long as the disguise is removed, no one will remember the holy military physician or anything. Rakiel thought carefully. Then, if I join the rebel army, the benefits will be double life expectancy, skill points from the medical profession, more points, opening a new skill department. He bowed his head and smiled with a sly look. I'm getting smarter and smarter. Rakiel replied, I will. The guy was startled. What is this medic? I thought he would hesitate and consider more. He pushed himself up. Then, if we join the rebels. Rakiel negotiated with a creepy face. What can you guarantee? The guy was confused, that. Rakiel circled around while waiting for the guy to answer. The guy thought, actually I'm not that prepared. You were pacing back and forth with a threatening face. Didn't you just tell me to join? Promise to give me the best treatment. He leaned his face close to that guy's face. Don't you know how to do business? That guy doesn't know how to respond. I'm just in charge of making suggestions that matter. He continued to speak, making that guy speechless. Oh my God, not prepared at all. You scared that guy by squeezing him. You're basically a total failure at business. Hey, if you want to do business, don't come empty-handed like this. Rakiel completely overshadowed him. At least he brought a box of Baksu or Vicks 500 or something. Then Rakiel let that guy go. Okay, quickly go back to your lord and bring clear conditions. Be specific. That guy is still confused. I understand. Rakiel raised his hand in threat, making the guy stay silent and confused. Don't dawdle anymore. This also puts a lot of pressure on me. Betrayal is not an easy thing, understand? The guy went out and you continued to threaten, right? Or no, the guy didn't dare to object to you. Yes, of course. Rakiel happily put his feet up on the table and waved goodbye. If you understand, then hurry up and go. The guy walked out of the tent feeling relieved. After walking quite a distance, the guy turned his head to look back at the tent and thought, was he really a grown man or just a madman? That night, Rakiel immediately summoned Damien and Garden. Damien, Garden, I have something to say. Rakiel sat down at the table and told the two of them something that left them speechless. I am thinking of joining the rebels. Garden compared his temperature with his in a panic. Did he have a fever? Damien was equally shocked. Had he really lost his mind? Rakiel calmly answered the two of them. No, I'm serious. Rebel spies come every day. He told them about the huge benefits. They said they would give me a house, land, and a lot of money too. Damien spoke up. If you are really serious, I want to stop you. Rakiel wondered, why? He answered, because of morality, this is not right. You came here with the intention of helping Ongboise with goodwill, wholeheartedly taking care of the wounded soldiers of the Royal Army. He continued, and now you intend to join the rebels. Is this reasonable at all? Rakiel listened and seemed to ponder a bit. Damien lost his composure and stood up. Really? Why are you like this? Rakiel looked at Damien with a determined gaze. The soldiers of the rebel army are also the people of Ongboise. The crown prince of Magentano like me. What duty do we have to be loyal to the army of the kingdom of Ongboise, the rebels or the kingdom army? To me, they are all just foreign forces. Damien thought it was absurd, but also reasonable to admit. Rakiel wrote something on the paper and replied, making the listener nod. Our medical camp has been quiet lately, right? There are hardly any new wounded coming in, right? Lately, both sides have been testing each other and confronting each other in front of Valois Fortress. That's why. He continued, our camp has almost passed the dangerous stage and entered a stable stage. The work with the Royal Army seems to be almost completed. Now we just need to go to the other side to treat the abandoned wounded. Then return to Magentano. Rakiel looked at Damien with a slightly inhuman face. Let's go, I understand. Damien sighed helplessly. The boss said so he had to do it. The life of a mercenary, what could he do? Damien looked at him reluctantly. He happily smiled and rolled up the scroll. All right, you thought correctly. Garden cried, Your Highness, I am truly touched. He was burning with a strong fire, actively taking notes. The person needing treatment was not an ally or an enemy, but simply a patient, taking notes again. Rakiel handed him the scroll and said, Garden, please deliver this to the princess for me. He immediately got excited and his thoughts flew away. Could it be a love letter? He angrily hit him. What love letter? Open the letter and show it to him. I must inform the princess that I will return to Magentano. I cannot suddenly disappear here, by the way. Send a letter and tell them to send the royal honey wine to the imperial capital by the dawn horse service. Rakiel ordered, We don't want the wounded to find out, so prepare quickly. A strong wind blew, and the carriage rolled on the path. The soldiers read the letter you left behind and were moved to tears. Doctor, I haven't had time to thank you yet. Rakiel in the carriage turned his head and smiled. Live well, rewards of the kingdom's army. 3 days later, on the dry, hot land, ahead was the barracks. The three of them arrived. A soldier greeted them. The commander was inside. He had ordered that only medics were allowed in, so he went alone. Damien worriedly whispered to him, Your Highness, but he is the leader of the rebels after all. Are you really okay going in alone? Rakiel was not afraid at all, but rather interested. It's okay, the other side wants me, they wouldn't dare to harm me, moreover I still have Kazım, don't worry, Kazım. He entered the tent alone. From inside the tent someone called out, Nice to meet you. Rakiel was a little taken aback when he heard the voice. You are Jabalin, the patriot who went crazy because he wanted to restore Ongboise. The one inside walked over to Rakiel and thanked him for coming. Jabalin welcomes, called a saint by the military doctor, the rebel leader Jabalin Flambeyer of Ongboise. He raised his hand towards him with a dangerous smile on his face. The space was filled with pressure. Rakiel swallowed. What a terrible pressure. The two shook hands. He spoke first. I am also honored to meet you, Heart of the Revolution, he replied. It is a pleasure that you are willing to join my cause. He continued, I have received you with great respect. So from now on, the holy military physician will no longer need to do difficult tasks like dealing with the blood of soldiers. Rakiel replied while looking up at him. It's okay, I'm fine, he said instead. There's something you have to do. There was invisible pressure between the two of them. He wondered, what should he do? Rakiel and his men stood at the barracks, where soldiers were on patrol. Seeing his master looking around, Damien asked, what's wrong? Sir? Seeing his words being ignored, he angrily shouted, Huh! Rakiel quickly approached, placing his hand on his lips, signaling for silence as if there was something cautious, hush, hush, making Damien confused. Then he waved his arms and legs around with all sorts of signs, causing his two subordinates to sigh, because someone might be eavesdropping on us, so we'll use a code. Garden also listened to the hand signals, so they intend to hand over the wounded to you for treatment. Realizing the problem, Damien also urgently continued, I told you, it's best we return to the imperial capital. Seeing that, Rakiel frowned angrily. I still couldn't believe it. 2 streams of tears flowed down his face miserably. Even though it was sign language, it clearly expressed his emotions. Who would have known that he would use me to propagate his revolutionary spirit? The patrolling soldiers saw the 3 people wiggling around, making it difficult to understand and peaked in confusion. Thinking back just now, when Rakiel was shaking hands with Javelin talking, what should we do now? I will give you an important task. Eyes filled with danger like an old fox. That is a declaration to the whole world. Javelin looked at him with anticipation and said, A noble person like you supports my revolutionary spirit. He continued speaking despite Rakiel's now sweaty face. We will create a new world together. 10 days later, on the plains overlooking Palua Fortress, you just need to stand there and loudly declare according to my instructions. Javelin's excited expression asked him back. How was it? Was it great? On the contrary, Rakiel forced a smile, realizing the problem, thinking to himself, what's so great about it? A forced smile, but his heart was filled with anxiety as he tried to run away. Oh my God! This is bad. I didn't expect to be used like this. I have to run away now. Rakiel withdrew his hand and replied, I have something to say. He immediately allowed it. Go ahead. He looked pitiful and took out a handkerchief to wipe his tears. My girlfriend said if I don't come see her before the end of this week, we will break up. But Rakiel received a cold, matter-of-fact reply, you don't have a lover. This truth was like a knife stabbing him, making Rakiel miserable, truly single. But unexpectedly Javelin said, you want to go see your lover for a bit? Well, something like that? Rakiel nodded repeatedly in anxiety, yes. He had anticipated everything and asked, if it was an arranged marriage, you wouldn't have come back here. He was startled and raised his hand to deny. No, but Javelin insisted, Medic Rakiel, I know your heart, you want to fulfill your duty, take care of the wounded. He turned away and left, saying that he did not trust him. But I hope you understand that I cannot entrust that task to you right now. If your participation in the rebel army is exposed before you make your declaration, it will be very troublesome. Rakiel asked, do you think that if my identity was revealed earlier, the declaration would be weakened? Jabalong smiled coldly and said, you guessed right. He turned his head and said affirmatively, your declaration must be enough to shock the revolutionary army. Rakiel asked in confusion, why don't you make me declare my support now? Jabalong also frankly told the truth, because the time was not yet ripe. After hearing this, he became even more confused and asked again, opportunity, what is opportunity? Jabalong also calmly explained to him, Rakiel, what I mean is when you truly support me. I hope that your declaration of support contains even a little bit of sincerity. No, there must be sincerity. He explained with a very scary scheming face, because only then could he move the hearts of the people. Rakiel also shivered and asked him, what do you mean? Jabalong approached him and said in a challenging tone, I will give you 10 days to deeply feel the rebels. Then you will sympathize with my ideals and goals. At that time, your declaration of support will definitely have some sincerity. He continued speaking, ignoring Rakiel's fear and sweat. You're worried about not fulfilling your duties as a medic. That's not what I'm thinking. The continuous warnings made him widen his eyes and tremble. Seeing you so uneasy, I will let you fulfill your duty. From now on, you will be my personal medic, staying by my side 247. Rakiel thought uneasily, and that's it. The three of them huddled together, Rakiel crying and recounting how they ended up in this situation. From now on, I have to sleep with that guy, the two of us have to live in the same room, what should we do now? They plotted and discussed the plan together. There was no other way, just run straight back to the capital. But there was one problem. On the way here, we saw that this place was heavily guarded. Even if we chose the darkest time of night, it seemed impossible to secretly escape. These things were extremely secretive, so they communicated by writing on paper. Furthermore, he was with them 247, so there was no way to escape. Rakiel picked up his pen and wrote, "Yes, I know." He sat anxiously, images of Javelin and Damien appearing. One would harm him, the other would save him. This place was suffocatingly guarded. If Damien wasn't a sword saint, it would be impossible to secretly escape. Rakiel solemnly assured everyone, "Trust me. I will handle this." In response to that attitude was a mockery from Damien. He held up the paper, making him fume. "I believe you, and now look at how miserable we are." Rakiel turned away, his hands still writing, causing his two subordinates to curiously ask, "What are you going to do?" Then he raised the paper, making them surprised. Even Cuck couldn't avoid it, he still had to act. Rakiel's pale face, forced smile, tears welling up in his eyes, pulled up the curtain and said, "It's late, so I'm going to bed." He left them in the tent with negative, hopeless thoughts. A starry night with a full moon on a magnificent castle. A soldier hurried in with a letter in his hand. Pedro quickly saluted. "Your Majesty, wise." The king sitting on the throne replied, "It's too late." He heard and felt sorry but still said, "I have to collect and synthesize information. I deserve to die." A stellion allowed him to ask, "What information?" "Report it quickly." Pedro quickly replied, "Your Majesty, this is the 107th regular report, first 5 days ago. His Highness the Prince left the Ongboise Kingdom Army's wounded camp, also known as the recovery camp." The Emperor asked again in surprise after hearing this. "Leaving the rehab? Why?" Pedro held the letter in his hand and bowed his head, worried. "When we first received the report, we couldn't guess His Highness the Prince's intentions, so it took some time to collect and analyze more information." The Emperor asked calmly. The conclusion was that the prince would soon return to Magentano. Pedro continued to deliver the news. According to the reports of the informants planted in the rehabilitation camp, the prince had sent a farewell letter to Princess Ongboise. Emperor Stellion ordered in surprise, "A farewell letter? Report the details." At this, Pedro opened the scroll and read, "Your Majesty." He told Princess Ongboise that he had completed all that needed to be done here. Maybe it was time to return to Magentano. He also asked for a large barrel of wine to be sent to Magentano. He asked him, "Is it finished?" The conversation came to an end, and the Emperor allowed him to leave. "Yes, Your Majesty, today's report ends here, is that so?" "You may leave." Pedro bowed as he received the order. "I am deeply grateful. I will take my leave." After he left, the Emperor sat pensively with his hands raised in thought. He smiled with satisfaction. Then he laughed out loud, raised his hands and shouted excitedly, "Now my son has returned. Come back quickly and show me that you are safe and sound." The loud laughter echoed, startling the people behind the door. "Ha ha ha ha." But who would have thought that the prince would be lying there with his eyes wide open in worry? "At this rate, we will never be able to return to the capital." Rakiel cried, his hands clenched like a child begging for help. "What a mess! What a mess! What a mess! Life is like that." Jabalong, who had been sitting next to him for a while, asked, making Rakiel jump in surprise and cover himself with the blanket, "Are you awake?" Then he sat up and looked at him and said, "I will do the morning examination right now." In his mind, he was on guard. "Following me 247. Rakiel scratched his head and tried to smile. No need. I am a sword saint, you know that well." On the contrary, on the inside he was gritting his teeth in anger. "Then why did you sleep with me?" "Couldn't sleep a wink." Jabalong confidently affirmed, "That's it, no one understands the body better than me." Rakiel also got out of bed and hesitantly said, So what?" He looked at him happily and said, "Let's go have breakfast first." On the dining table, the dishes look extremely attractive and eye-catching. Jabberlong raised his head and drank from his glass, allowing Rakiel to watch warily. Then he shook the glass of wine in his hand and said, "I'm done eating, you take your time." Rakiel obediently replied, "Yes, yes." He felt like he couldn't even finish eating, worried and scared because there were eyes watching him. How can he eat with eyes staring like this? Rakiel quickly put his hands on the table and said, "I'm done eating." Just waiting for that, Jabberlong leaned his face on his chin and said, "If you've finished eating, can you answer my question?" He hesitantly asked, confused, "Yes, what question?" He smiled, then said softly, "A simple question." Started with a very heavy-sounding question. If Rakiel now looked at him and thought, this feeling is so familiar, I think I've seen this scene somewhere before. Jabberlong raised his wine glass and looked up, then said in an ambiguous tone, "Medic Rakiel, if you had to choose between these two, which would you choose?" Rakiel gradually remembered with some worry. Was this Jabberlong's question? The wine glass reflected Rakiel's image. He said coldly, "The first choice was for the medic to sacrifice himself." He continued speaking. Rakiel's face could tell that these were difficult choices. But the medic's family would suffer the most humiliating and disgraceful end, and would be cursed and spat upon by the world for all eternity. Jabberlong stood up and coldly put down his wine glass. The dark red wine spilled onto the table, signaling an ominous sign. The second choice was to sacrifice others. The pool of red wine that looked like pools of blood. He made a condition: the military doctor would not have to bear any responsibility or prosecution, but on the contrary would be praised as a hero with a bold decision. His name would be remembered forever. Jabberlong held the empty wine glass, his hands clenched tightly, waiting for the question. "This is my question. You think carefully before answering." His scary face is full of menace, as any choice is cruel. "Which one will you choose?" After giving two choices, he calmly said, "Why don't you answer? There's no need to think for long." Rakiel was put in a difficult position, his face expressionless, thinking, "I know if I can't give him the answer he wants." He raised his hand to his neck, thinking that his neck would fly away immediately. But he quickly tried to overcome his fear and asked him again, "You mean I have to choose between two paths? Either sacrifice myself and suffer humiliation or slaughter countless others to gain honor?" In response to Rakiel's question, he indifferently said briefly, "Yes. What you know about him is that he is a heartless demon, Jabberlong. He is a suspicious person. Even close to him he does not trust easily. When he finds the person who needs to be placed in the closest position, he will definitely ask this question, but no one can answer that question correctly." This was not the first time Jabberlong had asked this question, and those who did not give him the answer they desired would die. Even Jabberlong himself did not know what the correct answer was. His murderous face showed great satisfaction. He did not know the answer to his question, but at least he knew the worst wrong answer, which was to hesitate between the two paths he had given. Anyone who did not satisfy him was immediately killed, even if it was someone he had planned to make his close friend. If they reacted like that, he would immediately cut off their head. These things have created a real devil in human form. Jabberlong was still happy at this moment. His eyes were filled with anticipation. "Can't you make a decision?" Rakiel's face darkened in thought. The answer he wanted was, he stammered out, "Oh." Then without any patience, angrily slammed the table and shouted, "You bastard. That's too much of a bastard." Jabberlong heard and his eyes narrowed in anger. "Huh?" He stood up with his sword ready to take his life, eyes filled with murderous intent. He pointed his sword and coldly said, "You gave an answer that wasn't even in the options. How rude." Rakiel accidentally provoked a fierce tiger and was scared to save him. "I just said whatever came to mind." Still confused about my own actions, was this answer sincere? But strangely, Jabberlong stood still and pondered. He should have been angry, but he wasn't. The sword in his hand also fell down. Who would dare to speak so rudely to me right in front of my face? He put away his sword. His body had unusual emotions, and he even twisted my heart. Why? First of all, survival is the priority. Jabberlong sat with his head bowed, his mind racing. He must be very confused, because he heard the answer to the question he had been searching for all his life at the moment of death from someone else's mouth. Unexpectedly, he spared Rakiel's life after he uttered such rude words. He calmly poured wine and said, "I see, okay, you can leave." He continued to warn, You better not let me see you today. You escaped death," and breathed a sigh of relief. "I understand. Just stepping out of the tent." Rakiel felt relieved and grateful as he looked for a way to deal with it next. Ah, this is really bad. Now how can I escape? A young man appeared and pointed. Medical officer Rakiel just went this way. He had not yet recovered and asked in confusion. Where to? Rakiel was startled and panicked, looking at the place where he had just escaped death. He told him not to appear in front of him, but his tent was right next to him so he could see it at a glance. In fear, tears flowed like a stream, silently calling for help. Garden, Damien, save me. Back at Javelin, he was shaking his glass of wine and sitting there thinking restlessly. I used to believe that changing the world could only be done with blood. The strange thoughts that appeared in his head were confusing even to himself, and yet now I feel disgusted. The thing I believed in? Javelin's eyes were like cold bullets. The glass of wine in his hand was crushed. His thoughts made him exclaim, "How funny!" A strong squeeze caused shards and splashed wine to flow into a stream. The outside of the barracks was still under guard. Garden stood up from the bushes outside the forest and watched intently. Damien, shouldn't we take His Highness and escape? He left Javelin's place and entered the tent next door 3 days ago. He was worried and couldn't sit still. His Highness the Crown Prince had to serve such a person. It was truly unacceptable. Damien also stood beside him and replied. There was no other way now. He could only trust His Highness. He looked at Garden, who was crying like a child because he was worried about the prince. The patrol soldier holding a flashlight heard a noise in the bushes and shouted loudly. Who was there? He looked into the bushes but saw no movement. He asked himself in confusion before leaving. What is this? A wild cat? Behind the bushes, Garden and Damien were afraid to breathe. He sighed inwardly. Having come all this way, he had to do all this. The sky has turned bright. The sun has risen high. Rakiel poked his head out of the tent and looked at the cheerful soldiers. Judging by the way the guards looked, that guy must still be inside. He hadn't come out for 2 days. If it was now, he might be able to escape. Suddenly a voice rang out, I want to go for a walk today. Rakiel cursed inwardly. Damn it. Then he raised his head to look at the obedient figure. Yes, yes. Hello, sir. Javelin raised his hand to signal his subordinate to step back. You stay here. He immediately obeyed. Yes, sir. Then he crossed his arms and looked at Rakiel with a threatening gaze and said, Medic Rakiel, how long do you plan to keep this up? Making him tremble in fear and say, I will prepare right away. The two of them arrived at a very picturesque place. Rakiel was out of breath thinking. Clearly they said they were going for a walk. But this was mountain climbing. Javelin suddenly called out, Medic Rakiel. He answered, surprised, yes. He said strangely softly, I have been thinking about the rude answer you have uttered. Finally I have come to a conclusion. Javelin looked at him kindly again. I accept your answer, Rakiel said, a little surprised by this change. So, is that so? Looking into his eyes, he thought, his eyes are still confused. Bandaged hand placed on chest. Javelin looked at him and spoke his thoughts. Any sacrifice is noble, whether it is a sacrifice of one's own will or for some other reason. Rakiel watched his hand clench. For the more blood we shed, the nobler we become. But in his mind, he spoke frankly, what a sophistry, right? After all, he didn't come to his own enlightenment, but heard the answer he had been searching for all his life from someone else's mouth. How pitiful. But it was only at this moment that Rakiel had a chance to escape. The difficulty was escaping from this guy. I just hope he has an opening because of these thoughts. If I have the chance, I will escape immediately. He cleared his throat and asked, But why is your hand injured? Javelin immediately made an excuse. It was just a small mistake during training. Rakiel was surprised that this was unlikely and offered to examine him. Mistake? Sword? Who would believe it? Let me examine your wound first. Okay? He turned around and refused flatly. No need, it's just a small wound. It will heal as it is. No need to worry. Hearing that, he helplessly scratched his cheek and asked again. Even though I am your personal doctor? Looking at him, Rakiel felt confused and useless. What did he mean by telling his personal physician not to worry? It felt awkward and uncomfortable. He had to say something. Rakiel quickly sniffed the air and made a joke. Ah, the wind was refreshing. Javelin once again slapped the joke, causing him to sigh. There was no wind now. But Rakiel didn't stop there and did it again. The atmosphere was really refreshing. He didn't care that he had the opposite effect of sneezing when he was hit by a large cloud of dust. Cough cough, why is there suddenly dust like this? Jabalong glanced back and smiled with satisfaction. Rakiel's army was completely different from mine. The way he treated him, the carefree actions without any restraint made Jabalong feel completely different from the subordinates who were by his side now. Having only been together for a few days but were already this comfortable. When was the last time we let our guard down like this? Or was it the first time? He turned his head back and looked at Rakiel seriously. The answer this person spoke of. Was it really the answer I was looking for? I wanted to deny what I had thought. A sharp, judgmental gaze filled with pressure stared at him. In that case, what kind of relationship do I want with this person? Close or confidant? Thoughts rushed through Jabalong's mind, but all were wrong answers, no. He closed his eyes and smiled, completely letting his guard down. Friend, he said, Medic Rakiel, I tell you, I actually wanted to be an artist. Rakiel wondered if he had some mental problem. Huh? Suddenly talking about the past, why was this guy acting so friendly? Jabalong looked out at the fields behind him, the mountains expressing his mood. Really, I have loved drawing since I was little. Looking at me like this, I can still draw quite well, Rakiel asked back. So may I ask why you picked up a sword and became a sword master? Since when did Jabalong talk to him like a friend? He said everything in his heart. He was abused. Rakiel also asked in surprise. Abused? A gentle breeze blew by along with Jabalong's confession. Every night my father would whip me, to prevent me from becoming a painter. But I still wouldn't give up, even though my father was determined. He was no pushover. It seems that when I was 12 years old, I made a bet with my father. He recalled his artistic talent as a child. If he passed the art school entrance exam, he would be able to pursue his dream. If he failed, he would follow his father's wishes and take up the sword. Rakiel said frankly, you failed. Thinking back to that moment, Jabalong held the admission newspaper in his hand, his eyes sparkling with joy. No, I passed. Really? But something unexpected made him shocked and disbelieving. My father canceled the exam results. He secretly abused his power. After that, my admission to the art school was permanently canceled. At that moment he appeared right at his father's corpse. The sword had pierced through his body, and 10 days later, my father was dead. Rakiel speculated in horror, could it be? Did you kill him? But Jabalong's open and closed answer seemed to lighten his heart and say, I don't know. It's up to you to imagine. Rakiel bowed his head, his face covered in fear. He didn't know what he was planning to do to make him act like this. He suddenly said these things, he just wanted to escape quickly. Jabalong turned to question. As expected, he was not very interested in my story. He quickly waved his hand to explain. He didn't get angry and said, I understand, who would really care about someone else's unhappy childhood? Then he lifted up his bandaged hand. Never mind. Take a look at my wound, it seems to be getting worse. Rakiel remembered in confusion. He just said it wasn't necessary. Oh yes. He took off the bandage and suddenly exclaimed. Jabalong immediately asked, what's wrong? Looking at the red, scratched stab wound, Rakiel guessed that it looked like he was about to get cellulitis. He used his bright eyes to scan and analyze, confirming the location of the wound. Let me check in more detail. The system panel shows, starting pulse taking, scanning, pulse diagnosis result available. The information of Jabalin displayed was summarized concisely, general examination form, test subject Jabalin Flambeer, Zerg, human, under the gender, age 37, height 1934 centimeters, weight 91, 9 kg, blood type Rab. Rakiel exclaimed in surprise, his physique was so outstanding, and he was younger than him? Realizing something, Rakiel exclaimed, in this, the crown prince inside happily jumped up and looked at the notice board. It appeared, a chance to escape.